It was already late at night, and Zhou Yun sat silently in front of his computer, his face etched with confusion. Just moments ago, he had been singing and drinking with a client, happily flirting with women on either side of him. He had drunk a bit too much, but how had he suddenly woken up as a young man with the same name and identity? Time travel wasn't the issue in his previous life. He had been an orphan with no attachments. The real problem was how miserably he was doing now. After finally enduring the grueling internship period and starting his independent legal practice, his girlfriend who had been interning with him had left him for the managing partner of their law firm. That bastard was in his 50s, with children as old as his ex-girlfriend. Furious, Zhou Yun had gotten into a fight with the managing partner. After that, he was completely sidelined. Newly independent lawyers rarely had their own cases, most worked as salaried attorneys. But since he had beaten up the boss, there was no way he could stay on as a salaried lawyer. With no cases of his own and ostracized by the entire firm, his monthly income was in the red. He could barely afford to eat. He wanted to switch firms, but no one in the local legal community would take him because the managing partner was also the vice president of the Lawyers Association. The Lawyers Association was like a father figure to all lawyers. This was practically a catastrophic start to his career, all because of a fickle woman. No cases, no income. All he could do was live stream free legal consultations, hoping to stumble upon one or two decent cases. Forget charging fees, the legal live streaming scene was fiercely competitive, with plenty of more established lawyers already dominating the space. Zhou Yun began strategizing how to turn things around. His personality was simple. If someone crossed him, he would retaliate. He wasn't some noble gentleman, was a petty man. A gentleman might wait 10 years for revenge, but a petty man? He couldn't wait a single minute. However, in his past life, he had been a leader in the Lawyers Association himself, so he knew exactly how difficult this situation was. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. The Great Lawyer System has been activated. The Great Lawyer System? Listening carefully to the system's explanation, Zhou Yun quickly understood as long as he completed the tasks assigned by the system, he would receive various rewards, including money. And right now, the system had already generated its first task. Task objective: complete one legal consultation and ensure the client is satisfied. Oh, just one consultation? That was his specialty. In his past life, he had been a top-tier lawyer in the country. This was child's play for him. The rewards were divided into 3 tiers. Unsatisfied, no reward. Satisfied reward, 1,000 yuan. Extremely satisfied reward, 10,000 yuan, 1 exchange point. Perfect. Right now, nothing else mattered except money. With money, he could solve his basic survival needs. Only then could he focus on dealing with those who had wronged him. He had to take things step by step. Rushing would only lead to mistakes. As for the exchange point, the system explained that it could later be used to redeem skills in the system's store. He didn't know what those skills were yet, but having them was better than not. Without hesitation, Zhou Yun opened his laptop and started a live stream. His original stream title had been Free Legal Consultations. That wouldn't cut it. These days, you needed a gimmick to attract viewers. He immediately changed the title to The Super Great Lawyer Free Consultations. This wasn't false advertising, really was a super great lawyer. The new title worked. Soon, someone entered the stream only to leave almost immediately, leaving behind a comment. Your voice sounds way too young. There's no way you're a great lawyer. Zhou Yun wasn't worried. There was no point in stressing over tea, she just had to be patient. Meanwhile, in another district of Donghai City, 32-year-old lawyer Zhu Qianghua was also preparing to go live. She had been streaming for 2 years now. Thanks to her solid legal skills and decent looks, she had built a modest following and a stable audience. Zhu Qianghua had a habit: she liked to spice up her streams by playing games. For example, she would often challenge young, inexperienced lawyers to PK battles, where they would both answer audience questions and compare their consultation skills. She had done this many times and had never lost. After all, Zhu Qianghua had been practicing for years. A seasoned lawyer crushing a rookie? A few well-placed questions were all it took to dominate. Today was no different. Zhu Qianghua browsed the internet, searching for the perfect target. On the surface, it looked random, but in reality, she spent a lot of time before each stream carefully selecting her opponent's local lawyers who were either still interns or had just started practicing. Most lawyers used their real names and firm affiliations for their streaming accounts. It was free advertising. With just a name and a firm, a quick search revealed everything. As she scrolled, Zhu Qianghua suddenly spotted a perfect candidate. Zhou Yun, that name sounds familiar. She pulled out her phone and searched. A smirk spread across her face. Oh, it was that famously green lawyer. Donghai City was big, but the legal circle was small. Gossip spread fast, And Zhou Yun's story was juicy. His girlfriend had become the managing partner's mistress, and he had stormed into the office to fight the man. Zhu Qianghua knew that Zhou Yun had only started independent practice last month, but because of that incident, he had never handled a real case properly. His skills? Basically non-existent. Experience and connections were a lawyer's most valuable assets. The law you studied for exams was completely different from the law you practiced in real life. Many law students broke down when they first started practicing, realizing they had to learn everything from scratch. Then she saw his stream title, and her smile widened. Had Zhou Yun completely given up? Or was he just delusional, calling himself the super great lawyer? Even seasoned lawyers like her wouldn't dare use such a title. Most just went with something simple like Lawyer Zhu. Perfect. Today's stream was going to be hilarious. She could even spice it up by sharing Zhou Yun's scandalous backstory engagement with Skyrocket. As for the audience's questions, those were random, but she always specialized in marriage and family law cases, which she could handle with ease. Everything was ready. Zhu Qianghua began her stream. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. The firm was super busy today. Shall we stick to the usual format? Comments quickly flooded in. Hurry up, host. Am eating dinner. Your stream is my entertainment. Pick a victim already. Watching you school these rookies is the best part. Viewers were tired of the same old legal consultation streams. But this kind of lawyer versus lawyer PK? That was gold. Zhu Qianghua faced the camera with a smile. All right, as requested, let's randomly pick a stream from your suggestions. Soon, a comment appeared. Lawyer Zhu, I just found a hilarious stream. The title says The Super Great Lawyer. The commenter was actually Zhu Qianghua's assistant. This was all prearranged. Seeing this, Zhu Qianghua chuckled. Oh, I just saw it too. One of our viewers found an interesting stream, The Super Great Lawyer. Let's go with him. Chapter 2. Encouraging Surrender? Zhou Yun found himself rather bored. After changing the name of his live stream, the hype was already substantial. Although a few viewers had entered, none sought consultation. What to do? Should he reach out to other streamers? However, given his current situation, it was unlikely that any other lawyers would be willing to engage with him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a steady influx of viewers into his stream, and the once empty screen was now filled with a variety of comments. Truly, he was a super lawyer. How delightful this would be. Brother, the lawyer has set his sights on you. Hurry up and beg for mercy. Zhou Yun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that another streamer was preparing to challenge him. It seemed that the other streamer had a considerable fan base, as many fans had arrived early. Almost like a declaration of war. Intrigued, Zhou Yun promptly declared, Beg for mercy? Why would I beg for mercy? I am indeed a super lawyer. I would handle anyone this way. He aimed to project a somewhat arrogant demeanor, believing that it would enhance the entertainment value of the show. As for winning, he could joke about it. After all, in his previous life, he had once driven an opposing lawyer out of the legal profession. This was his area of expertise, and he exuded confidence. Hearing Zhou Yun's bold words, the audience expressed their astonishment, with some commenting, "That's quite the bravado. Let us see if you can maintain that attitude later." At that moment, a notification appeared in the live stream. Zhou Yun glanced at it, and noted that the other streamer was named Lawyer Zhu Qianghua. All right, it's you then. The connection was quickly established, and the live stream window divided into two sections, one featuring the visibly attractive Zhu Qianghua, enhanced by beauty filters, and the other a blank screen. As Zhou Yun chose not to show his face, the audience continued to flood the chat with various taunts aimed at Zhou Yun. Meanwhile, Zhu Qianghua displayed a highly professional smile. Hello, I see you are Lawyer Zhou Yun. I am Zhu Qianghua, a partner at Litigation law firm. Zhou Yun responded promptly, Hello, Lawyer Zhu. I am Zhou Yun from Tianhe Law Firm. Ah, we are both from Donghai. What a coincidence. Zhu Qianghua remarked with another smile. Lawyer Zhou, have you ever engaged in legal disputes before? She inquired. Zhou Yun quickly replied, I have not. Is there a specific protocol? Zhu Qianghua chuckled softly. There aren't really any formal rules. We simply find an audience member who wishes to consult, and then we both respond to their inquiries. The audience will then score our responses. The one with the higher score naturally wins. What do you think? Zhou Yun had no objections to this method and readily agreed. Zhu Qianghua generously added, As for the consulting audience member, I believe, however, before she could finish, Zhou Yun interrupted, Lawyer Zhu, just choose directly. I am proficient in any area. Lawyers, much like doctors, initially cover a broad spectrum, but gradually begin to specialize in certain fields. Thus, each has an area of expertise. It is impossible for any lawyer to be a polymath, as human energy is finite. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Yun proclaim his expertise in various fields, Zhu Qianghua nearly burst into laughter. Only someone naive would believe they possessed all-encompassing knowledge. The audience in the live stream began to stir, and with a smile, Zhu Qianghua remarked, "Our lawyer Zhou Yun appears quite confident. Oh, it seems we have a consultation request." She continued, "Let me see. This viewer named Yulua Qingchun wishes to discuss a marital issue. What are your thoughts, Lawyer Zhou?" After receiving a confirmed response from Zhou Yun, Zhu Qianghua said, "Well, dear viewer, please prepare yourself. We are about to connect. Can you hear my voice?" Soon, a woman's voice responded, "I can hear you, Lawyer Zhu. Please, tell us about your situation." Yulua Qingchun began to share her story. Lawyer Zhou, I am 25 years old. 2 years ago, I fell in love with a man, and we started dating. However, after about a month, I discovered that he was already married and had a child in elementary school. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, a mistress! Please, share more. We want to hear." Zhu Qianghua felt the urge to laugh, as she was aware that Zhou Yun's previous girlfriend had been a mistress herself, directly leading to his heartbreak. Now, it was intriguing that today's case was also related to infidelity. Meanwhile, Yulua Qingchun continued, "He told me that he had no feelings for his wife and would soon divorce her to marry me, so I waited. Yet, I waited for 2 years. Last month, I found out I was pregnant and wanted him to take responsibility. However, he completely ignored me, telling me to handle it myself, and then he vanished, blocking my calls." She concluded, "I wish to consult with both lawyers about my situation. Should I terminate the pregnancy, or should he not face consequences for deceiving me?" Zhu Qianghua found the case quite captivating and suggested, "Lawyer Zhou, perhaps you would like to start?" However, before she could finish, the viewer Yulua Qingchun interjected, "Lawyer Zhu, I would prefer your guidance first." In Donghai City, in a place called Qingshan County, the 25-year-old Xiao Qinya was nervously holding her phone. She was indeed Yulua Qingchun. She was not a plant sent by Zhu Qianghua, but genuinely sought advice from the lawyer. Zhu Qianghua was about to say something, intending to let Zhou Yun lead the consultation, allowing her to fill in any gaps later. Yet, Zhou Yun interjected, "Let Lawyer Zhu begin." During the consultation, the other party would need to mute their device, but since this was a live broadcast, those with other phones could still watch, depending on their situation. Since Zhou Yun had spoken, Zhu Qianghua commenced the consultation, stating, "Your situation is not overly complex. However, legally, there is no concept of emotional deception. You may claim appropriate compensation from the other party. For instance, you could assert the expenses related to terminating the pregnancy, as well as the subsequent costs for your recovery, alongside claims for emotional distress." Attorney Zhu Qianghua elaborated extensively before taking a sip of water, concluding, "That pretty much sums it up." In the live stream, Xiao Qinya furrowed her brow and asked, "But Attorney Zhu, is there really no other way to punish him? Is it only about making him pay a little?" Zhu Qianghua shook her head, stating, "Legally, there aren't many options. You could file a case for bigamy, but gathering evidence is quite challenging. You haven't collected any relevant proof. Have you?" "I haven't. We were on such good terms before that I didn't feel the need to guard against him." "Then there's nothing we can do," Zhu Qianghua continued. "Bigamy can be prosecuted privately or publicly. I trust you've already reported it." Xiao Qinya quickly replied, "Yes, but the police station said they wouldn't handle it." "Well, that's that. My consultation ends here. You may listen to Attorney Zhou's advice." Xiao Qinya felt disappointed. As a fan of Attorney Zhou, she was disheartened that even she had no solutions. Yet, since she had participated in the program, she felt compelled to seek further counsel. Soon, Attorney Zhou Yun took to the microphone, cheerfully announcing, "Is it my turn now?" "Yes, Attorney Zhou, I shall keep the microphone open," Zhu Qianghua responded with a smile. "Please feel free, Attorney Zhou. Now, dear viewer, may I ask what exactly you wish to achieve? Are you merely seeking monetary compensation, or do you have other intentions?" Hearing this, Xiao Qinya immediately replied, "Attorney Zhou, I certainly want money, but this person deceived my affections, and I truly do not want him to have it easy. So, you wish to punish him as well." The issue of compensation was already addressed by Attorney Zhu, but let me reiterate. After discussing the compensation matters further, Zhou Yun added, "As for teaching him a lesson, there exists a legal charge known as bigamy." Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Attorney Zhu just said that's impossible. Is this what seasoned attorneys offer?" Zhu Qianghua also found amusement in the situation, noting the program's effect. The latter speaker was unaware of the prior discussion. Xiao Qinya echoed, "Attorney Zhou, Attorney Zhou mentioned that this can be prosecuted both privately and publicly, but I lack evidence. I've already reported it, and the police are uninterested. Zhou Yun chuckled. Of course they wouldn't take it seriously if you approached them so directly. Domestic matters are the most difficult to resolve, and it's often better to avoid complications. So, what would prompt them to take action? Xiao Qinya asked eagerly. Naturally, you would need to turn yourself in. Zhou Yun replied nonchalantly. What? This statement sent the entire live stream into a frenzy. Wait, are you suggesting someone should confess? Is this lawyer speaking nonsense? How can one confess? This is absurd. Xiao Qinya was equally bewildered, having never anticipated such an answer. Amidst the uproarious reactions in the live stream, Zhou Yun maintained his composure, stating, Indeed, turning yourself in is the way. Consider this. You are fully aware that the other party is married. Yet you continue to live with them under the guise of a marital relationship. What you are engaging in is a form of collusion, do you understand? You are an accomplice to bigamy. If you report this to the police, they will not take action. So why not turn yourself in? This is indeed a form of confession, and it should not be ignored. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback. Can the law truly operate in such a manner? Zhu Qianghua was utterly bewildered, pondering the reasoning behind this individual, Zhou Yun's, thought process. However, she quickly raised a pertinent question. But, Lawyer Zhou? This audience member wishes to reprimand that man. If they turn themselves in, it would be akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. In that case, they would end up imprisoned as well. What then? Indeed, the other viewers in the live stream began to respond, recognizing that while self-reporting might yield favorable outcomes, it would also ensnare the individual in legal troubles. Everyone awaited Zhou Yun's response. Chapter 3. A genius, truly a genius in the face of skepticism. Zhou Yun remained composed and assuredly stated, Do not worry, everyone. Since I am able to provide this consultation, I undoubtedly possess a method to address it. If this audience member confesses, what will transpire? They will be recorded, and an investigation will ensue, potentially leading to criminal detention. However, let us consider her identity. She is pregnant, dear friends. We must leverage this status to the fullest. It is likely that after providing her statement, she will be granted bail pending trial. Then what follows? The case will be transferred. Yet she remains a pregnant woman. And given the minor nature of her offense, along with her voluntary confession and significant contributions, these factors combined will likely result in no prosecution. As for her husband, he will inevitably face imprisonment, though it may be a suspended sentence, or perhaps he may ultimately avoid conviction. He will certainly undergo a thorough investigation. During this period, the wife and family of the other party will surely become aware of the situation, which serves as a lesson for them, does it not? The viewers in the live stream appeared utterly perplexed. Lawyer Zhou Yun had clearly laid out the repercussions for the other party. Xiao Qinya, clutching her phone, began to feel a surge of excitement. Truly, amidst the dense fog of uncertainty, a path of clarity had emerged. She never anticipated that such a strategy could be employed. Thank you so much, Lawyer Zhou. I thought there was no way out. Zhou Yun replied directly, No need for gratitude. This is merely a transaction. Regarding the woman's status as a mistress, he naturally harbored disdain, yet now, with the prospect of food being a priority, his focus had shifted to survival. This is a quintessential tactic of a litigious opportunist, and indeed, it is his forte. Well then, our consultations from both sides have concluded. This audience member may now rate us. Lawyer Zhu, is 10 the perfect score? Zhu Qianghua remained in a daze, feeling as though the legal principles she had learned were entirely different from those being applied here. It was a crushing defeat, and she found herself being overwhelmingly outmatched. However, upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, she managed to respond, albeit reluctantly, Yes, a 10. What an unexpected turn of events. Her carefully chosen opponent had indeed faltered. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, this is incredible. Although I believe this lawyer Zhou is not a good person, his skills are undeniably impressive. A genius, truly a genius. I am utterly astonished that he could conceive of such a method. This week, lawyer Zhou truly exhibited remarkable prowess. Yet I find myself utterly disgusted by the mistress, who, despite her role in dismantling another's family, possesses such audacity. Indeed, she embodies the archetype of a formidable attorney. Who is it that dared to speak against her? Step forward. The audience's opinions are varied, yet the majority continue to laud Zhou Yun's exceptional skills. After all, many have not had the privilege of encountering truly outstanding criminal lawyers, and thus remain oblivious to the myriad tactics employed by seasoned litigators. Witnessing this sudden display feels akin to having the gateway to a new realm flung open. Naturally, the prevalent sentiment is disdain for the mistress, which is entirely understandable. As for those who previously mocked Zhou Yun, they now dare not show their faces. This is quite perplexing. In the past, Zhu Qianghua consistently triumphed, yet this time, she finds herself bested by a young attorney. In this moment, Xiao Qinya quickly interjects, declaring, Lawyer Zhou must receive a perfect score, while Lawyer Zhu merits perhaps a 6. Although Zhu's counsel was commendable, it pales in comparison to Zhou's prowess. Zhu Qianghua's pride was clearly wounded. Let it be thus for today. With that, she abruptly ended her broadcast, her reputation hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, the audience for Zhou Yun began to swell. They are not fools. After all, this is a live demonstration of skill. In professions such as law and medicine, individuals naturally gravitate towards those with exceptional abilities. Consequently, numerous inquiries were made, and Zhou Yun selectively addressed a few. Noticing the hour growing late, he announced, Ladies and gentlemen, I must conclude this session. I have work tomorrow, so we shall reconvene tomorrow evening. If anyone wishes to discuss a case, please send me a private message. I will make an effort to review them. Thank you all. With that, Zhou Yun swiftly ended the live stream. While the consultations posed no significant challenge, he felt an undeniable tension, as the matter pertained to a system task, one he urgently needed to fulfill. Soon, he glanced at the system panel, which indicated that the task had been completed. The client was exceptionally satisfied, and the reward had been dispatched. The system shop was now accessible. Indeed, the satisfaction was palpable. Had the client been dissatisfied, he would have been at a loss. As his phone vibrated, Zhou Yun picked it up to find that 10,000 yuan had been credited to his account. At last, he could set aside his financial worries, at least for the time being. Still wide awake, he decided to explore the system shop. Upon opening it, he was astounded by the array of items available. There were consumables, such as energy potions that could stave off fatigue for 2 full days, as well as skills to enhance memory and physical capabilities. Regrettably, he could not afford any of these at present, as even the least expensive energy potion required 5 exchange points. Thus, he reflected, it was imperative to diligently complete more tasks. After spending some time on his phone and gaining a rudimentary understanding of the legal landscape in this world, Zhou Yun eventually succumbed to slumber. Awakening the next morning, he chose not to attend the law firm. Salaried attorneys are expected to maintain a regular work schedule, as their remuneration is provided by the firm. Conversely, as a commission-based attorney, Zhou Yun's relationship with the firm resembles more of a partnership. He takes on cases and pays a portion of his earnings to the firm, with his income dependent on the number of cases he secures. Currently, the situation appears rather stagnant. He must take on more cases to gain the leverage necessary for resistance. Although the opposing party is the director of the law firm, Tianhe Law Firm is not entirely under their control, as there are 2 founding partners involved. As long as he can demonstrate his value, the opposing party cannot act with impunity within the firm. Regarding the underlying legal association, Zhou Yun has already devised a plan. Though the timing is not yet right, why not switch firms? The process of changing firms can be quite cumbersome for lawyers, and this firm is capable of imposing restrictions. Moreover, it is crucial to note that regulations generally stipulate that one must have practiced for over 6 months before switching firms. This is primarily due to the contracts signed with clients and the law firm. Frequent changes would lead to numerous complications. A task notification has just appeared on the task panel. Task objective: to successfully complete a labor litigation case and ensure the plaintiff's satisfaction. The rewards remain as before, divided into 3 tiers. However, the compensation for handling cases differs from that for consultations. Notably, a particularly satisfactory outcome would yield a reward of 100,000 yuan, along with 10 exchange points. Zhou Yun stroked his chin, realizing that this grand attorney system releases tasks in ascending order of difficulty. Must he engage in various types of cases before advancing? Upon accessing the back end of his phone, he quickly discovered a multitude of private messages. Though it was merely a live stream, it had already garnered significant attention from viewers. He assessed the messages. Some were troublesome, some cases were unsuitable, and so forth. Zhou Yun hesitated momentarily, but swiftly resolved to take on one particular case. Given his current circumstances, he harbored no fears of the situation escalating. Rather, he was concerned the case might be too trivial. Promptly, Zhou Yun responded to the viewer with a private message. If convenient, they could come to Tianhe law firm for an in-person discussion. In addition to this case, he found 8 others in the back end. While the monetary stakes were not particularly high, the sheer volume was appealing. After scheduling appointments with these clients, Zhou Yun prepared to rise for a meal, as several clients were expected in the afternoon. For now, they were merely consultations, but a successful consultation could lead to him being hired for further representation. Meanwhile, at Tianhe law firm, Jiang Qiming, the 51-year-old director of the firm, was in a meeting. As a premier law firm in Donghai City, Tianhe must maintain strict standards for attorney evaluations, with business assessments being of utmost importance. Did everyone understand? Jiang Qiming had little regard for a junior attorney. His girlfriend willingly engaged with him, yet this audacious lawyer dared to take action. Such unspoken rules must remain submerged. Bringing them to light tarnishes everyone involved. He, a married man, had his entanglements with a female lawyer from the firm exposed and was subsequently assaulted by her boyfriend, resulting in significant embarrassment. Although he ultimately suppressed the matter under the guise of defamation, he would not let that junior attorney off the hook. Chapter 4. We will file a lawsuit directly with the court. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Yun arrived punctually at the entrance of Tianhe law firm. As a leading law firm in Jinghai, the office space of Tianhe is undoubtedly impressive, situated within a high-end office building, occupying floors 1 through 3 entirely. The grand sign of Tianhe law firm hung prominently in the lobby, and at the front desk stood a charming young woman named Xian Yinqin, adored by many young lawyers. Zhou Yun entered, carrying his bag. He was not well regarded in the firm, and naturally, the front desk offered him no greeting. Just as he approached the elevator, a sweet voice called out from behind, "Lawyerly, you've arrived." Zhou Yun felt indifferent to such situations. He had endured much and understood that lamenting about society was futile. He settled at his workstation, waiting for clients to arrive. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached, clapping her hands. "Everyone, please pause your work for a moment. I have a few words to share. We just held a meeting with the management committee, where we criticized the lax work ethic of certain lawyers in our firm. Effective immediately, we will enforce strict business evaluations. Specific assessment requirements will be issued later. For those lawyers who lack any cases, I suggest you step up your efforts. Otherwise, you may find yourself unqualified and scrambling for excuses later." With that, she concluded, and the atmosphere shifted, with many glancing furtively at Zhou Yun. It was evident that this evaluation was aimed squarely at him. Among the lawyers in the firm, he was the only one who had not handled a single case since starting his independent practice. Coupled with his previous incident, one individual murmured, "It seems Director Jiang is determined to push Zhou Yun out." Another nodded, "There's no solution. He publicly insulted the director and even resorted to violence. I've never seen such audacity." A third chuckled, "Ah, the youth, so impulsive." As the conversation continued, many expressed their frustrations about Jiang Qiming's actions. But they knew that in this world, discontent rarely led to change. Complaining? Those bold enough to act were unfazed by complaints. Taking it online, they understood how precious attention was nowadays. Very few incidents went viral overnight without some manipulation. Thus, it was clear that no one held high hopes for Zhou Yun. Such occurrences were not uncommon in any industry. Amid the murmurings, a middle-aged man entered the lobby. Seeing a client arrive, Xian Yinqin promptly approached. "Hello. Do you have an appointment? Which lawyer would you like to see?" The man looked slightly surprised. "If I don't have an appointment, can I not go up?" Xian Yinqin smiled reassuringly. "Of course not, sir. If you don't have an appointment, we'll arrange a lawyer based on your needs. We have several senior partners available at the moment. Whom would you like to see?" Upon hearing this, the man waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I do have an appointment. I'm here to see lawyer Zhou Yun from your firm." "What?" Xian Yinqin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered. "Lawyer Zhou Yun? Are you certain of that name?" The man glanced at his phone, confirming, "Yes, Zhou Yun from Tianhe law firm. Is there a problem?" "Lawyer Zhou is here. I meant to say, however." Xian Yinqin was interrupted by the man. "Enough. I want to see lawyer Zhou. Why are you telling me about anyone else?" Upon observing the client's evident displeasure, Xian Yinqin hastily remarked, "Certainly, sir, I shall escort you upstairs immediately." The front desk typically requires a minimum of 2 staff members, so she instructed a colleague to attend to the reception while she guided the middle-aged gentleman to the second floor. 10 minutes later, an excited voice emerged. "Have you heard? That Zhou Yun actually has a client visiting." "Surely not. How could it be so fortuitous? Just as the committee is about to conduct evaluations, he suddenly has a case." At this juncture, a lawyer in his 30s interjected, "What does it matter if a client appears? It ultimately depends on whether a contract can be signed. Without that, the visit is futile." Once this lawyer spoke, the others fell silent, for this particular attorney had once served as an assistant to the firm's director, Jiang Qiming, and many of his current cases were garnered through Jiang. He was, in essence, a loyal supporter of the director and harbored a distinct disdain for Zhou Yun, frequently subjecting him to scornful jests. Thus, upon hearing news of Zhou Yun's client, he could not resist making a disparaging remark. Amidst this skepticism, Xian Yanqin presented the middle-aged man to Zhou Yun. "Mr. Zhou, your client," she announced with a professional smile. Zhou Yun rose to his feet and casually replied, "Thank you." Extending his hand toward the gentleman before him, he continued, "Greetings, Mr. Liu, if I am not mistaken." The middle-aged man reciprocated the handshake, stating, "Hello, Lawyer Zhou. I am Liu Yonghua." Noting that the two had commenced their conversation, Xian Yanqin returned to the ground floor, thinking to herself that it was merely a client. What was so remarkable about that? Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Liu Yonghua regarded Zhou Yun with a hint of hesitation, surprised by the youthfulness of this lawyer, who appeared scarcely older than a student. Although society often espouses the notion that age does not dictate capability, there remains a pervasive inclination to equate youth with inexperience. Nonetheless, having come this far, he resolved to hear the insights of this young attorney. "Lawyer Zhou, you are likely aware of the situation. My intention is straightforward. The individual from the dispatch company exhibited an utterly unacceptable attitude, which has greatly distressed my father. I seek a means to express our grievances. Monetary compensation is secondary, but I simply wish to vent our frustrations." Zhou Yun chuckled softly at the client's declaration, recognizing that it was the client's prerogative to express himself as he pleased. If Liu Yonghua genuinely believed that financial reparations were inconsequential, it would be a rather naive stance. The case itself was not particularly intricate. Liu Yonghua's father, Liu Fuxing, had served as a cook at the Fengxian County Court in Jinghai City for over a decade. In the past, management in this sector had been rather lax, but in recent years, all responsibilities were outsourced, leading Liu Fuxing to enter into a contract with a third-party dispatch company. For him, as long as he received his wages, the specifics were of little concern. However, this year, the labor dispatch company abruptly informed him that his cooking was deemed unsatisfactory, and thus, they no longer required his services. Liu Fuxing was taken aback. Having worked at the court for so many years without incident, it was bewildering to be dismissed for such an unfounded reason. Consequently, he sought to confront the company, only to be met with the indifferent response that his appeals were of no consequence, and he was simply not permitted to continue his employment. A quarrel ensued between the two parties, prompting Liu Yonghua, who was working in Jinghai, to rush back and confront the other side, only to find that they dismissed him entirely. "Lawyer Zhou, you cannot imagine the tone of that individual. Initially, they made excuses, but then they outright stated their intention to dismiss my father, even saying it did not matter what we did, no one could change their decision." Furrowing his brow, Liu Yonghua inquired, "Is there any way to sue that company?" Zhou Yun chuckled softly, explaining that in a small county, the web of connections is intricate. It is evident that those engaged in outsourcing businesses have ties, and to them, dismissing a temporary worker is of little consequence. Such workers are often regarded as easily expendable. However, there are client demands that must be met. Zhou Yun responded, "Mr. Liu, first let me address your question. Yes, you can sue. Legally speaking, labor dispatch is not something to be taken lightly. In simpler terms, Zhangsen must sign a labor contract of no less than 2 years with the labor company and then be dispatched to another unit for work. Thus, Zhangsan is also a worker, and arbitrary dismissal is unlawful. However, one must claim appropriate compensation from the labor company. In reality, many do not even sign contracts, remaining oblivious to the situation." Zhou Yun continued, "However, Mr. Liu, if you pursue compensation from the labor company, it may not offer you the satisfaction you seek, as even if you win, they might only compensate you with a small sum." Liu Yonghua appeared perplexed, asking, "Isn't there any way to file a lawsuit? I have complained before without success. How can I resolve this? Is there truly no recourse?" Zhou Yun waved his hand, "Mr. Liu, there is a way, but it involves not concerning yourself with the labor company for the time being." Liu Yonghua questioned, "Who holds decisive power over the labor company within this network?" Zhou Yun explained in layman's terms, "Whom does the labor company fear the most?" After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yonghua exclaimed, "It must be the county court. They are overseen by the court. Zhou Yun smiled. Currently, your complaints and lawsuits against the labor company are ineffective. Why? Because the labor company is essentially there to be sued and complained about. The purpose of labor dispatch is to mitigate risks for the original unit. Thus, your efforts are in vain. However, if we involve the court, do you think they will perceive it as the labor company creating trouble for themselves? Lu Yonghua responded eagerly. Yes, if we indeed involve the court, they would surely blame the labor company. But how do we implicate the court? Zhou Yun's lips curled into a smile. The answer is, we sue the court. What? Lu Yonghua was taken aback. Are you serious? Suing the court? After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Yonghua finally regained his composure, staring blankly. Lawyer Zhou, did you just say we should sue the court? Can a court even be sued? Lu Yonghua, an ordinary individual, found the notion of suing a court vastly different from any previous experiences he had encountered. Isn't the court a place for adjudicating cases? How can it be sued? Indeed, the court can be sued, replied Zhou Yun with an unperturbed expression. As a judicial institution, the court holds a unique status. However, within the realm of civil law, it operates as an ordinary legal entity and is certainly subject to litigation. Mr. Lu, you may be unaware that even our nation's Supreme Court has faced lawsuits. This brings us to an amusing anecdote from the 1980s. At that time, the leadership of the Supreme Court sought to address the housing issues of judges and managed to secure approval to construct a 6-story dormitory building. However, construction halted at the 3rd floor, prompting local residents to protest, claiming that the 6-story structure would obstruct the natural light to their homes and infringe upon their right to light. Consequently, they filed a lawsuit against the Supreme Court at the local district court, with the Supreme Court listed as the defendant, represented by its president. Ultimately, the Supreme Court lost the case and was ordered to reduce the building by 1 floor. Thus, Mr. Lu, if you are willing, we can initiate labor arbitration with the Fengxian County Court to establish that a labor relationship existed between your father and the court over the past decade. Regarding the compensation, it is evident that no labor contract was signed with your father initially, which allows us to claim double wages for the first year. If there was no signed contract for over a month, but less than a year, double wages for each month can be claimed. If it exceeds a year, it automatically converts to an indefinite labor contract. Additionally, there is the matter of annual leave, which was certainly not taken, warranting compensation of triple wages. Lastly, concerning Social Security contributions that were likely not made, it is now impossible to make up for them at your father's age. But we can also claim for the years of unpaid contributions. Simultaneously, we could consider filing a lawsuit against the labor company as well. Zhou Yun elaborated on these points. While Lu Yonghua appeared increasingly anxious, Zhou, the lawyer, seemed quite audacious. Of course, these claims can only be pursued with sufficient evidence. So, Mr. Lu, what do you think? Would you like me to take on this case? This time, Lu Yonghua did not hesitate, responding, Lawyer Zhou, I entrust this case to you. What is your fee? Having observed a live broadcast earlier, he recognized Zhou Yun's exceptional talent. Now that the lawyer had offered such extensive counsel, it was certainly time to proceed. After all, Zhou was not part of the system and did not frequently return to his hometown, so offending the court was of little concern. Zhou Yun calculated briefly and replied, typically, the fees for such cases are quite substantial, but since you are my first client, I will only charge you 6,000. Most would shy away from such cases, as they are labor-intensive and thankless, but Zhou Yun was different. As long as the client was particularly satisfied, he could earn a handsome sum of 100,000. Moreover, the system would grant him 10 redemption points. This is why he was so dedicated during the consultation, determined to excel in this case. 6,000 is a remarkably low fee for such a case. Although Lu Yonghua was not particularly knowledgeable about this, he had previously inquired with other lawyers and found this fee to be exceedingly reasonable. Lawyer Zhou, there's no problem. Let's proceed to sign the contract immediately. Zhou Yun rose to prepare the contract, which was to be signed with the law firm, and the payment was also to be made to the firm, thus necessitating the firm's seal on the contract. Soon, news spread throughout the firm that Zhou Yun had secured his first case. Did he really sign? A labor dispute? It likely wouldn't amount to much, but at least he secured it. Earning a few thousand yuan is commendable for a newcomer. The attorneys engaged in lively discussions. It wasn't merely about the case itself, but rather the intriguing persona of Zhou Yun. Zhou Meixia interjected once more, saying, so, by taking on a case, one could be considered the head of the firm, correct? It's merely a labor dispute. What good is that? However, Before she could finish her remark, Zhou Yun, from the first floor, ascended with several clients in tow. A young lawyer's assistant, feeling rather confident about his looks, stepped forward with a smile and said, "Sister Xia." "These clients," Zhou Yun responded, "don't even think about it. These clients are all here to see lawyer Zhou Yun." "What?" The assistant was instantly taken aback, as were the lawyers working in the office area. Could it be that 5 clients were indeed here for Zhou Yun? How could that be possible? Zhou Meixiao was left speechless, having just mocked the insignificance of a single case, only to witness the arrival of 5 clients seeking Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun at the reception area made it abundantly clear they were all here for Zhou Yun. No, how could Zhou Yun, a mere fledgling lawyer, possess such a lure? Surely, he must have deceived them into coming. What if he fails to secure their cases? At this point, Zhou Meixiao found herself at a loss for words. What exactly had Zhou Yun accomplished to attract such a multitude? In truth, if it were merely an ordinary live stream, even if Zhou Yun's consultations were commendable, such a result would be unattainable. The primary factor was the remarkable Zhu Qianghua. She already had a considerable following, and her audience consisted of individuals grappling with various issues, thus drawing them to Zhou Yun after that particular event. One case may seem insignificant, but receiving 6 cases in a single day would evoke envy even from seasoned attorneys like Zhou Meixiao. Furthermore, if Zhou Yun were unable to manage them all, the cases could be transferred to other lawyers. Although a portion would go to Zhou Yun, it still represented a source of cases. Zhou Meixiao felt compelled to inform the director. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun was experiencing a notably smooth journey. In his estimation, these cases were child's play. He had no intention of delegating the cases to others, as the clients sought him out specifically, and therefore, he felt it imperative to handle them himself. Although these cases were unlikely to involve substantial tasks, Zhou Yun remained committed to executing them to the best of his ability. On the other side of Jinghai City, Kong Xiaoyu, who was accompanying the deputy director on a case, was engrossed in her phone. She was Zhou Yun's former girlfriend, now merely a memory. The reason for her infidelity was simple. During her internship alongside Jiang Qiming, she had become accustomed to a broader world, leading her to lose interest in Zhou Yun. Jiang Qiming, being a successful older man, easily won the affection of such a naive young woman. The notion of a professional filter is indeed misguided. No industry is as pristine as one might imagine, and lawyers are human too. To my astonishment, Zhou Yun chose to resort to physical confrontation. While it is currently claimed that Zhou Yun is slandering others, those with discernment understand her true role as the mistress. At that moment, Kong Xiaoyu suddenly noticed a message circulating in the work group. Zhou Yun had astonishingly accepted 6 cases today. What? Stunned by this revelation, Kong Xiaoyu was taken aback. How could someone like Zhou Yun manage to take on so many cases? Oddly enough, she began to regret her decision to become a mistress, but soon regained her composure. 6 cases, after all, what could be earned? A few tens of thousands at best, whereas the handbag Jiang Qiming casually gifted her was worth that much. In a couple of years, she could easily find an honest man to marry elsewhere. On the 3rd floor of the law firm, in the director's office, Jiang Qiming became aware of Zhou Yun's situation. Are you saying that 6 clients suddenly approached him today, and he accepted them all? Zhou Meixiao nodded. Yes, director. I witnessed it myself. Jiang Qiming's expression darkened. He had initially thought that this junior lawyer would struggle to acquire any cases, which prompted him to consider increasing the scrutiny on business performance. Yet here he was, having taken on 6 cases in a single day. Many lawyers would be fortunate to secure even 1 case in a month. However, after some contemplation, Jiang Qiming remarked, "There's no need to rush." During his internship, he primarily dealt with contract disputes. He hasn't navigated labor arbitration or family law. The assessments must continue. And once he completes them, we will review his performance thoroughly. I remain skeptical of how proficient a newly independent lawyer can truly be. Chapter 6. Arbitration Commission. Are you suggesting we go to the arbitration court? Under the scorching sun, Zhou Yun exited the Fengxian County bus station, wiping the sweat from his brow. The summer in Jinghai is unbearable, far too hot. Noticing it was only 11 o'clock, Zhou Yun decided to find a hotel to rest for a while, before heading to the Labor Arbitration Commission in the afternoon to file an arbitration application. It is highly probable that this arbitration will not be accepted, considering the respondent is a court, which seems somewhat absurd. However, there is no alternative. Arbitration is a prerequisite, and one cannot approach the court without undergoing the arbitration process. Soon, Zhou Yun located a hotel in Fengxian County and rented a room for a short stay. Typically, the costs incurred during a lawyer's business trip are to be borne by the client, but Zhou Yun was unconcerned, as this case comes with a system subsidy. Moreover, he found himself with a bit of money now, and staying in an ordinary hotel felt beneath him. After sleeping in the hotel room until 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Yun finally grabbed his bag and ventured out, taking a taxi directly to the Fengxian County Labor and Personnel Arbitration Dispute Court. At the first-floor window, the Arbitration Commission's staff member Wei Yueyao was reviewing the materials in her hands. With the ongoing legal education initiatives, the workload at the Labor Arbitration Commission has increased significantly, though most cases pertain to disputes that are settled definitively. Labor disputes brought to arbitration fall into 2 categories: those with amounts below the local minimum wage standard for 12 months, which become legally binding once a decision is rendered. Employers cannot file lawsuits, but employees can. If it exceeds this standard, the employer may also file a lawsuit. Having completed the applications at hand, Wei Yueyao once again began calling out numbers. Soon, a particularly youthful man approached the window. As usual, Wei Yueyao took the materials and began to review them, remarking, "Oh, you are a lawyer from Jinghai, and the arbitration subject." At this point, Wei Yueyao was momentarily taken aback, rubbing her eyes vigorously. Indeed, the arbitration subject was none other than the Fengxian County Court. Slowly lifting her gaze, she stared blankly and asked, "Is the court you refer to our county's court?" Zhou Yun smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's indeed your county's court. Is there a problem?" Wei Yueyao glanced again at the documents in her hands and replied, "We have never encountered a situation where a court is the arbitration subject. What is the legal basis for designating the court as the arbitration subject?" Zhou Yun promptly explained. "According to Article 2 of our country's court organization law, the People's Court is the state's judicial authority and a legal entity. Article 2 of the labor contract law stipulates that state agencies, institutions, social organizations, and the workers establishing labor relations with them shall enter into, perform, modify, terminate, or dissolve labor contracts in accordance with this law. Therefore, based on these 2 regulations, since the court is an agency that establishes labor relations with others, it naturally qualifies as an arbitration subject under the labor contract law." Having handled countless cases in his past life, Zhou Yun was well aware that one must speak plainly to clients while employing precise language with professionals. There was no need to delve into excessive regulations with clients. They simply needed to understand the general steps, potential benefits, and risks involved. However, with professional staff, it was essential to articulate theoretical foundations and logical reasoning clearly. Wei Yueyao was once again taken aback. She did not expect this young man to articulate so fluidly. However, since there was no precedent, she suggested, "You should return and wait for notification. If accepted, we will inform you in due course." She decided to pass the matter to her superiors, as she was uncertain how to proceed. Zhou Yun had no objections, and after receiving a receipt, he handed over another application. Wei Yueyao was dumbfounded. "Another one?" "Rest assured, this one is legitimate," Zhou Yun assured her. Upon hearing this, Wei Yueyao took the materials. Fortunately, this time it was a company, albeit a human resources firm. The documents for the arbitration application were quite complete. Yet Wei Yueyao still refrained from processing them on the spot, instructing Zhou Yun to wait for further notification. After slinging his bag over his shoulder, Zhou Yun took a ride back to Jinghai City. There was no need to linger there. This case could wait. He had several other cases to manage. As most lawyers juggle multiple cases simultaneously, another evening arrived, and Zhou Yun, as usual, began a live stream, still branding himself as the potentially formidable super lawyer. However, today's live session was different. Within minutes, a number of viewers had joined, which was quite promising for Zhou Yun. "Hello everyone. I was too busy to stream yesterday, but let's continue today with free consultations. Feel free to ask any questions you may have." Zhou Yun has thoroughly prepared himself to confront a myriad of eccentric inquiries. During a live broadcast, he is often met with penetrating questions that delve into the depths of the soul. One viewer posed a rather intriguing question. Why is it considered unlawful for 2 individuals in love to refrain from addressing each other by name? It is imperative to clarify that it is not illegal for 2 individuals in love to omit each other's names. The act of engaging in romantic endeavors with the mediation of financial transactions is what constitutes illegality. Why, you ask? Because love transcends monetary valuation. Do you comprehend this? The viewer who initially posed the question erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ah, love cannot be measured by money. This prompted Zhou Yun's curiosity. If an engagement gift of 180,000 yuan is not unlawful, why is my offering of 880 yuan deemed illegal? In response to these queries, Zhou Yun chuckled, of course. It is because your intentions are impure. Are you presenting that engagement gift with marriage in mind? Clearly, your motives are base. The audience expressed their discontent with this answer, promptly commenting, but those who marry also harbor impure motives. They too desire physical intimacy. We are all men here. Who doesn't understand this? Zhou, you are speaking nonsense. Zhou Yun, amused by their remarks, replied with even greater delight. Do not concern yourself with how they perceive it. A gentleman considers actions rather than intentions. Their engagement gifts are given with the purpose of marriage. And what of yours? 3 minutes ago, you wished to marry her, and 3 minutes later, you changed your mind? The atmosphere in the live broadcast was fervent, as participants engaged in lively discussions, realizing that Zhou Yun, amidst his banter, had unveiled the essence of many matters. Useless knowledge inexplicably penetrated their minds. Finally, a user by the name of Love Rising with the Bell posed the first substantive question. Zhou, a friend of mine was recently apprehended while receiving a foot massage, and subsequently, the foot massage parlor was shut down. Will the owner be charged with organizing prostitution? How could a business operate without securing proper arrangements? Zhou Yun, upon reading this, remarked, it is evident that this viewer is quite incensed and agitated about his friend's predicament. Allow me to clarify. First and foremost, we must determine the nature of the services provided at the establishment. If the situation involved only minor infractions, then it would not warrant a charge of organizing prostitution, as criminal law is considerably stricter. Specifics I cannot disclose, but I trust you all understand. After Zhou Yun concluded, the viewer named Love Rising with the Bell began to bombard the chat with messages. What? This doesn't even count? This is outrageous. Chapter 7. This has become a personal affront. Today, the sun shone brightly once more as Bin, the director of the Labor and Personnel Dispute Arbitration Court in Fengxian County, made his way to the office. No sooner had he taken his seat than a knock echoed at the door. Director, we encountered a rather troublesome arbitration application yesterday, and the others are uncertain about how to proceed. Please take a look, a staff member said, placing the materials on the desk. Bin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What sort of arbitration application can you not handle that it must be escalated to me? Is this how you conduct your work? All right, let me see. As he spoke, Bin picked up the application in front of him and glanced at it, instinctively rubbing his eyes, mirroring the reaction of the staff at the window yesterday. He had indeed never witnessed such a situation. Director, you're not mistaken. The applicant is the court. What shall we do? The staff member replied with a wry smile. In all his years at the arbitration committee, he had never encountered anything so absurd. The court is the adjudicating body, while the arbitration committee merely possesses certain delegated powers. Ultimately, if the arbitration decision is not recognized, one must still turn to the court for enforcement. Furrowing his brow for a moment, Bin finally reached a conclusion. It was best to leave it be. Whether or not to notify them was a dilemma, so it was better to disregard it entirely. In a small county like this, if he truly allowed the arbitration committee to accept the case, one could only imagine how the court would perceive it. Thus, it was best to let it go. After all, the failure to process it within the stipulated time could be considered as having gone through the preliminary procedures. Once the staff member left, Bin shook his head, thinking, this lawyer is quite the talent. Isn't he afraid of offending the court? Zhou Yun had submitted 2 application forms yesterday. Only one had reached the hands of the leadership, while the other had naturally been processed according to the standard procedure. The regulations stipulated a response within 5 working days, but typically, it could be managed in 2 to 3 days. Meanwhile, in Jinghai, Zhou Yun had already become thoroughly occupied, and to the astonishment of Tianhe and the lawyers. On the 3rd day, he had taken on 2 more cases. This was somewhat ludicrous. How could a mere newcomer have access to such a volume of cases? In the director's office, Zhou Meixiao expressed her dissatisfaction. Director, what exactly has Zhou Yun done to acquire such a source of cases? If he has good methods, he should share them. Jiang Qiming, however, remained composed. You see, you're getting anxious again. Zhou Yun appears to be too young. Can he really handle 8 cases at once? A lawyer's energy is limited. If too many cases are taken on simultaneously, conflicts may arise in terms of time, and mistakes could occur due to the rush. For instance, one might read in the news about a lawyer failing to appear in court, which often results from having too many cases and forgetting a scheduled hearing. Moreover, considering how troublesome clients can be nowadays, a minor complaint can be managed appropriately by the firm and the bar association. Upon hearing this, Zhou Meixian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it made sense. Zhou Yun was acutely aware that many were anticipating his downfall, which was entirely normal. If he were genuinely a novice, he would likely be overwhelmed by now. However, having immersed himself in the legal profession for many years, he was seasoned and adept at handling these smaller cases methodically, leaving no room for error. Nevertheless, his primary concern remained the labor dispute case, as it pertained to his own responsibilities. On the fourth day, at the Yuanhe Human Resources Company in Fengxian County, the company's owner, Shi Yongqiang, was engaging in light-hearted banter with his secretary. Such companies typically had very few formal employees, usually around 3 or 4. The owner was the linchpin, securing business through various skills, while a single financial officer managed payroll, another ran errands, and yet another handled contracts. This sufficed for operations. It is indeed possible that a few idle individuals may be summoned to prevent any disturbances. While this may appear straightforward, securing labor outsourcing contracts in a county is no trivial feat. Substantial profits are to be made. At this moment, a knock echoed through the office. The female secretary hastily descended from her chair, and Shi Yongqiang expressed his displeasure, exclaiming, "Who is it?" "Mr. Shi, it's me." A company employee entered, accompanied by the sound. "What is the matter?" Shi Yongqiang inquired, his brow furrowed. "I just received a notification from the county's labor arbitration office regarding a hearing. It seems one of our employees has filed a complaint against us," the employee hurriedly explained. "Our employee? Are you out of your mind? There are only a few of us in the company. Who would dare to sue us?" Shi Yongqiang shouted, his irritation mounting after being interrupted. "Not exactly, Mr. Shi. It's that fellow, Lu Fuxing. He claims to be one of our employees, and since we terminated him, he is demanding some form of labor compensation," the employee continued, handing over a copy of the application. "Look, Mr. Shi, it lists numerous grievances." Shi Yongqiang took the document and nearly lost his composure upon seeing its contents. Among the claims were several points, the first being the lack of a signed labor contract, which necessitated double the annual wage as compensation. Secondly, he faced allegations of unlawfully terminating the contract, which also warranted double compensation. Lastly, there was a claim for unpaid annual leave, amounting to triple the wage. Labor dispatch services have become increasingly formalized, with at least 5 social insurances guaranteed, thus focusing on these 3 aspects. If Zhou Yun intervened, it would undoubtedly be a grand slam. He would assert every possible claim. Lu Fuxing had been with the labor dispatch company for just over 4 years, which could amount to over 100,000 in compensation for the company. Why should we pay? He was merely a temporary worker. Why are we liable? He didn't even work for us. Shi Yongqiang exclaimed, standing up and slamming the documents on the table. The employee remained silent. As a vocational college graduate, expecting him to articulate the rationale was perhaps too optimistic. Although Shi Yongqiang was familiar with this line of work, his understanding of labor dispatch was antiquated. He viewed temporary workers as expendable, to be dismissed at will. The notion that one would have to compensate a temporary worker to such an extent was unheard of in Fengxian County. This understanding may have sufficed if the employee had not pressed the issue, but what if they did? The process would surely be cumbersome, fraught with numerous obstacles. "Bring Xiao Lu to me," Shi Yongqiang commanded once more. Xiao Lu, the company's contract specialist with a rudimentary grasp of the law, soon arrived, gazing at the materials before him with a bewildered expression. "Mr. Shi, I specifically arranged for a labor contract, not an employment contract. There is no labor relationship between us and Lu Fuxing. Thus, he has no grounds to sue us," Xiao Lu asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Shi Yongqiang nodded in agreement. "Very well. The hearing is scheduled for tomorrow. You will accompany me. I wish to see what they are trying to achieve. This has truly become a form of bullying directed at me." Chapter 8. You dare to bring a lawsuit against our court? In Fengxian County. At the same hotel as before, Zhou Yun set down his luggage. It was already evening, and with a court session scheduled for 9 o'clock the following morning, he deemed it unwise to return later. Indeed, small towns possess their own advantages. Zhou Yun strolled leisurely through the streets, mentally preparing his plans. After the court session, he did not intend to return immediately, but rather to file a lawsuit at the court 5 working days later. Following the lawsuit, the court might respond in one of 2 ways, the first being mediation, possibly culminating in a confidentiality agreement. After all, they are a court, and must maintain a semblance of dignity. Zhou Yun anticipated this outcome, having never intended to confront the court aggressively. However, should the court stubbornly believe it is in the right, he would have to stand firm. In that scenario, he would undoubtedly offend the court. Should it come to that, Zhou Yun resolved to document the case and share it online, titling it, "The First Case of Professional Practice. I Sued the Court." One cannot navigate life in fear. Constantly apprehensive of wolves and tigers, one must either act decisively or not at all. If the court chooses to be obstinate, he must match their resolve, ensuring that Fengxian County Court gains notoriety. At that point, the legal association in Jinghai City might also intervene. But he had already become a target of the association. More lice do not cause more itch. More debt does not lead to greater worry. With this thought, Zhou Yun felt a sense of relief wash over him. The following morning, Zhou Yun rose from his bed and checked the time. It was August 20th. To his surprise, rain was falling outside, yet it did not bring a hint of coolness. Instead, it carried an oppressive heat. Half an hour later, he arrived at the arbitration court. Although the case was secondary, both Lu Yonghua and his son were present. Noticing Lu Fuxing's slight anxiety, Zhou Yun offered a reassuring smile. "Old sir, there is no need to be nervous. We are merely upholding our legal rights, and there is no reason to fear them." Soon, they entered the arbitration hall, where 3 individuals were already seated. The chief arbitrator, Tang Suedong, greeted Zhou Yun with a smile. "Lu Fuxing and lawyer Zhou, you have both arrived, correct?" Sensing Zhou Yun's confusion, she clarified, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the chief arbitrator, surnamed Tang. We are hoping to explore the possibility of mediation regarding this dispute." She gestured to the 2 representatives from Yuanhe Human Resources Company, the company's legal representative, Mr. Shi, and their legal counsel, Lu Ming. Zhou Yun glanced at the 2 men and nodded in acknowledgement. However, Mr. Shi showed no regard for Zhou Yun, instead snorting dismissively. "Lawyer? What significance does that hold? In this small county, connections reign supreme. In this town, the successful lawyers are those with influential ties. An outsider lawyer is merely posturing." Tang Suedong furrowed her brow but continued, "Let us first attempt mediation, as it is not a significant matter. If we can mediate, we should certainly try. Lawyer Zhou, what are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun chuckled and remarked, "We can facilitate a mediation here. But the compensation amount cannot fall below 60% of the requested sum. The compensation sought is approximately 110,000, thus 60% amounts to 66,000. Those familiar with their own circumstances understand that some demands are challenging to substantiate with evidence, such as the annual leave. According to the principle that the burden of proof lies with the claimant, one must provide evidence of not taking leave. However, in practice, this can be quite difficult. For instance, how does one normally substantiate this? Through the company's attendance records, personnel files, and witness testimonies from colleagues. The first 2 should be standard in reputable companies. Naturally, one might wonder how to present evidence that is in the company's possession. There is no need for concern. Articles 6 and 39 of the Labor Dispute Mediation and Arbitration Law stipulate that the employee is responsible for providing evidence for their claims. But if the evidence is managed by the employer, then the employer must furnish it. This effectively reverses the burden of proof. If the employer cannot produce the evidence, they must bear the responsibility. However, according to Article 50 of the Labor Contract Law, documents such as attendance records need only be retained for 2 years. Thus, in many labor disputes, it is common for compensation for 2 years' worth of annual leave to be upheld, as gleaned from the experience of attorneys. If the employee is astute, they might utilize WeChat or similar messaging tools, or record conversations regarding annual leave with their superiors, which can also serve as evidence if it confirms that leave was not taken. For this reason, Zhou Yun was willing to mediate, and the father and son duo of Lu Fuxing were in agreement. However, before Zhou could finish his statement, Shi Yongqiang had already begun to shout, 60%? I won't pay a single cent. After running my company in this county for years, I have never heard of compensating a temporary worker. Furthermore, he is not even an employee of my company. The funds merely pass through my hands, as he works at the court. What connection does this have to me? Look at the labor contract we signed. We have evidence." Zhou Yun replied, "Mr. Shi, please do not rush." "Why should I not rush? Just because you are a lawyer, does that grant you the liberty to speak nonsense? Let me tell you, had this been 20 years ago, would you have dared to speak to me like this?" Zhou Yun smiled and turned to the arbitrator beside him, saying, "See, I am open to mediation, yet the other party is unwilling. So, let us proceed as we must. Tang Zuidong, feeling quite helpless, did not wish to be embroiled in this case, but there was no alternative. The court had to be convened. The other two arbitrators arrived, and the arbitration tribunal was established. On one side stood an attorney with extensive experience, while on the other was a less seasoned legal representative merely citing a labor contract. Although it was a labor contract, according to the opposing party, Lu Fuxing was a dispatched worker sent by their company to the Fengxian County Court. Thus, in form, this was clearly a labor dispatch scenario, and the rigid stipulations of labor dispatch dictate that there is a defined labor relationship between the dispatched worker and the labor dispatch agency. I believe there is no need for further discussion. They have acknowledged it themselves. This case is quite straightforward. It suffices for the opposing party to admit that this is a labor dispatch situation. Shi Yongxiang turned to Xiao Lu and inquired, "What do they mean by that? What have we supposedly admitted?" Xiao Lu, appearing bewildered, replied, "President Shi, I am at a loss as well." "Regardless," Shi Yongxiang asserted, "your words are futile. Let me be clear, I will never pay that money. If you have the guts, go ahead and sue. Do as you please. Let's see if I will part with a single cent. It is utterly ridiculous how you aim to extort money. I refuse to comply." Upon hearing this, Lu Yonghua could no longer contain himself. Who is trying to extort money? With that statement, I will pursue this to the end. If the county cannot manage it, I shall escalate it to the city, and if the city fails, then to the province. I refuse to be bullied like this. As tensions mounted, Tang Zuidong swiftly intervened, ensuring both parties had no further comments before announcing the conclusion of the meeting. "Please refrain from arguing. President Shi, you may leave first." It was essential for both sides to depart sequentially, as the court often allows individuals to exit through the back door in special circumstances. For instance, in certain criminal cases, if defense attorneys lack tact and provoke remarks, they may find themselves cornered by the victim's family and must be escorted out by the court for their protection. What else could be done? Arrest that group. Once Shi Yongxiang and his companions had left, Tang Zuidong turned to lawyer Zhou, saying, "All right, you three may leave as well." There's no need to engage in an argument with the opposing party. Upon reaching the entrance of the arbitration court, Lu Yonghua could no longer restrain himself, stating, "Lawyer Zhou, did you see that? That person is a complete rogue." Zhou Yun chuckled in response. "Mr. Lu, let me reiterate, when engaging in litigation, patience is paramount. We must incite urgency in the opposing party instead. Tomorrow, I shall visit the court, and it will be quite interesting. It is possible that Shi Yongxiang might find himself pleading to part with some funds." "What? Pleading to give us money?" By the morning of August 21st, Zhou Yun, carrying his bag, exited the hotel and made his way directly to the Fengxian County Court. This marked his first visit to the court since his arrival in this world. As per usual, he queued in the filing hall, awaiting his turn. After approximately 40 minutes, he finally heard his number called and approached the window, submitting his lawsuit and accompanying materials. Dai Xinrong, 30 years old and seasoned in her position at the window, perused the documents and inquired, "Labor dispute?" "Indeed." Zhou Yun replied with a smile, "The arbitration committee failed to process my case within the stipulated time, hence my decision to file a lawsuit here." Dai Xinrong appeared astonished. "A delay in processing? Is that still occurring?" To speak honestly, the current landscape makes it challenging to file cases in court, as the arbitration committee generally accepts complaints. "You can check the receipt. I submitted my materials 5 working days ago, yet no progress has been made, prompting my visit here to file a lawsuit." Dai Xinrong took out the receipt to inspect it and exclaimed, "Indeed, this is unusual. Let me take a look at the lawsuit." As she did so, her expression grew vacant with disbelief. In the lawsuit, the defendants section prominently displayed a name she was all too familiar with, the Fengxian County People's Court. The column for the legal representative bore a name she frequently heard, the court president. Raising her head, Dai Xinrong gazed at Zhou Yun. You are suing the court?" Zhou Yun nodded. "Indeed, there are currently no regulations stipulating who should handle my lawsuit against the court, so I can only submit my complaint here. Is there a problem?" Dai Xinrong forced a smile. "No problem. Now I understand why there has been no resolution from the arbitration committee. After so many years here, this truly is like a young maiden's first marriage." Chapter 9. Are we being sued because of bullying by a labor company? At last, Dai Xinrong comprehended why the arbitration committee had failed to provide any feedback within the stipulated time. Normally, within 5 working days, They should either accept the case or inform the parties that it was not accepted. However, this time, the arbitration committee chose to feign ignorance, sidestepping the issue entirely. The matter was simply too complex. Theoretically, it was within their jurisdiction, but the disparity between a court and an arbitration committee was vast. Lawyer Zhou, but isn't it inappropriate for you to sue us? Are we to judge ourselves? Dai Xinrong asked again. Zhou Yun chuckled at her remark. However, according to the principles of the plaintiff and defendant and the relevant provisions of civil procedure law, I must file my lawsuit here. For labor dispute cases, the amount in question is not substantial, so it is natural to select the grassroots court in the defendant's location for jurisdiction. As for the issue of self-adjudication, it requires the Fengxian County Court to report to the higher court for designated jurisdiction. This is the principle I learned in my previous life regarding such cases. Of course, if the Fengxian County Court dismisses this matter like the arbitration committee, simply dragging it along, then I could swiftly escalate it to the intermediate court after 7 days. Dai Xinrong felt somewhat perplexed. The young lawyer before her spoke incessantly of the law, yet they were in a court, the very place where legal discourse was paramount. But Lawyer Zhou, before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yun interjected, I fail to see the problem. If you choose not to accept the case, simply issue me a notice of non-acceptance. I assure you I will leave immediately and not utter another word. Is that acceptable? Dai Xinrong found herself at an impasse. Zhou Yun had struck at the very nerve of the court. It was widely acknowledged that filing a case was challenging. For other matters, the court might simply refer them to pre-litigation mediation and delay proceedings. Yet this case could not be treated that way, as the pre-litigation mediation center was an affiliate of the court, and dragging it out would only imply intentional negligence. After much contemplation, she conceded, All right, Lawyer Zhou, I will accept your materials for now. However, what transpires next is beyond my control. Whether it drags on or proceeds, that will be for the leadership to decide. Zhou Yun nodded, seemingly nonchalant. In truth, if there were any viable alternatives, I would not wish to engage with the court. I am truly at my wit's end. My client, having dedicated nearly 2 decades to the court, was unexpectedly dismissed by a certain company on the grounds of unsatisfactory cleanliness in his cooking. After such a long tenure, is it reasonable to terminate someone based on such an allegation? Furthermore, there were disputes and even threats of physical confrontation, with the company asserting that my client could pursue legal action as he pleased. What recourse do we have in such a situation? We are left with no choice but to file a lawsuit. How can we, as mere citizens, contend with such a powerful corporation? After expressing these sentiments, Zhou Yun turned to leave, prompting Dai Xinrong to hastily interject. Wait. Lawyer Zhou, are you suggesting? Zhou Yun, taken aback, replied, suggesting? I have no personal agenda. This is solely my client's sentiment. He feels this treatment is quite unjust, which is why we must seek redress through the court. Well, I must be off. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Zhou Yun exited the courthouse, having said all that was necessary. Now it depended on the court's willingness to act. Currently, there was nothing more to be done. Awaiting the arbitration committee's decision would take a few days, and the court would not be quicker. Thus, it seemed prudent to return to Jinghai, where several cases required my attention. As Zhou Yun boarded the bus, a thought struck him. He desperately needed a vehicle of his own, for frequent travel via bus was not a sustainable solution. Once the cases were concluded and rewards were secured, he would purchase a car. Meanwhile, at the courthouse, Dai Xinrong had reported the case to the head of the filing division. What? We are being sued? What is going on, Xiao Dai? The head was perplexed. We are the court. How could we possibly be sued? Upon hearing this, Dai Xinrong handed over the complaint and related documents. Please take a look. We received this case this morning. The plaintiff is our former chef, Lu Fuxing. The head examined the complaint, muttering, our previous chef is suing us? What could be the reason? The personnel in our cafeteria are all contracted workers, right? If there's an issue, it should be directed at the third-party company, not us. This was the head's initial reaction. The third-party arrangement created a barrier, making it perplexing that the complaint was directed at them. Dai Xinrong continued, Head, it appears that Lu Fuxing has been working as a chef here for quite some time. By this point, the head had finished reviewing the complaint and furrowed his brow. Is this merely a case of seeking trouble? How many years have passed? Being well-versed in legal matters, the head understood that this lawsuit struck a vulnerable point within their organization. Previously, various departments had not adhered to strict regulations in this area, often sourcing personnel independently. The modern practices of third-party contracting, labor outsourcing, and service procurement had only emerged in recent years. It could be said that as private enterprises perfected these methods, governmental departments recognized their efficiency and gradually adopted similar changes. However, this situation has given rise to a dilemma. What exactly is the nature of the relationship concerning those temporary workers? Under normal circumstances, this might not pose a significant issue, but when placed within a legal context, it becomes a matter of concern. Legally, one must define the nature of these employment arrangements. Is it a labor relationship? Clearly not, as these cooks operate under your supervision and receive their wages from you. So what is this relationship? It undoubtedly resembles an employment relationship. Yet, until now, no one has raised this issue, and thus the presiding judge had not considered it. Now, however, someone has brought this matter to light and directly presented it to them, making it a serious issue. The judge furrowed his brow even deeper, as his professional expertise suggested that the opposing party might indeed have a valid case. Particularly alarming is the significant issue of Social Security. Previously, all cooks and cleaners were uniformly categorized as temporary workers. How could temporary workers possibly be entitled to Social Security benefits? Yet now, this matter has been thrust into the spotlight. While other issues might be overlooked, Social Security cannot be dismissed. A simple inquiry at the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau would reveal whether contributions were made. The labor contract law explicitly mandates that employers must provide Social Security for their workers, yet here is a judicial body that appears to be violating this requirement. Although this is a historical issue, if it were to be publicized, the consequences would be dire. The judge continued to ponder deeply when, at that moment, Dai Xinrong reiterated Zhou Yun's earlier statement. Are you suggesting that this case arose because Lu Fuxing was dismissed by that labor company? Dai Xinrong nodded. Judge, according to what lawyer Zhou mentioned, that does seem to be the case. The judge's words trailed off as he realized the implications of the situation. Nowadays, these labor companies are all interconnected. Even if Lu Fuxing were to sue them, it would likely be futile. Thus, the opposing party has taken their grievances directly to the court. What a troublesome affair. Very well. You need not concern yourself with this case any longer. After watching Dai Xinrong exit, the judge took the case materials straight to the office of the court president. It would be best to handle this matter internally without alerting the higher court. Otherwise, if it were to be exposed, it would be a significant loss of face. Soon, the president was apprised of the situation. We have been sued because this labor company is bullying people? The president asked, frowning. The judge nodded. Indeed. Based on what we currently know, that appears to be the case. The president, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, paced the office for a moment before speaking. This case must not be allowed to become public. Here's what you should do. Find someone to speak with the plaintiff and ascertain their thoughts. If it truly is a case of being bullied by the labor company, inform me, and I will handle it directly. In short, we must mediate if at all possible. The judge nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. If this were to become public knowledge, who could predict the repercussions? Chapter 10. All the trouble you've caused. In the Fengxian County Labor and Personnel Dispute Arbitration Court, Zhou Yun arrived once more. Today marked the announcement of the arbitration results. Such is the life of a lawyer, either on a business trip or en route to one, because in litigation, one must pursue the defendant wherever they may be located. After a brief wait, the father and son arrived. It was evident that Lu Fuxing was particularly anxious. For him, this was a novel experience. Many individuals in society would avoid arbitration or litigation if they had any viable alternatives. Pursuing a lawsuit is always the last resort. This reality underscores the importance of the judiciary, for it represents the true bottom line. Lu Yonghua then remarked, Lawyer Zhou, just as you predicted. I received a call yesterday afternoon from someone claiming to be a court judge. They inquired about my thoughts on this lawsuit. I followed your advice and focused on the issues regarding Shi Yongqiang, mentioning that he insulted us and even threatened us, stating that he would not provide a single cent. I elaborated on this for about 10 minutes. At this point, Lu Yonghua paused and continued, Lawyer Zhou, do you think I said anything wrong? Zhou Yun smiled. Having initially anticipated that the Fengxian County Court would adopt a confrontational stance, it was surprising that they seemed skeptical of Lu Yonghua's words. Nevertheless, it was a relief to realize they would not choose confrontation. Zhou Yun reassured him, there is no issue at all. You articulated your points excellently. Now, you merely need to wait. This matter should not take long to resolve. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Lu Yonghua nodded vigorously, genuinely impressed by Zhou Yun. Feeling as if everything was unfolding according to the lawyer's meticulous plan. He had been skeptical about whether the court would indeed contact him, but to his astonishment, they did. And their demeanor was exceptionally cordial, inquiring about his intentions regarding the lawsuit, exactly as Zhou Yun had predicted. He sincerely hoped for a swift resolution to this matter. Despite the brief duration, the pressure remained substantial. As their conversation continued, they took their seats in the arbitration chamber. Shortly thereafter, arbitrator Tang Zuidong entered with Shi Yongqiang and legal counsel Xiao Lu. Upon seeing Zhou Yun and the others, Tang Zuidong remarked, "Ah, Lawyer Zhou, you have arrived. Perfect timing. As Mr. Shi is also here. Here are the arbitration results. Please review them. If there are no objections, kindly sign them. Additionally, should either party be dissatisfied with the arbitration outcome, they may file a lawsuit with the Fengxian County People's Court within the stipulated time frame." With that, Tang Zuidong handed the arbitration results to both parties. Zhou Yun glanced at the results and immediately smiled. The compensation awarded was over 110,000, with the arbitration committee supporting 65,000. Remarkably, this figure closely mirrored the amount he had previously suggested during mediation. It can only be said that the arbitration committee had indeed wielded their discretion skillfully. However, the amount of 65,000 is already quite significant. Zhou Yun can certainly believe that this outcome is closely tied to the arbitration court he previously mentioned. On the other side, Lu Fuxing and his son were brimming with excitement. Although Zhou Yun had previously informed them that they could expect a substantial sum of money and that the opposing party would voluntarily apologize and compensate them, they were merely ordinary individuals. This time, they had genuinely been provoked by Shi Yongqiang. Otherwise, they would not have pursued arbitration. As Shi Yongqiang stated, in Fengxian County over the years, it was unheard of to pay off a temporary worker after dismissing them. Thus, the father and son were elated. Compared to Zhou Yun's 6,000 in legal fees, this money felt like a windfall. With this sum, even if the opposing party did not apologize, it would still be worth it. Meanwhile, Shi Yongqiang's expression darkened as the arbitration result was slammed down onto the table with a resounding thud. 65,000? To dismiss a temporary worker and pay such a sum? Is your arbitration committee completely incompetent? He truly did not expect to lose so miserably, especially since he had already made arrangements beforehand. Tang Zuidong interjected, "Mr. Shi, what do you mean by that? I have already informed you that if you are dissatisfied with the arbitration result, you may file a lawsuit within the stipulated time frame." Shi Yongqiang glared, "A lawsuit, is it? Fine. I will sue. I have never encountered such blatant extortion. You three can wait. This matter will not end here. After all these years, I have seen countless things. If you think you can extort money from me, think again. Let me be clear. You will not receive a single penny. Just wait." With that, Shi Yongqiang stood up and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Inside the arbitration court, Tang Zuidong felt helpless. After all, she was merely an arbitrator. She had little power against a prominent figure like Shi Yongqiang in the county. "Well, Lawyer Zhou, what is your stance?" Zhou Yun quickly responded with a smile. "We will sign. We believe the arbitration has no issues whatsoever." The atmosphere in the arbitration court was harmonious, while outside, as Shi Yongqiang reached the entrance of the arbitration court, his phone rang. Annoyed, he took out his phone to check the caller ID and quickly donned a smile before answering. "Hello, Director Fan, what can I do for you?" On the other end, Director Fan's voice resonated. "Is there a person named Lu Fuxing involved in a labor arbitration with your company recently?" Shi Yongqiang paused in surprise. "Yes, Director Fan." "What about him?" As he spoke, he began to wonder if Lu Fuxing had some influential connections. It seemed implausible. After all, he was just an ordinary chef, and there had been no issues when he was dismissed. Why would the court's Director Fan call to inquire about him? While he pondered this, Director Fan continued, "You have one day to sincerely apologize to Lu Fuxing and provide compensation. Remember, it is essential that he is satisfied, understood?" "What?" Shi Yongqiang was utterly bewildered. "Director Fan, what is going on? Why must I apologize and compensate him?" Before he could finish his sentence, Director Fan's voice erupted from the other end of the line. "Why? Because he has sued our court. Do you understand? He has brought a lawsuit against the court, claiming that we failed to pay his social insurance." Shi Yongqiang's mind was spinning. The intricacies of legal matters were far beyond his comprehension as a mere middle school graduate. Consequently, he found himself at a loss for words while Director Fan's tirade continued unabated. If things went awry, the Fengxian County Court would gain notoriety. becoming the first court to find itself in the defendant's seat. Do you grasp the significance of that? It was said that he was verbally abusive and threatening. And since he was not someone to be trifled with, he opted to sue the court for more money. This chaos was all you're doing. Director Fan sounded almost aggrieved. The Fengshan County Court was truly caught in the crossfire. Damn it, Zhou Yun, you are not someone to provoke, and yet here we are. The court can indeed be provoked, and now we are in a passive position because of this. Whose foolish idea was this? What on earth could be done now? They had no choice but to compel Zhou Yun to apologize and compensate. The trouble he instigated must be resolved by him alone. Zhou Yun remained perplexed, unable to fathom how this mess had somehow become his fault. Director Fan, I still don't understand. I haven't done anything wrong. So why? Director Fan forcefully suppressed his rising frustration. The president has made it clear. If you resolve this matter, nothing will happen. But if you fail to do so, you know the consequences. He concluded his statement, leaving the matter at that. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yun felt an icy chill run down his spine. What had transpired to elicit such a stern warning from the court's leadership? Yet, he had just issued a stern warning to Lu Fuxing, asserting that he would not part with a single penny. Now he was expected to return and apologize? Chapter 11. Is an apology truly necessary? Zhou Yun never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. In his view, he had merely dismissed an ordinary chef, a decision that should not have had any ramifications for his family. The reason for his dismissal was straightforward. One of his relatives was eager to take on the job. Despite the simplicity of the task, there were always others vying for it. Since his relative was willing to do the work, Zhou Yun found a convenient excuse to let Lu Fuxing go. He had done this countless times before without issue. From the court's perspective, the job had already been outsourced. As long as the meal was satisfactory and hygienic, it did not matter who performed the task. What had initially seemed like an inconsequential matter had unexpectedly spiraled into this predicament. What should he do now? Was he truly expected to return and apologize? However, he had just issued a firm statement that he would not give a single cent. But what alternative was there? Director Fan had made the situation abundantly clear. If Zhou Yun could not resolve the issue, he would find himself on the receiving end of the resolution. Behind him, the legal assistant, Lu, was somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, Director Zhou had been resolute, proclaiming his intention to pursue the lawsuit to the very end, even asserting that he would leverage his connections to secure a victory. Yet now, after receiving a phone call, he appeared lost in thought, his expression far from favorable. Observing the time, Lu cautiously interjected, Director Zhou, if we are to file a lawsuit, we should hurry to the court. Otherwise, we will have to wait until the afternoon. However, before he could finish, Zhou Yun abruptly interrupted him. File a lawsuit? When did I ever say I wanted to file a lawsuit? You need to return and sincerely apologize to Lu Fuxing, inquiring about how much he actually desires. Lu was momentarily taken aback. Incredulity etched across his face. Director Zhou, you want me to go back and apologize to Lu Fuxing and ask him how much he wants? Yes, is there a problem with that? Zhou Yun replied, his countenance darkening. He was adamant that he could never stoop to apologizing. After all, he was a prominent figure in Fengshan County. To make such statements only to retract them was simply out of the question. Lu Fuxing merely sought monetary compensation, and if he offered a sum, the issue could be swiftly resolved. Thus, it was best to let Lu handle the matter. But Director, you just said, as Lu began to speak. He caught a glimpse of Zhou Yun's expression and quickly corrected himself. Director Zhou, I will go right away. If the other party presents conditions, how much can I agree to? Lu was no fool. If he was to negotiate, he certainly required a degree of authority. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment before responding. The other party previously sought over 110,000. Just negotiate based on that figure. As long as it is below that amount, you can agree. If he wishes to continue cooperating, that is acceptable. In any case, we need to resolve this matter with the other party and the court, understood? Hurry up. I will wait for you outside. This issue cannot be delayed. Though filled with confusion, Lu nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the arbitration court. Inside, Lu Fuxing had just finished signing and was engaged in a discussion with Tang Suedong. So, if the other party is dissatisfied, they can file a lawsuit. And I still want to receive my money, correct? Lu Fuxing inquired. Tang Suedong, equally exasperated, responded, Mr. Lu, I have already clarified this matter. You have also retained a lawyer. This is the standard procedure. Similarly, if you are dissatisfied with this ruling, you too may file a lawsuit. This is a right granted to everyone by law, and it must be equal. One cannot claim dissatisfaction and file a lawsuit while others must endure. Lu Fuxing sighed, alas. Why is it so difficult for us common folk to safeguard our rights? Tang Xuedong found herself at a loss for words. The difficulty of safeguarding rights was simply the current reality, one she had witnessed too often at the arbitration commission. At that moment, the door to the arbitration court swung open once more, and to her surprise, it was Lu, the legal assistant from earlier. Do you have any further matters to attend to? Are you here to sign and collect the arbitration result? Tang Xuedong inquired. Xiao Lu hurriedly interjected. No. We will not accept the arbitration result. Mr. Lu, the situation is this. General Manager Shi was quite upset earlier and spoke rather harshly. He has specifically asked me to return and extend his apologies. Our company made a mistake in dismissing you. Lu Fuxing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Was this person truly here to apologize? Tang Xuedong was equally perplexed. What was going on? Was the sun rising from the west? Someone like Shi Yongqiang would actually apologize? Seeing that Lu Fuxing remained silent, Xiao Lu continued. Mr. Lu, this really isn't a major issue. It seems there may have been some misunderstandings. However, it is indeed the company's fault, so please feel free to state your compensation request. We can come to an agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuxing glanced at Zhou Yun, realizing that what the lawyer had said was eerily similar. Zhou had predicted that the other party would come to apologize and would even be willing to negotiate a settlement. At the time, Lu had thought Zhou was merely speaking fancifully. Yet here they were, with the other party genuinely coming to offer an apology. Without further ado, Lu Fuxing stated, "You need not speak to me. Just converse with lawyer Zhou. I will defer to his judgment." Defer to his judgment? Xiao Lu replied, somewhat puzzled. But Mr. Lu, you are the party involved. How can you leave the decision-making entirely to the lawyer? Regardless of Xiao Lu's attempts to persuade him, Lu Fuxing remained unfazed. By this point, even a fool could see that this lawyer was competent, and it was wise to heed his counsel. Tang Xuedong, who had initially intended to leave, found herself lingering once more. It is a human tendency to indulge in gossip, a trait shared by all. Finally, Zhou Yun, who had been silent until then, spoke up. Mr. Lu, you need not present any conditions just yet. First, summon your general manager Shi. If he is to apologize, there should be some sincerity in it. Wouldn't you agree? Previously, it was your general manager who hurled insults. Now he sends someone else to apologize while hiding away. What does that signify if not a lack of sincerity? Turning to Lu Fuxing and his son, Zhou Yun remarked, is that not correct? Previously, there were insults and threats. And now a mere messenger has come to apologize? Lu Yonghua nodded in agreement. Lawyer Zhou makes a valid point. Let us not discuss anything further until your general manager comes to apologize himself. Xiao Lu, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, Lawyer Zhou, is that really necessary? Our general manager is quite sincere. We can negotiate any compensation. And, addressing Lu Fuxing, he added, if you wish to return, the company is entirely open to it. Zhou Yun chuckled lightly. Do not speak of sincerity. If there were true sincerity, we would not be discussing money here. Who knows if you might be secretly recording this conversation and later accuse us of extortion. This is not mere speculation. Discussing finances privately can easily be construed as extortion. Return to your general manager and have him come himself. If he does not, we shall not entertain this matter. Xiao Lu was genuinely racking his brain. But to no avail. No matter what he said, Zhou Yun's stance remained resolute. At last, Xiao Lu became somewhat exasperated. Mr. Lu, let me be perfectly clear. Our general manager will not be coming. We have finally secured this opportunity, so let us not leave empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuxing wavered, contemplating a response, yet Zhou Yun interjected with a smile. Very well, then you may leave. The fact that the other party had come to apologize indicated that the court had begun to exert pressure. He truly did not believe that Shi Yongqiang would dare to be obstinate. After all, the court was the ultimate authority here. With no other option, Xiao Lu stepped out of the arbitration chamber to make a phone call. He realized that with Zhou Yun present, negotiations were impossible. As Xiao Lu departed, Lu Fuxing remarked, Lawyer Zhou, do you think this approach will work? Zhou Yun chuckled. It's merely a negotiation tactic. Do not be intimidated by them. Remember, they are the ones seeking our assistance, not the other way around. We are currently in the driver's seat. Chapter 12. Shi Yongqiang. Have I truly been passed the buck? At the entrance of the arbitration office, Shi Yongqiang stood smoking, awaiting news. Before long, his phone rang. It was Xiao Lu. He quickly answered, "Hello, what's the update? How much do they want?" Xiao Lu's voice came through, "General Manager, sure. They aren't even discussing money. They insist that you must personally apologize first to demonstrate sincerity. Without your apology, discussions on terms 1T commence." What? Shi Yongqiang was taken aback. Did they really say that? On the other end, Xiao Lu glanced toward the arbitration chamber and replied, "That's exactly what they said." Lu Fuxing mentioned that everything hinges on that lawyer. The lawyer immediately asserted that your request for me to apologize lacked sincerity. It must come from you personally. With this lawyer involved, I feel we can't negotiate at all. Shi Yongqiang pondered for a moment. How did your previous discussions go? Can you summarize for me? As Xiao Lu recounted the conversation, Shi Yongqiang's expression darkened progressively, culminating in him throwing down his cigarette in frustration. Is this lawyer out of his mind? Why must I apologize? I already indicated a willingness to compensate. Why can't they let go of this insistence? He bellowed furiously. Xiao Lu hesitated before speaking up. So, General Manager, what do you propose we do now? Should you? Shi Yongqiang's face was grim. It's out of the question. I will not apologize. Your last statement was spot on. They need to understand this is an opportunity one am extending to them, and if they miss it, it's gone for good. There's no need to return inside. Let us depart. I want to see just how anxious Lu Fuxing truly is. Despite the immense pressure from Director Fan, Shi Yongqiang believed there was no need for haste. A delay would prevent the other side from thinking he was eager to settle. Ultimately, resolving the issue was all that mattered. Shortly after Shi Yongqiang and Xiao Lu left, Zhou Yun emerged from the arbitration office with Lu Fuxing and his son. With a smile, he said to them, "All right, you may head back now. I must return to Jinghai. I anticipate that in a couple of days, General Shi will reach out. When he does, just follow my guidance to ensure the maximization of your benefits. I reiterate my previous statement. There is no need for both of you to be anxious. We merely await their plea for assistance. At present, the court officials are far more impatient than we are. Naturally, the court is more pressed. They can only afford a maximum delay of 7 days. Once that period elapses, they can escalate the case to the intermediate court at any moment." Lu Fuxing has already grasped the situation and replied with a smile. "Very well, Attorney Zhou. We shall certainly heed your advice, and this time we must vent our frustrations properly." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yun returned to the hotel, and the waiting game continued. It had been 3 days since he initiated the lawsuit, leaving him with 4 days remaining. The two sides resembled players in a game of cards, engaged in a constant battle of wits. Yet Zhou Yun was acutely aware of his opponent's hidden cards, as they were, in fact, dealt by him. Thus, he remained unperturbed, allowing events to unfold in their own time. Day passed after day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. At the Fengxian County Court, Director Fan was summoned to the president's office. What on earth is happening? It's been 3 days, and there's still no progress. The president bellowed, his face darkened with frustration. Director Fan hastily responded, "President, I previously made it abundantly clear to Shi Yongqiang. I do not understand why there has been no movement thus far. I shall urge him once more. Make haste." The president was visibly agitated, for if the case were indeed escalated to the intermediate court, matters would spiral out of control. Such cases would undoubtedly fall under designated jurisdiction and be reviewed by courts in other locales. In this age of ubiquitous social media, one could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue upon its reporting online. After enduring a scolding, Director Fan exited the president's office with a grim expression and promptly dialed Shi Yongqiang's number. Meanwhile, Shi Yongqiang was preoccupied with trivial amusements alongside his secretary. To him, 3 days was merely a fleeting moment. He believed it prudent to wait at least 7 days before drawing any conclusions. Just then, his phone rang, revealing it was Director Fan calling. He quickly answered, "Hello, Director Fan. I am currently attending to that matter." It was evident to him that Director Fan was calling regarding the same issue, prompting him to preemptively reassure him. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Director Fan's irate voice. "Attending to it? It has been several days. Shi Yongqiang, I ask you, after all this time, are you truly waiting for the president to face humiliation before you resolve this? Is that your intent?" Shi Yongqiang was momentarily taken aback. After all, it had only been 3 days. Was such a reaction truly warranted? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, choosing instead to listen intently. "I must inform you that the president is livid. If we do not have results by tomorrow, the opposing party will be able to escalate the case directly to the intermediate court. At that point, the Fengshan County Court will become a laughingstock. If we do not achieve a favorable outcome, you shall not escape unscathed either." Upon hearing Director Fan's words, Shi Yongqiang felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He had never anticipated the urgency of the situation. After all, it had merely been 3 days, a period he deemed insignificant. However, with Director Fan now imposing a deadline for resolution by tomorrow, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Although his connections were indeed formidable within the system, everyone ultimately acted in their own self-interest. After hanging up the phone, Shi Yongqiang hastily pushed aside his female secretary and called for Xiao Lu, determined to personally contact Lu Fuxing. This was no longer a matter of pride. It had escalated to whether he could continue to earn a living. Compared to pride, the necessity of sustenance took precedence. Once the call connected, Shi Yongqiang promptly stated, "Is this Lu Fuxing?" "This is Shi Yongqiang. We seem to have had a misunderstanding." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fuxing interrupted him. "Do not discuss this with me. Simply contact my lawyer. The matter has been entrusted to him. That's it." With that, Lu Fuxing abruptly ended the call. Shi Yongqiang was left in stunned silence, suddenly exclaiming, "How dare Lu Fuxing hang up on me?" He felt an urge to unleash his anger, but it was evident that now was not the time for such outbursts. He attempted to call again, and though he managed to get through several times, the response was invariably the same: "Talk to my lawyer." Taking a moment to compose himself, Shi Yongqiang considered 2 possible scenarios. Either the lawyer was scheming to extract more money, or Lu Fuxing was using the lawyer as a scapegoat. Shi Yongqiang leaned towards the former. He had a fair grasp of Lu Fuxing, who had spent his life as a cook and lacked significant prowess. Thus, was it possible that this entire situation was orchestrated by the lawyer? Was the intention to compel him into a compromise through legal threats? After pondering for a while, Shi Yongqiang concluded that this was indeed the case. He had previously underestimated the lawyer, assuming he was akin to the other attorneys in the county, merely seeking to swindle money. However, it now appeared that this lawyer was quite extraordinary. After a brief contemplation, Shi Yongqiang picked up his phone and dialed again, eager to engage in a serious discussion with Lawyer Zhou. The call connected swiftly, and Zhou Yun's voice resonated. "Hello, this is Zhou Yun from Tianhe Law Firm. How may I assist you?" "Lawyer Zhou, this is Shi Yongqiang, the one you met a few days ago," he replied, attempting to maintain a casual tone. In the office of Jinghai Law Firm, Zhou Yun leaned back in his chair and chuckled. "Ah, Mr. Shi, what brings you to call me?" Shi Yongqiang endeavored to keep his voice light. "Lawyer Zhou, regarding the lawsuit you filed, I acknowledge that I previously lacked sincerity and did not apologize in person. I am now prepared to extend a personal apology. How can we resolve this matter?" Zhou Yun chuckled again. "Mr. Shi, it seems you've dialed the wrong number. You should be speaking with the party involved. I am merely the lawyer. Reaching out to me will be of no use." "But Lawyer Zhou, I called Lu Fuxing, and he stated that you would handle everything. Then he blocked me. I, Shi Yongqiang, am feeling quite anxious," he said, his tone shifting. Zhou Yun remained unperturbed, replying, "I cannot provide clarity on that matter. Normally, as a lawyer, I am not in a position to make such decisions. You should discuss this directly with the party involved. I have matters to attend to and am currently under investigation by the legal association, which is quite troublesome. I sincerely apologize, but I must hang up now." This was not mere pretense. Jiang Qiming's side had already begun to exert pressure. Now, it has come to light that he is attracting traffic and clients through free legal consultations in his livestream, prompting immediate reports to the Bar Association, which allege that Zhou Yun is engaging in misleading advertising through media. Although he is merely a newly practicing attorney, he claims to be a senior lawyer. Consequently, the Bar Association swiftly initiated an investigation with remarkable speed. "Hello? Hello? Why did the call drop?" Shi Yongqiang quickly redials, but the outcome remains unchanged. He barely manages to exchange a few words before the line is disconnected, being told to contact the concerned party. He attempts to reach Lu Fuxing, but the response is the same. He is advised to consult with a lawyer. "Hello, Mr. Lu. This attorney Zhou is reaching out to you. Hello?" Yet again, the call ends abruptly. He tries again, but the line is unreachable. It is evident he has been blocked. Shi Yongqiang, seething with rage, exclaims, "Damn it. Am I being kicked around like a ball?" He is all too familiar with this scenario, having once been the one to pass the buck when dispatched workers were dissatisfied with their termination. After several exchanges, the other party would simply lose interest. Little did he expect that this time he would be the one on the receiving end. This is utterly outrageous. He has never experienced such humiliation in all his years. He is inclined to take action, but the words of Director Fan linger in his mind, causing him to retract those thoughts. What to do now? What can be done? Wait, that lawyer mentioned he is currently under investigation by the Bar Association. Chapter 13. Under investigation? A banner at the door. In the office of the Fengxian County Court, Director Fan is reviewing documents, though his expression is far from pleasant. Zhou Yun is exceedingly audacious. He had clearly communicated the gravity of the situation. Yet the other party dares to delay. The president has already pounded the table in frustration. Does he think he is untouchable? If matters remain unresolved by tonight, Director Fan is prepared to personally engage with the opposing party. Whether it requires compensation or an apology, it must be dealt with promptly. Lost in thought, his phone rings. Upon answering, he immediately hears, "Hello, Zhou Yun. How is the situation progressing?" Director Fan, "It's not resolved yet." "Then why are you calling?" Director Fan's temper is flaring. Zhou Yun quickly responds, "Director, here's the situation. I have nearly clarified the matter. It appears that the trouble is instigated by that lawyer Zhou Yun, including the lawsuit itself." He proceeds to recount the previous events. Currently, Lu Fuxing is undoubtedly heavily influenced by that lawyer. When I called him, he insisted he had no time. Do you think we could contact the Bar Association in Jinghai City? Putting pressure on the local Bar Association is a common tactic in dealing with lawyers in many cases. While it is said that the Bar Association is the lawyer's home, everyone knows the true nature of this home, charging fees and creating obstacles. When lawyers are mistreated, seeking assistance from the Bar Association, that is simply out of the question. Although it is merely a civil association, it wields astonishing power within the legal profession. It can be said that if one wishes to practice law, one must heed the Bar Association's dictates. Upon hearing this, Director Fan hesitated briefly before saying, "I will first inquire about the situation." The circumstances surrounding this case were exceptionally peculiar, prompting Director Fan to desire discretion in order to avoid escalating matters unnecessarily. If that lawyer named Zhou Yun were compliant, it would be manageable. However, if he were rebellious, the pressure exerted by the Bar Association could lead to a confrontation, creating significant complications within the court system. Having ended the call, Director Fan swiftly dialed another number. Within the realm of the political and legal system, friends were abundant. Although this particular friend was merely a judge from a district court under Jinghai, he could still provide insights into the Bar Association's affairs through his connections. "Old Zhang, this is urgent. You must expedite your efforts. I await your news, and I promise to treat you to dinner next time I'm in Jinghai. Hurry." Approximately half an hour later, news arrived from his friend. "Old Fan, the lawyer you asked me to look into, Zhou Yun, from Tianhe Law Firm, right?" Director Fan replied promptly, "Yes, that's him. What do you know about him?" The voice of Judge Zhang resonated from the phone. "Old Fan, he is quite the troublemaker. Recently, he physically assaulted the head of their law firm." "What?" Director Fan was taken aback. "Is that confirmed? He really assaulted him? What happened?" Judge Zhang continued. "It seems that Zhou Yun's girlfriend had some involvement with that law firm's head, who is Jiang Qiming, the vice president of the Jinghai Bar Association. It is reported that he has been targeting Zhou Yun lately. If you intend to apply pressure through the Jinghai Bar Association, you might want to reconsider, as they are currently investigating him. It appears that they are accusing him of false advertising during a live stream, and they are intent on causing him trouble." Judge Zhang's revelations left Director Fan feeling somewhat helpless. Initially, he thought that since the lawyer was in charge, applying pressure through the Bar Association would compel the opposing party to accept mediation. He never anticipated such a twist in the narrative. The most effective intimidation comes from an unspoken readiness. Now that the Jinghai Bar Association had overtly begun to target him, what could be feared? After expressing gratitude to his friend and disconnecting the call, Director Fan began to contemplate deeply. After some reflection, an idea emerged. Given that the opposing party was currently under scrutiny by the Bar Association, if he could assist in shielding them from this targeting, the case might become more manageable. With this thought in mind, Director Fan resolved to approach the dean, as it would be most advantageous for him to take the lead in this matter. Although he had no acquaintances within the Bar Association, the dean had friends within the Jinghai Municipal Bureau of Justice. We often speak of the public security and judicial systems. Yet one judicial administrative agency is frequently overlooked, the Bureau of Justice. The Bureau is also one of the 4 essential pillars of the political and legal framework. Yet for various reasons, many are unaware that it is indeed part of the judicial system. If the Bar Association is the home of lawyers, The Bureau of Justice is their celestial guardian. Everything pertaining to the Bar Association is overseen by the Bureau of Justice. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Director Fan made his way to the dean's office. The Tianhe law firm finds itself in a rather precarious situation, as it has become apparent that the entire firm is now aware of Zhou Yun's predicament. He has been reported for allegedly misleadingly advertising himself. Such reports can be made by anyone, making it glaringly obvious that he is being targeted. Typically, lawyers tend to exaggerate when promoting their services. If one were to strictly adhere to regulations, many would face penalties. However, this is the reality we face, with stringent legislation and enforcement. Zhou Yun, do you truly believe that what you have done does not constitute false advertising? What kind of esteemed lawyer are you? What notable cases have you handled? Inquired Ma Jingyi from the Discipline Committee of the Jinghai City Bar Association, her gaze fixed on Zhou Yun. The other lawyers present remained silent, though some felt a sense of melancholy for the fallen rabbit. As Zhou Yun remained silent, Ma Jingyi raised her voice further. You, a recently independent practitioner, dare to boast so recklessly. What will others think of our profession? Young people must remain grounded and not dream of instant success. I hold in the lowest regard those who engage in false advertising, inflating their abilities only to falter when it comes to delivering results. Do you think this tarnishes only your own reputation? No, it jeopardizes the integrity of our entire profession, making it seem as though we are all mere pretenders. As the accusations mounted, Zhou Yun continued to remain mute, merely glancing at the time, aware that his moment was approaching. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the hall, Kong Xiaoyu observed quietly, her expression grim. How had she ever found herself in a relationship with someone so ineffectual? He could not even manage to make a sound, let alone deserve the privilege of romance. Look at him. The director handles a few matters with ease, while he is left floundering. In the director's office, Zhou Meixia remarked, Director, your method is truly commendable. It is indeed a sound strategy. According to Article 29, Clause 3 of the Regulations on Disciplinary Actions for Violations by Members of the Bar Association, the use of media, advertising, or other means for misleading or inappropriate promotion may result in the revocation of membership. Understand that when the Bar Association decides to revoke membership, they invariably report this to the Judicial Bureau for the revocation of the individual's legal practice license. Typically, the Judicial Bureau acts first to revoke the license, followed by the Bar Association's cancellation of membership. One is an administrative penalty, the other a professional expulsion. Jiang Qiming smiled, but remained silent. He had been busy during this time, and after thorough investigation, he discovered that the individual in question had been live-streaming to attract clients. It was particularly audacious for him to use the title of super lawyer for promotion, which provided a means to act against him. Now, we shall see how you respond. At that moment, at the front desk of the law firm, Xian Yinxin suddenly noticed several individuals entering. A young woman in the lead held a banner, while those behind her appeared to be carrying a camera. Hello, may I inquire what brings you here? She asked. I have come to present a banner to lawyer Zhou Yun from your firm, exclaimed the young woman, beaming with joy. Xian Yinxin was taken aback. Who? For whom is the banner being presented? Zhou Yun? Chapter 14. Is Zhou Yun really so exceptional in criminal law? Xian Yinxin is genuinely bewildered. A lawyer like Zhou Yun has actually garnered the honor of a ceremonial banner? And to this extent, it appears that a journalist has been summoned as well. Although this reporter seems to be from a self-media outlet, is such a commotion truly necessary? The individual holding the banner is Qiao Qinya, who had previously consulted Zhou Yun. Following Zhou Yun's advice, she has successfully initiated an investigation into that scoundrel, while it remains uncertain whether he will be incarcerated. The most significant outcome is that his family is now aware of his misdeeds. Previously, she had exerted considerable effort to obtain her adversary's wife's contact information, with no knowledge of her whereabouts. However, upon being summoned, the police are mandated to inform the family. Subsequently, the scoundrel has been persistently apologizing to her, weeping profusely and acknowledging his mistakes, not to mention offering financial compensation. She happened to be in Jinghai for a medical procedure and decided to deliver the ceremonial banner to Zhou Yun's law firm as a gesture of gratitude. It is undeniable that Zhou Yun's counsel has been immensely beneficial. Without it, she would have had to navigate the arduous process of litigation and rights protection with uncertain outcomes. How could it possibly have been as straightforward and efficient as this? Thus, when confronted with Xian Yinxin's skepticism, Qiao Qinya immediately took offense. What do you mean? Is it strange for me to present a ceremonial banner to Lawyer Zhou? What is wrong with him? He has been such a tremendous help to me. Am I not entitled to express my gratitude? Determined, she declared, I shall go speak to the leaders of your firm right now. At this moment, Zhou Yun is her benefactor, and anyone who dares to cast doubt shall face her wrath. Xian Yinqin quickly forced a smile and replied, I sincerely apologize. That was not my intention. Let me escort you upstairs right away. Zhou Yun's reputation is somewhat enigmatic. Although ceremonial banners may lack monetary value, one must wonder what he has accomplished to warrant such a display of gratitude and defense from this young woman. However, she refrained from further comment, as any complaints regarding her demeanor could lead to repercussions for the firm. Before long, Xian Yinqin led the group to the second floor, approaching Zhou Yun. Ma Jingyi was still engaged in conversation when she noticed the crowd and frowned, questioning, what is the meaning of this? I am in the midst of an investigation. Why have you come? Zhou Meixia, who had been observing the situation, also approached, inquiring, Yes, Xia, the Bar Association is conducting an investigation. What do you intend to do here? Xian Yinqin, displaying a face of helplessness, explained, This is a client of Lawyer Zhou. She has come to present him with a ceremonial banner, and they are all here together. What? Zhou Meixia was momentarily taken aback. A ceremonial banner? Meanwhile, Xiao Qinya had already stepped forward, banner in hand, and exclaimed, What is this all about? Is it unacceptable for me to present a ceremonial banner to Lawyer Zhou amidst your investigation? What is your intention by coming over here? The latter part of her statement was directed at Ma Jingyi. Xiao Qinya's tone was quite assertive, causing Ma Jingyi's frown to deepen. She had not anticipated that someone would arrive to present a ceremonial banner at such a coincidental moment. Subconsciously glancing at Zhou Yun, I wondered if this lad had orchestrated the situation himself. Indeed, there are individuals who arrange for accolades to be bestowed upon themselves. Thus, Ma Jingyi spoke up. I have no particular interest in this matter. Currently, this Lawyer Zhou is under investigation by our association for false advertising during his live broadcasts. Did he represent you in any case? In response, Xiao Qinya immediately replied, Lawyer Zhou did not represent me. He merely provided me with a free consultation during one of his live sessions. What is the issue, and how is this considered false advertising? Ma Jingyi's expression darkened. He is a young lawyer who has just begun his practice, yet he names his live stream super lawyer. Is this not false advertising? Xiao Qinya countered directly. How is this false advertising merely because he is young? Should lawyers not engage in debate over cases, but simply compare ages? Is that the standard? Lawyer Zhou is simply younger, yet he possesses genuine skill. Regarding my case, I consulted numerous lawyers, all suggesting litigation. I even sought advice from 2 senior attorneys. Yet their solutions were cumbersome and costly. In contrast, Lawyer Zhou resolved my issue with just a few words. Is there a problem with a lawyer of his caliber holding the title of super lawyer? Ma Jingyi, exasperated, retorted. Then please enlighten us. What advice did this Lawyer Zhou provide that enabled him to solve the supposed insurmountable problems that so many other lawyers could not? Initially reluctant to speak, Xiao Qinya found herself compelled to defend Zhou Yun against such trivial allegations. She firmly believed he deserved the title. Thus, she recounted her experiences, detailing her previous consultations where lawyers advised her to pursue litigation, while Zhou Yun suggested a self-surrender, ultimately helping her successfully resolve her issues with a deceitful ex-partner and secure substantial compensation. After sharing her story, she fixed her gaze on Ma Jingyi and insisted, Now you tell me, does he not deserve the title? Throughout this exchange, Zhou Yun remained silent, or perhaps it was simply inconvenient for him to speak. Xiao Qinya had come today to support him, as she felt her very life was saved by his advice. Without it, she might have contemplated suicide. Now that she had reclaimed her life, it was only natural for her to lend her support. The surrounding lawyers were taken aback, some beginning to reflect on what kind of advice they would have offered in a similar situation. Most likely, they would have recommended litigation, as that is how lawyers earn more. Moreover, such thinking is indicative of a criminal mindset, requiring deep expertise in criminal law. Cultivating the right mindset is indeed the most challenging task. Was Zhou Yun truly so adept in criminal law? On the other side, Jiang Qiming, who had been observing, was equally stunned. How could Zhou Yun possess such capabilities? Had he not previously had no exposure to the criminal field during his internship? Lawyers typically specialize. Those who claim to be jack of all trades often master none, much like doctors in top-tier hospitals, who specialize in specific fields. It can truly be said that it was a masterstroke. After the revelation, One might think it was merely ordinary, yet how many could have anticipated it before the truth was unveiled? Ma Jingyi felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of what to say, for according to the regulations of the Bar Association, this lawyer Zhou had indeed embodied excellence. He had not resorted to misleading individuals for profit by encouraging them to pursue litigation. Instead, he offered free consultations, encapsulated in a single phrase that not only showcased his professional acumen, but also exemplified the ethical standards of the legal profession. How could this possibly tarnish the industry's reputation? It was, in fact, a means of elevating the image of lawyers. While she was at a loss for words, the voice of Qiao Qinya grew louder. You are from the Bar Association, correct? Is this how your organization conducts its work? You intend to discipline a lawyer like Zhou? Fine. I shall take my grievances to the Judicial Bureau. If the city does not heed me, I shall escalate it to the province. If they disregard me as well, I will go to the capital. I refuse to believe there is no avenue for justice. If there is to be an investigation, let it be thorough. Upon hearing these words, Ma Jingyi's complexion shifted dramatically. Was this woman out of her mind? Zhou Yun had merely assisted her. Was it really necessary to escalate matters to such an extent? Nonetheless, she truly dared not issue any threats. If the other party proceeded to the Judicial Bureau, she would undoubtedly face serious repercussions. The jurisdiction of the Judicial Bureau over lawyers was quite straightforward. They primarily supported the interests of clients, especially those who were vociferous in their demands. If it were a lawyer causing a stir, it would be inconsequential, but the current uproar was not from a lawyer. Ma Jingyi hastily interjected, "There is no need for this. Truly, there is no need. The Bar Association is merely conducting an investigation. No disciplinary action has yet been taken. Please, do not let your anger overwhelm you. Let us conclude matters for today. I must take my leave." With that, Ma Jingyi quickly departed with her assistant, feeling as though the young woman might resort to violence at any moment. As Ma Jingyi exited, the other lawyers in the firm wore expressions of complexity. How had Zhou Yun encountered such a fiercely protective client? Jiang Qiming's face had lost all expression as he walked straight into his office. Chapter 15. The bureaucratic leaders are surprisingly supportive? Why? Zhou Yun accepted the banner and led Qiao Qinya aside, expressing, "Miss Qiao, I cannot thank you enough for your support this time." Qiao Qinya smiled in response. "Not at all, Lawyer Zhou. I should be the one thanking you. You charged me nothing yet rendered me such immense assistance. Had it not been for you, I might have resorted to despair." Lawyer Zhou, does this mean you are in the clear now? Zhou Yun chuckled lightly. It is more or less resolved, though they may persist. After all, this has only been a series of threats. Harsh words may intimidate some, but they may also fall on deaf ears. Qiao Qinya clenched her teeth and declared, "Lawyer Zhou, I shall file a complaint with the Judicial Bureau directly. You have aided me significantly. I must reciprocate in some manner." Observing Qiao Qinya before him, Zhou Yun shook his head gently. It has not yet reached that point. In society, there are always choices. Let us avoid extremities. Regardless, Miss Qiao, I sincerely appreciate your help this time. Should you have any future cases, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. After exchanging a few more words, Qiao Qinya departed with her companions. Zhou Yun returned to his seat, maintaining a calm demeanor as if the preceding events bore no relevance to him. The other attorneys resumed their work, though some occasionally cast glances in Zhou Yun's direction. Many believed that during this Bar Association investigation, he would falter. And should the association decide to impose penalties, who could possibly intervene? Yet, to their astonishment, Zhou Yun withstood the pressure resolutely, regardless of the fortuitous arrival of the client. Even if orchestrated, the case could not be fabricated. The client was undoubtedly genuine. For if it were a ruse, it would not withstand scrutiny. Kong Xiaoyu returned to her workstation, her expression somewhat complex, yet she remained steadfast in her belief that her choice was sound, even if Zhou Yun possessed some skill. So what? Ultimately, he was merely a young attorney. In the legal profession, while expertise is paramount, connections wield equal importance. The disparity in status between him and Jiang Qiming was insurmountable. She would never accompany him in hardship. A young woman's youth lasts but a few years. Once gone, it cannot be reclaimed. Beside Kong Xiaoyu, a middle-aged man remarked, "Surely, you do not believe the Bar Association could be intimidated by mere words? Unless Zhou Yun intends to abandon his legal career henceforth." What do you mean?" Another inquired, intrigued. "There are countless threats. If that client were to file a complaint with the provincial authorities or in the capital, would the Bar Association suffer while Zhou Yun remains unscathed? Stability reigns supreme. Zhou Yun has caused significant trouble for the Judicial Bureau. How could he fare well in the aftermath? Thus, the days ahead are still long. Kong Xiaoyu listened quietly, increasingly convinced that her choice had been entirely correct. Half an hour passed, and Zhou Yun glanced at his phone before stepping outside to take a call. Hello. This is Zhou Yun. Oh, Director Fan from the court, greetings. Director Fan responded cheerfully, Lawyer Zhou. I heard from Director Shi that you've encountered some difficulties lately and have had no time to discuss cases. Zhou Yun replied with a smile, Director Fan. I truly find myself in a predicament. What can a newly practicing attorney do when faced with such circumstances? I might even lose my license following the investigation. Director Fan assured him, that is certainly out of the question, Lawyer Zhou. What does it matter that you are newly practicing? You are an exceptional lawyer. On what grounds could they investigate you? I happened to mention this situation to our superiors, who also believe the investigation to be meaningless. It is merely a title of a senior lawyer. What significance does that hold? There are many such individuals in the legal field, and our leaders have spoken on your behalf, so you need not worry about these matters. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun felt a surge of gratitude. I am truly thankful for the support from your esteemed leaders. Once this matter is resolved, I shall go to Fengxian so we can settle that case. Director Fan's smile broadened. Excellent, excellent. Lawyer Zhou, once you arrive, just contact me. It is not a significant issue. There is no need to create a commotion, right? Thus, the two exchanged pleasantries as dear friends before concluding the call. Director Fan shook his head, initially concerned that the other party might be uncooperative. However, after a single phone call, he realized that the individual was quite the seasoned veteran. Despite his youth, his demeanor and handling of matters resembled that of a lawyer with years of experience. None of Director Fan's words were superfluous. Negotiation is an art, and he would never begin by stating that if Zhou Yun refused mediation, he would not assist in resolving issues. Such an approach would not constitute negotiation. It could provoke an irritable response and lead to an irreparable breach. How could one suggest that without their assistance, survival would be impossible? Should this matter escalate online, the court would inevitably face repercussions. Therefore, Director Fan did not consider this an opportunity for leverage. He simply stated that it was the leadership's belief that Attorney Zhou had been subjected to an unjust investigation, which warranted his intervention. With the groundwork laid, if the other party was amenable, discussions would proceed smoothly. Indeed, the other party proved to be quite accommodating. The next step involved financial compensation. As long as the other party was satisfied, the case could be concluded. Meanwhile, Ma Jingyi returned to the Bar Association with a dark expression, her mood plummeting. Since joining the disciplinary committee, it had been a considerable time since anyone had shouted at her in such a manner. She attributed the turmoil to Zhou Yun's actions. In her eyes, individuals like Zhou Yun were akin to pests within the industry, disrupting the harmony among colleagues. It would be one thing to face a fair reprimand, but henceforth, she believed he would not be targeted again. After all, Jiang Qiming was a prominent figure within the field, and his reputation in this matter was already tarnished. Persistently targeting a junior lawyer would only invite ridicule. Yet, Zhou Yun insisted on resisting. Regardless of acknowledgement, leaders across various fields disfavor such provocateurs. After much contemplation, Ma Jingyi finally dialed Jiang Qiming's number. Hello, Director Jiang. Given the current situation, I believe I should discuss this with the president. Hanging up, she made her way to the president's office. Initially intimidated by the opposing party's fervor, she now felt compelled to address the matter. Soon, she arrived at the office of the president of the Jinghai Bar Association, Zhuang Junrui, a distinguished figure aged 56 and a professor at Jiangdong University of Political Science and Law, renowned within the legal community. President, the situation is as follows. I believe we cannot simply let this matter go, or else other lawyers may follow suit, jeopardizing our work, she began, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhuang Junrui. Enough. This matter ends here. Zhuang Junrui waved his hand dismissively. Ends here? Ma Jingyi replied, perplexed. President, why should it end here? Zhou Yun clearly disrespects our bar association. With rising frustration, Zhuang Junrui slammed the table and exclaimed, Director Jiang, it's embarrassing to even speak of it. At his age, engaging in such antics and expecting the bar association to clean up after him. The leaders of the municipal bureau have all contacted me, inquiring about my intentions. Do they wish for the entire nation to be aware that the vice president of the Jinghai Lawyers Association has not only taken another's girlfriend, but is also suppressing others? How am I supposed to respond to that? What do you suggest I say? Ma Jingyi was momentarily taken aback, not because of any anger from Zhuang Junrui, but rather due to the significant implication embedded in his words. Was there really a leader from the municipal bureau speaking in favor of Zhou Yun? The fact that someone has taken a girlfriend is, to put it bluntly, trivial, although scandals frequently emerge regarding various individuals. A closer examination reveals that many of these so-called scandals arise from unresolved matters beneath the surface. Moreover, it is evident that there are forces at play, stirring the pot. In today's world, attention has a price. Not just any incident can spark nationwide discussions. With the vastness of our country and the multitude of events occurring daily, how many can ascend to trending topics and be observed by the entire nation? Taking a girlfriend is merely a moral issue, and such trivial matters abound. Let us not even mention relationships. There are professors who have driven students to suicide, yet those professors remain just that, professors. The court's fear stems from the sensational nature of being a defendant. However, the involvement of bureau leaders alters the entire narrative. How could a mere junior lawyer like Zhou Yun possibly establish connections with bureau leaders? By what right? In response to Ma Jingyi's inquiries, Zhuang Junrui stated bluntly, "You ask me, but who should I ask? Regardless, this matter ends here. You must personally apologize to Zhou Yun, and do so in front of the others at the firm." What? I have to apologize in person? For what? I haven't done anything wrong. Ma Jingyi was once again taken aback. Zhuang Junrui's gaze was icy. What? Are you unable to do that? Do you think I am unaware of your actions? An investigation is an investigation. Who granted you the authority to speak to them in such a manner? Let us not even mention that we are merely an association. Even administrative agencies cannot insult individuals in person like that. This is a vital point. The power to impose penalties is merely that, a power to penalize. You may revoke another's legal practice license, but you cannot insult them to their face. Ma Jingyi was rendered speechless, her mind in a daze. What on earth is happening? Chapter 16. We can take the initiative. At Tianhe Law Firm, Zhou Yun was on the phone. Mr. Liu, this is the situation. I will be at your county tomorrow morning, and in the afternoon, we will meet with the opposing party. As usual, I will handle the discussions. Let us leave it at that. After hanging up, Zhou Yun prepared to draft documents and ponder how to approach the discussions tomorrow. Everything else was already in place. Shi Yongxiang was practically begging Lu Fuxing for forgiveness. Therefore, Lu Fuxing's request to vent his frustrations was entirely reasonable. As for leveraging the influence of the Fengxian court to sway the Jinghai Judicial Bureau, that was ancillary. If it materializes, splendid. If not, so be it. A lawyer's foremost duty is to fulfill the client's needs. The client must always come first. It appears that Director Fan has already taken some actions, though the results remain uncertain. Thus, all that remains is a mere tremor come tomorrow. His bottom line stands at 150,000 yuan, a threshold that cannot be breached. Any further reduction would compel him to risk offending the other party and resort to litigation in the intermediate court. As time slowly drifted towards 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xian Yinqin continued her customary reception of visiting clients at the front desk on the first floor. At that moment, she spotted a familiar figure entering, the notoriously irritable Ma Jingyi from the Bar Association. Xian Yinqin promptly approached, exclaiming, "Hello, Director Ma, what brings you here?" Ma Jingyi, with a dark expression, replied, "I am looking for Zhou Yun. He should be in the office. I will go up myself." With that, Ma Jingyi ascended the stairs, making her way directly to Zhou Yun's workstation. Those seated with Kang Xiaoyu were primarily salaried lawyers, required to clock in daily. Upon witnessing Ma Jingyi's fierce entrance, their interest was immediately piqued. The astute colleague from earlier remarked, "Hey look, Director Ma is back. I told you, this matter is far from over. Do you really think a few harsh words could intimidate the Bar Association? There's bound to be more drama." Kang Xiaoyu, who had been engrossed in her phone, turned her attention at the comment. Indeed, Ma Jingyi's expression was notably grim. Well, Zhou Yun is certainly in for a rough time now. In this era, everyone relishes a spectacle. As Ma Jingyi strode in, many transitioned into spectator mode. Under the collective gaze, Ma Jingyi arrived at Zhou Yun's workstation. With a look of curiosity, Zhou Yun inquired, "Director Ma, is there something you need?" Ma Jingyi felt as if she were on the brink of explosion. Yet recalling the gaze of President Zhuang Junrui, she regained her composure. Fixing her eyes on Zhou Yun, she mustered the courage to speak. "Lawyer Zhou, I shouldn't have spoken to you that way this morning. Your actions were entirely justified. I apologize and hope you will not hold this against me." What? The onlookers were astounded. The formidable Director Ma of the Bar Association's disciplinary committee had stormed in merely to apologize? What was happening? How could Zhou Yun possess such influence? Just this morning, Ma Jingyi had been shouting in outrage. How could such a transformation occur in mere hours? Among the salaried lawyers, the astute colleague was left dumbfounded, muttering, "No, this cannot be. How can this be the case? What went wrong? Could Zhou Yun have some hidden connections? That seemed implausible. If he did, it would have been common knowledge during his internship, and Director Jiang Qiming wouldn't act so. Thus, it appeared he had no connections at all. So, what was the reason behind this?" Kong Xiaoyu's once radiant face was now ashen. Equally perplexed by how the seemingly timid and incapable Zhou Yun had managed to compel Ma Jingyi to come and apologize. As she observed Ma Jingyi's contrition, Kong Xiaoyu tightened her grip on her pen. Unbeknownst to her, since choosing to follow Jiang Qiming, her psyche had veered towards an extreme, finding solace only in witnessing Zhou Yun's misfortune. The reasons are quite straightforward. She abandoned Zhou Yun, incurring significant costs, merely to attain a better life. However, if Zhou Yun is indeed exceptional, does that not imply that her choice was flawed, revealing a considerable deficiency in her judgment? Thus, Zhou Yun must be the one to suffer. The more inferior Zhou Yun is, the more it validates her decision. Yet now, the leadership of the Bar Association has inexplicably chosen to apologize, an occurrence she finds difficult to accept. It seems implausible. After 2 years together, she knows Zhou Yun better than anyone. Nevertheless, this scene unfolds before her eyes, compelling her to rise and make her way to the restroom. Gazing into the mirror at her exquisitely crafted visage, Kong Xiaoyu experiences a moment of introspection. Have I erred in my choices? On the other hand, Zhou Yun is somewhat taken aback, unaware of what Director Fan has done, but it appears to have had a substantial impact. Ma Jingyi clearly harbors disdain for him. Yet she now feels compelled to apologize in person. Quite amusing, he thinks, to witness their reluctant concession despite their aversion. Thus, Zhou Yun casually remarks, "It's nothing, Director Ma. Just a trivial matter. I can still use that title during my live broadcasts, correct?" Ma Jingyi promptly responds, "You may use it, Lawyer Zhou, as you please." "That's good to hear. However, Director Ma, I have matters to attend to." Ma Jingyi's expression darkens once more, yet she nods and replies, "Then please, carry on, Lawyer Zhou." With the connections he has now established within the Bureau, Zhou Yun can afford to disregard the Bar Association's opinions. As Ma Jingyi departs, Zhou Yun resumes his work, acutely aware from his past experiences that borrowed power is ultimately ephemeral. His core focus remains on fulfilling system tasks. Achieving this is essential, not only for financial gain, but also for the items available in the system's marketplace. For instance, he is currently interested in a particular skill, Death Retreat. The skill's effect is quite straightforward. When faced with mortal danger, it activates to safeguard his life. In today's society, hostility is on the rise, and the legal profession often invites contempt. At any moment, someone might seek revenge against him. Thus, he must prepare proactively. Once he acquires the skill, he intends to undertake cases that others avoid, which may easily offend people. By enhancing his reputation, he dismisses the significance of the Bar Association. However, exchanging for the skill requires 20 exchange points. Even with a particularly satisfactory task, he can only earn 11 points. There is still much work to be done. In the director's office, Jiang Qiming nearly hurls his phone in frustration. He is now aware of the situation. Yet, he cannot fathom why the Bureau's leadership would advocate for Zhou Yun. Initially, it seemed that the issue stemmed from Zhou Yun's altercation with him, causing a loss of face. Now, however, his authority as both the vice president of the Bar Association and the head of the law firm is under siege. If he cannot manage even an ordinary lawyer, how will he maintain his position? Therefore, he must first ascertain why the Bureau's leaders are supporting Zhou Yun. The following day arrives, and Zhou Yun sets off for Fengxian County once more. At 3 in the afternoon, he arrives at the courthouse with Lu Fuxing and his son. "Hello, Director Fan. We've arrived. The office is on the 3rd floor, correct? Very well, we shall head up immediately." The 3 individuals ascended to the office on the 3rd floor, where Director Fan awaited them. Upon seeing Zhou Yun, he extended his hand and remarked, "Lawyer Zhou? Indeed, you are remarkably accomplished." Zhou Yun reciprocated the gesture, saying, "Director Fan, you flatter me. Shall we begin?" "Certainly," replied Director Fan promptly. "Mr. Shi has just arrived as well." Shi Yongqiang, sitting nearby, managed a forced smile, lacking the arrogance he once exhibited. After settling into a conference room, Director Fan initiated the conversation. Lawyer Zhou, let us first discuss the matter of compensation. How much are you seeking? Zhou Yun glanced at Lu Fuxing before responding. Director Fan, I shall be frank in your presence. You are aware of the circumstances surrounding this case. If it were to escalate to litigation, your two parties would likely owe a sum of at least 200,000. Therefore, my proposition is for both parties to jointly compensate that amount. As for how much Mr. Shi's side should contribute and how much the court should bear, I suggest you negotiate that amongst yourselves. Shi Yongqiang was about to interject, finding the sum of 200,000 utterly preposterous. Lu Fuxing felt his heart race. This lawyer Zhou was audacious beyond belief. Director Fan glanced at Shi Yongqiang, furrowing his brow. Lawyer Zhou, 200,000 seems excessive, does it not? Zhou Yun turned to Shi Yongqiang once more before suggesting, Director Fan, could we speak privately for a moment? After a moment's hesitation, Director Fan nodded. They stepped outside. And Zhou Yun began, Director Fan, allow me to finish my thoughts. Neither of us wishes for this matter to escalate, nor do we desire to engage in a lawsuit. It is far too cumbersome. Upon reflection, you might consider that this case is not directly tied to the current leadership. Any issues stem from former leaders and should be regarded as historical legacy problems. Would you not agree? Thus, we could pursue mediation, with the court exhibiting some leniency. Subsequently publicizing the mediation agreement. Proactively addressing historical legacy issues and upholding labor laws could serve as a significant promotional point, don't you think, Director Fan? Furthermore, given your concerns about Lu Fuxing potentially publicizing this matter online, it may be prudent to take the initiative. Zhou Yun emphasized the term leniency deliberately. The court would undoubtedly require compensation, yet ample room for negotiation existed. Considering the substantial profits accumulated by Mr. Shi over the years, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to contribute a bit more? Ultimately, the compensation would be a joint obligation, and the public document would reflect the mediation agreement rather than internal negotiations. It merely entailed a slight inconvenience for Mr. Shi. Director Fan blinked, realizing that Zhou Yun had meticulously orchestrated this proposal. Why did he feel a sense of intrigue after hearing the suggestion? Promoting it could indeed transform a negative situation into a positive one. This young lawyer truly possessed remarkable ingenuity. Chapter 17. How did this lawyer come up with such ideas? Inside the conference room, Shi Yongqiang sat with a perplexed expression. Opposite him were Lu Fuxing and his son. He felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Despite the undeniable ineptitude of the father and son, he found himself inexplicably in a position where he might have to pay compensation. What kind of reasoning does that lawyer, Zhou Yun, possess to conceive such a plan? Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Director Fan is unlikely to acquiesce to such an outrageous demand. 200,000? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Does he truly believe that money comes effortlessly? As the two exited, their conversation remained a mystery. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, and Director Fan, in jovial spirits, entered alongside Zhou Yun. Upon witnessing this scene, Shi Yongqiang hastily rose, eager to discern the outcome. Director Fan wasted no time, stating, President Shi, I have just finalized discussions with lawyer Zhou. Our two parties will compensate each other with a total of 200,000 for various expenses. What? Shi Yongqiang could not contain his disbelief. 200,000? On what grounds? Why must we pay such a sum? Director Fan's brow furrowed at once, while Zhou Yun interjected with a smile. Are you implying that you refuse? President Shi, do you wish to repeat your previous assertion that we can pursue legal action as we please? Observing Director Fan's expression, Shi Yongqiang quickly clarified, No, that is not my intention. I merely meant to suggest that, given the circumstances, we should discuss this further. Director Fan's demeanor relaxed as he took a seat, stating, President Shi, if you disagree, it is of no matter. You have already sought arbitration, and a lawsuit is indeed the next step. The court will necessitate mediation. So let us proceed accordingly. A bead of sweat trickled down Shi Yongqiang's forehead. To whom would he even file a lawsuit? Naturally, it would be directed at the Fengxian County Court. Setting aside whether the lawsuit might succeed, it was evident that Director Fan was already discontented with him. Gritting his teeth, he finally conceded, Director Fan, I agree. Director Fan nodded, adding, Furthermore, your previous remarks were quite inappropriate. You ought to offer a sincere apology to Mr. Lu. That should not pose a problem, correct? Shi Yongqiang felt as though his teeth might shatter from the strain, yet he recognized the necessity of compliance. He could be arrogant in front of Lu Fuxing, but he had to heed Director Fan's directives. Zhou Yun, meanwhile, produced his phone and began recording. Silently, Shi Yongqiang approached Lu Fuxing and said, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lu. I was in the wrong." At that moment, Lu Fuxing felt as though he had stepped into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering day. Once upon a time, this President Shi regarded them with utter disdain, frequently asserting that they could file complaints if they wished, or that even if they won a lawsuit, he would never part with a single penny. On 2 occasions, he had even resorted to foul language and seemed ready to resort to violence. At that time, he truly felt helpless and unheard, with those around him advising against further conflict, asserting that Shi Yongqiang had numerous connections within the county and that pursuing legal action would be futile. Who could have anticipated that the renowned President Shi would genuinely offer an apology? Moreover, it was not merely an apology. Both parties were now to compensate a total of 200,000, a notion he could scarcely fathom previously. In fact, for someone of his standing, it was inconceivable that the law could be wielded in such a manner. Lu Yonghua, standing nearby, was positively elated, convinced that enlisting Zhou Yun had been an astute decision. Previously, the lawyers merely discussed the possibility of litigation, without providing any clarity on whether an apology from the opposing party could be secured. However, this particular attorney, Zhou, meticulously organized the entire process. Lu Fuxing nodded in acknowledgement of the apology, after which Zhou proceeded to draft an agreement for signature. By the time the document was finalized, it was past 5 o'clock. Director Fan then interjected, saying, "As for you, Mr. Shi, Attorney Zhou intends to produce a video of this matter for online dissemination, which may incorporate some footage of you. Do you understand?" Some of this footage was captured during previous confrontations involving Lu Yonghua, while others were recorded by Zhou Yun during moments when Shi Yongqiang made threatening remarks. This arrangement had been settled between Zhou Yun and Director Fan, as Zhou planned to share the video online, provided that he received approval from the court beforehand. There was no choice. Zhou Yun needed to expedite his path to fame, as greater renown would facilitate his future endeavors. Furthermore, the video could potentially generate some income. Shi Yongqiang, having already conceded and compensated the damages, was now faced with the prospect of the matter being publicized online, contrary to Director Fan's earlier intention to prevent such exposure. However, in that moment, there was no room for inquiry, and he could only nod silently in agreement. After providing his bank account number, the payment was processed on-site, and by 6 o'clock, the funds had been transferred from Shi Yongqiang's account. Zhou Yun bid farewell to Lu Fuxing and his son, and as they reached the courthouse entrance, Lu Fuxing could no longer contain his gratitude, exclaiming, "Attorney Zhou, I cannot thank you enough. I initially offered you 6,000 yuan as legal fees. Yet you have secured so much more for me. Allow me to give you an additional 100,000. This was Lu Fuxing's sincere sentiment. He genuinely felt at a loss for how to express his appreciation. Without Attorney Zhou's involvement, achieving this outcome would have been utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun promptly waved his hand, stating, "That is not acceptable. The agreed fee remains 6,000, and at most, you may reimburse my travel and accommodation expenses, which I will provide receipts for upon my return. There is no need to discuss additional compensation. That would imply a risk-based representation, which is not permissible. If I were to accept such payment, the Bar Association would investigate me the very next day. This is a matter of utmost importance. Had I been an ordinary lawyer, it might have been acceptable to accept a small fee, but given the complexities with Jiang Qiming, I must adhere to the proper protocols. Risk-based representation entails either no fee or a reduced fee, to be compensated based on the damages awarded after a case is won. Accepting payment now would inadvertently qualify as such representation. However, reimbursement of travel expenses is permissible according to regulations. Now, this is simply my duty as your lawyer. You may return home." After parting ways with Lu Fuxing and his son, Zhou Yun made his way to the bus station. Before him, the system panel displayed the results of his task. It had been completed, the client was exceedingly satisfied, and the reward had been issued. He took out his phone, which now reflected a balance of 100,000 yuan, all of which was legitimate income easily verifiable by outsiders. The task panel revealed a new assignment. Task objective: successfully conclude a criminal case while ensuring the satisfaction of the involved parties. The reward system consists of 3 tiers: dissatisfaction, no reward; satisfaction, a cash reward of 10,000 yuan; and exceptional satisfaction, a cash reward of 100,000 yuan and 10 redemption points. As anticipated, The objective appears to be to engage with a variety of cases before progressing to more advanced matters. The system indeed treats the user as a novice. However, upon closer inspection, Zhou Yun discovered an additional hint. The more challenging the case, the greater the reward. It seems that the previous case he handled was deemed too complex for a beginner, hence the special indication this time. Criminal cases are undoubtedly Zhou Yun's forte. Later that evening, around 10, Zhou Yun returned home, contemplating a move. The current rental property is poorly located and lacks a pleasant environment. Now that he has the means, he is determined to upgrade his living situation. Nevertheless, his immediate priority is to finalize the video he is producing. He has already conceived the title, Arbitrary Dismissal in Court Labor Dispatch. The boss claims not a penny will be given. I'll take the court to court. Chapter 18. Goodness, is the law this playful? Wearing headphones, Zhou Yun began the voiceover. Hello, esteemed viewers, I am attorney Zhou Yun. From today onward, I will present a myriad of cases, each one personally handled by me. The first case I bring to you is a labor dispute involving a chef who had worked in the court for nearly 2 decades, suddenly dismissed by a third-party human resources company. The opposing party was audacious, proclaiming that one could sue as they pleased, choose any venue. But they would never concede a penny, all while being verbally abusive and even threatening violence. This client approached me, and my advice was clear: do not target the company, but rather seek out the company's benefactor. In the video, Zhou Yun elaborated on his theory, aptly named the benefactor theory. In life, we often encounter arrogant individuals or organizations. Pursuing a lawsuit directly against them often yields minimal results, as they can simply refuse to apologize. This has become a common issue. In cases requiring an apology, if the defendant remains obstinate, the court typically resorts to publishing the apology judgment in newspapers and various platforms, with the defendant bearing the publication costs, perhaps incurring a fine at most. The likelihood of facing significant repercussions for refusing to apologize is virtually non-existent. Thus, many times, the opposing party may act with impunity. In such instances, we must discern who their benefactor is, and then approach that benefactor directly. Once we identify the benefactor, we can engage in legal dialogue with them, ensuring they understand the trouble caused by their charge, which will prompt them to resolve the issue swiftly. In this case, as the third-party company contracted by the court, the benefactor is clearly the court itself. Hence, by addressing the court, we can be assured of an apology from the other party. Integrating his own theories, Zhou Yun began to meticulously narrate the entire case. His words synchronized with the video footage. For instance, he vividly illustrated how arrogant Zhou Yun was, urging viewers to witness it on screen. Following the arbitration court and the lawsuit, Zhou Yun displayed a stark contrast, desperately seeking an apology. By the time he finished editing the video, it was already past 7 in the morning. Zhou Yun had pulled an all-nighter. With little to occupy his time at the office, he decided to complete this task, envisioning a future where he could cultivate clients through the internet. After reviewing the video and finding no issues, he promptly sent it to Director Fan, followed by a phone call to inform him. Once he had accomplished this, Zhou Yun collapsed into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by hunger. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He opened WeChat and discovered a suggestion from Director Fan, who had directly modified the content. After sending the revised version, it wasn't long before he received confirmation from Director Fan that everything was satisfactory. There was no doubt about it. Throughout the case, the court had played a commendable role, engaging proactively in communication upon learning of the lawsuit and seeking mediation to resolve the matter. This not only saved the parties involved time and money, but also avoided the complications of a formal litigation process, which could result in appeals and further delay in receiving compensation. With everything in order, Zhou Yun uploaded the video online. He had accounts on various platforms, but his primary focus remained on Douyin, where he had consistently live-streamed. After posting, he ventured out for a meal. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in the bustling metropolis, Zhou Xinyao, a 4th-year student, lay on her bed, idly scrolling through her phone. As her peers busied themselves with job hunting, Zhou Xinyao found herself feeling somewhat lost. Having passed the bar exam, she was reluctant to pursue a career as a lawyer, believing that lawyers in the country currently held little significance. As she continued to browse, she stumbled upon a rather intriguing video titled Sue the Court. Curious, she clicked on it, noticing the lawyer's name, Zhou Yun. The video discussed the dismissal of a labor dispatch worker, suggesting that the only recourse was to sue the employment agency. To her astonishment, the idea of suing the court was indeed feasible, supported by sound legal reasoning. Zhou Yun felt as if she had stepped into a new world. After 4 years of legal study, she had never imagined the law could be so versatile. The argument about finding a father left her wide-eyed, especially when witnessing the previously arrogant boss, Mr. Schur, who had proclaimed he would not pay a penny, now chasing after an apology post-lawsuit. It was an exhilarating moment, encapsulating the true essence of the law. At that instant, Zhou Yun was struck with inspiration. She yearned to learn from this lawyer, Zhou Yun. She aspired to become a lawyer herself. The law was there, each statute and judicial interpretation, along with relevant regulations, made public. A lawyer's role was to adeptly wield these tools to help clients achieve their aspirations. Such a video deserved to be seen by a wider audience. Without any hesitation, Zhou Yun promptly began investing in Doujia, initially pouring in 50,000 yuan. Subsequently, she prepared to reach out to several prominent influencers to assist with promotion. After all, it was merely a matter of money, and she happened to have an abundance of it. Gradually, with Zhou Yun's incremental support, the video's popularity began to soar. By Reincarnated remarked, "Wow, I was only a labor dispatch worker and never realized that being dismissed could still entitle me to compensation." Gong Dinyoma added, "I had no idea either. I used to let them handle me however they wished. Now it seems, if I get dismissed again, I could sue." Gay was sure Jean Ca echoed, "I must say, that lawyer performed remarkably well. Seeing that boss utter those words made me want to strike him." However, the apology that followed was truly satisfying. In the video, the confrontations and apologies were all captured in real time, demonstrating that no actor could replicate such genuine emotion. Initially, there was no chance of receiving any compensation, yet by the end, apologies and reparations were forthcoming. What a gratifying turn of events. Although this was merely an isolated case and laborers typically find it difficult to draw parallels, it certainly did not diminish their enjoyment. The concept of labor dispatch is deeply detested by many, and finally, someone was addressing their grievances, prompting collective support. Thus, propelled by these enthusiastic viewers, the video's popularity continued to escalate. Many became aware that in Jinghai, a lawyer named Zhou Yun had devised a theory regarding finding accountability. This theory successfully guided practical applications, compelling a previously unrepentant boss to sincerely apologize. In this context, someone at Tianhe law firm came across the video. Chapter 19, Topics That Cannot Be Touched. Tianing Yu, the previously knowledgeable individual, was known for his frequent assertion, "You truly have no idea. The situation is like this." However, after recent events, Lao Tian had become somewhat more restrained in his speech. As usual, Lao Tian was at his workstation, idly browsing on his phone when he stumbled upon a video. Taking the court to court? This lawyer is intriguing. Does he not fear offending the judiciary? The view count of the video was approaching 1 million, with an overwhelming number of likes and comments. Remarkably, the video had been posted for less than 2 hours. The comments section was filled with viewers praising the lawyer as a genius, lauding his almost divine maneuvering. As a fellow lawyer, Lao Tian found himself particularly disdainful of those who relied on gimmicks to attract the masses. Subconsciously, he sought out the lawyer's name. Upon discovering it, he was momentarily stunned. Zhou Yun? Was this the Zhou Yun behind the viral video? Wait, it must be a coincidence of names. What caliber of lawyer could produce such a sensational video? Lao Tian clicked on the lawyer's profile and was met with the revelation. Zhou Yun from Tianhe law firm in Jinghai. He could hardly contain himself and blurted out his realization, drawing the attention of his colleagues, including Kang Xiaoyu. "Lao Tian, who is Zhou Yun? What has he done now?" one of the lawyers inquired. Lao Tian handed over his phone, saying, "Here, take a look for yourself." Zhou Yun has remarkably managed to produce another impressive case without anyone noticing. It has now been uploaded online, garnering over 3 million views. Many viewers are even calling Zhou Yun a genius lawyer. What? Another lawyer quickly snatched the phone and exclaimed, "Wow, it's true." Kang Xiaoyu, who was listening nearby, instinctively pulled out her own phone to search, swiftly locating the video. As she watched, she gradually fell silent. During this period, Zhou Yun had accomplished such a remarkable case. Before long, this case had come to the attention of other lawyers, all astonished by Zhou Yun's maneuvers, particularly the so-called finding a father argument, which felt refreshingly novel. Of course, a certain master surnamed Liu had once said that the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. For instance, Jiang Qiming was quite displeased after watching the video. Zhou Yun, why is it him again? He lamented. I wonder why the leadership is supporting him. I must investigate this promptly. After finishing his meal, Zhou Yun strolled through the streets and returned home, now in the evening. He pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and was taken aback by the impressive statistics. While he was aware that the courtroom lawsuit hook would attract attention, he never anticipated it would become this sensational. How could there be such high viewership in such a short time? By tomorrow, it would surely reach millions. Even prominent internet celebrities could hardly achieve such results. Looking at his follower count, it had surged from a mere few hundred to several thousand. And if the video continued to gain traction, he estimated that it would surpass 10,000 by tomorrow. Naturally, amidst the plethora of accolades labeling him a genius lawyer, there were also some less harmonious voices. Mud City Fong Law. I am truly astonished that so many people consider this so-called courtroom lawsuit a masterstroke. What kind of masterstroke is this? Any lawyer could have thought of it. Mud City Fong Law. I am at a loss for words. I can only say that the current audience lacks understanding of the legal profession. If they had even a slight comprehension, this video could not have become so wildly popular. Upon reading these comments, Zhou Yun felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Now, this is more like it. This is the internet I know, where there will always be naysayers. The internet cannot exist without critics, just as some cannot forsake Jerusalem. As he continued to scroll, he noticed that there were indeed many like this Mud City Fong Law, but judging by their names, they all appeared to be individuals within the legal profession. Clicking on their profiles, he found that they, like him, were also attempting to attract viewers through online live streams and videos. There was no fault in this. Rivals within the same field are often the fiercest adversaries, and Zhou Yun chose to disregard them. The more attention you give to such individuals, the more fervently they engage. What he needed to focus on now was to go live. He must seize the opportunity. Opening his computer, Zhou Yun quickly initiated the live broadcast, this time altering the title to Lawyer Zhou Yun, Live Legal Insights. Previously, he required such gimmicks to draw attention, but now, it was no longer necessary. The current fervor is undeniably high. It hasn't been long since the live stream commenced, yet a multitude has already flocked in. Is that not the ingenious lawyer? Why is he not showing his face? I pondered whether he feared being recognized in real life. His maneuvers and theories make my scalp tingle. Let us set aside the question of whether it's thrilling or not. The real inquiry is whether he has resolved the issues at hand. The audience, having exchanged only a few words, soon erupted into a quarrel. However, someone aptly remarked, let us not concern ourselves with anything else. Let us simply ascertain whether the problems have been addressed. Just as Zhou Yun was preparing to speak, he noticed an individual named Night Raid on Widow Village commencing to send gifts, which threw him off balance. Observing that the other party had already sent several expensive gifts, Zhou Yun quickly interjected, Dear brother from Night Raid on Widow Village, if you wish to consult, there is no need to send gifts. My consultations are complimentary. The peculiar name coupled with the act of gifting left Zhou Yun feeling quite unnerved. However, upon inquiring, he received no response. It appeared the individual was merely there to send gifts and watch the live stream. If this friend chooses not to speak, that is perfectly fine. We shall proceed as usual. Anyone wishing to consult may simply voice their concerns, and I shall select accordingly. In the bustling metropolis, Zhou Xinyao chuckled at her phone. She was indeed the one behind the moniker Night Raid on Widow Village. Do not question why she chose such a name. It is merely her alternate account. In this day and age, one can only express themselves freely online while cloaked in anonymity. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if recognized by someone they know. She intended to inquire about Zhou Yun's age and height, but upon reflection, she refrained from speaking, finding it too awkward. Glancing back at the live stream, she observed that inquiries were flooding in. Zhou Xinyao was curious about how adept this lawyer Zhou Yun was at consultations. After all, the previous case might have merely been a fluke. Within the live stream, Zhou Yun had commenced his consultations, deliberately selecting criminal cases for the day. This was his area of expertise, and now that he was engaged in consultations, it was second nature to him. After a few consultations, Zhou Xinyao could clearly discern that this lawyer Zhou Yun was indeed skilled. It was curious, though, that he had previously gained fame for labor disputes. Yet now he was exclusively handling criminal law inquiries. Just as she contemplated this, Zhou Yun in the live stream had begun a new consultation. Please take your time. Your son was involved in a conflict during a forced demolition, correct? The terms forced demolition and conflict instantly ignited excitement among the audience, as these were topics many regions dare not broach. In the fervent attention of the livestream audience, Zhou Yun's voice remained as calm as ever. Do not rush. Criminal cases cannot be hurried. Please elucidate the entire situation. How was the demolition conducted? Who carried it out? And how did your son become embroiled in the conflict? Please clarify everything. As the individual began to speak, the audience was taken aback, for the voice sounded like that of an elder, at least 60 years or older. Nevertheless, no one spoke up. Everyone listened intently. Lawyer Zhou, my family resides in Dasha County of Ning City. It was about 2 years ago when we learned that our homes were to be demolished. Initially, we were elated, but soon we discovered that the compensation offered was far from substantial. This misconception has become prevalent among many. They believe that demolition still guarantees instant wealth as it once did. However, the stark reality is that with the economic downturn, numerous regions are facing financial difficulties. In the past, substantial compensation was feasible due to soaring property prices, but the current market bears no resemblance to those times, leading to inadequate compensation for demolitions today. Unsatisfactory offers inevitably leave the affected parties discontent. Some areas persist with outdated practices. Dissent is met with accusations of being troublesome citizens, resulting in direct forced demolitions. Although such incidents may not frequently make headlines now, a thorough search would reveal their presence. In the live broadcast, an elderly woman recounted a seemingly straightforward case. Her family rejected the demolition compensation, prompting the opposing party to initiate forced removal. During this process, her son, Wei Tao, aged 48, could not restrain his resistance when several individuals attempted to forcibly escort him away. He wielded a mop during his defiance. The aftermath resulted in 3 members of the demolition team sustaining minor injuries, while Wei Tao also incurred light injuries himself. Having grasped the situation, Zhou inquired, "What was the subsequent ruling? Did you consult a lawyer during this period, and what transpired?" The elderly woman replied, "At that time, we did hire a lawyer, who advised us to accept compensation and urged my son to plead guilty, suggesting that this would reduce his sentence by 2 years. Additionally, we were told that if we refrained from causing a scene, the demolition compensation could be slightly increased. We complied with their advice, resulting in a significant financial payout, ultimately leading to a charge of obstructing official duties and a 3-year sentence." "Curious," Zhou responded, "given that you have already pleaded guilty and served 2 years. What is your purpose in seeking me now?" The woman's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness. "Lawyer Zhou, we initially felt a sense of injustice. The compensation was far too meager. They imposed a demolition without allowing us any means of resistance. Why should we accept this? At that time, however, we felt powerless. Lawyers and others advised us to avoid further entanglement, warning that continued opposition could result in a harsher sentence, so we acquiesced. But now, my grandson is graduating and wishes to become a police officer, yet he is told that due to his father's criminal record, he is ineligible for the position and will not pass the political examination. We find ourselves in a predicament, which is why I have sought your assistance." Zhou understood. Despite the woman's somewhat disjointed narrative, they had felt wronged but had been resigned to their fate at the time. With numerous voices urging them to accept the plea for a potential reduction in sentence, they unwittingly embraced guilt. Such cases are typically minor, and Zhou could assert with certainty that after Wei Tao's admission of guilt, the court would have expedited the criminal proceedings. Regarding the 3-year sentence, one could argue that under criminal law, Wei Tao's use of a weapon during his resistance constituted an aggravating circumstance. Now, with his grandson's aspirations to join the police force thwarted, they find themselves at an impasse. The elderly man continued to murmur, "My daughter-in-law passed away early, and my partner and I have raised our grandson with hopes of securing a bright future for him." Zhou Yun interjected, "Please do not be too anxious. Since I have yet to review the judgment, I am not fully aware of the specific circumstances. I have a question to pose to you. A lawyer must never take the words of the parties involved at face value. This is a lesson learned from years of practice in previous lives. It is a simple truth that, regardless of who it is, when faced with difficulties, individuals instinctively tend to present themselves in a more favorable light. If you observe, it is indeed the case. The internet is rife with short essays that reflect this tendency. When confronting personal issues, people often evade the topic or downplay its significance, focusing solely on the problems of others. This behavior may be tolerable in everyday life, but it becomes quite serious when individuals exhibit the same conduct while seeking legal counsel. Lawyers, much like doctors, require accurate information to provide proper assistance. If one withholds their true condition from a physician, how can the doctor make a proper diagnosis? The same holds true for lawyers. Without a clear understanding of the case, they cannot proceed effectively. Zhou Yun then posed a crucial question. During the forced demolition, was any compensation deposited for your family? The viewers in the live stream were momentarily perplexed by the question. Soon, someone commented in the chat, "Isn't that a rather absurd question? How could compensation possibly be given in advance during a demolition? Indeed, it is rare to witness such a practice." Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyao, who also studied law, found herself puzzled by Zhou Yun's inquiry. The elderly man quickly responded, No money was given. As I mentioned earlier, following that incident, the local authorities told us to cease our protests and that they could offer a little more money. Zhou lawyer, at that time, we had no choice. Our home was demolished, and we had to acquiesce. They said if we refused, they would take legal action against us. However, we had no money to pursue a lawsuit, so we could only comply with their demands. Zhou Yun's voice resonated. Oh, so it is now confirmed that no compensation was provided during the forced demolition. I noticed many viewers in the live stream were confused, so I shall clarify. A legal forced demolition must always precede compensation before proceeding with the eviction. Article 27 of the Regulations on Compensation and Resettlement for Housing Expropriation on State-Owned Land stipulates that compensation must be provided before relocation. It is imperative to note that this is a legal requirement. Thus, compensation must come first. This is a critical point. Although many are aware that in practice, this rule is often overlooked in various locales, having such regulations allows us to leverage them. It is akin to the numerous criticisms directed at the labor law and the labor contract law. Nowadays, labor arbitration has become increasingly prevalent, to the extent that many companies consider whether arbitration has occurred as a significant aspect of their background checks. This indicates that the law, in its essence, holds weight and effectiveness, far exceeding the dismissive claims that it is merely worthless paper. With this issue clarified, we can now develop a strategy for the case. As the charge is obstruction of public duty, let us approach this matter of public duty. If this public duty is deemed unlawful, can it still be considered a public duty? If it is no longer a public duty, does this action then not constitute the crime of obstructing public duty? As these words echoed, Zhou Xinyao found herself momentarily speechless. Chapter 21. Initiate administrative litigation. To be candid, prior to this moment, Zhou Xinyao had contemplated numerous potential avenues. For instance, the concepts of offensive and defensive violence previously studied came to mind, as they represent the initial considerations when confronting such charges. The crime of obstructing public duty is succinctly defined as acts that hinder the lawful execution of duties by state officials through violence or threats. However, the legal interpretation of violence encompasses various distinctions, including offensive and defensive violence. For example, if law enforcement personnel were to forcibly remove me, and in my defiance, I retaliated with a couple of punches, injuring the officer in the process, that would be classified as offensive violence. Conversely, defensive violence refers to injuries sustained by the officer while I desperately attempt to free myself from their grasp. Should the latter be validated, it could potentially lead to a verdict of not guilty, albeit with stringent evidential requirements. Yet, she was astounded that this lawyer Zhou would adopt such an audacious and unconventional defense strategy. Upon reflection, it indeed makes sense. The essence of obstructing public duty lies in the obstruction itself. If the act cannot even be classified as a public duty, on what grounds can one assert that another has obstructed it? It is essential to note that this is a live broadcast. The rapidity with which lawyer Zhou Yun articulated a solution speaks volumes of their expertise. This is not merely a vague notion, but a concrete methodology. There was no prior compensation, hence, the forcible demolition is undoubtedly unlawful. Since it is unlawful, can it be classified as a public duty? Clearly, it cannot. And it is as simple as that. It is not just the law student who understands this. Even someone unfamiliar with legal principles could grasp this reasoning. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Zhou Yun continued, "What I have presented is merely a line of thought, as I have not actually reviewed those case files. If you have any insights, please feel free to contact me privately, and we can delve deeper into this case. For now, let us proceed to the next individual." The consultation continued, and at that moment, in a remote area of Ning City, an elderly man, nearing 70, was fervently typing on his phone. He is the very individual who had previously consulted Zhou Yun online, named Sun Jianxi, aged 65. For him, the incident from 2 years ago had drastically altered the fate of his family. His daughter-in-law had passed away prematurely, and he and his son had jointly raised their grandson. Yet, as fate would have it, misfortune sought out those already burdened by hardship, and suddenly, his son too was incarcerated. He eked out a living through menial jobs and scavenging, striving to support his grandson. After enduring immense challenges to provide for him, yet another calamity struck. Now, his grandson had entered the workforce, his face clouded with worry, on the brink of depression. Sun Jianxi found himself utterly helpless. At 70, despite his relentless efforts to emulate others in sharing his plight online, he found it futile, as scarcely anyone took notice. Without attention, there is no fervor. Without fervor, issues remain unacknowledged, and without acknowledgement, resolutions cannot be attained. Initially engulfed in despair, fate took a turn when I serendipitously stumbled upon the viral video featuring Zhou Yun, who was hailed by viewers as a brilliant lawyer. Driven by a flicker of hope, Sun Jianxi sought Zhou Yun's assistance. Fortune smiled upon him as he was chosen by Zhou Yun. Although Sun lacked legal knowledge, he had acquainted himself with numerous resources during his quest for justice for his son, thus finding Zhou Yun's insights profoundly compelling. He resolved to give it a shot. In a private message, Sun Jianxi followed Zhou Yun's directives, sending photographs of the previous judgment and related documents, hoping that this lawyer would genuinely offer his support. In the live stream, Zhou Yun resumed his consultations. Initially, the broadcast maintained a serious tone, but as it progressed, it devolved into a more whimsical atmosphere, with viewers posing absurd inquiries. Fortunately, Zhou Yun, with his extensive experience, adeptly responded to even the most bizarre questions with humorous legal explanations. For instance, when asked about a husband gifting a female streamer and subsequently meeting privately, he quipped that such a meeting could be interpreted as solicitation and advised reporting it to the authorities. Zhou Yun's repertoire of witty anecdotes flowed effortlessly, bringing laughter to Zhu Xinyao, who found this Zhou Yun to be quite the character. For Zhou Yun, this was merely child's play. In his past life, he was not only a distinguished lawyer, but also a seasoned professor at a prominent law university. Every law professor is a master of humor and legal jokes about. As the stream concluded, Zhu Xinyao contemplated her future, deciding against pursuing a legal career and opting instead for graduate studies, feeling a significant gap between her and Zhou Yun, and believing that theoretical research in academia would be more fitting. At home, Zhou Yun removed his headphones and began reviewing private messages. Daily live streaming could be exhausting. Yet in this initial phase of his career, such efforts were essential. After a while, he came across the judgment sent by Sun Jianxi and promptly delved into it. Upon thoroughly examining the document, Zhou Yun reached a resolution. This case was indeed viable. Although it posed certain complexities, if successfully handled, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention online. Soon, Zhou Yun responded to Sun Jianxi's message. I have reviewed the judgment, and I can take on the case. As a newcomer, I can offer you a base fee of 5,000. How does that sound? He refrained from stating that he would cover the costs, not due to reluctance over the money, but because he could not explicitly offer his services pro bono. It is imperative to remember that lawyers cannot represent clients without charge. Regardless of the case, contracts must be signed with law firms, which are responsible for issuing formal letters. Furthermore, firms typically charge a management fee ranging from 10 to 20%, with some unscrupulous firms demanding as much as 40%. Curiosity may arise regarding whether a lawyer could personally cover these expenses, but the implications are far more complex. The response remains unsatisfactory, as Article 10, Clause 8 of the Rules on the Promotion of Lawyer Services by the Bar Association explicitly states that lawyers are prohibited from charging fees or reducing fees. Such actions would be deemed unfair competition. One cannot engage in competition with other lawyers by offering services for free or at a lower rate. Thus, even when hearing the elderly man's lament about his financial struggles, Zhou Yun refrained from offering to cover any costs. His current relationship with the head of the law firm and the leaders of the Bar Association is fraught with tension. Although he may have leveraged some support, any violation of regulations could lead to severe repercussions. Therefore, it is imperative that no related records are kept. Furthermore, it would be prudent to assess the character of the other party. If someone were to approach him stating their inability to pay and requesting free legal representation, he would promptly block them. The rationale is straightforward. While he may voluntarily offer services pro bono, the request for such assistance constitutes a form of moral coercion. It parallels the notion of online donations. Contributions are an act of goodwill, not an obligation. One may choose to donate freely, but it is unacceptable to berate someone for not contributing during their own hardships. This form of moral coercion is universally detested. Additionally, the amount requested is minimal. 5,000 yuan is merely the baseline fee for criminal cases in Jiangdong province, and few lawyers would accept such a case for less than several tens of thousands. Upon seeing the response, Sun Jianxi hesitated momentarily but swiftly replied, "Lawyer Zhou, 5,000 yuan, right? No problem. How shall I transfer the money?" Currently, he possesses just over 6,000 yuan, a sum that has been painstakingly saved. Yet, he is willing to take this risk. Zhou Yun smiled upon reading this message, genuinely puzzled by the elderly man's trust in him. After all, it seems implausible for an ordinary person to transfer money to a stranger based solely on an electronic contract. Given the trust placed in him, he is determined to handle the case with utmost diligence. No rush. I will provide you with my account details tomorrow at the firm, and we can sign the electronic contract, after which you may transfer the funds to that account. The following morning, Zhou Yun arrived at the law firm. Despite his strained relationship with the firm's director, there is a standard procedure for accepting cases, and the director cannot deny him that right. Moreover, he has gained considerable popularity within the firm. Even the administrative staff responsible for procedures suddenly found Zhou Yun rather charming, seemingly more attractive than before. After signing the electronic contract, Sun Jianxi transferred the funds. Zhou Yun promptly initiated a video call, having connected with him on WeChat the previous day. "Hello, Mr. Sun. I have confirmed with the finance department that the transfer is successful. I can now commence work on your case." Sun Jianxi nodded, feeling somewhat anxious, as their interaction had been limited to the brief consultation in the live stream. "So, Lawyer Zhou, what are the next steps?" Zhou Yun responded quickly. "I will first file an administrative lawsuit at the Ning City Railway Transport Court." "An administrative lawsuit?" Sun Jianxi inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Indeed, in administrative litigation. To prove that an action is not a public duty, one must establish that the forcible demolition conducted that year was unlawful. Administrative litigation serves as the optimal avenue for ascertaining the illegality of administrative actions. Should one prevail in this litigation, it can be asserted that half of the battle is won. Naturally, prior to the litigation, I must meet with your son." Chapter 22. This case is becoming increasingly intriguing. While it may seem straightforward, the intricacies involved are quite complex. Numerous issues require clarification. Had it truly been so simple, a ruling would not have been rendered at that time. At the very least, the judgment clearly states that Sun Weitao actively engaged during his forcible removal by several urban management officers. Moreover, the opposing party documented these events, thus providing ample evidence. Sun Jianxi remains unaware of many details, and it is often in these particulars that criminal cases falter. Listening to Zhou Yun, Sun Jianxi inquired, "What assistance do you require?" "Lawyer Zhou?" Zhou Yun replied with a smile, "Your son is at the 4th prison of Ning City, correct? Simply wait for me in Ning City. I shall depart today. There is no need for you to do anything else. If one must still labor after having paid, what is the purpose of hiring a lawyer? Furthermore, it is imperative that this case leaves the opposing party exceedingly satisfied." After concluding the call, Zhou Yun proceeded to book his ticket. Ning City could be deemed the most impoverished city in Jiangdong province. Fortunately, it is accessible via high-speed rail from Jinghai. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yun boarded the train, arriving in Ning City shortly after 3. By 6 in the evening, the two parties finally convened. At the base of a hotel in Ning City, Zhou Yun observed an elderly gentleman with deep wrinkles and an abundance of white hair extending his hand. "Grandfather Sun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Despite not being particularly old, this gentleman appeared to possess more gray hair than most of his contemporaries in the city, exhibiting a vitality that surpassed that of some young laborers. This is to be expected. Laborers endure grueling schedules, sacrificing sleep and worrying about the future, which understandably affects their well-being and increases the risk of sudden health issues. In contrast, the retirement pension of this gentleman exceeds that of many laborers, allowing him to maintain a regimen of early rising, exercise, and rest, contributing to his robust demeanor. However, it was evident that Grandfather Sun's life had been fraught with hardship, as the struggles of existence were etched upon his face. Accompanying Sun Jianxi was a young man, who appeared somewhat uneasy upon seeing Zhou Yun. Sun Jianqi hastily interjected, "Hello, Lawyer Zhou. This is my grandson, Sun Chenwei. Upon learning that I had engaged your services for this legal matter, he insisted on coming along. Is that so?" Doubt is natural. Zhou Yun maintained a cordial smile, recognizing the common skepticism among the elderly, often victims of deceit. As a young man striving in the city, Sun Chenwei would naturally harbor doubts upon hearing that his grandfather had enlisted an unknown lawyer to seek justice for his father. Thus, Zhou Yun promptly produced his credentials. "Mr. Sun Chenwei, is it? Greetings, here are my credentials." Sun Chenwei glanced at the documents, his expression slightly improving, yet he still remarked, "Lawyer Zhou, my father has been in for 2 years already. The last time I visited him, he mentioned he was applying for a sentence reduction and should be out soon. Now you want my grandfather to handle this again. Will it even work?" Zhou Yun responded earnestly, "Mr. Sun, I cannot guarantee anything. No lawyer can offer you such assurances." Upon hearing this, Sun Chenwei immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "Then what is the purpose of?" However, his words were interrupted by Zhou Yun. "I understand your skepticism, Mr. Sunday. It's quite all right. I have alternative methods to alleviate your concerns," Zhou Yun said with a smile. "Alternative methods?" Sun Chenwei furrowed his brow. "What could you possibly do?" At that moment, Zhou Yun unexpectedly pulled out a stack of money from his bag and handed it over. "Here is 5,000 yuan. Sun Chenwei was taken aback, staring at the young lawyer, suddenly at a loss for words. He was aware that his grandfather, Sun Jianqi, had merely offered this sum to the opposing party, and now this amount was being returned to him. "Lawyer Zhou, are you offering to represent us pro bono?" Zhou Yun quickly shook his head. No. I am a law-abiding attorney and would never work for free. That would violate legal ethics. As you may know, after completing a case, I publish it online as a video. Your father's case will also be shared, and this 5,000 yuan is merely a fee for authorization. As for the coincidence with the processing fee, well, that's just fortuitous." Observing Zhou Yun's cheerful demeanor, Sun Chenwei felt conflicted. He did not desire the money, yet he accepted it under Zhou Yun's persuasion. "You two need not worry any further. I will handle everything. I will communicate any progress with you both promptly." Sun Chenwei and Sun Jianqi nodded in agreement, reassured by Zhou Yun's apparent reliability despite his youth. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yun submitted the relevant visitation request to the 4th prison online and began reviewing the materials provided by Sun Jianqi. On the 3rd day of their stay in Ning City, news arrived from the prison granting permission for the visit. One afternoon, Zhou Yun arrived at the 4th prison, presented the necessary credentials, and was escorted to the visitation room. After a brief wait, a somewhat frail-looking man entered. Contrary to what many might imagine, the prison's visitation area had been upgraded to a more modern and spacious hall. In fact, it could now be referred to as a visitation hall, resembling the layout of a governmental office with registration windows, reception areas, and waiting lounges. Some sections even featured children's play areas to accommodate family members with young children. After registration, visitors awaited their turn to be called. Once the inmate arrived in the visitation zone, they would be escorted over. The visitation window was also quite different from what one might see in films. It resembled a bank counter more than anything, devoid of iron bars, and instead, there was thick glass with communication conducted through telephones. At that moment, Sun Weitao was bewildered. When he initially received the news that someone wished to visit him, he thought something had happened at home. In typical circumstances, visits from family members to inmates occur at fixed intervals each month. Thus, such impromptu meetings are quite rare. Eventually, it became clear that the visitor was an attorney, which only deepened his confusion. Nevertheless, suppressing his bewilderment, he picked up the phone and inquired, "Are you the lawyer my father hired?" Zhou Yun, also on the line, replied, "Indeed, Mr. Sunday. I am Zhou, the attorney assigned to your case for retrial. Allow me to explain the situation." Zhou Yun briefly outlined his son's predicament, adding, "This is why your father sought my assistance." Sun Weitao furrowed his brow, asking, "Lawyer Zhou, is there still hope for my situation?" Zhou Yun smiled, affirming, "Certainly, there is hope. If you cooperate with me, that hope will increase significantly. Hence, I will pose several questions, and I hope you will respond thoughtfully." Although he had grown accustomed to this life over the past 2 years and might soon be released due to a sentence reduction, the truth remained. Who would wish to bear a criminal record if proven innocent? Moreover, these 2 years had been an excruciating ordeal for him. A perfectly ordinary life disrupted by such matters had rendered his time in the detention center akin to hell. Thus, Sun Weitao promptly said, "Lawyer Zhou, please proceed with your questions." At this juncture, he could only choose to trust this attorney. Zhou Yun then began. First question, was the demolition carried out without a court ruling? This was a crucial point, as administrative bodies lack the authority to enforce demolitions. For a demolition to occur, the administrative department must apply to the People's Court for a ruling. Only upon the court's decision may a demolition take place. After some contemplation, Sun Weitao responded, "I'm not entirely sure. At the very least, I did not witness any such ruling." Zhou Yun nodded, noting that if one feels aggrieved during a demolition, it is essential to promptly file an objection with the court, and this must be done in writing. Every step must be documented. Only then can one navigate the subsequent legal proceedings with ease. However, many individuals lack this legal awareness or believe such measures to be futile, thus inadvertently forfeiting their final opportunity for redress. Zhou Yun refrained from elaborating on these matters and merely continued. Second question, when you expressed your disagreement regarding the compensation, did the opposing party engage a third-party agency to assess the value of your property? If so, was the compensation agreement made public? Sun Weitao furrowed his brow, pondering for quite some time before responding, "Lawyer Zhou, at that time, some individuals approached me, stating they intended to carry out the demolition and offered me a sum of money, which I refused. I never even saw that compensation agreement." Zhou Yun took notes and asked, "Did the opposing party inform you that the corresponding compensation had been deposited into a bank account, and that you could withdraw it at any time with the compensation agreement?" Sun Weitao shook his head, replying, "No. It was only after my conviction that they provided the compensation. In reality, a complete procedure governs forced demolitions. If both parties agree, that is one matter. However, if the party being demolished does not consent, the first step for the requisitioning department is to evaluate the property. Following the assessment, a price will be established, and the requisitioning department is obliged to deposit the respective funds into a designated bank account. The party facing demolition can withdraw compensation at any time upon holding the expropriation agreement. This aligns with the stipulation of prior compensation before demolition. In reality, it is impractical to disburse funds directly, as there exists the risk of the other party retracting their agreement after receiving the payment. Thus, such regulations have been established. However, Zhou Yun has now discerned that the expropriation department has seemingly not remitted any funds. This raises an intriguing question. How could the court have approved the application in the absence of such a payment? In truth, he need not engage in such a formidable case. Yet to live life anew while remaining mired in mediocrity seems devoid of purpose. Moreover, in cases of heightened complexity, the rewards are substantially increased. Chapter 23. What? You find humor in my reference to the law? Zhou Yun has already been released from prison. During his recent inquiries with Sun Weitao, he observed enough to ascertain that Sun had not been dishonest. As a seasoned criminal defense expert, Zhou Yun possesses confidence in this regard. If the other party is truthful, this case holds significant potential. Noticing the hour was late, he realized that today was not feasible for further action. Zhou Yun returned to his hotel, preparing to file an administrative lawsuit at the Railway Transport Court first thing in the morning. Administrative litigation, regarded as one of the more peculiar forms of lawsuits, has often been criticized, with many asserting that it is nearly impossible to win, or that even a victory yields no tangible benefits. This sentiment holds considerable validity, especially considering the nature of civil actions against state authorities. In the past, certain local administrative bodies would outright disregard court judgments. What recourse does one have if such defiance occurs? Can one truly detain the legal representative of an administrative body for failing to execute a court ruling? Such a notion blurs the lines of authority and governance, leading to uncertainty about enforcement. Presently, the situation has improved somewhat, though only marginally. However, the administrative lawsuit Zhou Yun intends to pursue is distinct. He does not seek to compel an administrative body to undertake a specific action, but rather aims to have the court determine the legality of the administrative act of forced demolition. This introduces some latitude into the proceedings. Yet, a pressing question remains. Who is the defendant in this administrative lawsuit? Many might assume this question is straightforward. The decision for forced demolition must originate from the county. Thus, one should simply sue the county. If one were to proceed with such an assumption, the court would likely dismiss the case, deeming the defendant inappropriate. Administrative litigation is governed by exceedingly stringent regulations. The defendant must be the specific administrative body that enacted the administrative act in question, and the lawsuit must directly correspond to that particular act. A complete correspondence is mandatory. Any discrepancy could result in the failure of the lawsuit. In the context of housing expropriation and demolition, numerous administrative actions and delegated responsibilities are involved. One must navigate these intricacies to identify the specific individual accountable. Zhou Yun has already gathered information regarding those who forcibly attempted to remove Sun Weitao at the scene. The individuals in question are employees of the Urban Management Comprehensive Law Enforcement Team under the Municipal Management Department of Daxian County. Naturally, they are all temporary workers, often referred to as labor dispatch personnel. It is understandable that permanent staff would not undertake such tasks. Nonetheless, it is evident that the local authorities are striving for lawful demolition. Therefore, they seek court rulings and rely on subordinate departments to carry out forcible demolitions, albeit with significant procedural issues. Were there no intention for legal compliance, a different approach would be adopted, typically involving specialized companies. These companies are either connected to local leaders or affiliated with developers poised to initiate projects in the area. Despite the stipulations of Article 27 of the Regulations on the Expropriation and Compensation of Houses on State-Owned Land, which forbids construction entities from participating in demolitions, essentially prohibiting real estate developers from engaging in such activities, this regulation has often been disregarded. It is a straightforward matter. Once a developer has purchased a parcel of land, the absence of demolition delays the commencement of construction, resulting in significant financial losses. In such scenarios, any lawsuits must first address the involved company. Daxian County aims for a lawful, forcible demolition, hence the charges against Sun Weitao for obstructing official duties. Although he is a temporary worker, at this juncture, he symbolizes the relevant department. Certainly, if one were to assault an auxiliary police officer assisting in law enforcement, that would constitute obstructing official duties. However, does this imply that one should sue the urban management team? Certainly not. The urban management department merely cooperates in the execution of duties, which can be understood as the housing expropriation department delegating the on-site demolition tasks to them. Should one pursue legal action against the urban management department, such a claim would likely be dismissed. At the scene, it is assured that the urban management was not the only entity present. Representatives from various departments, including public security, may have also been in attendance, none of which can be held as defendants. As for the true defendant, Zhou Yun has already commenced an investigation to ascertain what evidence can be deemed direct and irrefutable, which, in this case, is the ruling issued by the court. This ruling will invariably contain an applicant entity. As it is essential for a court, akin to a spinning top, to have impetus, it cannot autonomously issue a ruling without an external driving force. The entity that applies for enforcement is, in fact, the true subject of administrative action. This investigation is not straightforward, primarily due to the passage of 2 years, leaving Zhou Yun uncertain whether the local court has deleted those announcements. Such rulings are typically required to be publicly announced on official websites. On his return to the hotel, Zhou Yun resumed his inquiries, prepared for both outcomes. If information remained elusive, he would have Sun Jianjie approach the local court with identification to request access to the records. Fortunately, by evening, Zhou Yun discovered that the court had not removed the information. The ruling clearly indicated that the application was made by the Daxian County Housing Expropriation Management Office. This is yet another intriguing scenario, as various regions typically establish dedicated offices tailored to specific circumstances, such as the one commonly referred to as the demolition office. 18 years ago, the situation was rather challenging, as defendants had to be specific administrative entities. However, these internal offices evidently do not qualify as administrative bodies, thereby rendering them incapable of being defendants. This loophole in the law resulted in considerable difficulties, akin to circumventing legal stipulations. In 2018, the Supreme Court promulgated an interpretation on the application of the administrative litigation law. The 25th article of this interpretation stipulates that if the Housing Expropriation Department designated by municipal or county governments executes administrative actions during the implementation of housing expropriation and compensation, and the expropriated individuals contest these actions by filing a lawsuit, the Housing Expropriation Department shall be the defendant. It was at this juncture that it was firmly established that the Housing Expropriation Department could indeed be a defendant. With the defendant identified, Zhou Yun began drafting the complaint and compiling evidence. The night swiftly elapsed, and by the break of dawn, Zhou Yun set off with a bag in hand. heading straight for the railway transportation court. Upon arrival, he found himself queuing in the case filing hall. However, Zhou Yun soon noticed that, despite this being the administrative litigation for over a dozen counties under Ning City's jurisdiction, the windows were nearly devoid of patrons. It appeared that the administrative litigation operations in Ning City were not being conducted effectively. Given the absence of individuals ahead of him, Zhou Yun's turn came quickly, and he approached the window. The staff member inside remarked, "Hello, this window only handles administrative litigation." Zhou Yun responded with a smile, "Indeed, this is an administrative litigation matter. Here is my complaint, evidence, and identification." As he spoke, Zhou Yun handed over the materials. The staff member examined the documents and inquired, "You are suing the Housing Expropriation Office of Dashan County?" Zhou Yun nodded affirmatively. The staff member hesitated momentarily before continuing. "This administrative action occurred 2 years ago, and you are only now filing a lawsuit? The statute of limitations has long expired. Please take this back. We cannot process it." With that, the staff member turned away, signaling the end of the conversation. Zhou Yun took a deep breath, aware of the complexities surrounding administrative litigation, yet the situation in Ning City was somewhat unexpected. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, believing that every problem has a solution. "So, what you're saying is that once the 6-month filing period has elapsed, you are unable to accept the case?" The staff member turned back, a hint of impatience in their expression. "Yes, is that not clear? And you're a lawyer, no less." However, before the staff member could finish, Zhou Yun interrupted. Article 46 of the Administrative Litigation Law clearly states that lawsuits regarding real estate must be filed within 20 years of the administrative action, while other cases must be filed within 5 years. We are merely 2 years past the action. On what grounds do you refuse to accept it? Or does your court operate under its own regulations? Or is it that my reference to the law amuses you?" Zhou Yun fixed his gaze on the staff member with utmost seriousness. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 24. If there is a system, one must endure. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the system? In the grand hall of the railway transportation court, there were others present, all initially engaged in the quiet process of case filing, until the voice of Zhou Yun pierced the atmosphere. He found it imperative to express his stance, hence his voice resonated loudly. Having navigated numerous cases in both his past and present lives, he had interacted with a myriad of courts. Some were as welcoming as a gentle spring breeze, while others were fraught with challenges. Lawyers indeed occupy a position of vulnerability. However, one cannot always exhibit softness. At times, the more accommodating one is, the less seriously they are regarded. Yet, in the usual course of affairs, it is rare for a lawyer to adopt such a firm stance, as it often proves unnecessary. If the court refuses to file a case, one must simply engage in further discussions with the client. After all, a lawyer may be managing several cases simultaneously and cannot afford to be overly contentious over a single matter. It is only lawyers like Zhou Yun, motivated by the prospect of greater rewards, who would act in such a manner. Surrounding individuals turned their heads, likely astonished that such a young lawyer would dare to raise his voice. Someone whispered, "Ultimately, he is still young. This kind of confrontation is futile." It is well known among those who have filed lawsuits that every court has its own procedural nuances. In other words, when filing a case, each court adheres to its internal regulations, which may never be documented or even acknowledged, yet they undeniably exist. What recourse does a lawyer have? None, it seems. The staff inside were momentarily taken aback, or perhaps it was simply that in her many years of service, she had never encountered a lawyer quite like him. As others in the hall and some colleagues turned their attention towards them, the staff member's expression darkened. "What are you shouting about? I ask you, what is the reason for your outburst? If there is an issue, state it plainly. What is there to shout about?" Zhou Yun's voice returned to a more measured tone. "Comrade, I am not shouting. I am merely informing you of the relevant regulations. It is not the case that once the filing deadline has passed, the court must automatically refuse to accept the case. The filing period is 6 months. However, according to the administrative litigation law, for real estate cases, it is 20 years, and for ordinary cases, 5 years. Only under these circumstances may the court rightfully refuse to accept a case. What is forced demolition?" Zhou Yun continued. "It falls under the category of real estate cases. Regardless of the circumstances, the court cannot simply refuse to hear it." The staff member, her face darkening further, retorted, "Regulations are regulations. The 6-month filing period has elapsed. It has been 2 years. which means the case is destined to lose. What purpose would it serve to accept it? Zhou Yun replied earnestly. Whether or not acceptance is useful is my concern. The opposing party's objection based on the filing deadline is uncertain, yet you assertively decide to refuse acceptance? Very well. If you choose not to accept it, then provide me with a formal notice of refusal, and I assure you, I will not pursue this matter further. Indeed, reason must prevail. The refusal to accept is the court's prerogative, yet if you do refuse, you must furnish me with an appropriate document. Otherwise, a mere verbal dismissal is insufficient. Do you believe I will simply accept your word without evidence? The staff member responded curtly, I will not issue it. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yun swiftly pulled out his phone and began recording. Come now, repeat for the camera that you will not accept the case, and that you will not issue a refusal notice, correct? Go ahead, say it. The latter part of the statement was shouted out directly by Zhou Yun. Although this approach would undoubtedly offend others, he was indifferent to such repercussions. After all, those who fear offending others are best suited to remain at home. Refraining from administrative litigation. Engaging in such matters would inevitably ruffle feathers. One might as well commit fully to the endeavor. Why the sudden silence? Playing mute, are we? Very well. If you refuse to provide me with any information today, I shall take the video to the higher court and report you. Should the higher court remain unresponsive, I will escalate the issue to the disciplinary inspection department. If they too choose to ignore it, I shall make my way to the capital, disseminating the matter online. I am determined to uncover who is truly ignoring the situation. In his past life as an attorney, he had always prioritized human relations, even extending a smile to ordinary court staff. However, having been granted a second chance with the system, he was resolved to relish this newfound power. Prior to the system, he had to play the subordinate. With the system in place, he would not be relegated to that role again. Such a system would be in vain otherwise. It must be said, the thrill of disregarding all consequences and confronting them head-on was truly exhilarating. Observing the staff member's flushed face, rendered speechless, was immensely satisfying. It was clear that such behavior had been indulged. One could only wonder where this arrogance originated. Some grassroots staff truly carried such an attitude, reacting as if they had been personally slighted simply by being spoken to. In any case, Zhou Yun would not indulge them. As the heated argument ensued, onlookers felt an inexplicable admiration for the young man's audacity, especially since the opposing party appeared to be an attorney. What was the cause for such fervor? Finally, someone stepped in to mediate. Please, let us remain calm. We can discuss this rationally. Are you intending to file a case? Approached a middle-aged man with a smile. Oh, I am the head of the filing department. My surname is Li. Zhou Yun nodded. Head Li, it's merely an administrative lawsuit. I simply wish for a decision to be issued if it is not to be accepted, so I can expedite matters to the intermediate court. After all, my client cannot afford to wait. Head Li examined the materials and responded, however, this has indeed surpassed the statute of limitations for filing. Such a lawsuit lacks any significance and would only result in procedural stagnation, wasting judicial resources. Zhou Yun smiled upon hearing this. The way leadership spoke was indeed different, directly invoking the notion of wasting judicial resources to counter him. Head Li, although 2 years have lapsed, there is an issue at hand. Firstly, the relevant department did not deliver the compensation agreement to my client at that time. Thus, he was unaware of which specific administrative body issued the requisition, rendering him unable to initiate administrative litigation. The time lost should not be counted within the limitation period. Furthermore, from the perspective of protecting the plaintiff's rights, the contested act of compulsory demolition pertains to my client's property, which is a quintessential immovable asset. The act of demolishing the property leads to the extinction of property rights, aligning with the effects of property rights alteration. Therefore, it adheres to the provisions of Article 9 of the Supreme Court's interpretation of the administrative litigation law, which stipulates a 20-year statute of limitations for filing. In summary, the court should indeed accept this case. If we are to engage in reasoned discourse, let us do so thoroughly. The protection of the plaintiff's rights is the essence of administrative litigation. The disparity between citizens and officials manifests in the legal framework that aims to safeguard the interests of the populace. Hearing this, Director Li hesitated for a moment before responding. Well, Attorney Zhou, we will proceed with your case and conduct a review. What do you think? Zhou Yun, upon hearing this, smiled instantly. I have no objections. As long as it adheres to regulations, there should be no issues. It's merely a matter of waiting. Chapter 25. How did I inexplicably become a defendant? Is this person unwell? In a hotel room in Ning City, Zhou Yun was engrossed in his phone. He had been indulging in leisure for 4 days now. As one cannot remain perpetually tense, relaxation is essential. As for that former girlfriend, to be honest, he was entirely indifferent. Perhaps for a young man. A beautiful girl might be hard to let go of, but having experienced much in his previous life, he was unfazed. Especially after ascending to a higher social stratum. Beautiful women flocked to him like moths to a flame. Lost in thought, his phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. He answered casually, "Hello? This is Zhou Yun from the Tianna law firm in Jinghai City. How may I assist you?" A woman's voice responded, "Is this attorney Zhou?" "Hello. I am from the Railway Transportation Court of Ning City. Regarding the case you previously filed, we have decided to officially accept it. When would you like to come and collect the notification of the case acceptance?" As expected, the case was accepted without any surprises. The current administrative litigation system is increasingly stringent, particularly under centralized jurisdiction, making it challenging for Defiant County to influence the Railway Transportation Court. The previous delays were merely an attempt to avoid complications. However, once he demonstrated a commitment to pursue the matter, they indeed proceeded with the case. This could be seen as a form of distributing justice based on persistence, though such actions are merely in accordance with legal stipulations. After mentioning that he would collect the documents today, Zhou Yun hung up the phone. Now, he awaited the reaction from the other party. He was curious to see how Defiant County would respond upon learning of the administrative lawsuit against them. Afternoon had arrived. Ning City is the poorest city in Jiangdong Province. And while Defiant County is not the most impoverished, its economic conditions are similarly dire. This explains why funds had been delayed during the demolition process, as everyone was in urgent need of money, making it impossible to transfer funds to designated accounts as stipulated. In the office building of the county, the head of the Housing Expropriation Office, Chai Yaoyang, was reviewing documents. He had held this position for several years and was actively seeking a promotion this year, hoping to ascend to a higher level. Although it may sound impressive to oversee the county's housing expropriation efforts, in reality, the allocations were centrally managed, and his role was merely to execute the orders. To put it bluntly, the authority associated with his position was quite limited. At that moment, his phone rang, revealing a call from a friend at the court. Chai Yaoyang answered with a smile. "What is going on, Judge Zhang? What brings you to call me out of the blue?" The voice of old Zhang came through. "Director Chai, are you aware that your department has been sued?" "What?" Chai Yaoyang was taken aback. "Sued? What is happening?" "I am perplexed." During the course of the conversation, Chai Yaoyang had already pondered who might file a lawsuit against the expropriation office. Primarily, in the past year, they had not encountered any significant issues. Even the minor disputes had been adeptly resolved. Thus, it was bewildering that someone would suddenly choose to litigate. I am not entirely certain of the details, but news from the Iron Institute indicates that a case has already been filed, and it is likely that the summons will be dispatched to you shortly. In any case, it is prudent to prepare yourself. Chai Yaoyang nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then ended the call. He was at a loss to comprehend why someone would resort to legal action. Why could matters not be discussed amicably instead of resorting to litigation? With such trepidation, he arrived on the following morning, receiving a copy of the lawsuit and related documents sent by the court. Nowadays, many local courts operate electronically. If one desires a hard copy, one must print it oneself. They simply send a text message containing a code and a link. By clicking on the link and entering the inquiry code, one can access the relevant materials, as he is the legal representative of his unit. The message was directly sent to his mobile phone. Curiosity piqued, Chai Yaoyang clicked on it to begin reading, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback. Sun Weitao? Seeking to confirm the illegality of the initial demolition? No, had not this matter transpired 2 years ago? Why was there a sudden administrative lawsuit regarding the legality of the demolition at this juncture? Chai Yaoyang began to experience a throbbing headache. It was genuinely distressing. So much time had elapsed, and now an inexplicable lawsuit had emerged. What was the intention behind this? Did they seek further compensation? Indeed, they had demolished the house before negotiating the payment, but from Chai Yaoyang's perspective, he saw no wrongdoing. The county's finances were severely strained, and the compensation for the demolition had been arduously procured. Not only did the other party refuse to comply, but they also resorted to violent resistance. Such individuals deserved to be imprisoned. There were far too many troublesome citizens. Nonetheless, Chai Yaoyang resolved to first have someone communicate with the opposing party to ascertain their motives. Matters could always be negotiated. In Dashan County, Sun Jianxi was preparing a meal at home. Following the incident, although compensation had indeed been provided, it was only marginally higher than what had initially been discussed. Yet, it was still insufficient. Their family was utterly destitute, with a family member already incarcerated. Lawyers and prosecutors urged them to quickly gather funds to compensate the 3 injured individuals in hopes of securing their forgiveness. As long as they could obtain a letter of forgiveness, a lighter sentence could be achieved. At that time, Sun Jianxi was utterly disoriented and with no money. He had no choice but to accept the terms to receive the compensation, from which he allocated a portion as restitution. The outcome was that the house had been demolished, and they remained financially constrained, still residing in a rental property. While lost in thought, his phone rang, and Sun Jianxi glanced at it with surprise. The caller was someone from the county's expropriation office, though his specific position was unclear. He remembered this person because they had approached him for discussions earlier, and he had saved their contact information on his phone. Moreover, the words spoken by this individual were indelibly etched in his memory. The individual boldly stated before him, "If you refuse to comply, your son will undoubtedly encounter significant troubles. Firstly, without the financial means to compensate and secure a letter of understanding, he may even face charges for provoking disturbances. There are numerous cases involving retaliatory assaults against demolition personnel, with a wide array of charges levied against these individuals. Even the crime of obstructing official duties is among the lightest accusations. Among these are charges of intentional homicide, intentional injury, and provoking disturbances. Typically, in cases of minor intentional injury, if the suspect is uncooperative, many are charged with provoking disturbances, as the maximum sentence for such an offense is 5 years. Whereas for minor intentional injury, the upper limit is 3 years. However, he was perplexed by the sudden phone call from the other party. Yet recalling the words of lawyer Zhou Yun, Sun Jianxi promptly answered. "Hello," a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the phone. "Is this brother Sun? This is Lao Mingqing from the requisition office. You remember me, right?" "I remember. Why are you calling?" Sun Jianxi replied coldly. On the other end, Lao Mingqing felt a flicker of displeasure but continued, "Brother Sun, this is rather unreasonable. We had settled everything previously, hadn't we? The compensation for your family has been disbursed, and your son received a lenient sentence. So why, all of a sudden, are you suing our requisition office? Our director is furious. What does this mean? Just tell me what you want. Why the lawsuit?" Lao Mingsheng was genuinely agitated. Having just been reprimanded by Chai Yaoyang for not resolving the issue adequately, leading to this ongoing trouble 2 years later. Feeling wronged, his tone became sharp. After all, he regarded Sun Jianxi, an elderly man who worked odd jobs on the streets, as inconsequential. However, he was caught off guard by Sun Jianxi's response. "Do not inquire of me. Direct any matters to my lawyer. That is all." The call ended abruptly. Listening to the dial tone, Lao Mingqing stood there dumbfounded. How dare Sun Jianxi hang up on him? Chapter 26, Administrative Litigation for a Criminal Case? Lao Mingqing felt an intense surge of anger. As the deputy director of the requisition office, he held a respectable position in the county, yet here he was, speaking amicably only to be abruptly cut off. At a loss for words, he couldn't fathom what pretense was necessary. He dialed again. But no matter how many times he tried, the line remained busy. It dawned on him that he had likely been blocked. This was absurd. Administrative litigation was quite rare in their county. Typically, parties would seek to communicate with the relevant units first, and if that failed, most would opt for petitioning. Administrative litigation? Few would pursue such a path, as it was both troublesome and, even if victorious, often yielded little practical benefit. Thus, he could not comprehend why the other party would choose to sue. After pondering for a while, Lao Mingqing decided to retrieve the contact information for the opposing lawyer. With no other option, he would have to reach out to the representative. Taking a deep breath, Lao Mingqing dialed the phone. Inside a hotel room in Ningxing, Zhou Yun was engrossed in drafting a plan. This case was merely an appetizer. The phone rang, and upon glancing at it, he promptly answered. "Hello. Is this lawyer Zhou Yun?" "Greetings, I am Lao Mingqing, the deputy director of the Land Acquisition Office of Dashan County." Zhou Yun immediately responded with a smile. "Hello. Director Lao, are you inquiring about that case?" Lao Mingqing let out a sigh of relief. Prior to the call, he had genuinely worried that communication might prove difficult. However, given the current exchange, it seemed this lawyer possessed a rational understanding. Thus, he continued, Indeed, our director finds it quite perplexing. It has been 2 years since the demolition. So why the sudden lawsuit claiming our actions were unlawful? If there are other matters to discuss, we could certainly negotiate. Zhou Yun chuckled lightly. Director Lao? I'm afraid this matter is beyond negotiation. Lao Mingcheng, somewhat displeased, pressed, Lawyer Zhou, what exactly is the issue that renders it unnegotiable? With a hint of resignation, Zhou Yun explained, the purpose of this lawsuit is to affirm the illegality of your forcible demolition actions, which is preparatory for the re-examination of Sun Weitao's criminal case. Only by confirming the unlawfulness of your actions can Sun Weitao's conduct be absolved of obstructing public duties, thus securing his acquittal. How can we negotiate that? He was unperturbed by the prospect of disclosing this information, for it was a transparent strategy. He clearly articulated the forthcoming actions, leaving his counterpart with no recourse. What? Lao Mingqing was momentarily taken aback. The administrative lawsuit was, astonishingly, aimed at overturning that criminal case? No, Lawyer Zhou, but Sun Weitao did injure 3 city management officers. And there is video evidence. Numerous witnesses have seen it. Zhou Yun interrupted, Director Lao, there is no need to dwell on that. Engaging in this futile debate is unproductive. I am resolute in proceeding with this matter. He added, my client's grandson aspires to take the civil service exam, and with his father convicted, that is simply unattainable. So, what do you propose we negotiate? Lao Mingqing pondered for a long while, yet found himself at a loss for words. There truly was no room for negotiation. Lawyer Zhou was speaking nothing but the truth. Therefore, even if money were offered, it would not resolve the issue, unless an exorbitant sum were to be presented, which they certainly could not afford. So, Director Lao, let us proceed as such. After concluding the call, Zhou Yun anticipated that Dashan County would undoubtedly be shaken by this news. At the very least, the judicial and law enforcement sectors would encounter difficulties. The implications of a criminal case being retried with a not guilty verdict would be monumental. Lao Mingqing clutched his phone, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. If he had not taken this matter seriously before the call, he certainly did now and found himself at a loss for action. After mulling over the situation for some time, he ultimately dialed Chai Yaoyang's number. It was imperative to promptly clarify the situation to the director. At home, Chai Yaoyang was having dinner. Upon seeing the incoming call notification, he felt a twinge of annoyance, but considering Lao Mingqing's usual sensibility, he gestured for his family to remain silent. Hello, what is the matter? Director, I have clarified the situation regarding Sun Jianxi, and mediation appears to be impossible. Chai Yaoyang interjected. What do you mean it's impossible to mediate? Is it a matter of money? Lao Mingqing reiterated Zhou Yun's words, causing Chai Yaoyang to feel a chill in his heart. Are you saying that the other party's initiation of administrative litigation is not the goal, but rather the subsequent criminal case? Indeed, Director. That Lawyer Zhou made it quite clear. It seems that Sun Jianxi's grandson wishes to take the civil service examination. Lao Mingqing added. In that moment, Chai Yaoyang felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Some conflicts can be resolved through discussion, yet others cannot. Initially, he presumed that the uproar was merely a pursuit of monetary compensation, and if necessary, he could offer some money to withdraw the lawsuit. While mediation in administrative litigation is prohibited by regulation, regulations are rigid, whereas circumstances may vary. Unexpectedly, after all this commotion, it turned out they aimed to overturn Sun Weitao's case. The crux of the crime of obstructing official duties lies in the duties themselves. If those duties are unlawful, they certainly cannot be considered official. If they are not official, then at the very least, the charge of obstructing official duties cannot be established, which implies that they have inadvertently concocted a miscarriage of justice. Although the court is responsible for adjudication, it must be acknowledged that the essence of the matter lies in the fact that their initial enforcement was sanctioned by the court. This situation has become quite troublesome. Director, what shall we do now? Chai Yaoyang steadied himself and responded, let us not rush. I will communicate with the court to determine how to address this matter. These are merely the lawyer's assertions. It would be prudent to consult with professionals regarding legal matters. Moreover, such an issue must be conveyed to the court. Shortly thereafter, Chai Yaoyang made a phone call. Hello, Judge Zhang. Is this a convenient time to talk? You previously mentioned that I was being sued, so let me explain the situation. On the other end, Judge Zhang, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama, suddenly sensed something amiss as he listened. Wait, what did you say? The other party's objective is the Sun Weitao case? Yes, that very case. What should we do now? They are being quite forthright. Chai Yaoyang replied. Judge Zhang's hand began to tremble, for he was indeed the presiding judge in the Sun Weitao case. After listening for so long, he realized he was the subject of the discussion. Regaining his composure, Judge Zhang inquired, Director Chai, can you tell me if there were any procedural issues back then? Chai Yaoyang sighed. Judge Zhang, how could everything have been entirely compliant? The county's finances were lacking. We had no other choice. Judge Zhang did not question why the non-compliance was overlooked by the court. Such inquiries were unnecessary, as they were from the same county. This was merely a matter of planning. It was simply a procedural formality. Did one truly believe the court would impede progress? However, this rendered the court in an awkward position, unable to articulate their stance. The procedures were deemed acceptable after their review, and the 3-year sentence was handed down by them. Others would assume they were complicit, deliberately orchestrating the situation, which would pose a significant issue. How could this lawyer, Zhou Yun, have conceived such a cunning angle to exploit? Chapter 27. Key evidence in place. The trial commences. Today is a rainy day, and Zhou Yun genuinely relishes such weather, particularly the soft patter of a gentle drizzle. Although the peak of summer is nearly behind us and Jiangdong province is on the cusp of autumn, the sweltering heat persists. Consequently, this rain has turned the entire city into a steamy sauna. As soon as Zhou Yun alighted from the vehicle, discomfort washed over him, prompting him to hastily seek refuge in the railway transport court. Now that the case has been officially filed, many tasks must commence, such as requesting the railway transport court to retrieve the demolition dispute ruling previously issued by the Daxian County Housing Expropriation Office. What he had submitted earlier was a ruling from the Daxian County Court. While the two documents may appear similar, they are, in fact, distinct. A demolition ruling is something many may not have encountered. For instance, in Jinhai City, a ruling made in 2020 would be formatted as follows: Jinhai Demolition Ruling No. 15, 2020. Each province may have its own variations, yet the essence remains largely consistent. This document constitutes one of the pivotal pieces of evidence. Although administrative litigation follows the principle of reversed burden of proof, meaning that if one contests the legality of an administrative act, the administrative agency must prove its actions are lawful, or else be deemed unlawful. The reality is often harsh. One cannot simply assert that an administrative action is illegal without evidence. Absent such proof, the opposing party need not demonstrate their innocence, and the claim will be summarily dismissed. Hence, the presence of critical evidence is indispensable. The second crucial piece of evidence is the bank statements Zhou Yun previously obtained from Sun Jian's account during the demolition period. These statements vividly illustrate whether the compensation for the demolition was dispersed, clearly indicating that the funds were only made available after Sun Weitao's incarceration, despite Sun Jian's property having been demolished nearly 2 months prior. This exemplifies a glaring case of demolishing first and compensating later, signifying a manifest procedural error. With these two key pieces of evidence, along with the court's ruling, Zhou Yun feels sufficiently equipped, leaving only the anticipation of how the Daxian Expropriation Office will justify its actions. At the familiar window, after taking his number, Zhou Yun submitted his investigation application. He harbors no concerns that the Expropriation Office will lack the necessary documentation. If the court retrieves these documents and they are absent, that would be even better. This would imply that the opposing party has not even completed its internal procedures, having commenced forcible demolition without the essential ruling. Such behavior is an egregious display of disorganization and indiscipline. The state has repeatedly emphasized that forcible demolitions must adhere strictly to established protocols. Yet they proceed without even the requisite paperwork. Moreover, how could the court issue a ruling without such documentation? Perhaps a confrontation is in order to discern who truly bears the fault. At this moment, Zhou Yun is entirely unfazed. The staff within recognize him, and it seems this audacious attorney has ruffled some feathers, boldly issuing threats in the lobby. In all his years, they have never encountered such a brazen lawyer. In truth, to put it succinctly, you are not the party involved, so why the urgency? As the saying goes, it is better to strike a single blow than to endure 100. Zhou Yun's previous acts of fervor have indeed proven beneficial, for at least now. The staff's demeanor is quite amiable. Following the submission of his application, Zhou Yun prepared to return to Jinhai, anticipating a wait for the court session. Primarily, the backlog of cases at the back end required his attention, and he had accomplished all he could. The system's task was rather cumbersome, allowing only one assignment at a time. As time passed, Zhou Yun remained exceedingly busy in Jinghai. Although his videos had waned in popularity, his daily live streams still attracted a considerable audience. Despite not having connected with the other two founding partners of the law firm, Zhou Yun was acutely aware that as long as he could generate substantial profit, the title of law firm director was nothing but a fleeting concern. Currently, changing firms was not viable given his previous reputation. However, should he achieve success within the industry, it would be other law firms vying to recruit him. At last, Zhou Yun prepared for his journey to Ning City, as a summons had been issued, and the case was finally set to be heard. Upon calculating the time, the efficiency appeared commendable. Yet, shortly after boarding the vehicle, Zhou Yun came across a report. In recent years, lawyer live streaming had proliferated, becoming increasingly competitive, prompting some attorneys to fabricate peculiar cases to attract more traffic and attention. Indeed, many lawyer live streams now featured instances of fraudulent consultations. Many viewers wondered why certain lawyer live streams showcased such bizarre case inquiries. It was one thing to have an odd case here and there, but when they appeared in succession, it raised eyebrows. Subsequently, a journalist conducted an investigation, revealing that the situation had escalated to scripting scenarios and hiring actors. Most scripts revolved around themes such as rape, organized prostitution, illegal gambling, and hit-and-run incidents, typically embellishing real-life cases. Some scripts were entirely concocted by the lawyers, with actors following the script to pose questions during consultations. Moreover, trending topics even cited a lawyer who had scripted a narrative involving rape, instructing an actor to portray the perpetrator, which yielded excellent program results. However, it led to a wave of audience complaints against the actor, resulting in account suspension. Additionally, some actors, when interviewed, disclosed certain unwritten rules, such as avoiding specific geographic references and not being too sensational, lest they attract the scrutiny of law enforcement. Originally, such reports were merely for entertainment. However, upon perusing the comments section, Zhou Yun discovered his name mentioned. I am quite curious about this Zhou Yun who has suddenly emerged, touted as incredibly impressive and excelling in consultations. Could it be true? This comment garnered significant attention, primarily due to Zhou Yun's exceptional performance in his live streams. Whether delivering anecdotes or conducting serious consultations, he was of the highest caliber. Observing the skepticism, Zhou Yun felt a twinge of helplessness, yet he understood that to navigate the internet landscape, one must possess an unwavering heart of steel. There is no rush. Let them question for now. Once this case concludes, I shall edit together the recordings from our previous consultations to demonstrate the authenticity of Zhou Yun's actions. Time swiftly passed, and the next day, Zhou Yun arrived at the courthouse, bag in hand, waiting for a while until Sun Chenhui also appeared. Unlike the calm demeanor of Zhou Yun, Sun Chenhui's face was etched with anxiety. This case was of paramount importance to him. Zhou Yun chose not to comment, for regardless of his words, the other party would inevitably remain tense. The two entered the courtroom, and upon crossing the threshold, they observed 4 individuals already seated in the defendants section. Instantly, their gazes locked. Zhou Yun remained silent, guiding Sun Chenhui to the plaintiff's position. Among the 4 defendants, the prominent figure was none other than Chai Yaoyang, the director of the Housing Expropriation Office of Dashan County. Beside him sat Lao Mingqing, accompanied by 2 impeccably dressed lawyers. Indeed, Chai Yaoyang had personally attended this administrative lawsuit. Although the Supreme Court has consistently advocated for the presence of administrative heads in court, and the administrative litigation law mandates their attendance, it is common for deputies to represent them, or even for some units to send random personnel claiming to be the director, only to be exposed on the spot. Thus, Chai Yaoyang had no obligation to attend, yet his unease regarding this case compelled him to come in person. As he regarded Zhou Yun and Sun Chenhui across the room, Chai Yaoyang's expression remained impassive, his mind pondering the apparent youth of the attorney opposite him. Just then, the courtroom door swung open once more, and the presiding judge entered, accompanied by 2 jurors. The trial was officially underway. Chapter 28. I ask you, shall we adhere to the rule of law in administration? The presiding judge announced the commencement of the trial, beginning with the court investigation phase. Zhou Yun's demands were straightforward: to confirm the illegality of the opposing parties' forced demolition actions. The reasoning was equally simple, as the principle of compensation preceding demolition was not adhered to, resulting in a severe procedural violation. Next to Chai Yaoyang, lawyer Wang Zhongda commenced his defense. Formerly a judge at the Dashan County Court, Wang had resigned to establish his own law firm, flourishing in local business. The most formidable lawyers often emerge from the ranks of former judges and prosecutors. Their expertise is merely one facet. They also possess intricate connections within the local judicial system. They are well acquainted with the court's internal unwritten rules and understand each judge's temperament, which often leads to significantly higher income. In truth, Wang Zhongda did not regard Zhou Yun with much seriousness. Although Zhou Yun hailed from Jinghai, he was insignificant in the eyes of a seasoned lawyer like Wang. Observing the young lawyer across from him, Wang began his defense. Firstly, we did not engage in a situation of demolition preceding compensation. The funds had already been deposited into the appropriate designated account. Furthermore, even if the demolition occurs prior to compensation, the remuneration is still determined based on evaluations conducted by a third-party agency and is often higher than the assessed value. Thus, in a strict sense, this merely constitutes a procedural flaw. The interests of the opposing party have not been adversely affected, and therefore, the act of forcible demolition should not be deemed illegal. Listening to Wang Zhongda's defense, Zhou Yun could hardly suppress a laugh. It must be said, this lawyer Wang is indeed a master of sophistry. His words are nothing short of nonsensical. Do not be surprised. After frequent engagements in litigation, one discovers that lawyers often indulge in such absurdities during court proceedings. Amidst this nonsensical discourse, both parties commenced the presentation and examination of evidence. On our side, there were two crucial pieces of evidence. The first piece of evidence is the ruling issued by the Expropriation Office regarding the demolition dispute, which notably does not state that the corresponding funds have been transferred to a designated account. The second piece of evidence is the bank statement of our client, Sun Jianxi, which indicates that it was only 2 months after the forcible demolition that the Expropriation Office transferred the corresponding funds to our client. These two pieces of evidence demonstrate a serious procedural violation in the forcible demolition conducted by the Expropriation Office. Wang Zhongda promptly countered, acknowledging the legality and authenticity of the first piece of evidence, while disputing its relevance. Although the ruling does not explicitly state that the corresponding funds were transferred to a designated account, they had indeed been transferred. It was merely an oversight that led to its omission from the ruling. He also acknowledged the legality and authenticity of the second piece of evidence, while again disputing its relevance. This evidence only proves that we transferred the funds to the opposing party 2 months after the demolition. But it does not demonstrate that we failed to implement the compensation before demolition procedure initially. While this may sound somewhat convoluted, upon closer examination, it becomes clear that our subsequent payment to you does not prove that we did not transfer the funds to the designated account beforehand. Zhou Yun remained silent, allowing the absurdities to continue. In court, statements must be supported by evidence. Without evidence, everything is mere conjecture. Wang Zhongda then began to present evidence, and Zhou Yun found it amusing. The opposing party indeed presented numerous procedural documents, yet crucially, they failed to provide evidence that they had transferred the funds to the designated account at that time. This clearly indicates what? It suggests that the opposing party never made the transfer at all. As expected, the opposing party swiftly shifted their strategy, introducing a valuation report from a third-party company and evidence of payments made to Sun Jianxi. The fourth and fifth pieces of evidence purport to demonstrate that our actions did not adversely affect Sun Jianxi's interests. Zhou Yun now comprehended the focal point of the opposing party's argument. This lawyer Wang intended to convey that although the procedure might have been flawed, it did not harm the interests of the opposing party, but rather provided them with greater compensation. What does this imply? It implies that this administrative action should not be classified as illegal. With the presentation and examination of evidence concluded, the court debate commenced. Zhou Yun was the first to assert the procedural illegality of the opposing party. Wang Zhongda then directly began to emphasize the procedural flaws. The root cause of the demolition dispute lies in compensation disagreements, wherein the parties believe the compensation offered is insufficient. Consequently, many households affected by the demolition file lawsuits to affirm the illegality of the forcible demolition, seeking to obtain greater compensation. However, our evidence can incontrovertibly demonstrate that the opposing party has already received a substantial amount of compensation from the demolition, exceeding the assessment provided by the evaluation agency by a remarkable 20%. Consequently, it is futile to deliberate whether the forcible demolition was unlawful. Even if we acknowledge certain procedural flaws in our prior actions, they merely constitute imperfections and cannot be construed as a basis for declaring the act illegal. Upon concluding his statement, Wang Zhongdao observed that Chai Yaoyang's expression had brightened. Indeed, he was a lawyer recommended by Judge Zhang, possessing considerable skill. We conceded directly, yet made our stance clear. It was merely a procedural issue, and ample compensation had already been provided. Thus, there was no necessity to affirm any illegality. While contemplating this, Chai Yaoyang cast a glance at Zhou Yun across the room, eager to discern how Zhou would respond. Zhou Yun squinted slightly. Wang Zhongdao indeed demonstrated a certain level of proficiency. However, did he believe he could easily vanquish him? When the presiding judge inquired if he had anything further to add, Zhou Yun spoke up. Your Honor, I believe the defendant's representative is engaging in a conceptual sleight of hand. We must clarify that when a property is forcibly demolished and compensation follows, that compensation ceases to be compensation and transforms into indemnification. As these words fell, Sun Chenhui, who had been anxiously seated beside Zhou Yun, momentarily froze, a reaction mirrored by both Chai Yaoyang and Lao Mingqing. All three widened their eyes in astonishment. Had it not been compensation? Zhou Yun continued. What constitutes compensation is an economic restitution provided by the government or developers to safeguard the legitimate rights of the displaced individuals during lawful demolition, executed in accordance with statutory procedures and standards. In contrast, indemnification arises from unlawful demolition actions, representing a tortious compensation to the displaced parties. The crux of why compensation must precede demolition lies in the protection of the rights of those being displaced. You cannot simply tear down someone else's home and then claim you will compensate them. What is that? That is nothing short of intimidation. If this concept is difficult to grasp, consider this analogy. If I take offense at you and proceed to strike you, then offer to compensate you afterward, would that be acceptable? Certainly not. Such behavior would be deemed as provoking trouble, and I would rightly face consequences for my actions. The same principle applies to property. You cannot demolish a house and then discuss monetary compensation without incurring any repercussions. Are you not an administrative entity? Is this not a form of intimidation? Hence, the Supreme Court has issued specific cases stating that in instances of illegal forced demolition, compensation should be increased by an additional 20 to 30% on the basis of the assessment. Zhou Yun's frustration and helplessness stem from this very issue. The amount that should rightfully be awarded for a forcible demolition has instead been misconstrued by the opposing party as a condition for Sun Weitao to admit guilt. Zhou Yun continued. The opposing representative's attempt to equate tortious indemnification with compensation is a grave misrepresentation of concepts. The addition of 20% on the basis of the assessment is their obligation. Yet now, they contend that our client's rights have not been infringed based on this absurdity, which is utterly preposterous. Compensation must precede demolition. This is a matter of principle that delineates the boundary between lawful expropriation and unlawful forcible eviction. It is not merely a trivial procedural flaw, as claimed by the opposing party. On the contrary, their characterization of it as a procedural defect is a blatant violation of legal statutes. Moreover, if we were to concede that procedural violations are inconsequential, then what purpose does procedural law serve? What is the role of legislation if we disregard it? Do we still advocate for administrative actions to be conducted in accordance with the law? Zhou Yun's words resonated powerfully, leaving Wang Zhongdao momentarily speechless. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Why the agitation, my friend? We are merely representatives in this matter. As Wang Zhongdao stood bewildered, Chai Yaoyang could no longer contain himself and shouted, What are you saying? What do you mean? Clarify your words. Otherwise this matter is far from over. Chapter 29. Is this case really worth such fervent effort? In contemporary discourse, there exists a notion that in a debate, the first party to falter is the one who loses. Chai Yaoyang found himself on the verge of faltering. Typically, it is challenging for someone of his disposition to be thrown off balance. However, the ramifications of this case were substantial, and the direct confrontation had provoked him. The accusations being hurled were overwhelmingly severe. Allegations of trampling on the law and questioning the necessity of lawful governance. He was merely a responsible party within the expropriation office, tasked with the execution of specific duties. Thus, Chai Yaoyang felt a sense of injustice. This was not his fault, but a common phenomenon where a lack of funding hinders action. Meanwhile, Sun Chenhui stood beside Zhou Yun, his expression one of astonishment. It seemed that this attorney possessed an overwhelming sense of justice. appearing even more incensed than himself regarding the situation. Sun Chenhui leaned closer to Zhou Yun and whispered, "There is no need for such fervor, truly unnecessary." Zhou Yun smiled and calmly replied, "What do you mean?" "It is quite straightforward. Are unlawful administrative actions not an affront to the law? You are fully aware that such conduct is improper, yet you proceed regardless. Am I mistaken in my assertion?" At this juncture, the presiding judge rapped the gavel and admonished, "Cease your discussions. What is this? This is a court of law, not a venue for quarrels." After a brief pause, the judge continued, "Defendant, I hereby issue a warning. Should such behavior persist, you will be ejected from the courtroom. Is that understood?" Chai Yaoyong, now even more irate, prepared to respond but was quickly restrained by Lao Mingqing. The judge then turned to Zhou Yun, stating, "Counsel for the plaintiff, speak appropriately. Refrain from verbal attacks against the opposing party, or I shall issue you a warning as well." In reality, disputes within the courtroom are a common occurrence for judges. Many believe that courts are sanctified spaces, with judges embodying an elevated stature. However, those who have attended numerous hearings understand that arguments in court are all too frequent. In some cases not only involve disputes, but also encompass a multitude of other issues. Once, there was a divorce case where the woman filed for divorce, asserting that her husband was inadequate. In the courtroom, both parties fervently recounted the intimate details of their marital life. The man sought to prove his vitality, insisting he was far from inept. This had little relevance to the divorce itself. Even in separation, he should not be burdened with such a stigma. The woman, intent on divorce yet lacking substantial grounds, endeavored to demonstrate her husband's inadequacy, continually beseeching the judge for validation. The judge, a young woman who had never been in a relationship, sat blushing and utterly bewildered, unable to contain the spectacle. If the courtroom proceedings were to be broadcast, they would surely fail to pass scrutiny. While administrative cases necessitate a degree of solemnity, it is often only a veneer. The plaintiffs frequently feel deeply aggrieved, and disputes during litigation are commonplace. The judge's reluctance to intervene is straightforward. Trivial matters seldom warrant significant action, typically resulting in mere warnings and admonishments, with law enforcement only summoned in extreme cases. The presiding judge was also somewhat perplexed. Previously, it was the parties who ignited disputes while their attorneys restrained them, but this time, it was the attorney who instigated the altercation, with the client urging for calm. Was there something amiss with this lawyer's judgment? With that thought, the judge interjected, "All right, let us proceed with the hearing. Defendant, do you have anything further to add?" Wang Zhongda responded, "I do not concur with the plaintiff's assertions. This is merely a procedural flaw." Before he could finish, the presiding judge interrupted, "No need to reiterate that. Do you have any new insights?" Wang Zhongda found himself momentarily speechless, finally managing to reply, "No, nothing more." The judge turned to the plaintiff. "Do you wish to add anything?" Meanwhile, Zhou Yun felt an unexpected thrill. Ever since his reincarnation, he had experienced a liberating sense of freedom in his legal endeavors. In his previous life, he would never have dared to express such sentiments. Yet in this incarnation, he could no longer tolerate certain injustices and felt compelled to voice his thoughts openly. Initially, he believed his newfound audacity stemmed from the system he had acquired. But it soon became apparent that his personality had evolved. Nevertheless, seizing the rare opportunity to live anew, he resolved to embrace joy in every moment. The exhilaration of his earlier rebuke was unparalleled. Crucially, he was not merely hurling insults. He highlighted a significant issue: the severity of procedural violations in administrative actions. Compensating prior to demolition is lawful, while demolishing prior to compensation constitutes an infringement of property rights. Even with ample compensation later, such actions remain unlawful. There was a point he refrained from articulating. If administrative bodies could violate rights with impunity today, what might they dare to do tomorrow? Therefore, this procedural illegality inevitably renders the entire action unlawful, which is the crux of the matter. Upon hearing the presiding judge's directive, Zhou Yun spoke again. "I wish to add one more point. Article 74 of the Administrative Litigation Law stipulates that if an administrative action is only slightly procedurally flawed but does not affect the plaintiff's rights, the People's Court shall declare the administrative action unlawful without revoking it. We merely seek a judgment declaring the actions unlawful, and that concludes our supplementary remarks." On the opposing side, Wang Zhongda's expression suddenly shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. The presiding judge glanced around and declared, "Let us conclude for now." Initially, He intended to inquire if the parties had further additions, yet reflecting on Chai Yaoyang's earlier comments, he decided to forego that segment. It is rare for courts to render immediate verdicts. Nowadays, many cases skip this phase entirely, with notifications sent directly to collect the judgment. Should the judge be diligent, they might offer a post-verdict clarification session. Otherwise, one must simply interpret the outcome and, if dissatisfied, pursue an appeal. The presiding judge departed, followed by the court clerk, who requested both parties to sign the trial record before leaving as well. Zhou Yun began to gather his belongings while engaging in conversation with Sun Chenhui, preparing to exit. Just as he stood, he noticed Chai Yaoyang had approached him. "What is it, Director Chai? Do you wish to prevent my departure?" Chai Yaoyang remained silent, prompting Lao Mingcheng to interject. "Lawyer Zhou, it's merely a lawsuit. There's no need for such remarks." Zhou Yun feigned a serious demeanor, responding, "What? What have I said that is incorrect or problematic? Is it not a violation of the law when administrative bodies disregard procedural law?" Upon uttering these words, Zhou Yun's earnest expression further provoked Chai Yaoyang. "This is utterly intolerable." Zhou Yun added, "I cannot help but speak the truth." Chai Yaoyang felt an impulse to confront him physically, but was restrained by Lao Mingcheng. "Fine, speak your piece. Just wait, this is not over." With that, Chai Yaoyang turned to leave. Zhou Yun retorted, "Not over? Very well, I am but an orphan with nothing to lose. I await your next move." Chai Yaoyang was momentarily taken aback, his complexion fluctuating between anger and embarrassment, yet he found himself speechless. Sun Chenhui, sweating profusely, urged, "Lawyer Zhou, please. There's no need for this. It hasn't reached that point." The situation was unmistakably dire. Zhou Yun was unrestrained, seemingly fearless in the face of authority. Wang Zhongdao remained silent, initially believing Zhou Yun was merely performing, a common type of lawyer known for theatrical displays in court, provoking conflicts and shouting in order to demonstrate their dedication. Even if they lost the case, clients would see their lawyer engaging passionately, absolving them of blame. Furthermore, such antics could enhance their reputation, a form of alternative success. However, it soon became apparent that Zhou Yun might genuinely possess an unstable temperament, continuing the verbal sparring even after the case had concluded, escalating to physical confrontation. What a madman! Was the potential profit from this case worth such reckless behavior? Chapter 30. Have you seen the judgment? Fresh off the press, Chai Yaoyang, still scowling, departed without uttering any further threats. He too sensed that the opposing lawyer was somewhat unhinged. No rational attorney would engage in such conduct. In the current climate, to speak candidly, any minor incident could easily provoke conflict. Although Zhou Yun is unlikely to take such risks, he cannot afford to gamble. What if the other party truly sets aside legal recourse and resorts to physical confrontation? The law may be intangible, yet the laws of physics are undeniably real. Thus, he refrained from further comment, pondering the interest that would ensue if the opposing party were to encounter an impulsive youth. Meanwhile, Sun Chenhui continued to persuade him, "Lawyer Zhou, there is truly no need for such concern. You have merely received a mere 5,000 yuan in legal fees." Zhou Yun, having gathered his belongings and slung his bag over his shoulder, replied with a smile, "No, my remarks are not for your benefit. I merely believe this matter is unjust and wish to reason with the other party. Now, let us be on our way. We shall await the verdict." Sun Chenhui opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. This lawyer, Zhou, was markedly different from those he had encountered previously. After the court session, Zhou Yun returned to Jinghai, as the case required further attention and life must persist. Time gradually passed, and at the law firm, Jiang Qiming finally made a significant discovery. So, it seems the bureau leadership merely made a superficial appearance, and there is no substantial connection between them, right? Jiang Qiming inquired of his companion. The friend nodded in agreement. Essentially, yes. I am unsure of the methods Zhou Yun employed, but that leader indeed has no substantial ties to him. Jiang Qiming chuckled heartily. Well then, I owe you one. Let us dine together this evening. As evening fell, Jiang Qiming, inebriated, did not return home, but instead headed directly to Kong Xiaoyu's residence. This place was also one he had rented for her, a crafted love nest. As for his estranged wife, they had been living apart for many years. They had not divorced solely for the sake of their child, each now leading their own lives. This was precisely why he felt emboldened to pursue matters directly within the firm. As a man, Jiang Qiming had always been devoted, particularly to young women, those who had recently entered the workforce. their gazes still innocent yet touched by the realities of society, were his favorites. In the bedroom, after a delightful interlude, Jiang Qiming remarked, "Xiaoyu, I have discovered that your ex-boyfriend has no ties to the bureau leader." Kong Xiaoyu responded with surprise, "Ah? Then why did he?" "Do not concern yourself with those details. He is just an ordinary person. Let him wait. He may think that assaulting me would absolve him, but he has no hope of remaining in the legal circle of Jinghai." The dynamic between older men and younger women often transcends mere physical gratification. It encompasses a deeper psychological satisfaction as well. When boasting, the admiration reflected in the eyes of the young woman beside him is equally gratifying, particularly for someone like Jiang Qiming, who has ascended step by step. Once occupying the lower rungs of the social hierarchy, like the youthful Zhou Yun, now, endowed with wealth and power, he is determined to reclaim past regrets. At the very least, Jiang Qiming is currently engaged in bragging. He is merely a vice president of the Bar Association. Kong Xiaoyu, however, did not ponder too deeply. She felt reassured that someone like Zhou Yun could never be acquainted with the bureau leader. As Jiang Qiming spoke, he suddenly asked, "Xiaoyu, you wouldn't be feeling sorry for him, would you?" Kong Xiaoyu hurriedly replied, "How could that be, director?" Even in bed, Jiang Qiming insisted on being addressed as director. "That is hard to say. After all, you two were once in a romantic relationship. Come here, lie down," he commanded. However, the following day, Jiang Qiming did not see Zhou Yun, as he had gone on another business trip. At the Ningqing Railway Transport Court, Zhou Yun, accompanied by Sun Chenhui, received the judgment. Upon seeing the ruling that confirmed the unlawful actions of the Daxian County Land Acquisition Office, Sun Chenhui was instantly exhilarated. "Lawyer Zhou, have we won?" he inquired eagerly. Zhou Yun nodded. "Yes, we have won. But the opposing party will certainly appeal, so it's not a definitive victory yet." Meanwhile, Wang Zhongda remained silent. Having anticipated this outcome from the beginning, the opposing side had previously cited Article 74 of the Administrative Litigation Law, which states that minor procedural violations typically lead to a ruling of unlawful actions without nullifying the administrative behavior. In this case, they merely sought a confirmation of the unlawful administrative action, which the court would undoubtedly support. As long as the action was not annulled, there were no substantive issues at hand. Nevertheless, the peculiar nature of this case meant that for the opposing side, a mere confirmation of unlawfulness could be utilized for subsequent articles. Despite his efforts to steer the conversation towards procedural flaws, he failed. This is because procedural flaws and minor procedural violations are distinct concepts. A flaw may refer to a typographical error that does not impact the overall administrative action, while unlawfulness carries significant implications. Wang Zhongdao moved aside to make a phone call. "Hello, Director Chai, the first instance judgment has been issued, and we lost." On the other end of the line, Chai Yaoyang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Lost? How could that be? Wasn't it just a procedural flaw?" Wang Zhongdao replied helplessly. "The court did not support our view. They deemed it a procedural violation, thus ruling the entire administrative action unlawful. Should we appeal?" Chai Yaoyang felt a surge of frustration, but was at a loss for how to express it, merely stating, "We must appeal." After hanging up, he slumped into his chair, feeling utterly powerless. Previously, he had inquired with Judge Zhang and learned that the Railway Transport Court had no connections with local courts. Historically, the Railway Transport Court was part of the railway system's internal judiciary, and they referred to local personnel as outsiders. Although reforms had occurred, it still fell under the jurisdiction of the Jinghai Intermediate Railway Transport Court, and subsequently, the Provincial High Court. "What a mess this is," he lamented. After the case was appealed, Zhou Yun returned to Jinghai, where the second instance proceedings proceeded swiftly. On another bright morning, Zhou Yun arrived at the Intermediate Railway Transport Court, where the judgment was to be delivered. As the court clerk called for everyone to rise, the judge announced the verdict. "The appeal is dismissed. The original judgment is upheld." Wang Zhongda sighed deeply. In this case, he had faced a complete defeat. The young lawyer opposite him possessed a profound understanding of administrative law, making it almost certain that this case was bound to win. Soon, Zhou Yun received the judgment document and did not bother to call Sun Chenhui, heading straight outside. The second instance judge looked somewhat bewildered, pondering the urgency of this individual. Indeed, Zhou Yun was anxious. His ticket was for a departure in half an hour, and any delay would result in missing the train. Fortunately, the taxi driver was quite accommodating. Upon hearing Zhou's urgency, he pressed the accelerator, transforming the vehicle into a racing machine. and they arrived at Jinghai City High-Speed Rail Station in just 20 minutes. Zhou had his lunch in the car, and by the time he reached Ning City, it was already afternoon. Glancing at the time, he realized he could still make it, so he quickly grabbed a taxi to Ning City Intermediate Court. Everything was now in place. He was ready to embark on the grand undertaking of a criminal case retrial. In the Ning City Intermediate Court's filing office, he first took a number and waited a while before finally reaching the window. "Hello. I am here to apply for a retrial for this case," he said, handing over the retrial application and accompanying documents. The staff member glanced at the papers and remarked, "This case is from 2 years ago? Oh, there was no appeal back then." "Yes, I pleaded guilty at that time," Zhou replied. The staff member continued, "The charge is obstruction of official duties, and with a weapon involved, you received a 3-year sentence." Before the staff member could finish, Zhou had already handed over the judgment document he obtained that morning. This is the judgment regarding the local illegal demolition actions, which have been confirmed as unlawful. Since it is illegal, this administrative act cannot be deemed as an official duty. Thus, it cannot be classified as obstruction of official duties. Upon receiving the judgment document, the staff member was momentarily taken aback. "Is this judgment from today?" "Yes, it was just ruled this morning, quite fresh. Could you please check if it can be filed?" Chapter 31. The retrial is finally underway. The staff member at the Ning City Intermediate Court's filing window widened their eyes in astonishment. "This just came from Jinghai today?" Zhou Yun smiled and nodded again. "Indeed, it was just ruled today. My client is rather anxious, so I expedited the process a bit." The staff member shook their head and said, "This is quite beyond just a little fast, isn't it?" As they spoke, the staff member began reviewing the materials. Zhou Yun remained unperturbed. The difficulty in initiating retrials for wrongful convictions often lies in human factors, which is quite understandable. A wrongful conviction inevitably impacts many within the judicial system, at the very least involving the 3 case handlers from the original proceedings. Hence, it is not uncommon to find that many overturned wrongful cases occur many years later, when the original personnel have already retired. When those individuals are retired, the impact on the institution becomes minimal, and the new leadership may view the case merely as a matter of political achievement. Some cases also arise from the original handlers facing exposure due to misconduct. Another challenge in retrials is the difficulty in finding new evidence. The initiation of retrials is governed by numerous meticulous regulations, with the most reliable being the discovery of new evidence. However, not only ordinary citizens, but even lawyers have limited authority in criminal cases, making the search for new evidence a daunting task. Overall, the acceptance rate for criminal case retrials is alarmingly low. It is fundamentally impossible to reach the case filing stage. Your application will not be approved. However, if your request for retrial can be filed, the likelihood of a favorable ruling increases significantly, at least more so than in a second trial. Nonetheless, Zhou Yun is not particularly concerned at present, should the Ning City Intermediate Court refuse to file the case. He plans to approach the Municipal Procuratorate or the Jiangdong Provincial High Court to apply for a retrial. If that fails, he will escalate the matter to the capital, seeking recourse from the Supreme Court or the Supreme Procuratorate. This case is currently in his favor, as the basis for conviction has been deemed illegal, thus negating any charge of obstructing official duties. It is evident that the staff is meticulously examining the details. After a lengthy review, one of them remarked, "Lawyer Zhou, your situation is quite rare. At least we have not encountered it here before. However, logically, there is indeed no issue. I will accept this for processing. But the decision to initiate a retrial is beyond my authority." Zhou Yun smiled and nodded in response. "No problem, comrade, as long as we can achieve a resolution." After receiving the appropriate receipt, Zhou Yun exited the intermediate court. He has no intention of returning to Jinghai just yet, given the new evidence. The court's pace should be relatively swift. His current focus is not on leisure, but rather on delving further into the case files. The approach to the criminal case appears sound, and a verdict of not guilty is highly probable. Now he must scrutinize the reconciliation agreement between Sun Jianxi and the 3 victims. Indeed, this pertains to the agreement in which Sun Jianxi compensated the 3 victims in exchange for their issuance of a criminal understanding letter. The compensation for the demolition of that property amounted to 400,000, which was already generous. Upon receipt of the 400,000, Sun Jianxi allocated 300,000 to the 3 victims. The reason for providing each individual with 100,000 is that this was their demand in criminal cases. Reconciliation often involves the other party making exorbitant requests, as this is their prerogative. In certain minor injury cases, victims may demand $1 million outright, or some may forego any compensation entirely, simply wishing for imprisonment of the accused. In such instances, monetary resolution becomes futile. In summary, Zhou Yun's current research revolves around whether the reconciliation agreement can be annulled if the retrial results in an acquittal. Indeed, Zhou Yun aims not only to secure Sun Weitao's acquittal, but also to reclaim the funds previously disbursed. It is important to note that although there are only 3 evaluation levels from the parties involved, the system maintains an internal rating. The better the case is handled, the greater the rewards. Therefore, he must meticulously attend to these details. Before long, evening arrived, and Zhou Yun initiated another live stream. The top supporter was once again the mysterious figure from the night raid on the widow's village, who consistently watched without uttering a word, merely sending gifts upon the start of the stream and then quietly observing. Initially, Zhou Yun intended to engage in conversation with this individual, but he soon grew accustomed to their silence. The live stream proceeded as usual, with viewers posing various inquiries, which Zhou Yun addressed. He had no intention of scripting with the team, so most of the questions were of a mundane nature. Lawyer Zhou, I would like to inquire about my upstairs neighbor's child, who creates a considerable amount of noise daily. How can I persuade them to desist from such behavior? I have also communicated with his family, and they mentioned that the child is still young and his voice is not very loud. Zhou Yun quickly responded, First, we need to establish concrete evidence by measuring the noise level. If you wish to pursue legal action, I recommend applying for a pre-litigation injunction. An injunction? Zhou Yun nodded. Yes, a pre-litigation injunction. In cases of persistent infringement, such as noise disturbances, one can apply for an injunction without needing to file a case. A result can be obtained within 48 hours. Are you not aware of this? The several provisions of the Supreme People's Court on the application of injunctive measures in ecological and environmental tort cases came into effect on New Year's Day in 2022. The first provision states that if the other party's actions of polluting the environment and infringing on ecology are not promptly halted, it can cause irreparable harm to your legitimate rights and interests, allowing you to initiate an application for a pre-litigation injunction. Noise is also a form of pollution, after all. We learned about noise pollution during school. The format for the application is straightforward. You can simply follow that template, and it is generally unnecessary to hire a lawyer. Zhou Yun spoke eloquently in the live stream, drawing from his extensive professional knowledge. Once he has accumulated enough exchange points, he plans to redeem a memory potion from the mall, which serves the simple function of allowing him to recall everything he has previously encountered. If that were the case, he could become a walking legal encyclopedia, unmatched during his broadcasts. However, the potion is prohibitively expensive, costing 300 exchange points, and for now, he can only long for it. In the bustling metropolis, Zhou Xinyao had returned home and was lying in bed watching the live stream. As her viewership increased, she found herself less interested in this lawyer Zhou, who seemed to function like a legal machine, devoid of any human emotion, focusing solely on law and profit. She felt that such a person would likely be quite dull, yet his legal acumen was undeniably impressive. With this thought, Zhou Xinyao sent her first comment. Your skills are quite commendable. Would you be interested in developing your career in the metropolis? If he could come to the city, he would likely thrive even further. The metropolis is well suited for such lawyers. In the live stream, Zhou Yun noticed the top commenter had spoken up and quickly replied, Brother Night Raid, for the time being. I do not plan to go to the metropolis. He joked, although those troubles belong to my past life. Would you have me just leave and bear the title of a cuckold for eternity? Not a chance. Given this second chance at life, with the system's favor, I certainly intend to avenge past grievances. Zhou Xinyao felt a tinge of disappointment at this response. She was unsure why he chose to remain in Tianhe, but it was merely a casual inquiry. Since he was unwilling, she decided not to press further. Time passed slowly, and as Zhou Yun had estimated, a few days later, the Ning City Intermediate Court called. Lawyer Zhou, your application for retrial has been approved, and we are preparing for the retrial. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Resolving the matter in Ning City meant he wouldn't need to travel further. Upon careful consideration, it is indeed true that this case was not appealed at the time, thus it bears no relation to the Ning City Intermediate Court. Furthermore, with the emergence of new evidence, the difficulty in initiating a retrial should not be insurmountable. In criminal cases, once a retrial is decided upon, It inherently reflects the intermediate court's stance. It is reasonable to assert that the court is inclined towards a modification of the verdict. Otherwise, there would be no necessity for a retrial. Soon, Zhou Yun dialed Sun Chenhui's number. Hello. I wanted to inform you that your father's case has been officially reopened for retrial today. Yes, it should progress swiftly. Listening to Zhou Yun's voice on the phone, Sun Chenhui's face lit up with excitement as he hastily replied. Thank you so much, Lawyer Zhou. The case has finally been filed. I can't even count how many times I attempted this before, all in vain, as the intermediate court wouldn't even acknowledge my retrial application. Thank goodness for your assistance. It's far superior to my previous aimless efforts. Chapter 32. This is not a crime. It is justifiable defense. In Dashan County, Chai Yaoyang's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Although he had anticipated the filing, the reality of it still left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Following the confirmation of the administrative actions as unlawful, he had been predictably criticized. This year's awards were out of the question. He had initially hoped to advance further, but now all aspirations were dashed. Furthermore, if this criminal case were to be overturned, who knows what complications might arise. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to call Judge Zhang, believing that the latter would be even more anxious at this juncture. Indeed, Judge Zhang was in a state of agitation, venting his frustrations in his office. The presiding judge of the criminal court consoled him, saying, Old Zhang, there's no need to be overly distressed. After all, this situation arises from new evidence. The administrative actions cannot solely be blamed on you. If blame is to be assigned, it must rest with the administrative court. Who else can be blamed? Certainly, it should be directed at those in the administrative court. Such an evident issue should have been resolved directly when they rendered their judgment. They certainly did not conduct a thorough review. Consequently, the other party has seized this loophole and is intent on overturning the criminal case. With a sigh, Judge Zhang was about to articulate a thought when his phone rang. He stepped aside to answer. Hello, Director Chai. You've heard the news, I presume? Things have become quite troublesome. What a ridiculous situation this is. It's utterly infuriating, Judge Zhang lamented, feeling he was entirely a victim of circumstance. He pondered which criminal court judge would even consider whether administrative actions were procedurally flawed during a case review. Had it not been for their long-standing acquaintance, he would have been tempted to unleash his frustrations upon Chai Yaoyang. Chai Yaoyang could only manage a wry smile. Judge Zhang, there's no point in discussing this now. Is there any possible course of action? After a lengthy pause, Judge Zhang finally responded, I have been contemplating this matter recently, and the avenues available are rather limited. For now, there are two potential directions to consider. First, given the current circumstances, you must act swiftly. The retrial filing indicates that the intermediate court has already shown a tendency in its judgment. Upon hanging up, Chai Yaoyang promptly instructed Lao Mingqing to notify the Urban Management Department, as the situation was escalating significantly. The Urban Management Enforcement Team, upon receiving the call, shared in the sentiment of frustration. How could things have come to this, especially considering that it was the personnel from the urban management who initially took action? Although they were temporary workers, at that moment, they were undoubtedly accountable under the urban management's purview, which is quite infuriating to contemplate. Moreover, there seemed to be no viable recourse. One could only acquiesce to the opposing side and expedite a resolution. Soon, the victim of the previous case, Liu Pengfei, received a phone call, leaving him utterly bewildered. What? Are you implying that the case is to be retried? On what grounds? We three were severely assaulted by him. After a moment, he conceded, Fine, we shall submit a written opinion. All right. Upon hanging up, Liu Pengfei found himself in a quandary, not for any other reason, but because Sun Weitao had indeed been excessively violent. The legal distinction between minor injury and what the average person perceives as minor injury is vastly different. It appeared quite severe at the time. The prospect of the assailant potentially walking free felt utterly absurd in this day and age. Nonetheless, Liu Pengfei did not dwell on it too much. He simply intended to follow the directives of his superiors. Rapidly, the corresponding written opinions were submitted to the court, articulating the dissatisfaction of the three victims and contending that a change in judgment was unwarranted. Even if a modification were to occur, it should transition from the charge of obstructing official duties to either intentional injury or public disturbance. Thus, amidst various negotiations, the day of the hearing finally arrived. Zhou Yun occupied the applicant's seat, accompanied by the visibly agitated Sun Chenhui. Across from them sat the prosecutor from the Ningqing City Prosecutor's Office, participating in the retrial. On the opposite side were the representatives hired by the three victims, including a female lawyer in her 30s. The lawyer, Maruachi, was also observing Zhou Yun. She recognized this young attorney from a previously viral video, though she hadn't anticipated encountering him today. As it was a retrial, the other proceedings progressed swiftly, and soon the truth emerged. Zhou Yun listened quietly as the city prosecutor expressed a clear stance, given the new evidence. The charge of obstructing official duties could not be substantiated, and thus, the defendant should be acquitted. He surmised this outcome, understanding that the prosecutor's office had little vested interest in complicating matters. Before long, Maruachi commenced her statement. First, she argued that the administrative litigation's judgment indicated that the action was merely procedurally unlawful, without revoking the substantive actions. Thus, to deem it not an official duty was overly simplistic. A comprehensive assessment of how procedural violations affect the rights of the administrative action's counterpart should dictate whether it constitutes an official duty. Second, even if the act were procedurally unlawful, Sun Weitao should not have resorted to violence in retaliation, but should have sought to protect his rights through legal means. Sun Chenhui felt a surge of indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. This illustrates why the disputes among legal professionals are of a more sophisticated nature. Often, one struggles to articulate a retort that possesses logical merit. Once Maruachi concluded her argument, Zhou Yun was granted the floor and stated, First, procedural violations equate to unlawful administrative actions, as the judgment clearly articulates. I shall refrain from elaborating on the significance of procedure in administrative actions. Even if we adopt the opposing viewpoint, it is evident that the actions in question severely infringed upon Sun Weitao's legitimate rights and interests. It is crucial to consider the temporal context. At that moment, Sun Weitao could not possibly foresee the subsequent compensation. His sole awareness was that someone was intent on demolishing his house without any monetary recompense. Maruachi maintained a stoic demeanor as Zhou Yun continued to press the matter. The second point is utterly absurd. The actions of the relevant authorities at that time constituted an infringement. Why should Sun Weitao refrain from resistance simply because it is an administrative body? From where does the power of the administrative agency derive? Is it not bestowed by the people? Are we to understand that the populace must endure both lawful and unlawful actions of the administrative body without recourse? Pray, tell us, esteemed representative. Must ordinary citizens simply accept their fate? Across the room, Maruachi, who had been feigning a cool facade, was left speechless, utterly taken aback by such remarks. She never imagined that the opposing party would utter such words. Could this individual be lacking in sound judgment? Such statements are permissible in a courtroom? If you can question who grants power today, what might you say tomorrow? The troubling aspect is that these words bear little impact on the case. Surely the judge is aware of this and recognizes their utter futility. Yet, she found herself unable to counter, for the opposing party's assertions were undeniably valid. Who grants power? The people. Indeed, no one in this context would dare contest that fact. Not even she, as an attorney, nor the presiding judge would risk such a denial. Consequently, Maruachi was momentarily at a loss for words, hesitating on how to respond. At last, the presiding judge rapped the gavel. Counsel for the applicant, refrain from irrelevant discourse. This is your first warning. Continue, and you shall be expelled. Zhou Yun, displaying compliance, nodded in acknowledgement of the admonition. Alas, since his rebirth, his temper had become exceedingly volatile, unable to suppress his irritation upon hearing such outrageous statements. The notion that one cannot resist even unlawful administrative actions, but must instead seek redress through legal channels, truly provoked his ire. Why? Because pursuing legal remedies incurs costs. In this instance, it was only he who could afford it. Otherwise, with administrative litigation coupled with criminal retrials, one would require tens of thousands of dollars to proceed. While online, one might encounter individuals boasting of annual incomes exceeding $1 million, residing in opulent mansions, and driving luxury vehicles. The reality remains that for an ordinary family, tens of thousands is no trifling sum. You may earn a monthly salary exceeding $10,000. Yet that does not equate to your capacity to save a similar amount each month. The presiding judge then inquired, Counsel for the victim, do you have any further comments? Maruachi swiftly refocused her attention and responded, I have one more point. Even if we concede that the administrative actions at that time were indeed flawed, does that justify Sun Weitao's reaction? At that moment, It was only my 3 clients who attempted to escort Sun Weitao away, yet he retaliated with a weapon, resulting in minor injuries to my 3 clients. Even if it does not constitute obstruction of justice, it should certainly be classified as intentional assault. This represented her trump card, cleverly aligning with Judge Zhang's remarks from the first trial. Indeed, one may resist, yet inflicting minor injuries upon 3 urban management officers while armed. Shouldn't he that warrant a sentence? Sun Chenhui grew increasingly anxious, whereas Zhou Yun, unfazed, calmly asserted, certainly, it should not be classified as intentional harm. This is not a crime, but rather a legitimate act of self-defense. Upon hearing this, Sun Chenhui turned to Zhou Yun, his expression one of astonishment. Ma Ruoqi was even more bewildered. Could this truly be considered self-defense? Zhou Yun remained composed. Article 20 of the criminal law states that actions taken to prevent ongoing unlawful infringement upon the state, public interest, or the personal rights and properties of oneself or others, which result in harm to the infringer, are deemed self-defense and carry no criminal liability. It explicitly mentions that actions taken to safeguard one's property from unlawful infringement constitute legitimate self-defense. According to the first instance criminal judgment, the individuals who entered the room were 3 urban management officers, while outside, there were approximately dozens more, along with demolition equipment such as bulldozers. In such circumstances, it is imperative to adopt a comprehensive view of the situation. Should one be forcibly removed, a property valued at hundreds of thousands would face unlawful encroachment. Thus, despite our client wielding a weapon, it did not exceed the necessary limits and should be recognized as self-defense. Or should we suggest that a property worth hundreds of thousands is not worth defending? Chapter 33. The Joy of Freedom. Many harbor misconceptions regarding self-defense, believing it can only be enacted when one is attacked. Such notions are not surprising, given the stringent criteria that have historically complicated the determination of self-defense. To say nothing of protecting one's property, even if one is genuinely attacked with a knife, an inappropriate timing or intensity in counterattacking could still lead to a conviction. After all, during an assault, it is rare for individuals to seize the moment to retaliate effectively. At this juncture, one must mention a man known as Brother Long. Some have perished, yet their deaths carry profound significance, and Brother Long is one such individual. He paid the ultimate price to impart a vital lesson in self-defense to the populace. Following Brother Long's case, the state began to take self-defense seriously. In 2020, the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate jointly issued guidelines on the application of the self-defense system. It can be said that from that point onward, we finally received clearer regulations regarding the recognition of self-defense. However, many remain unclear about the aspect of protecting one's property. Nevertheless, according to criminal law, causing injury to another while protecting one's property is also classified as self-defense. The right to personal security is paramount, and property rights hold equal importance. Zhou Yun articulated clearly that, under those circumstances, one cannot unilaterally interpret Sun Weitao's actions as solely defensive against the 3 urban management officers. There were numerous individuals outside and an array of construction vehicles. If he were forcibly taken away, his home would undoubtedly be at risk. Hence, he was compelled to engage in certain defensive actions, in the pursuit of safeguarding a property worth hundreds of thousands. Inflicting minor injuries upon 3 individuals evidently did not exceed the necessary limits. Ma Ruoqi's expression began to darken, yet she persisted. However, this is an act of demolition by the Housing Expropriation Department. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun retorted directly, "Oh, and what of the demolition?" At that moment, it was illegal, constituting an infringement upon our client's rights. He is entirely justified in protecting his property. Observing that the two were on the verge of further contention, the presiding judge once again struck the gavel. Enough. Let us refrain from reiterating what has already been stated. If there are no additional viewpoints, we shall adjourn for half an hour. With that, the judge tapped the gavel once more, albeit with great caution. This was unavoidable. The court's gavel had been in use for an extended period, and a slight exertion of force could send the head flying. Imagine the scene. In the solemnity of the courtroom, as the judge strikes the gavel, the head flies off. Such a spectacle is truly too absurd to contemplate. The judge had contemplated a replacement, yet those entrenched within the system understood the complexity of such a task. Repairs, even at a cost exceeding that of a new gavel, were the only recourse. As the court adjourned, Sun Chenhui, with a worried expression, inquired, "Lawyer Zhou, do you think we can win this?" Zhou Yun smiled reassuringly. Rest easy. The very fact that we are adjourning for half an hour indicates that a verdict will be rendered today. Moreover, the prosecution supports a not guilty verdict. So there is little room for unexpected outcomes. The key factor is the clear stance of the municipal prosecution, which allows me to confidently assert 100% acquittal. Despite Maruachi's numerous arguments, they were fundamentally untenable, each one countered by Zhou Yun with irrefutable logic. Was the demolition illegal? Yes. Therefore, it could not be considered an official act, and thus could not be classified as obstruction of justice. Was the demolition an infringement? Indeed, and since it constituted an infringement, it was unequivocally an act of justifiable self-defense, remaining well within acceptable bounds. Upon observing the arrangement for the recess, Maruachi's face grew even more somber, as her suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, approximately half an hour later, the presiding judge returned to deliver the verdict. In conclusion, the opinions of the original defendant Sun Weitao and his defense counsel, as well as the municipal prosecutor's recommendation for a not guilty verdict, are upheld by this court. The judgment is as follows. The original defendant Sun Weitao is found not guilty. This judgment is final. Upon hearing this verdict, Sun Chenhui, standing beside Zhou Yun, nearly leaped with joy. It was an arduous journey, indeed. After his father's arrest, their family had felt utterly fragmented, and his aspirations of becoming a police officer seemed dashed. But now, finally, he was exonerated. As the judgment was rendered, Sun Chenhui exclaimed, "Lawyer Zhou, I cannot thank you enough. Truly, I am immensely grateful." Had circumstances allowed, he would have eagerly bowed in gratitude. Zhou Yun waved his hand dismissively. "I have already advised you not to rush. This matter is far from concluded." "What? Not concluded? What else remains?" Sun Chenhui asked, bewildered. Was this not a case of securing his father's innocence? Now that he had been declared not guilty, what more could there be? Zhou Yun smiled once more and remarked, "Of course, we must retrieve all the funds your family previously disbursed." "What? Are you solely concerned about your father's innocence, neglecting the money that has been given out?" Upon hearing this, Sun Chenhui was momentarily stunned. Indeed, in order to obtain a letter of understanding from the other party, his family had previously offered 300,000. Realizing this, Sun Chenhui hurriedly inquired, "Lawyer Zhou, can we still reclaim that money?" Zhou Yun nodded affirmatively, "Certainly. The reconciliation agreement you signed earlier constitutes a contract, albeit one made under the duress of your father's alleged criminality. Now that your father has been exonerated, the prior contract is rendered void due to a significant misunderstanding, which allows for its annulment. Today, we shall return to Dashan County and petition the Dashan County Court for the cancellation of the reconciliation agreement, while simultaneously applying for your father's state compensation." Sun Chenhui was at a loss for words. This lawyer Zhou was truly beyond his expectations. "All right, let us retrieve the judgment document. I shall also pose a question to the judge." The two approached the presiding judge, and Zhou Yun promptly began. "I would like to inquire, given the recent exoneration, can you notify the prison today?" This was indeed a crucial question, as regulations stipulated that one must be released immediately upon a verdict of not guilty. The presiding judge chuckled and assured, "Rest assured, I have already notified them. You may proceed directly. The release procedures should take about 2 hours. You will certainly be able to receive him today." "Very well, thank you." Zhou Yun expressed his gratitude. Afterward, he led Sun Chenhui out of the court. "All right, let us call for a car. We shall go to the prison to await your father's release, and then return together to Dashan County." At Ning City 4th Prison, Sun Weitao was engaged in his usual activity of operating a sewing machine. Over the past 2 years, he had honed this skill to perfection. At that moment, a fellow inmate beside him spoke up. "Old Sun, you seem rather distracted lately. Are you still holding on to the hope that that lawyer will manage to get you out? Stop dreaming. It is utterly impossible. Do you have any idea of the connections required for a retrial leading to an acquittal? There are plenty of capable individuals here in prison, and this inmate certainly knows the law. It would be better to focus on working hard and waiting for parole." Just as this knowledgeable inmate was finishing his sentence, a guard approached. "Sun Weitao, Sun Weitao." Upon hearing his name, Sun Weitao quickly stood at attention here. The guard approached with a smile. "No need for all that. Sun Weitao, we just received notification from the court that your case has been retried and acquitted. You are to be released today. Come with me, and let us complete the necessary paperwork." "Huh?" Sun Weitao was momentarily taken aback. "And not guilty?" "Yes, it was just ruled today. Hurry along. No time to dawdle," the guard urged. Sun Weitao nodded eagerly, following along, his mind still clouded with confusion. Was it truly possible that he had been exonerated? That remarkably youthful lawyer had actually succeeded? Meanwhile, the fellow inmate operating the sewing machine was left in shock, bewildered by the turn of events. What happened to their agreement of sewing together? How could he be declared not guilty? The fellow inmate felt as if his heart had shattered. Dazed and confused, Sun Weitao tidied up his belongings and walked to the prison gate, gazing at the outside world with a surreal sensation. Was he truly innocent? Was he truly free? At that moment, he spotted two figures ahead. Chenhui, Lawyer Zhou, what brings you here? We are here to take you home. You are free now. Zhou Yun replied with a smile. Upon hearing those words, Sun Weitao stared blankly at the sky, suddenly bursting into tears, then laughing. The feeling of freedom was sublime. Meanwhile, in Dashan County, Chai Yaoyong smashed his phone in frustration. Sun Weitao had been acquitted. How could someone who violently resisted demolition be found innocent? Chapter 34. Is it not over yet? The afternoon unfolded at Dashan County's bus station, where Sun Jianxi anxiously awaited at the exit. His son was finally innocent, finally free. Only he knew how he had endured the past 2 years. There had been several moments when he felt he could no longer hold on. Truth be told, he had little hope this time, as many local lawyers had previously stated that acquittal was nearly impossible. Violent resistance to demolition, and having injured 3 urban management officers, how could that not be deemed a crime? Yet, unexpectedly, Lawyer Zhou proved remarkably adept, managing to secure an acquittal with a series of masterful maneuvers. At last, Sun Jianxi spotted 3 figures emerging from the station. Xiao Tao, he called out. Rushing forward, Sun Weitao ran over, his face alight with excitement. The family was finally reunited. In this joyous moment, Zhou Yun quietly stood to the side, taking out her phone to capture the scene. These were precious materials, essential for her upcoming video. Perhaps this was the true value of the legal profession. As the exhilaration of the 3 generations gradually subsided, Sun Jianxi hurriedly approached Zhou Yun and knelt before her. Thank you so much, Lawyer Zhou. Without you, my family. Zhou Yun quickly helped the elderly man to his feet, smiling. Please, hold off on the expressions of gratitude for now. Huh. Sun Jianxi was taken aback, uncertain of her meaning. Zhou Yun continued. Once the money you previously spent is returned to you, then you may thank me. On the side, Sun Chenhui interjected, Grandpa. Lawyer Zhou intends to reclaim the compensation we previously provided. What? Sun Jianxi was momentarily stunned. The money could be retrieved? All right, you 3 should head home. I will take care of everything. The court has likely not yet closed. I will go there first, Zhou Yun remarked with a smile. Sun Jianxi quickly replied. I'll accompany you. No need. Just make sure to contact me once I finish. Let us have dinner together tonight. All right, I should be quick. With that, Zhou Yun hailed a cab and made her way to the Dashan County Court. Inside the Dashan County Court, at the case filing window, staff member Xiao Lu had just completed processing a case when she pressed the button on the calling machine. Soon, she noticed a rather handsome young man approaching the window. It must be said, individuals of striking appearance often receive preferential treatment in society. Xiao Lu smiled and asked, What type of case do you have? The young man was indeed Zhou Yun, who casually extracted the previous criminal reconciliation agreement from his bag and handed it over, accompanied by his identification, power of attorney, and other relevant documents. He remarked, I possess an agreement that, due to a significant misunderstanding, I wish to apply for a retraction and request the return of the property. Xiao Lu reached out to accept the materials and glanced over them, casually commenting, Oh, Lawyer Zhou, from Jinghai? Let me take a look at this agreement. However, as he spoke, Xiao Lu abruptly halted, her entire demeanor frozen in astonishment. After a moment, she queried, Is this a criminal reconciliation agreement? Zhou Yun nodded, maintaining an air of composure as he replied, Indeed, it is a criminal reconciliation agreement. Xiao Lu, appearing bewildered, responded, But, Lawyer Zhou, you intend to retract this? Is that even possible? I have never encountered such a situation before. Zhou Yun chuckled upon hearing this. You see, a criminal reconciliation agreement is still an agreement. If it is an agreement, it can be retracted. Do not be concerned with the nomenclature. Nonetheless, Xiao Lu persisted, I have indeed never seen this before. But isn't it voluntary? Moreover, on what grounds can it be retracted? A significant misunderstanding? What kind of significant misunderstanding? Noticing the young woman seemed somewhat flustered, Zhou Yun presented the judgment document in his hand, stating, Look, This is the judgment of my client. After retrial, it has been established that my client is innocent. Zhou Yun took a look and inquired, "Is this from today?" "Yes, indeed, it is quite recent," he affirmed. "What I mean to convey is that while the criminal reconciliation agreement was indeed voluntary, that voluntariness is predicated on certain circumstances. Why? Because my client could only receive a lighter sentence if the opposing party showed leniency. Why must my client plead for leniency? It is because he believes he has committed a crime. Thus, for this agreement, the premise of believing oneself guilty is fundamental. Only under such a belief would one engage in the act of offering money in hopes of leniency. Wouldn't you agree? If he were convinced of his innocence, he would never offer money in such a plea, would he?" Zhou Yun nodded, seemingly convinced of this reasoning. Zhou Yun continued, "So? It stands to reason that since the premise is the belief in guilt, and the court's decision clearly states he is not guilty, can we not conclude that my client experienced a significant misunderstanding at that time? Would you not agree that this logic is sound?" "It is indeed sound. The significant misunderstanding led to the signing of this agreement, and now that it has been revealed, can we not apply for retraction? Article 147 of the Civil Code explicitly states that civil legal acts executed under significant misunderstanding grant the actor the right to request annulment from the People's Court or arbitration institution." Zhou Yun felt herself swayed, recognizing that there was no logical flaw. "All right, Lawyer Zhou, I will proceed to accept your case." She felt as though this young lawyer resembled her former law professor. Zhou Yun nodded, satisfied, and thought to himself that he had indeed once been a law professor at a university in the capital, and old habits die hard. Zhou Yun organized the various documents, only to see a handsome lawyer outside handing in another set of materials. "Is this also evidence?" Zhou Yun once again revealed a smile, exclaiming, "This is not just any document, it is another lawsuit." "Another lawsuit?" Zhou Yun, intrigued, accepted the legal document and glanced at it. "Personal injury?" "Indeed, personal injury." Zhou Yun reiterated with an explanatory demeanor, "I believe this is quite comprehensible. The previous criminal case has already been established as justifiable self-defense, correct? This implies that our client bears no responsibility in this incident. However, under the circumstances, those 3 urban management officers resorted to violence to forcibly remove my client, resulting in minor injuries that incurred treatment costs exceeding 15,000 yuan. The opposing party cannot claim self-defense as well. It is impossible for both sides in a single case to be justified in their actions. Since it is not self-defense, it indicates that the opposing party is liable for infringement. Infringement necessitates compensation, which is perfectly reasonable. Oh, and the Urban Management Department must also be included as a co-defendant, sharing joint liability. Thanks to the criminal case, all these details have been meticulously documented, with clear evidence, including the nature of Sun Weitao's injuries, the severity thereof, and the associated treatment costs, all backed by appropriate records. As Sun Weitao's defender and also an applicant for the criminal retrial, Zhou Yun possesses the right to review the case files. This means that during the previous litigation, he had already copied all this evidence, which is entirely permissible by law. 15,000 yuan is not a trifling sum. It is a straightforward matter of seizing the opportunity. Zhou Yun felt utterly bewildered, wondering how the opposing party's arguments seemed so reasonable. Now, she dared not retort, only managing to say, "Lawyer Zhou, I will accept this. I will handle it for now. As for the case filing, let the presiding judge deal with that." Just as she finished organizing the documents, Zhou Yun presented another set of materials. Zhou Yun was left dumbfounded. "Another one? What is this case?" "Lawyer Zhou, you are being rather excessive." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yun interrupted. "This is not a lawsuit. It is a state compensation application. Yes, it pertains to that criminal case, the one adjudicated by you. Therefore, I am applying for compensation now. It is not much, just over 340,000 yuan. I was detained for 2 years and 1 month, and according to state compensation standards, it amounts to 462 yuan per day, resulting in this total." "What?" Gazing at the state compensation application, Zhou Yun found herself at a loss for words. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yun exited the courthouse, satisfied and content, thinking, "Everything is settled. Now I can await the outcome with peace of mind." Thus, several days passed swiftly, leading to another morning. In a small community in Dashan County, Lu Pingfei stared, wide-eyed, at the court summons and the copy of the lawsuit in his hand. "I have been sued." Moreover, the contents of the lawsuit seemed to suggest that the previous settlement agreement is now deemed invalid. No, why should it be invalid? Are you implying that the money I received previously must now be returned? Just as he prepared to voice his concerns, another text message arrived on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered yet another court summons. What? Are you saying my previous actions are not yet resolved? Why must I bear this cost? This is outrageous. Chapter 35. This reward is delightful. It is not merely Liu Pengfei. The other two city management officers are in a similar predicament. This revelation strikes like a bolt from the blue. After more than 2 years have passed, the funds initially allocated have long since been spent. The minor injuries requiring hospitalization incurred minimal expenses, as the organization directly covered their work-related injuries. There is no question regarding the recognition of these injuries as occupational. The organization instructed them to assist in the removal of Sun Weitao, and their injuries stemmed from this duty, thereby qualifying as work-related injuries. Consequently, the substantial sum of 100,000 was essentially for their own benefit. The sudden demand for repayment is utterly outrageous. The city management department finds itself equally helpless. As they are unjustly implicated, they were merely cooperating in their duties, yet the Housing Demolition Office bears no repercussions while they are burdened with a multitude of issues. The most exasperating situation falls upon the Daxian County Court, which adjudicates criminal cases and is now faced with the responsibility of compensating the state. They are also expected to mediate and recover both the settlement and the damages incurred. Is this not an egregious form of bullying? Is there no law, no justice? Certainly. The law must prevail. Our court stands as the ultimate bastion. If the court itself neglects the law, that would indeed be the most terrifying scenario. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Yun remarked with a smile at the staff of the Daxian County Court's Compensation Committee. The staff, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. Lawyer Zhou, you can probably surmise the situation of this case. It is truly an egregious affront. Zhou Yun chose not to respond, as he indeed understood the complexities. For matters of demolition are often akin to a strategic game. The timing for asserting their rights was rather opportune. Given that the previous leader had been reassigned to a less active role in the city, and the newly appointed leader was unlikely to be concerned with such matters. Observing Zhou Yun's silence, the staff sighed. Compensation is practically assured. Alas, Lawyer Zhou, what a situation we find ourselves in. In recent times, Zhou Yun had heard this sentiment expressed on more than one occasion. One could only attribute it to fate. Following this, the proceedings progressed methodically, with the City Management Bureau opting for mediation, contesting over a mere 10,000 yuan. The opposing party could not afford to lose face. Liu Pengfei and the others insisted on a court hearing, yet without legal representation, they were thoroughly outmatched by Zhou Yun's arguments. After the first trial, no appeal was filed, and the judgment became final. At Sun Weitao's home, Sun Jianxi gazed at his phone, his face alight with astonishment. Lawyer Zhou, is this some truly accurate? Zhou Yun replied with a smile. The settlement amounts to 300,000. The state compensation is 340,000, plus the city management compensation of 15,000, totaling 655,000 yuan. The Sun family felt somewhat bewildered. Prior to engaging Lawyer Zhou, they were struggling to make ends meet. Seeking legal counsel was a last resort, as Sun Chenhui aspired to join the police force. Yet now, this lawyer not only secured Sun Weitao's exoneration, but also facilitated the acquisition of over 600,000 yuan. It is fair to say that this lawyer has truly saved their family. Just as Sun Weitao was about to speak, Zhou Yun interjected with a smile. There is no need for gratitude. My transportation expenses total 16,500 yuan. Please provide me with this amount. I shall not accept more, as that would be unlawful. I hope you understand. This sum encompasses my accommodation and meal expenses. Sun Jianjia exchanged glances with his companions. Genuinely astonished, they had never encountered a lawyer like Zhou Yun before. After an exhaustive series of rights protection efforts, they were left bewildered. Yet the opposing party only requested a mere 5,000 yuan in legal fees. Lawyer Zhou, regardless of the circumstances, our family is immensely grateful to you. Should you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Whatever it may be, the three of us will certainly assist. Sun Jianjia articulated with deliberate clarity. Unsure of how to express their gratitude, they could only offer a promise, even though it was likely that this lawyer would not place much significance on it. Nevertheless, Sun Jianjia had resolved in his heart. Zhou Yun smiled and nodded, collecting the transportation fee before rising to take his leave. No need to see me off. Just live well from now on, he said, turning to depart. He was already eager to move on, In fact, following Sun Weitao's release, the system panel had indicated the task's completion. However, he had chosen to overlook it, insisting on finishing all subsequent matters. After all, the system had indicated that the higher the task completion rate, the greater the rewards he would receive. With the task completed and the client exceedingly satisfied, the system detected an overfulfillment of the task and doubled the rewards. A staggering cash prize of 500,000 yuan and 20 exchange points had been disbursed. Zhou Yun was nearly overwhelmed with joy upon witnessing this. 500,000 yuan, although modest compared to the millions often seen online, would enable him to make a down payment on a home after just 2 more cases. More importantly, he had acquired 20 exchange points. Now possessing a total of 31 exchange points, Zhou Yun wasted no time in accessing the system's marketplace to redeem the skill Death Retreat. He had coveted this skill for quite some time, as it was essential for the execution of his forthcoming plans. Furthermore, it was crucial, considering that the legal profession had begun to attract a higher-risk demographic. Numerous incidents of lawyers being assaulted had already occurred in his previous life. He anticipated that he would inevitably encounter more precarious situations, making this skill imperative. As for the remaining 11 exchange points, after much contemplation, Zhou Yun decided to exchange them for a vial of body enhancement potion. According to the system's description, consuming this potion would fortify various aspects of his physical being. Given his current tendency to offend others, he realized that it was essential for him to possess physical strength, or, to put it plainly, to be able to fight. Why the need for such capability? To ensure that those he confronted would calmly listen to his reasoning. This was a common flaw among lawyers, the desire to engage in rational discourse while the other party was disinterested. In such cases, one could only resort to physical methods to compel the other party to heed their arguments. There was nothing illogical about that. With no time to return to Jinghai today, Zhou Yun returned to the hotel, spending 10 exchange points to procure a potion. It was a blue vial, shimmering with an ethereal quality. After admiring it briefly, he downed its contents in one swift motion. The taste was sweet. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Yun collapsed onto the ground, slipping into a deep slumber. Had he retained consciousness, he would have noticed his body undergoing a remarkable transformation, with his muscles becoming increasingly taut and powerful. Time swiftly passed into the morning of the following day, awakening Zhou Yun with the persistent alert of his mobile phone. Groggily rising, he discovered to his astonishment that he had been lying on the floor. The sedative effects of the concoction were indeed remarkable. Upon picking up his phone, he noticed a barrage of messages from the top supporter, a user by the name of Night Raid Widow Village. This individual was incessantly inquiring about Zhou Yun's absence from the live stream the previous night. Zhou Yun, at a loss for words, felt the undeniable pressure of his top supporter urging him to broadcast. He quickly replied, "I had some urgent matters last night. I will be live today." After sending the message, Zhou Yun stood up, clenched his fists, and felt a tangible improvement in his physical condition, one that was undeniably visible. If he once resembled a delicate youth, he now exuded a more robust aura. It seemed prudent to consume more of that potion in the future. However, the immediate priority was editing videos. He had already begun this task in tandem with the progress of the case. Now that the case had concluded, it was time to produce the video. Previously, there had been speculations online regarding whether he had hired actors. It was time to demonstrate what genuine advocacy entailed. He spent the morning in a hotel, diligently working on his laptop, and finally completed the editing. Reflecting on the matter, Zhou Yun typed the title, "Is resisting demolition and obstruction of justice? This is self-defense." Without a doubt, he clicked upload. Chapter 36. The online community was astonished. This lawyer was indeed a genius. In Magic City, Zhou Xinyao had just exited the library, preparing to return to her dormitory. This young woman was quite attractive, though she typically eschewed elaborate adornments, compounded by her social anxiety, which rendered her less noticeable. However, her presence online was a different story. The comments from the supporters of Night Raid Widow Village, with their exuberant expressions, revealed her as a classic case of a cool exterior concealing a passionate interior. As she walked through the crowd, Zhou Xinyao casually retrieved her mobile phone. In this era, existence without a smartphone seemed utterly unthinkable. To her surprise, upon unlocking her phone, she discovered that lawyer Zhou Yun had released a new video. Without hesitation, she swiftly navigated to the comments section. "It's been so many days since you uploaded a video. What have you been doing? Why is it taking so long? Hurry up and update me, or I might just come and raid you myself." As is customary on the internet, one must prompt before consuming content. After urging for updates, Zhou Yun began watching the video, and she couldn't help but find the title intriguing. Obstructing justice can be self-defense? Clicking into the video, a calm voice soon resonated. Hello, dear viewers. I am lawyer Zhou Yun. Hearing this voice, Zhou Yun inwardly scoffed. From the photos, this guy seemed quite handsome. I wonder why he sounds a bit like my father. It wasn't merely his tone. Rather, the manner of his speech was eerily reminiscent of men from her father's generation. However, she quickly dismissed these thoughts, as the content of the video revealed that Zhou Yun was discussing the very case he had live-streamed previously. There are accusations that I hired actors for effect. I must clarify that no actors were engaged. The case is entirely genuine. You can see that I have completed it now. Those who have witnessed my livestream are likely aware that the son of this elderly gentleman was convicted of obstructing official duties after injuring 3 temporary workers during a forced demolition. He is now seeking exoneration. I meticulously followed the procedural steps. The administrative litigation confirmed the illegality, which then formed the basis for a criminal lawsuit. Indeed, each step was executed with remarkable precision. Yes, precision. In typical criminal cases, initiating a retrial is exceedingly challenging, yet the opposing party's actions inadvertently produced new evidence. Moreover, this new evidence possesses considerable probative strength. When it comes to the court's ruling, one must ponder whether such content qualifies as evidence. Although she had previously heard of these matters, witnessing attorney Zhou Yun's tangible efforts in reality left Zhou Yun astounded. Particularly, upon witnessing the acquittal and the poignant moment when the 3 generations of that family embraced in tears, she felt a profound sense of emotion. At that moment, Zhou Yun remarked, observing their expressions, I suddenly grasped the true significance of the legal profession. Indeed, the man in the video, striving to protect his home from demolition, was not in the wrong. How could he be? The relevant authorities failed to engage a third-party institution to assess the property's value. They merely offered an arbitrary sum, which it is entirely reasonable for him to reject. Astonishingly, they even attempted to impose other charges, yet attorney Zhou introduced the concept of justifiable defense. Impressive, truly impressive. Zhou Yun believed the video should conclude here, given the opposing party's request for acquittal had been fulfilled. However, upon noticing the progress bar still had considerable length, she felt perplexed. What more content could there be? As she continued watching, she was left utterly speechless. National compensation was within my realm of expectation, but the revocation of the criminal reconciliation agreement due to a significant misunderstanding? They even sued the Urban Management Bureau and the 3 individuals, demanding compensation? Goodness. In truth, it was not only Zhou Yun who was taken aback. Other viewers were equally astonished. One commented, genius. How on earth did they come up with this? Another remarked, let us not say anything else. Achieving acquittal is one thing, but reclaiming such a substantial sum is remarkable. If I were in such a situation, I would gladly support this lawyer. Yet another observed, am I the only one who noticed that the previous court failed to conduct a thorough examination? Such an obvious procedural error simply passed through? The majority of viewer comments hailed this lawyer as a true genius, taking an unconventional approach that left many in awe. Conversely, another group directed their ire at the Daxian County Court. While one might understand that administrative bodies occasionally prioritize performance metrics, the judiciary is tasked with scrutiny. How could such blatant illegality escape their notice? Their hasty approval led to the forced demolition and consequently, the incident of 1 against 3, resulting in a 3-year sentence for the involved party. Remarkably, Zhou Yun did not need to invest any funds. The video went viral on its own. The topic at hand is indeed quite compelling, encompassing themes such as forced evictions, obstruction of justice, and justifiable defense, each term capable of captivating public attention. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that many internet users only became aware, through viewing the video, that the act of demolition is supposed to follow a compensation process. Some users have expressed that, despite having experienced previous demolitions, they were entirely unaware of these protocols, simply complying with directives without contemplation. It has now become evident that numerous issues persist within many demolition cases. The video has garnered immense popularity, and amidst this fervor, Zhou Yun has also invested funds, determined to ensure that more individuals witness this remarkable footage. Moreover, she insists that certain entities depicted in the video must face consequences for their actions. In this charged atmosphere, the video has surged to trending status, and the name Zhou Yun has once again come to the forefront of public consciousness. His actions within the video were so audacious that he transformed a seemingly indefensible case into one of potential innocence, earning him the moniker genius lawyer from many viewers. Conversely, a significant number of internet users directed their ire towards Dashan County and even Ning City. It is unfortunate that this impoverished county, previously obscure, has now found itself thrust into the spotlight. Judge Zhang, observing the unfolding events on his phone, was drenched in cold sweat. Although Zhou Yun had previously stirred the pot, being in a small locality often allowed matters to be suppressed. Consequently, he had avoided repercussions, and Chai Yaoyang from the acquisition office remained unscathed. However, with the video's skyrocketing popularity, the situation has become precarious. The official media of Ning City has faced such backlash that they have disabled comments on their platform. Zhang, along with Chai Yaoyang and Lao Mingcheng, could not comprehend Zhou Yun's motives. After all, he had meticulously prepared the case. Why would he choose to publicize it online? Wasn't public scrutiny reserved for instances where matters could not be resolved? Now, despite the successful resolution and favorable outcomes, it was too late for regrets. In the acquisition office, Chai Yaoyang dialed a number, intending to leverage his connections for a discussion. "Hello, Director Chai. I have an urgent matter to attend to. We shall talk later." The monotonous tone of the line left Chai Yaoyang startled, prompting him to attempt other calls. Some answered, while others simply declined to engage. As he pondered his next steps, the office door swung open. "Are you Chai Yaoyang? We are from the Disciplinary Inspection Department. Please come with us." With a thud, Chai Yaoyang collapsed into his chair, his face ashen. At this juncture, it was evident that no one could intervene. Several individuals in Dashan County must be held accountable. As the leader of the acquisition office, he was the most suitable candidate for scrutiny. Consequently, as netizens continued to express their outrage, they noticed that the response from Dashan County was remarkably swift, issuing a statement within mere hours. The director of the expropriation office, Chai Yaoyang, has been dismissed and is currently under investigation by the Disciplinary Inspection Department. The judge responsible for the review of the case is also under investigation, and subsequent results will be reported. At the Jinghai City Station, Zhou Yun, having enjoyed a refreshing nap on the train, stretched languidly. His phone was nearly out of battery, and fearing he would be unable to call a cab, he refrained from using it. Once he arrived home and charged his phone, he opened Douyin only to be taken aback. He was particularly astonished to learn that the expropriation office and court judges in Dashan County were under investigation as well. My goodness. It seems I may have ignited a fire that has grown beyond control. Chapter 37. To dare not even file a lawsuit, yet have the audacity to profess love for her. Zhou Yun's emotions were indeed complex. While fear did not consume him, considering it was merely a county in Ningqing and couldn't possibly reach Jinghai, he was aware that the other party would not act offline over such trivial matters. He had only spoken the truth. Forget it, Zhou Yun decided. I've already acted. There's no point in worrying. He certainly would not visit the law firm today. He would address it tomorrow. For now, he had ample funds in his account and felt no anxiety. Jiang Qiming, that old rascal, had been unusually quiet lately. He suspected his situation would soon be uncovered. It was highly probable that he would stir trouble during the annual assessment, but conveniently, Zhou Yun was also awaiting that moment to act. In his previous life, he had served as the director of the local bar association and was well acquainted with its intricacies and subtleties. Thus, in this life, he had an abundance of methods at his disposal to manipulate the bar association. With that thought, Zhou Yun prepared to go live. Meanwhile, the staff at Tianhe Law Firm were once again taken aback by the unfolding events online. Old Tian gazed at his phone, reflecting, this Zhou Yun. I never realized he possessed such prowess, and he truly dares to take action. The surrounding lawyers nodded in agreement. While administrative litigation was manageable, the audacity to speak those words and confront individuals directly was commendable. Though many statements were not captured on video for various reasons, the content that was available was enough to astonish viewers. Moreover, the fact that such videos were boldly shared online indicated a clear discontent with local practices, serving as a form of reporting. Indeed, it was widely believed that Zhou Yun's intention in posting the video was to expose wrongdoing. Old Wu, standing beside Old Tian, shook his head and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Yun has skyrocketed in popularity this time. His potential for profit will undoubtedly surpass ours. Although a sudden surge in fame does not guarantee longevity, many have experienced fleeting moments of stardom, The reality remained that others were now significantly ahead of them. We live in an era where everyone detests internet celebrities, yet aspires to become one. Kang Xiaoyu stood by, entranced by the video. Although Zhou Yun remained unseen, the words he spoke radiated a unique charisma. Zhou Yun was undeniably handsome, which was the reason Kang Xiaoyu initially chose him. However, after her internship post-graduation, she realized that good looks would not suffice for sustenance, prompting her to part ways with Zhou Yun and align herself with director Jiang Qiming. At this moment, through the video, Kang Xiaoyu seemed to glimpse the eloquent man, his confident and radiant visage vividly etched in her mind. When she reflected upon Jiang Qiming, envisioning the way he would nearly perish at her hands, a flicker of regret stirred within her. However, she swiftly reassured herself that during this year's annual review, the director would undoubtedly ensure that he faced repercussions. Even if he were to achieve sudden fame, it was not unprecedented for a lawyer to rise to prominence overnight. Her choice had not been misguided. Such rationalizations were her only solace, as the urge to hurl her phone was mounting. At home, the fervor surrounding Zhou Yun's livestream was exceedingly high. Yet, he was acutely aware that this excitement was ephemeral. Many viewers were merely riding the wave of popularity. And once the fervor subsided, only the genuine circumstances would remain. Moreover, due to the influx of viewers, the barrage of comments had become overwhelming. With a plethora of critical remarks, Zhou Yun chose to disregard these, focusing instead on securing cases. The system had now generated a new task. Task objective: to successfully resolve a civil case and ensure client satisfaction. As expected, the labor disputes and criminal cases had been completed, and it was finally time to tackle civil matters. Zhou Yun was uncertain about which type of case to select, as the scope was exceedingly broad. Ordinary cases would not suffice, given that the system's rewards were contingent upon the completeness of the case resolution. Thus, he decided to commence with consultations. All right, I have elucidated that. Now, let us welcome the next online participant. Hello, esteemed viewer, what brings you here? Meanwhile, on a bridge in Jinghai City, Wang Xinggang wore a perplexed expression. He never anticipated that he would connect with lawyer Zhou's livestream at this moment. He had been prepared to end his life. However, this was fortuitous. The popularity of lawyer Zhou could ensure that more people became aware of his plight, and perhaps she would too. Thus, Wang Xinggang quickly spoke up. Lawyer Zhou, my girlfriend broke up with me. What nonsense. Upon hearing this, before Zhou Yun could respond, the audience in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. Dude, this is a lawyer's live stream, not a relationship advice session. You've come to the wrong place. Exactly. Why are you seeking lawyer Zhou's help over your breakup? Faced with these comments, Wang Xinggang felt an urge to leap into the river. Just then, Zhou Yun interjected. And what of it? You say your girlfriend broke up with you. What is it that you seek? At this, Wang Xinggang managed to suppress his suicidal thoughts and replied. I have no specific demands. It's just that my girlfriend left me suddenly without a word. I only wish to see her once more to ask her why she chose to abandon me, and where I went wrong. As he rambled on, the audience grew increasingly frustrated. If she wants to break up, let her. What is the point of this obsession? Can't you just message her? Upon encountering this comment, Wang Xinggang remarked, she has blocked all my contact methods and moved away. I have no idea where she is now. I even lent her my phone to call her, but as soon as she recognized my voice, she hung up. I find myself by the river now. Lawyer Zhou, I am losing the will to live. What? Upon hearing these words, the audience, who had been mocking him in the live stream, were taken aback. What are you doing, brother? Are you really considering jumping into the river over a woman? This is excessive. It's merely a breakup. People can survive without one another. Indeed, where is this man from? Someone should call the police to prevent him from taking such a drastic step. At that moment, Zhou Yun interjected, jumping into the river? I must say, my friend, you are being rather excessive in your devotion. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. What was this lawyer Zhou up to? The man was on the verge of jumping into the river, and yet he was being labeled as overly devoted? Did he not fear for his own safety? Zhou Xinyao also found it perplexing, yet it was not the right moment to voice her thoughts. By the river, Wang Xinggang, although not on camera, felt his face flush upon hearing Zhou Yun's words. No, I am not overly devoted. I simply... You dare claim you are not? You are willing to jump into the river for her, and you still deny it? Zhou Yun retorted. The audience in the live stream hesitated to speak further. Their curiosity piqued about how lawyer Zhou would address the situation. Wang Xinggang, caught off guard by the question, hurried to clarify. I just want to ask her something face to face. I am not overly devoted. Suicide may be an option, but I refuse to be remembered as a devoted fool. I wish to leave a clear conscience behind. Zhou Yun responded with an understanding tone. Oh, I see. Then indeed, you are not overly devoted. You simply value this relationship. And her departure was too abrupt, prompting you to seek a conversation. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly it. Wang Shenggang affirmed eagerly. Zhou Yun chuckled. Well, you see, you do have a request. Since you have a request, we can find a solution. It is not a matter grave enough to consider ending it all. Let me ask you. Your primary desire is to see your ex-girlfriend once more, correct? Wang Shenggang replied. Yes, that's right. Lawyer Zhou, can you help me find her? Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyao furrowed her brow, pondering the feasibility of locating the individual. Even court enforcement struggles to find people. Does Lawyer Zhou possess such capabilities? Zhou Yun then stated. Of course, there are numerous ways to find your ex-girlfriend. As he spoke, he inadvertently activated his camera, though it only pointed at the table. Soon after, he retrieved a piece of paper and a pen. The audience in the live stream witnessed Lawyer Zhou writing a line on the paper. Purpose: to see the ex-girlfriend once more. This situation left many bewildered, yet it appeared quite professional. Could there truly be a method to achieve this? Zhou Yun then declared, we shall employ the simplest approach. Tell me, during your relationship, did you gift her anything of significant value? Money or items, preferably not of peculiar amounts? Wang Shenggang pondered for a considerable time before he finally spoke. This must have been a gift. In matters of romance, every man inevitably incurs expenses. I recall having presented her with a gold bracelet. Zhou Yun, upon hearing this, remarked, since you have already given her a gift, this simplifies matters. Your current situation, being ignored in phone calls and messages, indicates that she has likely blocked you. However, it also suggests that she continues to use this phone number, which remains her means of contact. Therefore, you must seek out someone or some organization that she is sure to respond to, and thus, the problem should be resolved. Wouldn't you agree? Follow my line of thought, and do not get confused. On the paper, beneath the line indicating the objective, an arrow symbolizing deduction had appeared, with another line of text below it. Method: seek a person or organization that she cannot refuse to contact her. Wang Shenggang felt somewhat bewildered, experiencing an inexplicable sense of returning to his math classes from the past. Zhou Yun continued, what kind of person or organization would she not refuse? A person would not suffice, but an organization presents options. For instance, if we were to contact her through a legal authority, she would undoubtedly answer the call. We could select the court. Another arrow was added, with the word court inscribed beneath it. The court? Wang Shenggang was utterly perplexed. Zhou Yun nodded. Indeed, the court. You see, your previous gift of the gold bracelet and monetary offerings cannot be classified as mere gifts. They are conditional gifts intended for marriage. Thus, when the conditions are unfulfilled, when she goes missing and marriage cannot be realized, this gift can be rescinded. Therefore, you are entitled to file a lawsuit against her. Wang Shenggang was flabbergasted, feeling as though the entire conversation had led to this singular conclusion. What kind of solution is this? Suing her? I am not after money. I simply wish to see her. He exclaimed. Calm down, Zhou Yun reassured him. I have urged you not to rush. Allow me to analyze this for you. Zhou Yun gestured with his pen. If you sue her, she will certainly become aware of it, correct? And when she realizes that you are suing her for something, she will undoubtedly be furious, perceiving you as the worst kind of scoundrel. After all, who would dare to reclaim gifts given to a girlfriend? What a ridiculous plan. You've turned me into a scoundrel. What then? Wang Shenggang could not help but shout. Zhou Yun chuckled. Do not be so hasty. Given your despicable actions, she will surely want to berate you, thus she will call. At that moment, you must not answer. Leave her hanging. As this continues, her anger will escalate, compelling her to appear in court, for that will be the only opportunity to see you. In this way, haven't you achieved your objective? Upon concluding, Zhou Yun drew an arrow beneath court, inscribing appear in court beside it. He then connected it back to the original goal with a line before finally setting down his pen. Now, do you believe that this approach will yield the desired outcome? In the live broadcast room, an enveloping silence fell upon all participants. Many viewers yearned to express their thoughts, yet found themselves at a loss for words, resorting only to sending simple gestures to convey their emotions. Wang Shenggang found himself in a state of emotional turmoil. But you've turned me into a scoundrel. How am I supposed to face her now? Can you still claim you're not a sycophant? Zhou Yun, astonished, interjected, didn't you originally just wish to meet her? You even contemplated jumping into the river for a glimpse. I am not a sycophant. I love her. This is love, do you understand? Wang Xinggang hastily clarified. Zhou Yun, with a cold smirk, retorted, you can't even muster the courage to file a lawsuit? How dare you profess your love? Enough, enough. Lawyer Zhou, I will heed your advice. I will. Wang Xinggang exclaimed. Very well, move away from that riverbank, return and follow my guidance, or come directly to me. I will ensure you meet her. After all, your sole intention is merely to see her. Chapter 38. Just tell me if you can meet her. Zhou Yun finished his statement and took a tactical sip of water. Meanwhile, the viewers, who had previously inundated the stream with comments, fell silent. They were eager to critique but struggled to articulate their thoughts, primarily because Zhou Yun's solution was rather pragmatic and hard to evaluate. Zhou Xinyao also felt a sense of discomfort, hesitating before her phone, unsure of what to say. Finally, a viewer commented, Lawyer Zhou, isn't this approach a bit inappropriate? Just file a lawsuit. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun set down his cup. Though the camera was on, it could only capture his hands. What is inappropriate? I find it quite reasonable. This brother, who just joined the stream, is certainly not a sycophant. His sole aim is to reunite with his ex-girlfriend and ask her a few questions in person. Leave the rest aside. Just consider whether my method allows him to meet her. Isn't that right? We must speak logically. Although it's likely she harbors intense resentment towards him. The mere fact of meeting is what matters. As long as they can meet, there is no issue. The viewers were rendered speechless, as this was indeed the case. His request was straightforward, and through a series of actions, Zhou Yun had facilitated its fulfillment. So, what do you say, brother? I trust you've abandoned thoughts of jumping into the river now. If you still have any ideas, come to me tomorrow. This case is not difficult. Wang Xinggang responded. All right, Lawyer Zhou, I will come to see you tomorrow. I'm in Jinghai, and I certainly have no intention of jumping into the river now. Hearing this, the viewers who had other thoughts were left without words, for not only had Lawyer Zhou provided a solution, but he had also dissuaded someone from contemplating suicide. It is known that typically, when confronted with someone considering self-harm, police must negotiate for an extended period, often with sudden interventions to bring the individual to safety. Yet this time, Lawyer Zhou managed it solely with his words. Zhou Xinyao finally expressed her sentiments in a comment. There are only wrongly called names, never misnamed nicknames. The moniker ghostwriter lawyer is indeed aptly assigned. He is remarkably impressive. Zhou Yun took another sip of water and declared, that is settled. Let us move on to the next. Every evening unfolds in a similar manner. Occasionally, the audience poses perplexing inquiries, yet he adeptly navigates these challenges with his extensive experience. This exemplifies a fundamental legal strategy. Given the live nature of the broadcast, where numerous viewers can observe the comments, he directly accuses the interlocutor of being a sycophant. His intent is to provoke a denial, simplifying the interlocutor's intricate emotions into a straightforward legal claim. In Wang Xinggang's approach, it is akin to a final farewell to the other party. This tactic effectively redirects their entire focus. Consequently, when he labels someone as a sycophant, his tone carries a playful, brotherly jest. However, should he encounter an individual who, disheartened, concedes to being a sycophant, a different discourse ensues. He empathizes with their feelings, subtly shifting the topic to emphasize that feeling defeated is futile. It would be far more prudent to pursue legal action for a face-to-face meeting. He first stabilizes their emotional state before employing provocation, questioning how their affection could falter to the point of not even withstanding a lawsuit. If they lack the courage to sue, how can they profess their love? Much like handling a complex case, it necessitates a strategic, step-by-step approach. As the evening broadcast concluded, Zhou Yun retired for the night, while his stream was swiftly sliced and shared by numerous netizens. After all, the notion of live streaming rescue, especially through such an unconventional method, coupled with the allure of a captivating narrative, is undeniably engaging. The shared clips attracted even more viewers, astonished by the lawyer's audacity. Can a lawyer truly operate in this manner? One exclaimed in disbelief. A genius. That line about not daring to sue yet claiming to love her left me astounded. Perhaps he should undergo a psychological evaluation. Even I, a girl, found myself wanting to support this lawyer. His eloquence is remarkable. In this charged atmosphere, some netizens expressed skepticism, questioning whether the broadcaster had staged the scenario. However, others promptly shared police reports and confirmations. I was watching the live stream at that moment. It occurred in Jinghai. I called the police, and they later returned my call. informing me that they had located the individual. Fortunately, they no longer harbored suicidal thoughts and did not pose any disturbances, so they were merely given a reprimand. These revelations quelled the rampant speculation, with others asserting, "You should definitely question this, for Zhou Yun will undoubtedly emerge to refute your doubts. This individual is cunning, relishing the spectacle of your skepticism before revealing the truth." This assertion is rooted in the fact that in his previous video, Zhou Yun had intentionally included screenshots of comments from those who doubted him at the conclusion. Remarkably, this act garnered widespread approval among netizens, as direct confrontation in addressing skepticism is deemed essential, targeting the very individuals who cast doubt. Amidst the ongoing discussions, the clock struck 9 the following morning, and a young man in his 20s appeared at the Tianhe law firm. Zhou Yun, at the front desk, had long grown accustomed to clients seeking Zhou Yun's counsel. Moreover, another founding partner of the law firm remarked that Zhou Yun has garnered a considerable number of cases and established a reputable name. Thus, the performance of the firm should not be adversely affected by the issues concerning certain individuals, specifically referring to Jiang Qiming. This matter pertains to the internal power struggle within the firm, leading Zhou Yun to refrain from voicing any objections. Her primary focus remains on performing her duties effectively. The young man accompanying Zhou Yun, Wang Shenggang, approached a much younger individual with a sense of apprehension. "Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you to our attorney, Zhou Yun," Xiao stated. Zhou Yun, having risen to his feet, extended his hand with a smile. "Mr. Wang Shenggang, I am Zhou Yun. Please have a seat. We discussed your situation extensively last night. Now, I need you to recall precisely how much money you transferred and the quantity of items purchased, preferably with documented records." Zhou Yun possesses the autonomy to select which case to undertake, and while the current matter holds some intrigue, it is somewhat precarious at this juncture due to the complexities of enforcement and the ultimate satisfaction of the parties involved. Those who have engaged in litigation understand that often, after the first and second trials, the arduous journey has merely commenced. The execution of judgments can be exceedingly challenging. Winning a case without the ability to enforce the judgment renders the victory nearly futile, as a costly verdict may only slightly surpass mere waste paper. Thus, Zhou Yun intends to handle this case with a casual approach for the time being. As Wang Xinggang began to sift through his records, Zhou Yun continued, "Furthermore, pursuing a lawsuit necessitates the opposing party's name, contact information, identification number, and address, among other details. Many individuals become stymied at this juncture in the litigation process. Although the Supreme Court issued a response in 2019 regarding the necessity of providing the defendant's identification information for filing a case, which explicitly stated that in the absence of an identification number, as long as accurate information such as the defendant's name and residence is provided to distinguish them from others, it suffices to establish a clear defendant. However, as we have previously discussed, each court adheres to its own procedural laws, resulting in varying circumstances nationwide. In some jurisdictions, merely having a name and address suffices for filing, while others mandate the inclusion of an identification number. Some locations impose stringent requirements for addresses, necessitating precise details. This discrepancy often leads many individuals to question why their experiences differ from the information available online. Lawyers on the internet may assert that filing is possible without certain details, yet local courts may reject their applications. This variability creates complications, as the process of filing is often shrouded in ambiguity, influenced by internal regulations or potentially deliberate obfuscation. For instance, at the end of each year, due to internal assessments within the courts, it becomes increasingly difficult to file cases, a phenomenon observed nationwide. However, courts are unlikely to directly communicate their refusal to process a case. Instead, they may employ various justifications to hinder the process. If one seeks clarification, courts can readily supply an array of reasons, as the law is replete with possibilities, making it easy to find a rationale. Wang Xinggang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Lawyer Zhou, is it really necessary to have so much information? I am unaware of her ID number. And as for her address, she has already moved. I have only her name and contact details." Zhou Yun chuckled softly, remarking, "Look at you. You don't even qualify as a competent admirer. A proper admirer would at least know these basic details." He continued, "Well then, when you transferred money to her, what method did you use? WeChat, right? That's manageable. Allow me to assist you in investigating." Wang Shenggang nodded eagerly. He had never filed a lawsuit before and now realized the complexities involved. It is no wonder that a profession of lawyers exists. They rummaged through the transaction records and purchase receipts, with Zhou Yun assisting in gathering evidence. You've been in contact for a year? You transferred over 50,000? And you even bought her a gold bracelet and necklace? My friend, what do you do for a living? Zhou Yun couldn't help but express his admiration. This brother was quite impressive. Wang Shenggang replied, I write novels online. I've made a bit of money in the past 2 years. Zhou Yun smiled, saying, So you've earned money just to squander it? All right then, let us keep these records for now. I will prepare the contract. Your case is rather intricate, and there is much to investigate. The total amount in question is approximately 80,000. I will charge you 6,000, which is a reasonable fee. You may inquire at other law firms, but I assure you, no one will accept your case for a lesser amount. Wang Shenggang nodded immediately. Lawyer Zhou, no problem. I trust you completely. His only thought now was to meet the other party again and question her about her cold-heartedness. Chapter 39, Wang Shenggang. You are suing me and have blocked me, is that so? After receiving the payment and signing the contract, Wang Shenggang departed. Such cases are not particularly difficult. Yet they are not straightforward either, primarily due to the lawsuit process. Civil procedure law stipulates that a lawsuit must have a clearly defined defendant. The variations in procedures across regions are merely for convenience. What Wang Shenggang could provide were only the woman's name and contact details. However, these alone are insufficient for filing a lawsuit. Lacking even an address means the court cannot serve the documents. This perplexes many. How then can one investigate? It is quite simple. Lawyers often employ a traditional method. First, check the origin of the phone number online. It is easily accessible. Inputting the number into Baidu yields results. Then, armed with this information, one can approach the court to file a case. At this juncture, the court will likely state that the defendant's information is too scant to proceed. This is when one can request a pre-litigation investigation order from the court, which only lawyers can apply for, and only they can conduct the investigation. Once the investigation order is obtained, one can approach the telecommunications company in the area to inquire about the personal information registered to that number. If one is not a lawyer, they can request the court to retrieve this information, but as everyone knows, lawyers are paid to handle these matters efficiently. The court's response can vary, with some jurisdictions outright refusing to assist. Furthermore, there are alternative methods. For instance, through Alipay transactions, one can dial 95188 to request the disclosure of the other party's information. Certainly, in the process, you must provide the order number, your Alipay name and nickname, the true name and nickname of the other party on Alipay, the amount and time of the transaction, among other pieces of information for verification. Once the application is approved, you will receive an email containing basic information such as the first 6 and last 2 digits of the other party's ID card, which you can then present to your lawyer to obtain a list from the Public Security Bureau. The process for WeChat is quite similar, and even knowing the other party's bank account number suffices. However, if you lent money in cash, the situation becomes particularly complicated. Naturally, Zhou Yun opted for the latter method, directly requesting Wang Shenggang to apply. Thus, Zhou Yun spent his days handling ordinary cases and continued to live stream in search of new cases at night, allowing several days to pass gradually. During this time, he had not encountered Jiang Qiming even once, indicating that the latter was likely deliberately avoiding him. One morning, Wang Shenggang sent over the relevant materials. Lawyer Zhou, I received this from WeChat. Can you take a look and see if it's acceptable? Zhou Yun opened the email, glanced through it, and promptly replied, No problem, Writer Wang. You have no further involvement from here on. Simply await the court date with peace of mind. However, I estimate that the likelihood of mediation in your case is quite high. Once the court notifies the other party, they will certainly call you. And you must remember not to answer. Our primary objective is to meet with them. This is crucial. On the other end of the line. Upon hearing the term Writer Wang, Wang Shenggang chuckled, appreciating Zhou Yun's eloquence. No problem, Lawyer Zhou. I assure you I will not answer the call. I have already blocked her. After hanging up, Zhou Yun promptly gathered his belongings and took a taxi to Yanshan District in Jinghai City. Wang Shenggang had previously mentioned that his ex-girlfriend was from Yanshan District. Jinghai City comprises 10 districts and 3 counties, with this particular district being relatively remote. At the court in Yanshan District, Zhou Yun, as usual, queued for a number, and after approximately half an hour, he reached the window and submitted his materials. In many courts, the filing windows for lawyers and ordinary individuals are separate, so being able to queue here indicated his status as a lawyer. The staff member briefly glanced at the materials and remarked, "Oh, you're filing for a return of funds following a breakup, right? Such cases are increasingly common nowadays." After a pause, the staff member continued, "However, your defendant's ID number is incomplete and there is no." Zhou Yun interjected with a smile. "That's why I am preparing to apply for an investigation order to obtain the other party's specific information. As for this case, there is no rush. We can proceed with pre-litigation mediation." Upon hearing this, the staff member smiled. "Very well, please prepare your application." Before the staff member could finish speaking, Zhou Yun had already handed in the application he had prepared in advance. For those who proactively express a desire for mediation, the staff members are undoubtedly pleased. Mediation, although often criticized, is an integral part of the civil litigation process. It can be said that from the moment of filing until the ruling, as long as there is an inclination towards mediation, the court will facilitate it. Even in certain places, after a case is filed, judges directly state that if you refuse mediation, they will rule against you. In fact, some local courts have boldly proclaimed a 100% success rate in mediation over a 6-month period. This implies that not a single case was adjudicated during that time. All were settled through mediation. For Zhou Yun, this was of little consequence, as Wang Xinggang's objective was merely to meet the other party. The application for a pre-litigation investigation order requires time, and there is no use in being anxious about it. However, mediation can commence beforehand, as pre-litigation mediation does not necessitate a formal case filing. Thus, the requirements are minimal. As long as contact with the opposing party can be established, it suffices. On a bright afternoon in Pufeng District, Jinghai City, Zheng Xiaolu was strolling with her new boyfriend. "Baby, this dress is absolutely stunning. I adore it," Zheng Xiaolu cooed playfully. Meanwhile, her new boyfriend glanced at the price tag, hesitating momentarily, but upon seeing her charming demeanor, he nodded affirmatively, saying, "Let us buy it." Zheng Xiaolu immediately beamed, exclaiming, "Ah, you're the best." The atmosphere between the two was harmonious, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they anticipated an even more delightful evening ahead. However, at that moment, Zheng Xiaolu's phone rang. "Hello, this is Zheng Xiaolu." "Oh, from the Yanshan District Court? What do you need me for?" Zheng Xiaolu was taken aback. She had never had any dealings with the court before, and now they were calling her. On the other end, a mediator from the Pre-Litigation Mediation Committee of the Yanshan District Court spoke. "Ms. Zheng, I'm reaching out to inform you that you have been sued. A gentleman named Wang Shenggang has filed a suit against you, requesting the return of prior gifts. The case is currently under mediation, and I wanted to notify you of this." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolu was initially stunned, followed by a surge of fury. "Wait, I'm being sued by Wang Shenggang, and he wants all the gifts he previously gave me back? Is he out of his mind? He willingly gave them to me. Why should I return them?" Zheng Xiaolu's words stumbled out, as she genuinely did not anticipate that he would take such action. Yes, she had left without saying goodbye, but their feelings still existed. Moreover, Wang Shenggang was hardly the type to file a lawsuit. He was hardly a man of substance. Why would he demand the return of gifts after a breakup? Such behavior was utterly despicable. The mediator continued, "Ms. Zheng, please try to remain calm. I am merely informing you that the evidence presented by the other party indicates that the total amount for the transferred funds and gifts is approximately 80,000. Could you come in tomorrow morning to resolve this? Otherwise, we may have to proceed with a formal case filing." Noticing her boyfriend watching her, Zheng Xiaolu forced herself to suppress her anger, replying, "All right, I'll come by tomorrow morning." She was indeed furious and merely wanted to give Wang Shenggang a piece of her mind. What kind of man would act so petty? Demanding back gifts given to his girlfriend after a breakup? This was the epitome of a scoundrel. Her boyfriend, intrigued, asked, "Xiaolu, was that a call from the court? What happened? You seem quite upset." Zheng Xiaolu casually remarked, "It's nothing. An old friend is facing trouble and suing someone. I felt uncomfortable hearing about it, but it's all right." "Darling." Her boyfriend seemed inclined to inquire further, yet upon noticing Zheng Xiaolu's pallor, he chose to remain silent. Although many ridicule those who fawn over others, one cannot deny the existence of such individuals in this world. Soon, Zheng Xiaolu excused herself, claiming she was unwell, but her true intention was to call Wang Shenggang. As anticipated by Zhou Yun, girls of such a disposition hardly regard a pure-hearted boy like Wang Shenggang with any seriousness. "Even though I cast him aside, he will still remember me," was her underlying sentiment. Thus, When he took such a decisive action against her by filing a lawsuit, it was utterly unacceptable. After all, he was her partner and ought to be subservient to her. Consequently, Zhang Xiaolu swiftly retrieved Wang Xinggang's phone number from her blacklist and dialed it. When her call went unanswered, her expression soured further. How dare he not answer her call promptly? After 3 more attempts yielded no success. She realized the gravity of the situation and hastily pulled up his WeChat to send a message. Wang Xinggang, what on earth are you thinking? Unfortunately, a notification soon appeared. Your message has been sent but rejected by the recipient. In other words, Wang Xinggang had blocked her? All her attempts via WeChat and phone had been thwarted? Very well. She had initially considered not attending court the following day, but now she felt compelled to go. She was determined to discover what capabilities Wang Xinggang possessed. Chapter 40. You see, she admits to being a fraud. The next morning arrived swiftly. At the pre-litigation mediation center of the Yangshan District Court, Zhou Yun was already seated in the conference room, accompanied by a visibly pale Wang Xinggang. Mr. Wang, let us not be so anxious. It's merely mediation, nothing more, Zhou Yun remarked with a smile. Wang Xinggang's lips trembled as he whispered, Lawyer Zhou, what should I say when I see her? I've rightfully sued her. I should just express my grievances, right? You're the one who wants to ask her why she is so heartless. Don't overthink it. For me, as long as you two meet, it fulfills the contract. Zhou Yun replied, chuckling. Wang Xinggang, caught between amusement and exasperation, found that during their conversations over the past few days, Zhou Yun's expertise was undeniable. Yet she possessed a rather peculiar sense of humor. Zhou Yun continued, since we have some time, let me simulate the situation for you. When your ex-girlfriend comes in, she will undoubtedly ask why you sued her and claim you aren't a real man for wanting back what you've given away. You will likely be unable to resist asking her why she vanished suddenly. Am I right? Wang Xinggang pondered this carefully and realized she was indeed correct. Zhou Yun pressed on. Now, how do you think your ex-girlfriend will respond? There's a 50% chance she'll say you still can't fathom why she disappeared and that you don't truly understand her. Similarly, there exists a 50% likelihood that this is merely an attempt to gauge your attitude. It is a classic tactic, well known among lawyers experienced in related cases. When one reaches the point of litigation, it is almost certain that 9 out of 10 individuals exhibit this response. Wang Xinggang appeared somewhat perplexed, on the verge of articulating a thought when the conference room door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman accompanied by 2 young ladies. Upon seeing the 2 young women, Wang Xinggang swallowed his words and quietly remarked to Lawyer Zhou, that one at the back, she is my ex-girlfriend. Zhou Yun nodded in understanding. It's all right. If you find it too difficult to speak, I can take over the discussion. Mediation and communication are my specialties. At that moment, the middle-aged woman intervened. Ah, Lawyer Zhou, you have arrived. Perfect. Now that everyone is here, shall we begin? After entering the room, Zhang Xiaolu had been fixated on Wang Xinggang. Now, with a scowl, she exclaimed, Wang Xinggang, so you think you can sue me and block me? You've certainly gained some audacity. The middle-aged woman, serving as the mediator, frowned slightly, preparing to interject. However, Zhou Yun preempted her. Ms. Zhang, your assertion is misguided. You and Mr. Wang stand on equal footing. You have every right to disappear and block him, just as he has the right to do the same. Regarding litigation, Article 8 of the Civil Procedure Law explicitly states that parties in civil litigation possess equal rights. If you find this situation unjust, you are entitled to counterclaim. Wang Xinggang was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Zhou, with your approach, how can you claim to be an expert in mediation? Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Yun seemed to anticipate it, turning with a smile. What do you think, Mr. Wang? Quite professional, I assent it. Wang Xinggang conceded, indeed, it is professional. From both a legal and theoretical standpoint, it is articulated well. No one can contest that. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolu's brow furrowed further. And you are? Zhou Yun promptly presented a business card. I am Mr. Wang's legal representative. Zhou Yun from Tianhe Law Firm. Zhang Xiaolu was taken aback by Zhou Yun's demeanor. Are you incapable of understanding straightforward inquiries? I was not inquiring about your identity. Just as she was about to retort, the middle-aged woman interjected. All right, let us maintain decorum. We are here for mediation. However, Zhang Xiaolu was unperturbed, turning to Wang Xinggang and demanding, speak up, Wang Xinggang. Aren't you the one threatening to sue me? What is it that you wish to achieve? Beside her, Zhang Xiaolu's friend chimed in. What a large man you are, returning gifts to a girl. I have never encountered such a man. And a lawsuit? A man like you. quibbling over such trifles, deserves to be single. Finally, provoked by their incessant taunts, Wang Xinggang could no longer contain himself. What do I want? I simply wish to understand why you chose to leave me. What was wrong with me? As soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized something significant. Zhou Yun truly possessed an uncanny insight. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain appeared in Zheng Xiaolu's eyes, confirming that she remained unchanged. She directly retorted, "How dare you ask me? You can't even guess this. How can I be with you? You simply do not understand me." Here it comes. The most classic line. Regardless of how the other party feels, one must first deflect blame. In any case, the implication is that if you cannot fathom my thoughts, it signifies that you do not comprehend me at all. Wang Xinggang stood there as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless for a moment. Observing this reaction, Zheng Xiaolu felt even more triumphant. Indeed, he remained unchanged from his usual self. Zhou Yun glanced at Wang Xinggang and smiled before saying, "Ms. Zheng, you asked why he wants to sue you. The answer is simple. He wants to see your attitude. Yes, what he desires is your attitude." Upon hearing this, both Zheng Xiaolu and her friend were momentarily stunned. Even the dazed Wang Xinggang turned back, his mind filled with questions. Zhou Yun's words echoed a sentiment often expressed by many young ladies. "I do not seek your money. I seek your attitude." This applies in various situations, such as when requesting a betrothal gift or receiving presents. What constitutes a good attitude? If you offer me cheap gifts, that hardly signifies a good attitude. It must involve spending more. Only then can it be deemed a good attitude. Zhou Yun's timely invocation of this sentiment was remarkably effective. After all, everyone knows that only magic can counteract magic. Zheng Xiaolu, after a long pause, finally exclaimed, "What does it have to do with you?" "This is between Wang Xinggang and me." Zhou Yun responded, "As I mentioned, I am his attorney, and having received his payment, I am obliged to assist him. That is called professional integrity. On the contrary, you, after a year of dating, have demanded gifts and cash exceeding 80,000 yuan under various pretenses. And now you vanish without a word. You expect the other party to guess? Is that reasonable?" Zheng Xiaolu abruptly stood up and shouted, "This is how I am. What business is it of yours? He willingly gave to me." The mediator finally interjected, "All right, everyone, let us not argue. Attorney Zhou, perhaps you could clarify how we can reach a mediation agreement." Zhou Yun replied straightforwardly, "It's quite simple on our end. Return all those gifts and funds. If the gifts cannot be returned, a monetary equivalent will suffice." The mediator then turned to Zheng Xiaolu, who retorted, "Dream on. I won't return a single cent. I have never seen someone demand money back after a breakup." Zhou Yun chuckled, "You see, it is evident that this cannot be negotiated. Since we cannot discuss it, let us forego negotiation and proceed directly to court. Let the judgment be made as it should." With that, Zhou Yun pulled Wang Xinggang towards the exit. The mediator, feeling helpless, wanted to say something, but Zhou Yun and Wang Xinggang had already departed. Zheng Xiaolu's face darkened with anger. She had initially intended to employ her usual tactic of a slap followed by a sweet promise to coax the other party into withdrawing the lawsuit. She never anticipated encountering such a lawyer. Her friend beside her inquired, "Xiaolu, what shall we do now?" Zheng Xiaolu replied, "I'm finished. I will go directly to find Wang Xinggang. It is clear that this is all orchestrated by this lawyer, for otherwise, he would never have considered suing." The initial mediation yielded no results, a predictable outcome. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun and his companion had exited the courthouse. "How do you feel now?" Wang Xinggang's expression reflected confusion. "Lawyer Zhou, my emotions are quite tumultuous. The girlfriend I have been discussing marriage with for a year has unexpectedly turned out to be exactly as you predicted. Moreover, you mentioned that this situation is utterly pure, devoid of any impurities." Zhou Yun smiled and replied, "Then do not overthink it. The other party will undoubtedly reach out to you through various means, even visiting you in person. Therefore, I suggest you take a couple of days to travel and clear your mind before the next court session. Indeed, I don't trust you. When she comes to your home and sweetens the deal, you will surely reveal your heart. It is best to avoid meeting altogether." Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Wang Xinggang wore a bittersweet smile, realizing how perceptive the lawyer truly was. Ultimately, he decided to take a short trip to ease his mind. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun awaited the investigation order. As time passed, a few days went by, and Zheng Xiaolu was infuriated. She had exerted great effort, using others' phones to call and even visiting in person, yet she had been unable to locate Wang Xinggang. In the past, she often vanished in front of him, blocking all means of contact in her anger. But now the tables had turned, and he had disappeared from her life. Left with no options, Zheng Xiaolu frantically sought Wang Shenggang through friends. She had consulted with a lawyer who informed her that, in her situation, there was a substantial possibility of being ordered to return funds if the case went to court. Amidst this atmosphere, Zhou Yun had successfully retrieved Zheng Xiaolu's personal information through law enforcement. What? Married? A clerk at the local police station nodded in affirmation. Yes, married. Is there an issue? Lawyer Zhou? Zhou Yun shook his head, indicating there was none, and left the registration department with the relevant materials. He then took out the chat logs and transaction records he had previously gathered. To his astonishment, Zheng Xiaolu was indeed married, which meant that during her relationship with Wang Shenggang, her marriage was still valid. No wonder she would frequently vanish. It seemed she was merely returning home each time. It was surprising that during the prior mediation, she could even turn the tables and appear so reasonable. Zhou Yun felt a sense of admiration. The variety of tactics employed these days is truly astounding. Poor Wang Shenggang was being manipulated effortlessly. After some contemplation, Zhou Yun chose not to disclose this information to Wang Shenggang. He still did not believe that Wang Shenggang had genuinely moved on. With some free time on his hands, Zhou Yun decided to orchestrate a grand performance for the esteemed writer, Wang. Engaging in a romantic relationship while married and demanding assets. Surely, some would argue that this constitutes fraud, and one could simply report it to the authorities. However, those who frequently report such cases are well aware that if one solely cites the fact that the other party is already married when filing a complaint, there is a 100% probability that the police station will dismiss the matter, asserting it to be a civil fraud and advising you to pursue litigation instead. It is indeed worth investigating such circumstances. Many cases involving the intersection of criminal and civil law are exceedingly complex, making it challenging even for professionals to distinguish between them. Consequently, in such scenarios, there is a tendency in some regions to adopt a less is more approach, opting to ignore the issue altogether. Furthermore, there are indeed instances where cases have been classified as civil fraud, which carries a significant likelihood. What situations unequivocally amount to fraud? For instance, if a woman engages with 2 or more men simultaneously, all under the pretense of marriage while being married herself, this is undoubtedly fraudulent. The reason the former may be considered civil fraud is that the woman can claim a breakdown in her relationship, intending to divorce before remarrying. However, the 2 boyfriends cannot make such a claim. Zhou Yun, being merely a lawyer without investigative authority, cannot delve into the other circumstances surrounding Zheng Xiaolu. So how can one compel law enforcement to initiate an investigation? One potential avenue is for the court to transfer relevant cases. Many fraud cases in reality emerge this way. When a report is filed and the police station declines to act, suggesting litigation, the court may uncover elements of fraud during the trial process, leading to a transfer. Cases transferred by the court must be scrutinized by law enforcement. Zhou Yun returned to the law firm and began meticulous preparations. As time passed, the Yangshan District Court officially filed the case. Finally, the day of the hearing arrived. Wang Sheng had just returned from out of town, appearing somewhat tanned but significantly more spirited. The two met at the courthouse and proceeded to the courtroom together. Upon entry, they discovered that Zheng Xiaolu was already present, seated in the defendant's position with a lawyer by her side. Zheng Xiaolu found herself in a predicament, unable to retract her actions, initially hoping for a face-to-face resolution. But the other party had refused to meet. Thus, she had no choice but to hire a lawyer. The lawyer reassured her, stating, "Do not worry excessively. There are several substantial gifts involved that do not solely constitute conditional gifts, so we have grounds to contest." Hearing her lawyer's words, Zheng Xiaolu felt somewhat reassured. As long as she did not have to return all the money, things could be negotiated. Wang Sheng also spotted Zheng Xiaolu, perplexed as to how matters had escalated to this point, yet resolved to take it one step at a time. Before long, the trial commenced, and Zheng Xiaolu's attorney began to present their case. The crux of the dispute centered on whether the previous gifts were conditional gifts, which Zhou Yun had referred to as gifts with the intent of marriage. The lawyer for Zheng Xiaolu meticulously argued each substantial transfer and gift, aiming to demonstrate that these transactions were not intended as gifts for the purpose of marriage. The transfer of 20,000 yuan, for instance, was not a gift intended for marriage. At that time, my client's family member was hospitalized, and under such circumstances, The plaintiff's voluntary transfer of 20,000 yuan should be regarded as a general gift, as evidenced by the chat records between the parties. At this juncture, Zheng Xiaolu's attorney began to perceive that the opposing counsel was rather inept. Both sides should possess the chat records, yet the opposing attorney had failed to submit them, evidently aware that their rationale was insufficient. Wang Shenggang, feeling quite dissatisfied, wished to voice his thoughts, but was restrained by Zhou Yun. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaolu's lawyer continued. Furthermore, regarding the mobile phone, it bears the same nature. My client claimed that her phone was broken, and the opposing party voluntarily transferred funds for her to purchase a new one. This too should be regarded as a general gift rather than a conditional gift, and once the gift is completed, it cannot be returned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun smiled, having anticipated this very statement. Your Honor, I request permission to question the defendant. The presiding judge nodded in assent. You may proceed. Zhou Yun then turned to Zheng Xiaolu. So, defendant, your assertion is that these gifts were all general gifts made by our client due to their romantic relationship, and they were certainly not intended as gifts for the purpose of marriage, correct? Without the slightest hesitation, Zheng Xiaolu affirmed. Yes, they were not gifts intended for marriage. Zhou Yun nodded. Your Honor, my questioning is complete. However, I now request to present new evidence that is significantly relevant to the case. Indeed, Zhou had also employed a surprise tactic with the evidence, a move that could potentially lead to a warning or fine from the court, but he deemed it inconsequential. As long as it could initiate criminal proceedings, any financial penalties would be returned in the form of restitution, rendering the civil case unnecessary. The presiding judge furrowed his brow at this, yet consented, albeit with a caution that if the evidence was not substantial, there could be repercussions. Zhou Yun produced a document. This is evidence obtained from a previously requested investigation, revealing that the defendant, Zheng Xiaolu, is in a married state. What? At this revelation, not only did Wang Shenggang feel a jolt of shock, but Zheng Xiaolu's attorney was equally taken aback. She was indeed married? The female lawyer quickly glanced at Zheng Xiaolu, who appeared flustered and at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that the opposing side could uncover her marital status. Wang Shenggang was even more disconcerted. After having dated for so long, he had never been intimate with her, as she insisted on saving the best moments for marriage. Yet now, it turned out she was already married? Zhou Yun continued. This is the second piece of evidence. A record from a certain platform indicating that during the time the defendant claimed her family was gravely ill and hospitalized, she was actually traveling. Thus, Your Honor, the female party concealed her marital status, leveraging their romantic relationship to fabricate facts in order to defraud our client, constituting the crime of fraud. The impact of these words struck Zheng Xiaolu like a thunderbolt. She leapt to her feet, exclaiming, I did not. I am not a fraudster. Everything was voluntary. Zhou Yun remained silent. Voluntary? Would anyone give money without reason? The situation had become abundantly clear. Wang, my dear friend, I have good news. We need not continue with this lawsuit. We can simply await the return of the funds from the public security authorities. At that time, the other party might plead for your understanding, albeit with a slight deviation from your previous requests. Nonetheless, the issue should not be substantial. Wang Shenggang remarked. Is this merely a slight deviation? Initially, my intent was simply to meet her, and now it seems I am to send her away? Why must it be explicitly confirmed that this sum of money is not a gift intended for marriage? The rationale is quite straightforward. If it were a gift for the purpose of marriage, it would invoke the aforementioned reason, potentially leading the presiding judge to believe this constitutes civil fraud. Consequently, Zhou Yun refrained from presenting those chat records, while the other party voluntarily submitted them as evidence to refute the claims. Now, with the other party providing evidence to demonstrate that this was not a gift intended for marriage, there is no fault found. If your family is gravely ill, and you claim to be at the hospital, yet photographs on your other social media accounts depict you enjoying a delightful time at the beach, one must question the authenticity of your claims regarding your family's health. Does this not constitute a fabrication of facts to deceitfully acquire assets under the guise of romance? The essence of fraud is deception. Thus, upon closer examination, it appears that the other party has eliminated all other factors, leaving only fraud. The presiding judge was equally taken aback. He had initially intended to reprimand the lawyer for the evidence ambush in his court. To his astonishment, it has now been revealed as fraud. Furthermore, he had witnessed the proceedings from beginning to end, and both he and the court clerk could attest to the fact that the other party had just denied these claims, with transcripts of the trial available. This lawyer is exceptionally astute. His strategy is akin to a well-crafted trap, directly exploiting the psychological weaknesses of the opposing party, effectively leaving them cornered. For if they did not deny the allegations, they would undoubtedly lose the case, leading an ordinary person to refute the claims and seek to prove that this was not a conditional gift. Yet, by denying, they fall into the trap set by the other side. Finally, the presiding judge declared, "Court is adjourned." Zheng Xiaolu repeatedly insisted, "I am not guilty. I merely sought an excuse to obtain some money from him. I did not commit fraud. Why are you doing this? Do not touch me." However, as she spoke, she attempted to leave, only to find law enforcement officers had already entered. "Who dares to touch me? I will report you." Yet, her cries were in vain as a robust female officer stepped forward to restrain her, gripping her wrists with a force akin to a vice. "We have notified the public security authorities. Please cooperate with our proceedings." Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaolu glanced at Wang Xingang, but before she could utter a word, he turned away. At that moment, a flicker of despair crossed Zheng Xiaolu's face. Chapter 41. What I seek is not compensation, but your attitude. The personnel from the public security agency arrived, and after understanding the situation, they promptly took Zheng Xiaolu into custody. The circumstances of this case have become quite clear. If Zheng Xiaolu was merely seeking an excuse to acquire money or borrow funds from the male counterpart, such actions are typically seldom classified as fraud. Numerous cases of this nature exist in reality. Generally, in such situations, when one files a report, it is categorized as an economic dispute, with advice to pursue legal action. Specifically, in the realm of borrowing money, it pertains to lending disputes. When it comes to demanding funds, the amount and specific circumstances must be considered. If the sum is substantial and does not involve any special dates or numbers, it is generally regarded as a gift intended for marriage. However, if a woman is already married and subsequently receives money from her husband, such actions are typically not classified as fraud. Yet, when these two scenarios intertwine, where a married woman fabricates circumstances under the pretext of romance to solicit funds from a man, this raises significant suspicions of fraud. There was initially an opportunity for a marriage-oriented gift, but after the woman herself disavowed this matter in court, the situation became untenable. The leading police officer, after assessing the situation, cast a dubious glance at Zhou Yun, sensing that this individual might be digging a pit for others. Crucially, he had meticulously calculated the opposing party's actions, and after the court proceedings commenced, the woman exhibited no hesitation, willingly plunging into the fray. Although Zheng Xiaolu felt a sense of despair, she still endeavored to defend herself. "Officer, I never intended to deceive him. I merely sought to obtain some money. I truly did not plan to swindle him. I genuinely wished to pursue a romantic relationship." However, at this juncture, her words held no weight. The police were determined to take her into custody, and she struggled vehemently, only to soon find herself adorned with a cold, metallic bracelet. This device is particularly effective, ranking alongside the regret chair in interrogation rooms as part of the regret series apparatus. Typically, individuals in a state of agitation will find themselves calmed upon donning such an item. Indeed, Zheng Xiaolu did regain her composure, her face etched with fear. Yet she was escorted away by the police. Accompanying her was the lawyer, who was merely present to assist with the investigation. With the individuals taken away, the courtroom felt significantly emptier. Zhou Yun turned to the presiding judge, stating, "Your Honor, my evidence raid was a matter of necessity. Although initiating criminal proceedings allows civil matters to be disregarded, it was still essential to provide an explanation, particularly since they were all in Jinghai City, where he might have future dealings with the Yangshan District Court." The presiding judge waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "In the future, you may communicate with us in advance regarding such matters. There is no need to resort to this." Zhou Yun nodded in agreement, promising to handle it differently next time. Having handled countless cases in his past life, Zhou Yun recognized that many judges adhere to the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary complications, especially those of a more advanced age. Conversely, younger judges, particularly those newly appointed, tend to be more diligent in their case handling. Some judges will merely glance over the materials during the hearing, delegating the writing of judgments and related documents to their assistants, with some even entrusting court clerks to compose them. While some clerks may possess experience surpassing that of many lawyers, they remain clerks, and currently, many court clerks are essentially temporary workers. Thus, It is often preferable to undertake such tasks personally. Soon, Zhou Yun and his colleague exited the courthouse. Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Lawyer Zhou, is she definitely going to face imprisonment?" Zhou Yun shrugged, responding, "With a fraud amounting to 80,000 yuan, this constitutes a significant sum. A sentence of 3 to 10 years of imprisonment, along with a monetary fine, is inevitable. Do not worry, she will certainly be incarcerated." Wang Xingang was once again taken aback. "Lawyer Zhou, it's not that I'm worried about this." "Oh, are you referring to the money? You needn't concern yourself. If the other party possesses even a modicum of intelligence, they will voluntarily refund the money in hopes of your understanding. And they may even offer you more. Rest assured." Wang Shenggang fell silent, now realizing that communication with this lawyer Zhou was utterly futile. It seemed as though the notion of romantic relationships was entirely absent from his mind. Everything was predicated on legalities. Oddly enough, Lawyer Zhou was a young man himself. Zhou Yun continued, "In any case, you now hold the initiative. Furthermore, congratulations, esteemed writer Wang. You have achieved yet another milestone. The accomplishment of sending your ex-girlfriend behind bars." Wang Xingang felt no desire to speak further, merely nodding in silence, for Lawyer Zhou was genuinely focused on his best interests. Moreover, he had never anticipated that the situation with Zheng Xiaolu would unfold in such a manner. The fact that he had once contemplated suicide over her disappearance now seemed ludicrous in retrospect. "Well then, you may return home. I must attend to my own matters. Oh, and regarding the subsequent criminal case, I will handle it, considering you wish to avoid further dealings with the other party. I'm off." With that, Zhou Yun turned and departed. Wang Xingang watched Zhou Yun's retreating figure, wishing he too could be as carefree as Lawyer Zhou. Zhou Yun did not return to the law firm. After much deliberation, he opted not to activate the task for this case, primarily due to its lack of significance. However, he was determined to create a video to post online, as such cases were rare and precious. Thus, Zhou Yun busied himself with video production while simultaneously managing other cases, patiently awaiting updates regarding Zheng Xiaolu. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaolu found herself seated in the chair of regret. Despite her earlier bravado with Wang Shenggang, she now found herself recounting every detail, as if spilling beans from a bamboo tube, once seated in the chair of remorse. "So prior to this, you engaged in a similar transaction with another man?" the investigating officer inquired, diligently recording her statements. Zheng Xiaolu nodded, confirming Zhou Yun's suspicions. This was not her first experience of such nature. It was indeed an acquired skill. To maneuver through such situations smoothly, one must possess prior experience. In truth, even if she had chosen not to confess, the police had already gathered substantial information about her past. Faced with the interrogation, Zheng Xiaolu suddenly broke down, weeping profusely in the chair of regret. "I had no idea it was a scam. Had I known, I would never have acted in that manner." The officer, at a loss for words, could only notify her family. Perhaps it could be said that she did not truly regret her actions. Rather, she regretted being caught. As Zhou Yun had pointed out, why would anyone willingly give you money? Have you ever paused to consider that? Such easily acquired wealth. Do you truly believe there would be no consequences? The methods for earning money are explicitly outlined within criminal law. It can only be said that the modern internet is exceedingly intricate. On certain platforms, individuals, in pursuit of attention, deliberately share strategies on how to extract money from men. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that the situation revolves around individuals exploiting romantic relationships as a pretext to solicit financial assistance. While this may not constitute a crime, the male party retains the right to seek restitution. However, the complexities of litigation often deter men from pursuing such matters. One afternoon, Zhou Yun received a call from an unfamiliar number, with the caller identifying herself as the defense attorney for Zheng Xiaolu, claiming she had acquired his contact information through the Public Security Bureau. Zhou Yun had previously communicated with the authorities and had secured full representation for Wang Xingang, who, for specific reasons, preferred to avoid direct contact with the opposing party. The officers understood this sentiment. Men often comprehend the unspoken pain behind such circumstances. On the call, the defense attorney's voice resonated. "Lawyer Zhou, since we are both legal practitioners, let us be forthright. What conditions would you require to issue a letter of understanding?" At that moment, exorbitant demands could not be classified as extortion, as the proceedings were facilitated under the auspices of the Public Security Bureau for Criminal Reconciliation. Thus, Zhou Yun responded straightforwardly, "The conditions are quite simple. Firstly, All the transfers and gifts Zhang Xiaolu received must be returned. If any items cannot be returned, they should be compensated in cash. Is that acceptable? The defense attorney promptly affirmed. That poses no issue at all. We can arrange for the return today. However, the gifts have been confiscated by the Public Security Bureau for evaluation. How about we proceed with cash compensation, following your demands from the court, totaling 83,000. This request essentially amounted to a return of stolen property, to which the opposing lawyer readily acquiesced. Zhou Yun chuckled softly and interjected, "Please hold on. I have not yet finished. Returning these items is only one aspect of the matter. Moreover, during the year-long relationship, Zhang Xiaolu's actions inflicted significant emotional distress upon my client. Therefore, we require an additional compensation of 50,000 for the mental anguish endured by Wang Xingang." This demand represented the maximum allowable compensation, as stipulated by the Supreme Court's interpretations regarding civil liability for emotional damages, which caps severe mental distress claims at 50,000. It was essentially an inflated request, but as long as negotiations occurred through official channels, it was deemed acceptable. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000, the attorney on the other end promptly objected. "Lawyer Zhou, that is impossible. We cannot offer 50,000 as compensation for emotional distress." Zhou Yun, amused, replied, "Impossible? In that case, I cannot provide a letter of understanding either. The 50,000 hinges on Zhang Xiaolu's disposition. I am not after your money. I merely wish to gauge her attitude. If Zhang Xiaolu is unwilling to part with even 50,000 for emotional damages, what does that indicate? It suggests she has not recognized her wrongdoing. If she fails to acknowledge her errors, what grounds do we have for granting her understanding? After all, she previously stated that what she desired was not money, but rather your attitude. I now convey that sentiment back to her." On the other end of the line, a middle-aged woman, the defense attorney, stared at her phone in bewilderment, feeling as though she had just taken a punch to the gut. "This is akin to my desire not being for a bride price, but rather for your attitude. Your failure to even provide that signifies your utter lack of love for me." Never mind. The middle-aged woman resolved to speak with Zhang Xiaolu once more. Consequently, during their meeting the following day, she conveyed these sentiments to Zhang Xiaolu. "What? It's not about money, but my attitude? Is this what that lawyer Zhou Yun has said? He must be out of his mind." Zhang Xiaolu truly believed that Zhou Yun was insane. What nonsense about attitude? How could that even be comparable? The crux of the matter is that if she does not obtain a letter of understanding, she is surely facing 7 or 8 years in prison. There is no way out of this. Truly, no way out, Zhang Xiaolu exclaimed. "I can agree. Is that not sufficient? I will give you 500,000. In truth, she had the means. She simply did not wish to part with her money previously. As for her family, Zhang Xiaolu was acutely aware that they would certainly be unwilling to contribute financially. Thus, she must bear the cost herself. This lawyer is utterly absurd. The middle-aged woman nodded in response and began to communicate with the public security authorities, for upon Zhang Xiaolu's arrest, all her bank cards had been frozen. It is worth mentioning that not all criminal cases result in the freezing of bank accounts. Typically, this occurs only in cases involving economic restitution or significant fines. After all, in instances of financial crimes, there is a strong possibility of complete asset confiscation. Without prior freezing, those assets might be surreptitiously transferred. One must not underestimate human audacity. Many are willing to take risks when faced with profit. At home, Wang Xingang had not ventured outside for several days, as he felt utterly disinclined to do anything. However, today, Wang Xingang received a call from Zhou Yun. "Hello, Lao Wang. I bring you splendid news, truly magnificent news. The other party is willing to return the money you previously transferred and the gifts you purchased, and furthermore, they are prepared to compensate you for your emotional distress. The compensation amount is 50,000. Of course, you must provide a letter of understanding afterward." "Hello, why the silence? I secured 50,000 for you. Do you not consider this good news?" The unfortunate writer Wang, after considerable pause, finally replied, "It is good news." "Exactly. Come to the station and bring your bank card. While you're at it, sign the letter of understanding." With that, Zhou Yun hung up the phone, leaving Wang Xingang somewhat speechless. It could be said that Zhou Yun, through legal means, had utterly shattered Wang Xinggang's heart, which had been so eager to please. "What's wrong? I am a professional lawyer. I have secured this significant sum for you, and you dare say it is not a good thing?" Previously, his thoughts had been of seeking another meeting, hoping to salvage the situation. Yet, inexplicably, it morphed into merely wanting to see the other party, and then, bafflingly again, transformed into a desire for the return of his money. Now, his demands had evolved into a need for greater financial recompense to reach an understanding with the other party. He was acutely aware of each shift in his stance, yet he found himself unable to voice it, as that lawyer Zhou was genuinely looking out for his best interests. Countless words ultimately coalesced into a singular sentiment: that lawyer Zhou Yun is indeed a prodigy. The normal procedure for criminal reconciliation involves the suspect depositing the corresponding amount into an account provided by a notary office or the public security agency. Subsequently, the victim retrieves the funds armed with a letter of understanding. In some cases, should the victim demand an exorbitant sum and refuse to issue the letter, while the suspect is unable to produce such a substantial amount, the suspect's attorney may advise a different course of action. This involves depositing the maximum possible compensation into the appropriate account at the notary office, thereby demonstrating a sincere effort to make amends. Although the letter of understanding may be absent, it is evident that every effort has been made. Generally, courts will take such circumstances into account during sentencing. Even in the absence of a letter, Zheng Xiaolu has been detained, and Wang Shenggang has received over 100,000, yet he finds no joy in the situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun has prepared a video, currently working on the voiceover. Many may have seen snippets of this case, which began with a young man contemplating suicide who sought my assistance. I informed him that reaching out to the other party was quite simple. Initially, the case's origin unfolded, including Zhou Yun persuading Wang Shenggang, along with the classic line, "If you dare not sue, how can you claim to love her?" This led to mediation, during which Zhou Yun uncovered the fact of the other party's marriage. At this juncture, I refrained from reporting to the authorities, as filing a report at this stage would be challenging. Thus, I opted to pursue litigation, allowing them to acknowledge the truth themselves. The courtroom was designed to expose their inconsistencies, and predictably, they fell into the trap, for any rational individual would not deny the evident facts. I presented the evidence, prompting the court to transfer the case, necessitating review by the public security agency. Eventually, Zhou Yun shared the exchanges between himself and the opposing counsel. I found no issue with this, as the goal was not monetary compensation, but rather the other party's attitude. Their refusal to provide even a modest sum of 50,000 clearly indicated a lack of willingness to reconcile. Zhou Yun's earnest tone, coupled with these statements, imbued the case with a distinct sense of irony. Upon completing the video and reviewing it without issue, Zhou Yun crafted the title, "What I Seek Is Not Money, But Your Attitude," and clicked upload. The absurdity of the plot, the outrageous title, alongside Zhou Yun's abstract musings, caused the video to gain immense traction shortly after being uploaded. Chapter 42. What does it mean to overturn the heavens? In Guangdong Province, 35-year-old Kong Hong is engrossed in his mobile phone. As a true local, he leads a monotonous life, subsisting on rental income. However, after witnessing the live stream between Zhu Qianghua and Zhou Yun, he began to pay attention and soon discovered a treasure trove. Frankly, there are numerous lawyers live streaming these days. Many possess substantial skills. Yet finding one as exceptionally talented and unconventional as Zhou Yun is a rarity. Each method of handling a case presented by the opposing side astonished him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, for they genuinely resolved the issues at hand. More importantly, this lawyer Zhou possesses his own unique theory, such as the so-called finding a father hypothesis, which is simply absurd. Kong Hong was about to rise after watching a video when he noticed an update notification. Lawyer Zhou had uploaded a new video. How remarkably swift. Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Hong clicked on it. There was no need for further discussion. The title of the video was already quite intriguing. As the video commenced, Kong Hong quickly discerned an issue. It appeared to be the case brought forth by that young man who had threatened to take his own life during a recent livestream. Instantly, Kong Hong's interest was piqued. He had been quite curious about the developments of this case, and he hadn't anticipated that lawyer Zhou would be so empathetic. However, as he continued watching, Kong Hong was left astounded. The woman involved seemed typical enough, but the behaviors and statements from Zhou Yun were exceedingly abstract. "What I desire is not money, but your attitude." As the video progressed, Kong Hong was utterly flabbergasted to see that this lawyer had skillfully cornered the opposing side during the trial, compelling them to admit to fraud. Brilliant. This was precisely the approach that should be taken. How dare that woman claim innocence after her marriage while engaging in such deceit? Yet, that was not the end. When Kong Hong saw that lawyer Zhou once again raised the issue of attitude during his dialogue with the opposing counsel, He was left speechless. He finally comprehended why the video bore such a title. It seemed this lawyer not only sought justice, but also aimed to strike at the heart. Observing the barrage of comments, it was already inundated with praises of 666. What a marvel! He doesn't want compensation. He wants attitude. I could hardly contain my laughter. This was utterly outrageous. Only magic can defeat magic. This tactic was simply extraordinary. I couldn't help but chuckle for a while longer. It was a pity, though. I wondered what the woman's reaction would be upon hearing those words. To send her to prison was one thing, but to strike at her heart was far more gratifying. I must say, this lawyer's mind seems rather unconventional. Which reputable attorney would engage in such ludicrous maneuvers? Netizens expressed their various grievances, as this behavior was simultaneously exhilarating yet excessively abstract. The absurd statements paired with Zhou Yun's particularly earnest tone made it impossible not to laugh. Furthermore, Wang Xinggong's repeated silences only added to the amusement of the viewers. One netizen remarked, "This brother must also find it ridiculous." The most outrageous part is that lawyer Zhou even consoled him, claiming he had achieved the feat of sending his ex-girlfriend to prison. Moreover, this brother could hardly refute it, as lawyer Zhou had recouped over 100,000 for him. The online community erupted in excitement. In Shanghai, Zhou Xinyao was nearly breathless from laughter. She sensed that this video would give rise to numerous memes, such as "not even daring to sue, yet you still claim to love her. And what I desire is not compensation, but your attitude." These memes were utterly outlandish. Indeed, the moniker of genius lawyer was well-deserved. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Xinyao contemplated traveling directly to Jinghai, but considering the other party's situation, she refrained. She remained uncertain about the relationship between this lawyer and his ex-girlfriend. The video has surged in popularity, rendering any further efforts from Zhou Xinyao to promote it on Douyin unnecessary. However, amidst the harmonious comments, there are some discordant voices. Lin expressed her astonishment at the multitude of individuals praising the lawyer for successfully sending that girl to court. She questioned what was wrong with the girl, merely concealing her marriage, and remarked that the subsequent funds were willingly given by the man. She expressed her confusion over why this was considered fraud, lamenting the pettiness of contemporary young men. Such comments were swiftly rebutted by netizens, even prompting Zhou Xinyao to step in and respond vigorously. Yixianggu village remarked that the father willingly provided the money, questioning why, if there were no romantic intentions or aspirations for marriage, he would give it solely based on her gender. She suggested that those lacking legal knowledge should educate themselves to avoid a similar fate. Although Zhou Xinyao is also a woman, she has little tolerance for such individuals who seem almost possessed, viewing matters solely through the lens of gender and perpetuating divisiveness. Even some legal professionals, or rather those with misguided perspectives, contributed to the ongoing online discourse, while the atmosphere in Tianhe law firm remained tense, with Kang Xiaoyu's face flushed with frustration. She never anticipated that Zhou Yun's video would once again explode in popularity. One could argue that the first and second occurrences were merely fortuitous, but the fact that his third case was equally iconic and garnered immense attention defies the notion of luck. Yet, how could Zhou Yun possess such remarkable talent? If he were truly so capable, why did he not exhibit it during their previous relationship? Nearby, two salaried lawyers were engaged in animated conversation. Old Tian remarked that Zhou Yun, the ingenious lawyer, had done nothing wrong. The operation was so outrageous that anyone would find it hard to believe. Old Wu added that among the younger generation in their firm, Zhou Yun was undoubtedly at the forefront, and his cases were pivotal to this surge in popularity. They both wished they could share in the acclaim. As the two continued their discussion, Kang Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, "Are you two done? Are you here to work or to chat? Should I inform the director?" Old Tian and Old Wu were taken aback, not expecting the typically mild-mannered Kang Xiaoyu to express such frustration. Yet, they recognized that idle chatter during work hours was inappropriate and fell silent. After her outburst, Kang Xiaoyu felt uneasy but was reluctant to concede her error, leading to a palpable tension in the room. Meanwhile, in the office, Jiang Qiming furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss, or perhaps that the young man was rising too swiftly. A significant advantage of the internet age is that the once dominant figures in the industry have lost much of their oppressive influence over the younger generation, particularly those who have gained notoriety online. In the past, it could be said that a law firm's director was responsible for generating 60 to 70% of its case sources. Due to the prominent reputation of the law firm's director, many individuals seek his counsel, leading to a scenario where the junior attorneys often resort to flattery, hoping to gain access to any resources he may share. However, the landscape has changed. The internet has bestowed upon young lawyers a more expansive platform, particularly those who have gained fame online. While their expertise may not be exceptionally high, their notoriety translates into a steady stream of cases. Although you hold a leadership position in the Bar Association, even your authority is limited to annual reviews, as these lawyers can simply relocate to another firm. A lawyer with a pipeline of cases commands respect wherever they go, akin to a top sales performer in a company, as lawyering, at its core, is fundamentally a sales endeavor. At his workstation, Zhou Yun nonchalantly scrolled through videos, confident that one particular clip would garner significant attention. He did not anticipate just how viral it would become. After 3 videos, his follower count across all platforms surpassed 1 million. Presently, all Jiang Qiming can do is manipulate the annual review process, but with months until then, Zhou Yun feels no urgency. Thus, under the envious gazes of his peers, he continued to engage with his phone until it was time to go home. After dinner, Zhou Yun, as usual, initiated a live stream. Due to the recent surge in popularity of his videos, the evening's broadcast attracted an even larger audience, with comments flooding in at a rapid pace. By this point, he had fully embraced the moniker of the genius lawyer. However, after an entire night of streaming, he still had not encountered any suitable cases. Nevertheless, Zhou Yun remained undeterred. He felt no pressure and had no reason to rush. As time swiftly passed into the next day, Zhou Yun arrived at the law firm. Shortly after settling in, Xian Yinqin ascended with a client in tow. Zhou Yun expressed surprise. "You're looking for me? My appointments are scheduled for this afternoon." Xian Yinqin, appearing somewhat helpless, replied. "But the client has already arrived. Lawyer Zhou, please take a look." After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yun acquiesced. "Since she is here, please bring her in." Fame also brings its own set of challenges, notably an influx of clients seeking his services without prior appointments. Just as he pondered this, Xian Yinqin ushered in a client, a young woman who appeared to be in her late 20s. Upon seeing Zhou Yun, she promptly introduced herself. "Are you Lawyer Zhou?" "Hello, my name is Cheng Jingshu." Rising to greet her, Zhou Yun smiled warmly. "Ms. Cheng, please have a seat. May I offer you some water?" After pouring a glass, Cheng Jingshu took a sip and continued. "Lawyer Zhou, I apologize for the abrupt visit, but I find myself in a predicament. I watched your video yesterday and felt compelled to come." Zhou Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I only have appointments this afternoon. Please, feel free to share your concerns." Cheng Jingshu then explained, "My situation is as follows. A gym opened near my home last year. As someone who enjoys fitness, I decided to purchase a membership since it was conveniently located. Initially, everything was fine, but about 5 months ago, the gym began promoting special offers. Impressed by the discounts, I opted for a 2-year membership and even signed up for several classes. However, approximately 3 months ago, they posted a notice stating that due to poor management, they had encountered financial difficulties and were closing their doors." Zhou Yun interjected, "So the gym has fled, correct?" Cheng Jingshu shook her head and replied, "It wouldn't be accurate to say they fled. They have posted a message on the door stating that those who had previously paid can join a group for communication. However, it appears they are not engaging in any actual dialogue, continuously postponing discussions from today to tomorrow." As she spoke, Cheng Jingshu pulled out her phone and handed it to Zhou Yun, saying, "Lawyer Zhou, please take a look." Zhou Yun examined the chat history and noted that a man named Manager Ma was incessantly promising to provide a solution, yet no solution ever materialized. Cheng Jingshu expressed her frustration, saying, "Lawyer Zhou, I am truly exasperated. I have communicated with them numerous times, but they merely stall. When I mentioned that I would file a lawsuit, they told me to go ahead if I wished. The amount is not substantial, around 8 or 9,000. And I initially had no intention of suing. However, their attitude is intolerable. I would rather incur a loss than not pursue legal action." Cheng Jingshu articulated her stance clearly, emphasizing that it was not merely about the money but about standing her ground, even if the legal fees would be considerable. Zhou Yun chuckled lightly and returned the phone to her, saying, "Ms. Cheng, let us not rush into the matter of a lawsuit just yet. I can assure you that you have encountered a professional business closer." "Excuse me?" Cheng Jingshu replied, momentarily taken aback. "What does professional business closer mean?" Zhou Yun elaborated, "It's quite simple. These are individuals who specialize in assisting business owners in fleeing. They accept payment to help these owners cover their tracks. This group exists in a gray area, familiar to those who have experienced it, while remaining a mystery to those who have not. This phenomenon evolved from the profession of debtors and is a byproduct of a corrupted credit system. Zhou Yun had encountered such situations in his previous life. Noticing that Cheng Jingshu still seemed puzzled, he continued to clarify. Let me put it this way. Suppose you are the owner of the gym that has absconded. You have collected a significant amount in advance payments, possibly in the hundreds of thousands or more. However, you no longer intend to continue operations and wish to take the money and run. Yet, you cannot simply vanish, as your company is registered and there are business records. You can escape the monk, but not the temple. At this point, a professional business closer would approach you, charging a fee to manage the aftermath. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jingshu questioned, can a professional business closer really handle all the aftermath? Zhou Yun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they can. It is essential to understand that a professional business closer is not a solitary individual, but rather a team operating within an entire industry chain. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zhou Yun took the opportunity to elaborate on the concept of professional business closers. Within the industry, they are colloquially referred to as door closers, while those who liaise with business owners to secure deals are known as bottom dogs. These bottom dogs seek out poorly managed establishments or those whose owners wish to flee, negotiating prices and verifying materials to lay the groundwork. Once this preliminary work is completed, they proceed to find debtors. This has already become a well-established industrial chain, with numerous intermediaries, including elderly individuals and patients with terminal illnesses, who can easily be recruited to serve as legal representatives or major shareholders. This step is colloquially referred to in the industry as obtaining a dog license. At this juncture, the preliminary work of the underdog concludes, and the subsequent tasks will be entrusted to the back-end watchdog. The watchdog is responsible for managing the store for a period, which may extend to 3 months or even 6 months, designed to ensure that no issues arise. The watchdog is also a team, consisting of individuals who handle store operations and closures, as well as legal professionals who address consumer disputes, alongside specialists who manage regulatory compliance. They do not engage in a single project. Rather, they operate multiple projects simultaneously. The term professional store closer is employed because these individuals possess an in-depth understanding of the relevant laws, ensuring that consumers will not recover a single cent, even if they pursue litigation. In essence, their strategy is to prolong the process. Following the closure, they will not vanish but will actively engage in communication, presenting various solutions. For instance, they might propose installment refunds, which could extend over 30 years. Would you accept that? Certainly not, as a few thousand yuan stretched over 30 years is absurd. Alternatively, they might suggest transferring your account to another store. However, one must be aware that they often operate multiple lines, and the transfer is likely to another establishment under their control. This can easily drag on for a year, at which point many individuals will have abandoned their pursuit of justice, signifying that the professional store closer has successfully completed their task. Cheng Jingshu was astounded. Is this truly still happening? Zhou Yun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, in such cases, when you report it, the police will inform you that it is an economic dispute and recommend that you pursue litigation in court. However, if you do take the matter to court, winning the case is assured, but execution of the judgment is utterly impossible. This is their expertise. Cheng Jingshu opened her mouth, suddenly realizing how ludicrous her previous comments about seeking justice had been. Given the professionalism of the other party, it was evident they would not fear her litigation. So, Lawyer Zhou, does this mean I can only resign myself to misfortune? Zhou Yun paused for a moment before responding. Not necessarily. We can explore alternative strategies. Ultimately, Zhou Yun accepted the case, intending to use it as a task because it was sufficiently significant. Cheng Jingshu had mentioned that they had over 100 individuals seeking justice, though many were indifferent, with only a few genuinely concerned. As for Zhou Yun himself, he planned to employ a ruse, opening a gym and pretending to abscond to gather evidence. This could be deemed the most rudimentary approach, devoid of any technical sophistication, relying purely on sheer strength. Nonetheless, this is currently the most effective method. Although numerous lawyers online are disseminating legal knowledge, upon closer examination, few offer viable solutions. They discuss employing criminal measures and suggest that it may involve fraud or obstruction of liquidation. Yet in such circumstances, reporting it will not lead to an official case being filed. What can you do? If you relay the lawyer's assertions to the police, will they heed your words? The police will not intervene, leaving an ordinary person with litigation as their sole recourse. This is a rather pragmatic issue. Discussing a plethora of legal theories serves little purpose. The key to compelling the public security agency to initiate a case lies in thoroughly investigating the matter and gathering all pertinent evidence. At that juncture, the agency would have no grounds for refusal, as it is merely a matter of diligence. The most significant obstacle here is financial. However, this is easily surmountable. The better the task is executed, the greater the financial reward, and with the added opportunity for conversion, losses are virtually impossible. Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to communicate with the watchdog, as both parties seem to wish to delay the proceedings. Chapter 43. Countless schemes having made the decision, Zhou Yun swiftly resolved to take action. The first step is to file a lawsuit, regardless of the chosen method of safeguarding one's rights. This step is indispensable. Only by initiating litigation can he obtain the requisite attorney investigation order, thereby legally accessing information about the company behind the gym, such as bank statements and other evidence. However, there is no rush, as Cheng Jingshu mentioned consulting with others in the group to gauge how many are willing to join in the lawsuit. Filing a lawsuit is akin to a visible pathway, while establishing the gym serves as a covert strategy. Currently, Zhou Yun's account boasts nearly 700,000. A sum accrued through his own efforts coupled with system rewards. Establishing a gym is well within his means. He does not intend to linger long, so he must project a facade of quick gains. In his past life, he was an unequivocal expert in criminal law, intimately familiar with the group of professional business closers. These individuals can be categorized into two types: those who genuinely cannot sustain operations, and those who merely seek to make a quick profit and disappear. The former may last 1 to 2 years, whereas the latter typically flee within 3 months. Zhou Yun intends to emulate the latter group, ensuring that the details pass muster during the scrutiny by the watchdog. However, there is no need for excessive caution, as professional business closers would never conceive that a lawyer would establish a gym solely for the purpose of orchestrating a case. Such an idea would be utterly absurd. To open a gym, it is essential to register a company, which necessitates appointing a legal representative, certainly not Zhou Yun himself. After much contemplation, Zhou Yun finally thought of an individual. Meanwhile, in the Jingnan district of Jinghai City, Wang Shenggang was staring blankly at his computer. It is often said that aspiring novelists should avoid romantic entanglements. A mind free of such distractions allows for greater creativity. Presently, the esteemed writer found himself unable to conjure a single word after sitting at his desk for half the day. Financially secure, his boredom stemmed from the recent incarceration of his girlfriend. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was the rather eccentric lawyer. Initially reluctant to answer, an inexplicable curiosity compelled him to pick up the call. Soon, a voice emerged. "Wang, the esteemed writer, this is Zhou Yun. I have a favor to ask of you." Wang Shenggang retorted with irritation. "You asked me for help, yet you just sent my ex-girlfriend away, and you haven't even properly thanked me. So let us not refuse just yet. Allow me to finish." Subsequently, Zhou Yun outlined his plan, emphasizing that there truly seemed to be no good options left. Just say it plainly, whether you agree or not. Opening a gym will undoubtedly attract beautiful women. Frankly, after Zhou Yun's remark about not having formally expressed gratitude, Wang Shenggang felt an overwhelming urge to hang up. However, upon hearing the other party's words, his inclination to disconnect faded. This situation was simply too intriguing. Of course, it had nothing to do with beautiful women. After his experience with Xing Xiaolu, he felt a distinct disinterest in women. But since he had time on his hands, why not? At that moment, Zhou Yun continued on the phone. "If you choose not to agree, that's fine. I can always call someone else. I'll hang up now." Zhou Yun was not the least bit concerned that Wang Shenggang would divulge the matter. After years as a lawyer, he had developed a keen sense. As a reclusive online novelist with exceedingly simple social connections, Wang Shenggang was quite suited for such endeavors. Upon hearing this, Wang Shenggang grew anxious. "Lawyer Zhou, brother Zhou. I'm in. I'm willing to do this. We can start today, right? You'll come to find me? Great, I'll be waiting." After hanging up, Wang Shenggang felt a surge of excitement, as he was currently devoid of inspiration for his writing. The vividness of personal experience far surpassed anything conjured by imagination. While Zhou Yun and he busied themselves with registering a company, on the other side, Cheng Jingshu returned home and resumed her discussions in the rights protection group. "Manager Ma, you need not elaborate on your plans. I simply want to know if we can get a refund today. If not, I will resort to legal action. Everyone, I just consulted a lawyer today. If you have any thoughts, we can collectively file a lawsuit. It might even be more economical. As Cheng Jingshu finished speaking, others in the rights protection group began to respond. A lawsuit? Count me in. Though the amount is not substantial, it still leaves a bad taste. Include me as well. By the way, how much are the legal fees? I fear it might be a waste of money. Those who have experienced large-scale rights protection movements are generally aware that sheer numbers do not always equate to success. When many people gather, some tend to rely on others to make a fuss, thinking that in the end, the issue will either not be resolved or will somehow be settled. The classic example is the plight of unfinished buildings, where thousands of owners exist, yet only a handful engage in protests. At such times, it is essential for someone to step forward to organize, including the act of filing a lawsuit. Many are reluctant to seek lawyers or deal with complications. However, if someone arranges everything, and they only need to contribute financially, many would be willing. Thus, after Cheng Jingshu's remarks, numerous rights defenders rallied in response. In a legal consulting firm in Jingnan City, manager Ma, now in his 40s, looked at Cheng Jingshu's comments in the WeChat group with disdain. He is one of the professional closure agents responsible for the recent gym shutdown, adept at manipulating consumers. Their legal consulting firm is, in fact, a collective of closure agents. Manager Ma, whose full name is Ma Qihua, previously practiced law but had his license revoked due to certain circumstances. Despite the revocation, life continued, prompting Ma Qihua to engage in activities within a legal gray area. Being a professional, he excels in dealing with consumers, employing various legal tactics to stall the opposing party, allowing matters to eventually fade away. Thus, when he sees Cheng Jingshu threatening to sue, Ma Qihua remains untroubled. The funds on the company's books have long since vanished, and the legal representative has been replaced by a professional debtor they procured, rendering any lawsuits inconsequential. Nevertheless, he still aims to prolong the process. Consequently, Ma Qihua responds in the group, "Please, do not rush. We are contemplating solutions. The funding chain has broken, and borrowing money requires time, does it not? Even if you sue now, it would be futile." At home, Cheng Jingshu, upon reading these words, feels an intense frustration, once again confronted with the same rhetoric. Very well, Manager Ma, whether it is effective or not, we have no other recourse. We must proceed with the lawsuit, so be it. Observing her determined resolve, Ma Qihua replies, "Feel free to sue. I shall state this clearly. There is no money to be had." After sending the message, Ma Qihua rises and enters the office of the company's owner. Lu, regarding the Ingpious project, those individuals intend to sue. Upon hearing this, Lu, seated behind his desk, lifts his gaze. He is the nucleus of this professional closure agent team. In the past, closure agents operated independently, but gradually, individuals like Lu began to consolidate the industry's entire supply chain, managing everything from business acquisition to execution. Naturally, to mitigate legal risks, their front-end team operates under a different company. How long has that project been delayed? 3 months, perhaps? Lu casually inquires. Ma Qihua reflects and replies, "It has indeed been approximately 3 months. That should suffice. We need to remain vigilant during the upcoming lawsuit period and maintain a positive demeanor," Lu instructs. Ma Qihua nods. Smiling, "Rest assured, Lu, I have it under control. In terms of criminal risks, they harbor little concern. This situation falls within a legal gray area, commonly referred to as a cross-section of criminal and civil law. One could argue both perspectives hold merit. However, the Ministry of Public Security has repeatedly mandated that law enforcement refrain from intervening in economic disputes, rendering them particularly cautious and reluctant to file cases. As discussed online, if one were to investigate rental properties, scrutinizing whether activities are ongoing as lease expirations approach, such actions could be deemed fraudulent. You may test whether a case will be filed. Let us put it this way. There is a 99% chance it will not be pursued. The remaining 1% would hinge on any connections you might possess. The crime of contract fraud refers to the act of deceitfully obtaining property from the other party during the signing and execution of a contract, with the intent of illegal possession, through means such as fabricating facts or concealing the truth, and when the amount involved is substantial, constitutes a criminal offense. It is essential to remember that in the realm of criminal law, characterized by its succinctness, every word holds significance. Thus, to ascertain fraud, the intent of illegal possession and the execution of deceptive practices or concealment of the truth are imperative. Although contemporary theories on crime recognition may not frequently mention the four essential elements of a crime, which appear to have evolved into 2 or 3 tiers, the fundamental principles remain unchanged. For instance, if one claims to have not paid rent due to financial troubles within the company, reasoning that it would be better to delay payment until due, one must acknowledge that even the police must adhere to legal statutes, which law mandates the necessity of advance rent payment. As for my promotional activities, it is precisely due to the impending financial crisis that I sought to engage in such initiatives to sustain operations. Yet who could have foreseen the eventual failure? This is a predicament. Grassroots law enforcement is often inundated with similar cases. Consequently, Manager Ma remains unperturbed, as such matters are routine for them. The only course of action is to exhibit a conciliatory stance once litigation commences. Having been a lawyer previously, Manager Ma understands well that when one party seeks mediation, earnest attempts will be made to resolve the issue. Preliminary negotiations may take a couple of months, and on their side, they maintain a good attitude, never retaliating or fleeing. Albeit the problems remain unresolved. Those who abscond could be reported for potential fraud, yet those who remain compliant are often perceived favorably by law enforcement. This is what defines a profession. They earn their livelihood this way. As time passes, Zhou Yun has quietly opened a gym. One morning, he arrives at the Jingnan District Court, prepared to file a lawsuit. This time, he represents a total of 173 individuals, marking a collective legal action. However, our country does not recognize a collective litigation system, but rather a representative litigation system. In essence, for cases involving groups, to conserve judicial resources, one or several representatives are selected to conduct the litigation. Other participants register with the court, and the outcomes determined by the representative bind all who registered. Due to the number of individuals involved, the fees are kept at a minimum standard of 2,000 yuan. Any higher would deter individuals from pursuing legal action, especially considering the total losses amount to only 4 or 5,000 yuan. Spending several thousand on legal fees seems unreasonable. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the stack of materials Zhou Yun presents in the filing hall of the Jingnan District Court, the staff cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Each registrant must undergo scrutiny to ensure they meet the requirements for representative litigation. The gym's closure without refunds, right? Very well, please submit everything. The staff lamented, expressing the stark reality of our times where every issue seems to be relegated to the courts, with relevant departments often advising, we suggest you pursue legal avenues to resolve this. The result is that those waiting in court for lawsuits feel utterly exhausted. It is not uncommon for a case to drag on for an entire year. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun casually inquired, are there many such cases nowadays? The staff sighed. Too many. Just in our Jingnan district, there have been multiple joint litigations in recent months, including cases of gyms absconding, dance training institutions fleeing, and various children's interest classes. Sighing, they added, as a lawyer, you should be aware of the situation. It's hard to predict how things will turn out after filing a lawsuit. Zhou Yun chuckled in response. Regardless, a lawsuit must be filed. Otherwise, these individuals have no other recourse. One could say they are truly left with no choice. If there were any other solutions, they would not resort to the courts. After submitting the relevant materials, the staff registered them and stated, we cannot file the case yet. You must first wait over at the pre-litigation mediation. Zhou Yun had no objections to this. Although regulations stipulate that a case must be filed or a decision not to file must be issued within 7 days, rules are merely guidelines, and reality often diverges. Once the registration was nearly complete, Zhou Yun remarked, mediation aside, I have another matter. I need to issue an investigation order to examine the bank statements of Sunshine Sports Company, along with any changes in the legal representative and major shareholders. The necessary evidence must be procured. Approximately a day later, Zhou Yun received the investigation order and promptly began his inquiry into the bank statements and the current operational status of the company. Soon, he uncovered discrepancies. As expected, the operations of these individuals bore no difference from those in a past life. The simplest indication was that the company named Sunshine Sports currently had 0 employees. While it is feasible for a company to have no employees, implying that only the owner remains, this situation raises concerns. At the very least, there is a pressing question regarding the identity of the individual known as Manager Ma in the Rights Protection Group, led by Cheng Jingshu. Zhou Yun was aware that this person served as a watchdog. However, legally, one must have justifiable grounds to partake in any matter, with the company devoid of any employees. He was curious about the basis on which this individual represented Sunshine Sports in mediation. It was evident that this person could not be the legal representative, as the legal representative's surname was Zhang. This could serve as a potential pitfall for them. While it may not matter during mediation, it would become intriguing once the case was officially filed. Regarding the bank statements, there was little to elaborate. It was evident that in the last month, the gym had indeed conducted significant promotional activities, resulting in substantial income. However, shortly thereafter, these funds were swiftly expended under various pretenses, involving dozens of accounts. This was beyond Zhou Yun's expertise. He was merely a lawyer, and such tasks required professional auditors. Nonetheless, he was increasingly convinced of the other party's identity. Time swiftly passed to the morning of the third day, when Ma Qihua arrived at the Jingnan District Court, prepared for mediation. Unsurprisingly, he anticipated being scolded by the individuals present for an extended period, but it mattered little. After all, earning a living is not a disgrace. In the pre-litigation mediation center, Ma Qihua had scarcely settled into his seat when the door swung open. It was Zhou Yun, accompanied by several parties involved, including Cheng Jingshu. Upon seeing Ma Qihua, Cheng Jingshu felt a surge of excitement and was about to speak, but Zhou Yun quickly silenced her. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 50s entered, the mediator for the case. Now that everyone is here, let us commence, the mediator announced. May I ask who is Manager Ma? Oh, you are he. Please, share your thoughts on how we might resolve this matter, he prompted. Ma Qihua, maintaining his composure, responded, Good morning, mediator and everyone present. I had previously suggested that we refrain from hasty litigation, as we have been actively seeking resolutions to the issues at hand. Currently, we have proposed several solutions. The first option is to transfer the funds to alternative institutions. For instance, Ms. Wang, your funds could be redirected to a beauty institution in our city, allowing you to convert your investment into their programs. The second option involves payment in installments. As the opposing party spoke, Zhou Yun observed quietly. On the surface, these individuals appeared earnest. However, a deeper understanding revealed a myriad of pitfalls. The beauty industry, compared to fitness, harbored far more treacherous waters, with exorbitant service fees. Moreover, beauty institutions inherently relied on a steady clientele. Once the opposing party finished speaking, Zhou Yun interjected, Manager Ma, may I pose a question? By the way, I am Zhou Yun, their legal representative. Upon hearing this, Ma Qihua quickly smiled. Hello, Attorney Zhou. Please feel free to ask any questions. Zhou Yun smiled back. First question. If my clients are transferred to the beauty institution, will they incur any additional fees? I'm referring to whether they need to purchase further services to successfully transfer their previous memberships. This exemplifies a common tactic. For instance, if your balance is 10,000 yuan, the transfer is feasible, yet you must deposit another 10,000 at their establishment to activate your previous balance. This scheme sounds familiar, doesn't it? It resembles the common promotion of depositing 10,000 and receiving another 10,000 in return. The establishment can rid itself of these clients without incurring any cost. Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Ma Qihua was momentarily taken aback. What was this person's familiarity with their industry practices? Noticing his silence, Zhou Yun continued, You see, if you cannot answer this, I will certainly have grounds to doubt the integrity of your subsequent proposals. Your sincerity is questionable, is it not? Ma Qihua's mind raced as Zhou Yun's remarks caught him off guard. At that moment, Zhou Yun spoke again. Manager Ma, you are with the Sunshine Sports Company, correct? Ma Qihua replied casually, I am the legal counsel for that company. Zhou Yun's face lit up with understanding. Legal counsel. I see. Please, go on. Chapter 44. Evidence. This is all coming together, isn't it? The so-called legal rhetoric, when stripped bare, is rather straightforward. Much like a magician's trick, the essence lies in diverting your attention to one side, while the real transformation occurs elsewhere. For instance, at this moment, Zhou Yun employs a particular rhetoric. After the words of Ma Qihua, he deliberately reveals the underlying tactics employed by the latter, all while adopting a tone of provocation. Undoubtedly, these strategies are real. Although professional negotiators possess a myriad of tactics, those well-versed in the field recognize that the core principles remain unchanged. Zhou Yun articulates his thoughts in this manner to conceal his true intentions, which culminate in that crucial inquiry regarding Ma Qihua's identity. Indeed, the counterpart, having not pondered Zhou's earlier questions thoroughly, fabricates an identity on the spot. Currently, During the mediation phase, any identity holds little significance. However, as the process advances, complications are bound to arise. Ma Qihua interjects, "Lawyer Zhou, an esteemed mediator, surely we demonstrate sincerity. If we were insincere, wouldn't it be easier to simply walk away? Why would we remain to engage in these discussions if not for our genuine intent? I can assure you, we would never resort to such actions." While Ma Qihua appears earnest in his declarations, anyone who genuinely believes him would be easily deceived. In these times, those who have fought for their rights are well aware that some individuals can lie with a straight face, even daring to swear oaths. For ordinary people, uttering a falsehood requires contemplation. Yet, for others, deceit flows effortlessly from their lips. Zhou Yun responds directly, "Your assurances? Whom can you expect to trust them?" Manager Ma, it is not my skepticism towards you, but rather the lack of any credibility on your part with my client. You have made countless similar promises before, yet have never honored a single one. Therefore, how about this? Let us incorporate these terms into the mediation agreement, shall we? Upon hearing this, Ma Qihua's heart swells with joy, though a flicker of hesitation crosses his face. Indeed, he is a novice. This is pre-litigation mediation, and even if it is documented, what difference does it make? Thus, after a moment's thought, Ma Qihua quickly responds, "I have no objections, Lawyer Zhou. If you doubt my word, then please draft this contract yourself. You are a professional attorney, and surely drafting a contract poses no challenge for you?" Zhou Yun nods, "Very well. I shall take on the task of drafting. Please wait a moment. I will be swift." With that, he steps aside to prepare the contract. A task far too simple for him. Having handled more than 100 cases, he represents clients in litigation, yet mediation requires a more personal touch, engaging each individual in conversation. Nevertheless, Zhou Yun surmises the opponent's mindset, likely believing that pre-litigation mediation lacks legal binding, thus feeling free to sign without consequence. It is important to delineate that mediation encompasses various approaches. For now, let us focus solely on the distinction between pre-litigation mediation and court-based mediation. Pre-litigation mediation is conducted by mediators from the court's pre-litigation mediation center. As the term suggests, the mediation occurs without the initiation of formal legal proceedings. Those within the legal system are well aware that in recent years, there has been a frequent emphasis on the governance of litigation sources and proactive judicial intervention. Consequently, most cases were directed towards pre-litigation mediation. However, since the latter half of this year, discussions surrounding litigation source governance have ceased. Conversely, the leadership of the Supreme Court has explicitly stated the necessity to firmly prevent the covert control of case filings under the guise of litigation source governance. To put it plainly, the original intention behind this initiative was commendable, as the sheer volume of cases made it unmanageable. Thus, the need for litigation source governance arose. Unfortunately, it has been somewhat mismanaged, as various local courts have exploited this governance to restrict case filings. The rationale being that directives from above necessitate such governance, leading to the refusal of case registrations and mandating mediation instead. This stance contradicts the provisions of the case filing registration system. Moreover, mediation processes across different regions often experience significant delays. Although claimed to be 1 month, in practice, some extend over several months, thereby inadvertently increasing the costs of protecting one's rights. It is essential to clarify that the duration of pre-litigation mediation does not count towards the trial period, as no formal case has been filed at that stage. This must be firmly remembered. In contrast, pre-trial mediation occurs post-filing, conducted by the presiding judge or judicial assistants, and does count within the trial timeframe. At this point, delays are less likely, as judges are compelled to monitor the timeline. Should mediation fail, they must expedite the judgment, as exceeding the trial limit can lead to significant complications. Naturally, pretrial mediation is not merely the simplistic notion of a judge casually inquiring about mediation before a hearing. It involves prior communication and mediation efforts conducted by court clerks or judicial assistants with both parties, representing an ongoing process. Zhou Yun is aware of the opposing party sentiments, yet he strategically seeks to align with their perspective. Before long, a mediation agreement is swiftly drafted. Cheng Jingshu glances at it and readily expresses her consent, placing her complete trust in the young lawyer, Zhou. She believes he will not lead her astray. And with no alternative options available after consulting numerous lawyers, who all echoed the same response about the likelihood of winning yet highlighted the significant risks of enforcement, she feels compelled to trust him. Ma Qihua reviews the document meticulously, acknowledging the solid foundation of the young lawyer's work, as the agreement encapsulates the points recently discussed. However, he perceives Zhou's youth as a potential naivety, mistakenly believing that a well-crafted agreement alone suffices. Thus, Ma Qihua promptly begins to sign. Albeit puzzled by the requirement to indicate a title beside his signature, he complies as instructed. Agent S name, Ma Qihua. Agent S title, legal manager of Sunshine Sports Company Limited. After signing and affixing his thumbprint, the mediator stamps the agreement from the mediation center, producing 2 copies, which earns a nod of satisfaction from Zhou Yun. Ma Qihua, equally pleased, shakes hands with Zhou, both exchanging smiles. With the first step accomplished, as per the mediator's suggestion, subsequent mediation sessions will be conducted in batches. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yun escorts Cheng Jingshu out. Ma Qihua stepped out of the courthouse and dialed the number. "Hello, Lu, it's me, old Ma. That lawyer on the other side is nothing but a novice. Yes, we have already signed a mediation agreement. The subsequent mediation can proceed at a leisurely pace. This project should be devoid of any major issues." "Ah, Lu, there are new projects on the horizon." On the other end of the phone, Lu's voice resonated. "I will certainly reserve the new projects for you." Hearing this, Ma Qihua quickly expressed his gratitude. He understood that he was not the sole watchdog in the company. Despite the abundance of projects, everyone was eager to undertake more. The routine continued as usual, waiting patiently. Handling cases necessitated a great deal of patience, particularly in such circumstances. Ironically, the most time-consuming task was often comforting the clients. During the day, he dealt primarily with ordinary cases, predominantly divorces, followed by labor disputes, and thirdly, private lending. These 3 types constituted the bulk of civil cases currently. Many clients found themselves in unfortunate predicaments, having borrowed money from relatives, friends, and classmates without leaving any evidence due to pride. It was only after the borrower vanished that they would seek legal recourse. Some were even unaware of the borrower's personal information. One could only say that in this day and age, it was prudent to refrain from lending money if possible. Should one choose to lend, they ought to prepare themselves for the reality that once the money was lent, it was unlikely to be returned. Otherwise, they would be inviting trouble. Moreover, there were instances where individuals had put their homes up as collateral for friends, facing even graver consequences. Thus, 2 individuals, each with ulterior motives, began to engage in a dramatic performance. A gym, for instance, needed to operate for at least 2 months before contemplating closure. This was the minimal time frame for those unscrupulous owners who absconded with funds. Naturally, a search online would reveal that many establishments went from opening their doors to shutting down within 4 months to half a year. This was because after a watchdog took over a business, they would typically run it for an additional month or 2, contingent on marketing conditions. 2 months could feel lengthy or brief, depending on perspective. At least on Zhou Yun's end, preparations for transferring firms were already underway. Previously, he had refrained from transferring primarily due to regulations stipulating that practicing lawyers must serve at least 6 months at a firm before transferring. The process of transferring firms for lawyers was complex, with variations depending on whether the transfer was interprovincial, intercity, or within the same city. Some provinces even required lawyers transferring across provinces to undergo a re-internship. Zhou Yun was naturally transferring within the city, but he too had to fulfill the 6-month practice requirement. This was because legal cases often took several months to resolve, and the time limit was established to ensure stability in a lawyer's practice. Furthermore, Tianhe law firm would undoubtedly impose restrictions. According to relevant regulations, in principle, a lawyer's transfer required the consent of both the receiving and departing firms. The relationship between lawyers and law firms is not merely a simple employment relationship. A lawyer's practicing license is registered with a firm. To transfer, one must cancel their license with the current firm before re-registering at another. Thus, all these preparations must be made in advance. In reality, there have been cases where a female lawyer sought to transfer firms, but the managing partner refused, insisting on sexual favors in exchange for approval. Some may be surprised to hear that such occurrences exist in the legal profession. After all, lawyers are human too, and they navigate various social circles and unspoken rules. Previously, a scandal involving lawyers in the bustling metropolis had emerged, where among a law firm's 7 female attorneys, 5 had been seduced by the firm's director. Time passes swiftly, and during this waiting period, Zhou Yun took on several cases, each more absurd than the last. In one instance, A middle-aged woman was walking her dog without a leash, resulting in her dog biting another resident of the community. The victim received rabies vaccinations and sought compensation and an apology from the woman. However, she staunchly refused to pay, claiming her dog was healthy and that the other party had chosen to get vaccinated at their own discretion, all while asserting her financial inability to compensate. In pursuit of justice for this case, Zhou Yun even procured the other party's bank statements and purchase records from an online marketplace. To his astonishment, he discovered that the woman had recently purchased several thousand yuan worth of dog food. During the court proceedings, Zhou Yun could not contain his incredulity. What do you mean? Are you suggesting to the plaintiff that without the vaccination, they would merely lose their life, while the money spent on the vaccination means my dog must go hungry? His outburst elicited laughter from the judge, who quickly rapped the gavel to remind the plaintiff's representative to maintain decorum. After a lengthy silence, the woman finally agreed to pay compensation, settling the matter right there in court. Zhou Yun then took on a divorce case, representing the husband as the plaintiff, while the wife chose to represent herself. During the hearing, the wife announced she had compelling new evidence to present, leaving Zhou Yun momentarily bewildered, wondering if she truly possessed some formidable proof. To his astonishment, she retrieved a plastic bag from her clothing, producing a used condom, and he would prefer not to delve into how he recognized its condition. Holding it aloft, the woman addressed the judge. This was used last night. We still had intimate relations. Can you claim our marriage has irreparably broken down? Which couple still engages in such intimacy if their relationship is truly over? Zhou Yun was left speechless, sitting in silence for what felt like an eternity. The evidence was indeed potent, powerful enough that even an accomplished attorney like him found it impossible to refute. Moreover, he could see the bewilderment on the face of the unmarried female judge upon witnessing this piece of evidence. Fortunately, the court clerk, well versed in the absurdities of court proceedings, promptly intervened and instructed the woman to put the item away. It must be noted that the courtroom is often rife with bizarre occurrences, and divorce cases are particularly notorious. Zhou Yun resolved that unless faced with starvation, he would refrain from accepting divorce cases in the future. Meanwhile, during his downtime, he began searching through the city's litigation records, employing the name Ma Qihua for a thorough search to uncover any similar lawsuits. Unfortunately, this method proved ineffective. Unlike a few years ago when many cases were readily available online for advanced searches, the number of cases on the judgment database had significantly dwindled. After hours of fruitless searching, he resigned himself to waiting. Thus, 2 months passed. On a bright and cheerful morning, Zhou Yun finally met with Wang Shenggang. Is it time to make our escape? Wang Shenggang, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, I have truly enjoyed these 2 months of running the store. Zhou Yun shrugged in response. Of course you're happy. The money is all for me. You're merely playing the role of a boss without the burden of financial loss, so it's only natural that you feel elated. Hurry up. After all this preparation, we're just one final tremor away from success. Taking a deep breath, Wang Shenggang gradually became exhilarated. Indeed, if this case were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly astonish many, for such an undertaking had never been attempted before. Not only would the netizens be taken aback, but even seasoned professionals in store closures would be unable to fathom it. Have you seen this person? His surname is Ma. Please give him a call and mention that you have a store that you can no longer operate, and someone referred you to him for assistance. Wang Shenggang nodded and stepped aside to make the call, his phone already set to record the conversation. Meanwhile, Ma Qihua was at the entrance of a training institution, managing clients. Please, everyone, do not rush. There's no need for haste. I'm right here, and we can discuss whatever you wish, he reassured them. Initially, he was not supposed to be present for this project, but due to the overwhelming crowd, the authorities requested his appearance for the sake of maintaining order. After a lengthy negotiation, the aggrieved crowd finally dispersed. Just as Ma Qihua was preparing to update General Manager Liu, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? He answered. A male voice responded. Good day, is this Mr. Ma Qihua? Ma Qihua, slightly perplexed, nodded before replying. Yes, it is. How may I assist you? The caller continued. I have a gym that I've been operating for 2 months, but I've realized it's not sustainable. Continuing would only lead to losses, and I was referred to you for assistance. Hearing this, Ma Qihua felt no surprise. Such situations were well known in the industry. However, instead of acknowledging it outright, he replied, Oh, you're in retail. Let me provide you with a contact number. Reach out to this person and discuss any matters directly with him. Afterward, Ma Chihua shared General Manager Lu's contact information, as Lu was responsible for business evaluations. If there were additional risks involved, they would refrain from proceeding. Nonetheless, Ma Chihua informed Lu about the inquiry, given that this business opportunity had initially come to him, ensuring that if it were accepted, it would be entrusted to him. Lu had no objections to this arrangement. Currently, professionals in store closures were experiencing heightened competition, utilizing various platforms and social networks to promote their services. With a project presented to them, it was imperative to seize the opportunity. Once the two parties connected, the review process on Lu's end commenced swiftly, revealing no concerns. The rent had been paid, equipment purchased, and the only issue was the inability to continue operations, with prepaid membership fees that the owner was reluctant to refund, fully meeting the criteria. However, given the short time frame, there was a degree of risk involved. Wang Xingang quickly proposed a fee of 40%. Typically, the charges from professionals in store closures hovered around 30% of the prepaid fees, rarely exceeding that, as the original owners also needed to generate profit. At such a price, Mr. Lu naturally had no objections. Once the review was approved, he promptly informed Ma Chihua to proceed with the connection. Old Ma, regarding the project you mentioned earlier, there are indeed no issues. It's not a matter of poor management. The owner is merely engaged in short-term ventures, which may lead to some complications. However, the remuneration is quite substantial, so do pay extra attention. Ma Chihua, upon hearing this, expressed his delight. No problem, Mr. Lu. We have dealt with short-term projects before, and while there may be some regulatory matters, they are manageable. They primarily provide professional services and are indifferent to such issues. Consequently, Ma Chihua quickly added Wang Xingang on WeChat, with a note identifying himself. Upon seeing the name, Zhou Yun couldn't help but smile, for this individual was the key to the entire case. However, it was not the right moment. Zhou Yun swiftly sent his first message. Is this Mr. Ma? A friend of mine mentioned your professionalism. Could you share some successful case studies with me? It had been previously noted that professional closers were also competitive. Thus, they would often share successful cases as exemplars with others. Normally, this was not an issue, as if they were to enter the business. The original owner would have done so as well, who would voluntarily confess. Therefore, Ma Chihua harbored no doubts and promptly sent over some exemplary cases he had managed. Mr. Wang, take a look. These are all projects I personally oversaw, with no subsequent issues. Everyone can confidently earn their money, even if they choose to report or sue. There will be no liability. After Zhou Yun reviewed and saved all the materials, he invited the other party to visit the store. One afternoon, Ma Chihua arrived at the gym, where a high-definition camera at the entrance captured his image clearly. Wang Xingang was handling matters on his end, while Zhou Yun had already gathered all the evidence he had collected during this time and headed to the nearby police station. By now, the evidence in his possession was sufficient to warrant an investigation by the authorities. The standards for evidence in criminal cases are quite stringent. However, it is not necessary to present all evidence when filing a case, which Zhou Yun could not fully achieve due to the lack of investigative authority. Existing evidence, including bank statements and materials in the possession of the involved parties, indicated that the store had conducted 2 promotional activities before closing, one a few months prior and another in the final month. Information from the landlord revealed that the store had not renewed the lease and was, in fact, in arrears on rent. The circumstances surrounding Ma Chihua in both cases indicated that he was a professional closer. Clearly, he had no intention of continuing operations, but managed to acquire a significant sum of money through promotions just before shutting down. What does this signify? It illustrates an intention of unlawful possession. The subjective aspect of the crime is quite specific. The suspect must possess criminal intent. However, in reality, one cannot merely peer into a suspect's mind to discern their thoughts. Thus, it is imperative to substantiate claims with other evidence. Presently, Zhou Yun's evidence is ample. A professional closer, by nature, would not wish to continue operations, a fact evident from his statements and chat records. In this context, there exists a subjective intention to commit fraud. Promotional activities have been objectively implemented, typically involving various courses and membership cards, often spanning 2 to 3 years. When both subjective and objective elements align, it unmistakably resembles a scam. Zhou Yun strolled into the Youth Road police station, his bag slung over his shoulder. One could only wonder if the police officers would be taken aback by the evidence he presented. Chapter 45. I await the case filing. What do you await? Within the Youth Road Police Station in the Jingnan district of Jinghai City, Officer Lao Tian had just concluded addressing a family dispute and was taking a moment to sip water to soothe his throat. In such grassroots police stations, one must simply endure. No one dares to speak out. The adage "a thousand threads above, a needle below" aptly describes these foundational units, facing myriad issues head-on. For instance, in the recent incident, a woman reported domestic violence, which necessitated intervention. However, upon deeper inquiry, it was revealed that the woman had secretly lent money to her brother. And when her husband discovered this, she felt justified in her actions and was subsequently slapped. Following a dramatic display of tears and threats of suicide, she called the police, claiming domestic abuse. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, Lao Tian found himself in a difficult position. If the woman did indeed take her own life, his career as a police officer would be jeopardized, resulting in certain disciplinary action. At last, he had a brief respite. But no sooner had he settled in than the door of the station swung open, and a stylish young man entered with a bag. "Great, another matter to attend to." Lao Tian greeted him. "Hello, comrade. How may I assist you?" The young man was Zhou Yun, who upon hearing the inquiry, promptly set his bag down and replied, "Oh, officer, I am here to report a case." As he spoke, Zhou Yun began to retrieve items from his bag, declaring, "It concerns a contract fraud case." Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Lao Tian felt the urge to sigh, as typically, when ordinary citizens report economic cases to the police, they rarely constitute criminal offenses. The same old story. Cross-judicial cases are often contentious even among industry leaders, let alone the general populace. Conversely, many individuals cling to their misconceptions, necessitating explanations from officers like Lao Tian in such situations. Nevertheless, it appeared that Zhou Yun had brought a substantial amount of evidence, prompting Lao Tian to casually examine it. "Ah, I see. This pertains to the gym closure, correct?" Lao Tian remarked, looking at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun nodded, confirming, "Yes, that is the matter. I have come to file a report." Lao Tian set down the materials in his hand and responded, "Young man, what is your relationship to this case?" "Those advocating for their rights have already reported this issue to our station. We clearly explained at the time that this is an economic dispute, not fraud. Why are you coming back now? Seeking police involvement is futile. I suggest you pursue legal avenues to safeguard your rights." Lao Tian felt somewhat weary. As the initial advocates had clashed with the gym personnel, and given the number of advocates involved, the police had previously been called to mediate. It was quite troublesome, as they had to persuade both parties to avoid conflict and encourage the advocates to pursue legitimate means of asserting their rights. Thus, several amusing incidents had arisen in recent years. In a certain location, unfinished buildings have emerged, and a police officer from the local precinct has also purchased one of these abandoned structures. Consequently, when the homeowners seek to protect their rights, this officer is unequivocally barred from participating. Not only can he not be involved, but he must also step forward to dissuade the homeowners from causing a disturbance, encouraging them to pursue legal avenues instead. However, he finds himself in a predicament, as the developer has absconded, leaving the options for litigation limited to either demanding possession or financial compensation. While recovering funds might be feasible, what good is a victory if it cannot be enforced? The situation is utterly dismal. Now, regarding the notion of filing another report, the officer feels somewhat vexed. So much time has elapsed since the initial report was lodged, and a response had already been provided. Yet, here it is again. Zhou Yun patiently listens to Officer Tian's account before responding. "Officer, I am the attorney retained by these rights defenders, and they genuinely wish to pursue legal recourse. Here is my identification." As he speaks, Zhou Yun presents his lawyer's credentials. Continuing, "However, during the course of my litigation, I uncovered a troubling inconsistency. Observe this. It is the bank statement from Sunshine Sports Company, alongside some transfer records and photographs. We can see that prior to the company's closure this year, they organized an exceptionally large promotional event, primarily offering a 1-year membership with an additional year free, along with various course sales. The bank statements indicate that over 200 annual memberships were sold during this promotion, not to mention the revenue from course sales. This alone should amount to several $100,000, wouldn't you agree?" As Zhou Yun prepares to elaborate further, Officer Tian interjects, "But this does not necessarily indicate fraudulent intent. A promotional event is simply that, a promotion. Moreover, to my knowledge, the manager of that gym, who represents Sunshine Sports Company, has consistently acknowledged these debts and has taken various proactive measures for compensation. Zhou Yun smiles at this response. Indeed, that may not suffice. But consider this, a mediation agreement signed 2 months ago with manager Ma Chihua's signature. He is present in the rights protection group, representing Sunshine Sports. And he is also the one who signed the mediation agreement. Furthermore, he was able to provide Sunshine Sports' official seal, indicating that he is the de facto controlling entity of the company. Yet, when signing, he claimed to be merely the company's legal counsel. Does that not raise obvious concerns? Officer Tian furrows his brow, yet refrains from expressing further skepticism this time. Zhou Yun then reveals a third piece of evidence. Look at this. While Ma Chihua claims to be the company's legal counsel, the company's operational status indicates that there are currently no insured employees. This suggests that the company should have no staff at all. So, if Ma Chihua is the legal counsel, from where does his role derive? And who pays his salary? At this point, Zhou Yun chuckles. Of course, I recognize that this may still be insufficient, as you often refer to economic disputes. Let us add these pieces of evidence. Examine this chat record and this surveillance footage. These records distinctly demonstrate that manager Ma Chihua is also responsible for managing the closure operations of other defunct gyms. Upon encountering this evidence, old Tian was momentarily taken aback. He meticulously examined the chat logs and surveillance records, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "How did you come by this?" The distinction between criminal cases and civil cases is profound, particularly in the realm of evidence collection. The exclusionary rule regarding unlawful evidence, often referred to in academic circles as the fruit of the poisonous tree, raises the question, can one consume fruit born of a toxic tree? In the context of criminal cases, this pertains to whether illegally obtained evidence can be admitted. Generally, in the Anglo-American legal system, such evidence is to be excluded. We have specific regulations in this regard, outlined by the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Public Security, the Ministry of State Security, and the Ministry of Justice in the regulations on the exclusion of illegal evidence in criminal cases. In layman's terms, the exclusion of unlawful evidence depends on the specifics of each case. It is not a blanket rule that all illegally obtained evidence must be excluded. For instance, recordings obtained through covert means may be applicable in civil matters due to their high degree of likelihood, but their admissibility in criminal cases is much less certain. Hence, old Tian's question, under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable for Zhou Yun to acquire such materials. Zhou Yun promptly replied, I employed a rather unconventional method of evidence collection. Do not be astonished when I reveal it. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Old Tian retorted, just spit it out. After all these years in the police force, I've seen my fair share. Just tell me. Zhou Yun then disclosed that he had funded an endeavor to locate Wang Shenggang and provided corresponding evidence, including transfer records, recorded calls, and documentation of registering a company to open a gym. Old Tian was left speechless, silently scrutinizing the evidence before finally exclaiming, So, you opened a gym specifically to gather this evidence? His tone was laced with incredulity. Zhou Yun nodded with a smile. Indeed. I opened a gym and specifically sought out Ma Chihua, from whom I obtained evidence proving he is a professional shop closer. Old Tian hesitated to voice the thought that Zhou Yun might be out of his mind. Such actions were beyond the realm of normalcy. What was the fee for your lawyer? Just moments ago, he had boasted of his vast experience. Yet this situation was truly unprecedented. The investment in that gym must have been considerable. To spend so much for a case was astonishing. Zhou Yun discerned old Tian's skepticism and directly stated, I assure you, my mind is intact. The reason for my actions is rooted in the belief that these individuals must face legal consequences. Why should they evade accountability? They open businesses to profit, only for the owner to abruptly shut down and abscond, while professional shop closers exploit their specialized knowledge to intimidate ordinary citizens, ultimately evading justice. Should ordinary people simply accept being victimized? You, as a police officer, should be well aware of these tactics when faced with a professional shop closer. Recovering funds is nearly impossible. Engaging a lawyer, securing preservation of assets, paying litigation fees, and ultimately receiving an unenforceable judgment. What a futile endeavor. Therefore, I am determined to confront them. Is that not justifiable? To reiterate, now that we have a system in place, let us make it a grand affair. Others may be unable to contend with professional shop closers for various reasons, but I, Zhou Yun, am unperturbed. The funds provided by the system, coupled with his professional prowess, are undoubtedly sufficient to transform this case into a landmark for professional closure. Old Tian found himself at a loss for words, truly bereft of response. Every statement made by the young lawyer exuded an air of undeniable correctness, rendering Old Tian incapable of counterarguments. Just as he grappled with his silence, Zhou Yun restored her familiar smile. "Officer," she began, "I believe we have amassed substantial evidence. Ma Qihua, as a professional closer, surely lacks any intention of continuing operations. In the absence of such intentions, pursuing promotions and issuing annual cards constitutes a classic case of contractual fraud. This forms a complete chain of evidence. In criminal law, there exists a term: isolated evidence cannot substantiate a claim. This is precisely why Zhou Yun sought supplementary evidence such as bank statements and business operations to fortify her case. After scrutinizing the evidence for quite some time, Old Tian finally spoke. "Lawyer Zhou, I will accept this evidence for now, and the case will be processed. As for whether it will be formally filed, you shall await further notification." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun nodded in agreement. As long as the case was being processed, it was manageable. Law enforcement is not obligated to issue a notice of non-filing. In ordinary economic disputes, they merely inform you. Only after processing the case will a decision regarding filing or non-filing be rendered. However, Zhou Yun was confident that there was a 90% likelihood of the case being filed, given that the evidence was evident. He awaited criminal evidence, while he pondered what Manager Ma was anticipating. Yet again, they found themselves in a waiting game, but fortunately, this wait proved worthwhile. On the morning of the third day, Zhou Yun received a call from the Economic Investigation Unit of the Jingnan District Public Security Bureau. Had the case been filed? At last, it was officially recognized. Although it might seem straightforward, even in certain films or novels where protagonists merely cite legal statutes and facts to astonish the opposition into action, the reality is that law enforcement has encountered far more than mere words. Such rhetoric proves ineffective. What is essential in legal matters? Evidence. The court only considers evidence. Those who study law understand that facts are categorized into two types: actual facts and evidentiary facts, with courts relying on the latter, no matter how justified one may be. Without evidence, progress remains elusive. Zhou Yun's extensive preparations in the early stages led to the current filing. In a community within Jingnan District, 35-year-old fitness enthusiast Luo Zibin was feeling quite vexed, grumbling in the litigation group established by Zhou Yun. "How long has it been, and still no updates? Is this lawyer leading us astray?" The wait felt interminable. They had been told they were pursuing litigation, yet it seemed they had merely signed some sort of mediation agreement. And crucially, the other party had yet to comply. Beneath Luo Zibin's post, others began to chime in. "I share your concerns, Lawyer Zhou. What should we do now? Ma Qihua has vanished without a trace. Yes, he promised to transfer the card, yet there has been no movement. What are we to do now?" Having paid a considerable amount in legal fees, Zhou Yun finally sent a message amidst the multitude of tags. "Everyone, please remain calm. Here is the plan. I will provide an address for those interested to come this afternoon. There will be an intriguing spectacle to witness. As for the concerns regarding the opposing parties' compliance with the mediation agreement, rest assured, this afternoon will surely satisfy all." With that, Zhou Yun shared the address of the gym that Wang Shenggang had opened. Noticing Zhou Yun's silence thereafter, Luo Zibin felt a twinge of confusion. Was the resolution to be found this afternoon, perhaps by transferring everyone's memberships to this new gym? That could work, after all. As long as he had a place to work out, he was content. Furthermore, the gym was conveniently located. The thoughts of others in the group echoed his sentiments. The expectations of ordinary individuals were not particularly high. Cheng Jingshu furrowed her brow as she read the messages in the group. She recalled that when she first consulted Lawyer Zhou, he had spoken extensively about the intricacies of the profession. It was clear that Lawyer Zhou understood the situation at hand. Was this truly the end? She found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, she would find out the truth by this afternoon. Out of over 170 rights defenders, approximately 30 were eager to witness the unfolding events, a significant turnout. Those who could not attend had been assured by Cheng Jingshu that videos would be recorded and shared in the group. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun was far from idle. He arranged for Ma Qihua to meet him at the gym that afternoon, while simultaneously dialing the number of the Economic Investigation Unit to speak with the assigned officer. "Hello. Officer Fong, it's Zhou Yun again. The case has indeed been filed, and I assume you are also seeking Ma Qihua's whereabouts. Coincidentally, he will be at Miracle Gym this afternoon. On the other end, Officer Fong from the Economic Investigation Unit of the Jingnan District Police was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that the case had been initiated largely due to Zhou Yun's efforts, and the fact that the opposing party had even opened a gym was nothing short of absurd. Thus, he inquired, "Lawyer Zhou, how do you know this?" With a broad smile, Zhou Yun responded, "Of course, I have arranged to meet him this afternoon. Isn't it quite fortuitous? This saves you the trouble of searching for him." Officer Fong was left speechless. As a police officer, he had never experienced such a sense of convenience in his work. Zhou Yun had not only gathered all the evidence, but also located the suspect for them, meaning they had little to do other than apprehend the individual. A brief interrogation followed by documentation would conclude the matter, a most gratifying prospect. If only every case could unfold so smoothly. Without hesitation, Officer Fong readily agreed. Recognizing the exceptional opportunity presented to them, Zhou Yun's meticulous planning was undoubtedly aimed at enhancing the video's dramatic effect. Otherwise, such arrangements would have seemed unnecessary. As the afternoon approached, Zhou Yun arrived early. Wang Xinggang was deliberately keeping a low profile, aware that at this critical juncture, he could not afford to let the opposing party feel threatened. The entire situation was orchestrated by Zhou Yun, and he was determined to take all necessary precautions to redirect any animosity towards himself. After waiting a while longer, as Ma Qihua had yet to arrive, the rights-defending homeowners began to gather. "Lawyer? Where is Manager Ma? How will this matter be resolved this afternoon? Are we transferring our cards here?" Remarkably, this gym boasts impressive facilities. Transferring here could be acceptable. Amidst the clamorous inquiries, Zhou Yun smiled and said, "Let us not be hasty. Manager Ma is quite prompt. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just as she finished speaking, Ma Qihua had already alighted from a taxi. Recently, Ma Qihua had been thriving. The previous issue concerning the rights protection of the Ingenious project had been nearly settled. Initially, there were concerns that the lawyer would stir up trouble, but to his surprise, a mere mediation had resolved the situation. It was astonishingly effortless, a testament to the acumen of today's young lawyers in their pursuit of profit. With these thoughts in mind, Ma Qihua ascended the stairs to the gym's entrance. Located on the third floor of the shopping mall, Zhou Yun and the others had just glimpsed it through the window. However, upon reaching the entrance, Ma Qihua sensed something amiss. A throng of individuals was gathered there, all participants from the previous rights protection project. "What is going on?" While Ma Qihua stood in bewilderment, Cheng Jingshu immediately called out, "The one named Ma is here. Come over and explain why the mediation agreement is not being executed. Yes, you must provide an explanation today, or else you shall not leave," shouted Luo Zibin from the side. Someone in the crowd pulled out their phone and began recording, effectively encircling Ma Qihua. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Ma Qihua quickly attempted to clarify. "I told everyone not to be anxious. These matters can be quite troublesome to implement. So it remains unresolved," Luo Zibin retorted, his anger palpable. "Let me tell you, if you don't offer an explanation today, Before he could finish, Ma Qihua interrupted, "What do you wish to do? Do you intend to strike me? Come on, I stand here for you to hit me." The relentless demands continued, and Ma Qihua thought how tiresome it was to be pressured incessantly. He had already stated that arrangements would be made gradually. One must know when to smile and when to express anger. This is a fundamental quality of a professional dealing with closures. Given his history of deception, he realized that a different approach was necessary today. He had to incite these individuals and provoke a confrontation. Ideally, he hoped they would resort to violence, as that would provide him the opportunity to call the police, ensuring that, in the event of injury, law enforcement would assist him in extricating himself from the situation. At that moment, he would possess the moral high ground, while those who attacked him would likely face repercussions. Such is the wisdom gleaned from practical experience. Luo Zibin, furious yet hesitant, refrained from taking action. Nowadays, law enforcement constantly warns that engaging in violence leads either to imprisonment for the victor or hospitalization for the loser, creating considerable apprehension about resorting to physical confrontation. The frustration mounted as he silently lamented the situation of lawyer Zhou Yun. Ma Qihua began to shout, Mr. Wang, come out. What is happening here?" Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yun emerged, smiling, "Manager Ma, there's no need to shout." Upon seeing Zhou Yun, Ma Qihua's expression shifted dramatically. "You are the lawyer. Where's Mr. Wang?" Zhou Yun retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and showed the screen to Ma Qihua. "Do you still not understand? I am Mr. Wang. In order to catch you off guard, I have indeed opened a gym. It hasn't been easy. What? Upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Ma Qihua was left speechless, pointing at the gym behind him, unable to utter a single word after a prolonged silence. The advocates beside him were equally bewildered. Luo Zibin finally spoke up. Lawyer Zhou, what on earth is happening? Zhou Yun replied with a smile. I have thoroughly examined your case. This individual is a professional closure operator, and they have effectively blocked all avenues for civil recourse. Thus, we must initiate criminal proceedings to facilitate civil action. However, initiating criminal proceedings is not a straightforward task. To gather evidence, I opened a gym as a means to lure them in. The results have been quite promising. The advocates were taken aback, astonished that this attorney had opened a gym to assist them in their fight for justice. What sort of mind is at work here? Zhou Yun continued. Therefore, I owe you an apology. I had promised to file a lawsuit, but it cannot proceed as civil action must be suspended once criminal proceedings are initiated. Ultimately, this manager Ma, along with the closure operator behind him and the previous owner who absconded, may well find themselves incarcerated. I trust you have no objections? Listening to Zhou Yun, the advocates exchanged glances, and Luo Zibin declared, no objections, certainly none. If they can all be imprisoned, I'd gladly forfeit any monetary compensation. Little did they know the extent of frustration he had endured at the hands of the opposition. Now, the prospect of justice overshadowed any concern for financial gain. Meanwhile, Ma Qihua remained in a daze, unable to fathom that this young lawyer, whom he had always looked down upon, was capable of orchestrating such a scheme. Suddenly, Ma Qihua shouted, Why? Why would you do this? How have I offended you? Zhou Yun replied, You have not offended me. I simply believe that individuals like you must face the full force of the law. Yes, you heard correctly. I am the architect of this entire situation. Is my explanation sufficiently clear now? What I intend is far beyond mere imprisonment. I seek to deliver a blow to your very essence. Do you think my actions stem from personal grievances? No, I act solely for the sake of justice and fairness. Ma Qihua wished to refute him, but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhou Yun glanced at the time and remarked, they should be arriving shortly. Before the advocates could inquire further, police officers appeared at the entrance. Ma Qihua, we are from the Economic Investigation Division of the Sub-Bureau. This is a summons. You are hereby called in for questioning. Are you aware of the reasons for your arrest? Ma Qihua, in a state of despair, nodded, feeling a chill run through him. It's over. Everything is over. He cast a glance at Zhou Yun, thinking, it's all his fault. If it weren't for this lawyer, how could I possibly be in this predicament? Chapter 46. I will make him pay. At the gym's entrance, the advocates were left in a state of shock. They had exerted tremendous effort in their pursuit of justice, achieving little, yet this lawyer Zhou had managed to bring about tangible results. Particularly Luo Zibin, who had just moments ago doubted Zhou Yun's claims, now realized the gravity of the situation. This was no idle boast. Look, the police have arrived, and they are here to make an arrest. Thus, Luo Zibin quickly approached and said, Lawyer Zhou, I apologize for my earlier loud remarks. I mistakenly thought you were speaking without basis. Although this lawyer Zhou claims to have orchestrated the entire affair, to be frank, few would actually believe him. Until the police arrived, everyone remained skeptical. And now, it seems they are on the verge of being apprehended. It is utterly exhilarating. For heaven knows how difficult it has been for them to endure the previous uncertainty, a torment devoid of hope. The monetary stakes may be modest, yet the tension is unbearable. It gnaws at one's conscience daily, akin to a thorn lodged in the throat. Hearing this, Zhou Yun chuckled and replied, No worries. This has nothing to do with you. I merely cannot abide such individuals, hence my desire to see him brought to justice. Ma Qihua, who had previously hesitated to intervene, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany upon hearing this and exclaimed, Comrades of the police, I wish to lodge a complaint. This lawyer is engaging in entrapment. He is using his gym as a means to ensnare me. Surely, this is illegal. After all, he is merely a lawyer. Upon hearing this, the nearby rights advocates began to fret, for in a certain light, it did seem to carry the essence of entrapment. However, Zhou Yun exaggeratedly responded, How ironic that you claim to be a legal professional. You yourself stated that I am merely a lawyer. Tell me, does a lawyer possess law enforcement authority? No, right? Therefore, how could it be entrapment if I lack any such power? As Zhou Yun's words settled, the rights advocates appeared enlightened, as if they had grasped a compelling argument. This has always been Zhou Yun's approach as a lawyer. He communicates in plain language with clients, even during explanations. It is not that legal jargon is inherently flawed. Such terminology is necessary in professional settings like courtrooms, but when conversing with laypeople, one should strive for clarity. Why? Because the complexity of legal discourse often eludes comprehension. Just as Bigamy sought to craft poetry that even the illiterate elderly could understand. Legal practitioners should endeavor to make the law accessible to all, as it pertains to every individual. Hence, one must not erect barriers through so-called professionalism. If the legal system were to resemble that of the United States, where only qualified lawyers can navigate the law, it might benefit the lawyers. But not everyone possesses the means to afford legal representation. On the opposing side, Ma Chihua found himself at a loss for words, choked by Zhou Yun's retort. He wished to counter, yet could not formulate a response. Finally, the police officer interjected, "Have you had enough? After all this time in Jinghai, you have only managed 2 failed projects? Do you still have the audacity to speak? Let us go." Without granting Ma Chihua any opportunity to protest, they prepared to escort him away. Zhou Yun then inquired, "Excuse me, comrades, I would like to ask when my clients can register their losses in relation to your case? This is a crucial step, as the core of my task involves civil matters. Returning stolen property does not strictly require registration. There is also the option of tracing the recovery. However, consider the complexity of tracing. One must meticulously examine each account and transaction record, correlating them with the facts of the case and testimonies, which is quite cumbersome. Now that you have taken the initiative to register and provided the corresponding transfer records, the police authorities will have considerably less work to do. In such circumstances, whom do you propose to reimburse first? It may seem somewhat unjust to those who have not asserted their rights. However, if one neglects their own affairs and relies solely on others, they must be prepared for the consequences. Ultimately, a refund is assured, but whether it will be the full amount is uncertain, as the restitution will be proportionate in the event of insufficient funds post-judgment. While employing criminal measures to address civil matters may appear somewhat misguided, it is essential to consider whether the intended objectives can be achieved. The enforcement capabilities of law enforcement are significantly more robust than those of the court's execution bureau. Initially, your accounts and assets may be frozen without the necessity of any deposit from the victims. It is important to note that in court proceedings, if one seeks to apply for preservation, they must provide a guarantee commensurate with the amount sought for preservation. For instance, if someone owes you 100,000 yuan, your attorney may advise you to apply for pre-litigation preservation to prevent the other party from dissipating their assets. This is crucial, as litigation carries inherent risks. To freeze the opposing party's 100,000 yuan, you would need to furnish a guarantee of the same amount, which can be cumbersome. When pursuing preservation independently, one must diligently monitor deadlines and ensure timely extensions. Otherwise, the preservation will lapse. However, resorting to criminal avenues allows law enforcement to freeze assets without the need for guarantees or concerns over deadlines. Furthermore, from the investigation phase through to the prosecution review and judgment, the issue of restitution remains paramount, and law enforcement will continuously encourage the suspects to voluntarily return the stolen assets. Thus, civil servants are meant to be utilized in this manner. Zhou Yun inquired, and the preceding officer pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us wait a while. We will notify you once we have made progress." That was satisfactory to Zhou Yun, who watched as Ma Chihua was led away, even waving a farewell as he descended the stairs. Beside him, Cheng Jingshu inquired, "Lawyer Zhou, what should we do now?" Zhou Yun contemplated before replying, "You need not do anything. Simply wait patiently. You have already provided me with the necessary evidence, and I will handle the registration for you later." "Very well, then, let us all return for now. We shall await further developments from the police." However, before Zhou Yun could finish speaking, Luo Zibin interjected, "Lawyer Zhou, please hold on a moment. What are your plans regarding the gym?" "The gym?" Zhou Yun turned to regard him and replied, "As for the gym, I have yet to devise a plan. I intend to clarify matters with my previous clients and fully refund anyone wishing to cancel their memberships. This was essentially a bait, and now that the fish are caught, I have yet to contemplate the subsequent arrangements." Luo Zibin promptly suggested, "Then let us proceed to acquire our memberships for the time being. You have already paid the rent for 6 months, correct? With 4 months remaining, we shall all purchase 4-month memberships. It will also help you recover some funds, as your assistance to us has been invaluable." Cheng Jingshu similarly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I concur. This equipment is all brand new. The other rights defenders also nodded in affirmation, despite Zhou Yun's insistence that this was solely his own endeavor and not connected to anyone else. However, everyone is always well-intentioned. Their actions have proven to be immensely beneficial to those involved. Regardless, a card is needed, and it matters little where it is obtained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun contemplated declining, as it felt akin to a covert risk agency. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm of the crowd was overwhelming, as they declared that should he refuse, they would resort to blocking the law firm daily. Wang Shenggang had already emerged, observing the situation with a conflicted heart. Some lawyers were desperately seeking financial gain through various means, but found themselves unsuccessful, while others, who had no desire for money, were being cornered by clients eager to offer it. The disparity was striking. Since he had sent his ex-girlfriend away, Wang Shenggang had reflected deeply, in a certain sense. This attorney Zhou had become his benefactor, not in terms of monetary value, but in the salvation of his spirit. It could be said that had it not been for this lawyer Zhou, he might have taken a plunge into the river that fateful night. Thus, he stepped forward with a smile and declared, "If anyone wishes to apply for a card, come to me. I am the manager of this establishment. Let us proceed." "Lao Wang, you still have something to say?" Zhou Yun was about to respond, but was interrupted by the cheers of the crowd. A group of rights defenders excitedly approached the front desk to apply for cards. For Luo Zibin, it was imperative that this establishment continue its operations. He assured Zhou Yun that he would not agree, so he added Wang Shenggang on WeChat, intending to converse with the manager upon returning. After everyone had completed their applications and departed, Zhou Yun turned to Wang Shenggang. "Writer Wang," he chuckled, "please don't look at me like that. I merely wish to assist you." Zhou Yun replied, "Well, it's been ages since we last met. I can't believe you dare to turn this around on me." Previously, under the guise of helping, he had orchestrated the situation that led to his ex-girlfriend's predicament, and now he sought to assist himself. "All right," Zhou Yun quickly responded with a smile, "There's no need for that, but I do appreciate your help, Lao Wang." Lao Wang. Wang Shenggang was taken aback. Although he was slightly older, he was merely 26 or 27. Was he truly being called Old Wang? This bizarre appellation reminded him of the old joke about the neighbor, Old Wang. Yet, Zhou Yun was far from finished, continuing, "In order to express my gratitude to you, Old Wang, I must share some news." Upon hearing this, Wang Shenggang felt an ominous foreboding. Zhou Yun smiled as he stated, "You probably haven't been keeping up with the court's developments lately, have you? Your ex-girlfriend, Zhang Xiaolu, whom you sent away, has already been sentenced. She received a 4-year sentence for fraud, along with a fine of 50,000 yuan. Congratulations, splendid work." The reason for the 4-year sentence was due to her active restitution and gaining understanding from the victim, as well as confessing and accepting her punishment, which resulted in a lighter sentence. The fine of 50,000 yuan was purely because, after compensating Wang Shenggang, she was left with just over that amount. Although there are various legal stipulations regarding fines, in practice, courts typically consider the financial circumstances of the defendant. If a defendant possesses only 50,000 yuan, it is implausible for the court to impose a fine of 100,000, as that would render the judgment unenforceable, essentially a self-inflicted blow to the court's credibility. After Zhou Yun finished speaking, he departed, leaving Wang Shenggang in a state of bewilderment, his face reflecting confusion. In that moment, it felt as though the sound of drifting snowflakes and the howling north wind echoed in the air. This fellow, why does he always aim for the face when striking? With a mouth like that, he will inevitably attract a beating. Ma Qihua was taken back, and the interrogation commenced immediately. As soon as the officer posed a question, Ma Qihua divulged everything. "All these dealings were orchestrated by our boss. Indeed, he was behind it all, while I merely handled the specifics. The money was taken by the boss, leaving me with little. One could truly say that the confession bore the boss's name, the actions were his, and the funds were also his." Ma Qihua's thoughts were simple. He hoped to avoid a criminal record, and if sentencing was unavoidable, he would strive for a suspended sentence. However, as the interrogation progressed, he found the situation deteriorating. Upon conclusion of the questioning, the Jingnan District Police promptly placed him under criminal detention. Meanwhile, in a beauty salon, Ma Qihua's wife, Jiang Tingyi, was comfortably indulging in a beauty treatment. Although the situation surrounding Ma Qihua was unpleasant to discuss, the financial gains were indeed substantial. It was evident that this method of earning money was intertwined with criminal law, while rarely prosecuted for various reasons. The speed of earning in the gray area far surpassed that of traditional employment. Jiang Tingyi, a full-time housewife without children, enjoyed her daily life. Today was no different. After completing her treatment, she prepared to recharge her account, only to discover she could not make the payment. What is this? Is there no money in the account? Jiang Tingyi dialed her husband's number, but after several attempts, there was no answer. What could he be doing? Having completed her treatment without funds, she had no choice but to use her own little stash to pay. As evening fell, her phone rang. "Hello, is this the family of Ma Qihua?" Jiang Tingyi replied. "I am his wife. What is wrong with my husband?" "Hello, I am Officer Li from the Jingnan Sub-Bureau. I am calling to inform you that your husband Ma Qihua is suspected of fraud and has been criminally detained by our bureau in accordance with the law. If you wish to intervene early, it is advisable to consult a lawyer. That will be all." "What?" Jiang Tingyi was taken aback. Ma Qihua was suspected of fraud and detained? Wait a moment, what is going on? How could he be criminally detained without cause? He has committed no fraud. The officer on the other end swiftly interrupted her. "The case is currently under investigation and cannot be disclosed to anyone. That is all." With that, Officer Li hung up. Jiang Tingyi stood there, breathless, unable to fathom that the husband she relied upon could be implicated in fraud. No, she needed to seek answers. Quickly, she dialed another number. Knowing that Ma Qihua had once worked as a lawyer and had friends in the legal field. Once connected, her friend listened and then said, "Sister-in-law, I can only tell you that the situation is quite grave. Fraud cases do not get easily filed. Once they are, it becomes very complicated. You mentioned that you are unable to make the payment today, which undoubtedly implies that the authorities have frozen your husband's bank accounts. If funds are insufficient, it is possible that the property you reside in may also be subject to seizure. In cases involving both criminal and civil matters, initiating a case is challenging, but withdrawing it or achieving an acquittal is even more arduous. To establish a case, Zhou Yun even went so far as to open a gym to gather evidence, alongside amassing a plethora of additional proof to support his claims, thereby creating a chain of evidence that ultimately led to a successful filing. Under such circumstances, the likelihood of exoneration can be considered nearly non-existent. Upon hearing her friend's words, Jiang Tingyi was left in a state of shock. Does this mean that my husband, Lao Ma, is surely destined for prison? Could our money be confiscated? Is it truly this grave? Her friend, feeling the weight of the situation, could only respond. To gain a clearer understanding, one must apply for a visit to the detention center. Speculating from the outside serves no purpose. Faced with this reality, Jiang Tingyi felt powerless and could only say, "Then I shall entrust this to you. What are your fees? I cannot manage anything excessive, especially since my cards have been frozen." After securing the lawyer's services, Jiang Tingyi waited at home, her heart in turmoil. She had married Ma Qihua only after he became a professional store closer, driven by the allure of his wealth. Now, confronted with such difficulties, she felt increasingly unsettled. Zhou Yun, on the other hand, remained unaware of these developments. He diligently registered the circumstances for the rights advocates before continuing with his cases. Unfortunately, the divorce case he previously handled had left the client dissatisfied, leading to a complaint to the Bar Association. In this day and age, those in service cannot escape the specter of complaints, regardless of how well they perform. If the other party is not satisfied, they will lodge grievances. Human nature is exceedingly complex. One can never predict the peculiarities one might encounter. Originally, Jiang Qiming sought trouble, and upon learning of the complaint against him, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exploit it. Zhou Yun began to ponder his next steps. As time passed, within the company, General Liu and others were not spared either. Almost immediately following Ma Qihua's detention, General Liu was taken in as well. The entire professional store closing crew's accounts were scrutinized, leading to a comprehensive investigation. The Jingnan branch made their intentions clear. This time, they aimed to capture the entire team in one fell swoop. Amidst this atmosphere, Jiang Tingyi's lawyer friend finally managed to meet Ma Qihua at the detention center. In the brief time apart, Ma Qihua appeared significantly haggard, having been shaved bald, sitting behind reinforced glass with a vacant expression. Friends who have often been imprisoned know that among prisons, detention centers present the most dismal conditions. The shared sleeping arrangements are just one aspect. At night, one encounters a myriad of unusual individuals. Dining, using the restroom, and laboring all occur within the confines of the same room. The very thought of such an environment is enough to drive one to despair. Many cannot fathom this reality. To put it plainly, those who have emerged from detention centers often claim that even if they had no home, and had to scavenge for food. It would still be preferable to being confined within. Presently, prison conditions have improved somewhat. However, detention centers are genuinely grueling, akin to a year-long ordeal. Especially in the sweltering summer, one can only imagine the horrors of such an environment. The detention center has a limited number of cells, typically accommodating 15 to 20 individuals. However, during significant criminal investigations, one might find as many as 30 people crammed into a single cell. This was Ma Chihua's first experience in such a place, and within just a few days, he had lost considerable weight, teetering on the brink of despair. Upon meeting a lawyer friend, he wept profusely, pleading for assistance in securing his release on bail, expressing his inability to endure the conditions any longer, even contemplating suicide. He urged his wife to procure funds, assuring her that if he actively cooperated in returning stolen goods, he could surely gain his release. During his time in detention, Ma Chihua harbored a profound resentment towards Zhou Yun, who had brazenly declared that the entire scheme was his design, all in the name of some absurd notion of fairness and justice. Had it not been for Zhou Yun, Ma Chihua's life would have continued unperturbed. With the aid of his lawyer, he diligently worked towards returning the ill-gotten gains, and after 20 days in detention, his application for bail was finally approved. Without hesitation, he hurried home, yearning for relaxation after the harrowing experience that had nearly broken him. However, just 2 days later, on a fateful morning, he was jolted awake by the furious shouts of his wife, Jiang Tingyi. "Why has our house been frozen, Ma Chihua? What on earth have you done?" Initially, Jiang Tingyi had resolved to endure, but the news of their frozen assets shattered her composure. Ma Chihua was equally stunned. He had hoped to negotiate a suspended sentence. Yet now not only had his bank accounts been frozen, but their home was also at stake, suggesting a substantial amount of money was involved. They had invested heavily in this large flat, situated in the expensive Jingnan district of the provincial capital, Jinghai. Now, the prospect of losing their home loomed large. Jiang Tingyi continued to berate him. "Ma Chihua, speak up. What have you done to cause this? How will I manage from here on? Marrying you must have been the worst luck of my life. Let us just get a divorce." Ma Chihua, rendered speechless, felt as though everything he had worked for had suddenly vanished. Just a month prior, he had been a well-paid professional manager, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle complete with a spacious apartment, luxury vehicles, and a beautiful wife. Now, everything was stripped away, his bank accounts frozen, his home in jeopardy. And surely his car would follow suit. He knew well the implications of his actions. If everything he had done was deemed fraudulent, the financial repercussions would be astronomical. As his wife continued her tirade, Ma Chihua suddenly erupted. "Will you just shut up? Everything I did was for this family. You never complained when money was being spent. But now you choose to voice your grievances?" After his outburst, he stormed out of the house, yearning to drown his sorrows in alcohol, seeking solace in oblivion. By midday, he had consumed a considerable amount, yet a burning rage simmered within him, impervious to the effects of the alcohol. Strangely, he found himself recalling the young lawyer from earlier. It was this very lawyer who had contributed to his current plight. At long last, Ma Chihua rose to his feet, allowing his fury to dictate his actions as he drove forward. Tianhe Law Firm. This was the establishment where the lawyer resided. Upon exiting his vehicle, he retrieved a knife from his trunk, a precaution he had long kept at hand. After all, the nature of his endeavors was far from virtuous. Should someone lose their mind and attempt to retaliate, he had to be prepared. In that moment, his singular desire was to eliminate the individual surnamed Zhou. Meanwhile, within the law firm above, Ma Jingyi from the Bar Association was conducting an inquiry into Zhou Yun. Chapter 47. Do you think brandishing a knife will make me beg for mercy? On the second floor of Tianhe Law Firm, Zhou Yun sat at his desk, his demeanor unruffled. Opposite him, Ma Jingyi perused the case files, occasionally posing questions. "Lawyer Zhou, the current issue at hand is that the client has lodged a complaint against you for negligence and poor attitude during the handling of her case. How do you respond?" Ma Jingyi inquired. Zhou Yun looked up with an air of nonchalance, replying, "I cannot adequately explain this. The client sought a divorce, and I successfully facilitated that for her, ensuring there were no complications regarding the assets. To claim that I was negligent is something I cannot justify. In truth, I am baffled as to why this woman would file a complaint, especially since she agreed to the solutions I proposed. As for my attitude, I provided my services without any faults. I am at a loss as to what she perceives as poor behavior. Zhou Yun, you must refrain from adopting a confrontational stance. This is a routine investigation following the complaint, and we must ensure our work is thorough, correct? Ma Jingyi remarked with an earnest expression. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun chuckled. I have no emotions, haha, none at all. In the nearby area designated for salaried lawyers, discussions ensued. Although complaints against lawyers were not uncommon, they were neither frequent nor rare. Some complaints were indeed warranted, while others stemmed from unreasonable clients. The current discourse revolved around whether Zhou Yun could withstand this investigation. In service industries, one prominent complaint pertains to attitude, particularly regarding Zhou Yun's rebuttal of Wang Xingang's ex-girlfriend's demeanor. Regardless of the situation, any mention of attitude could lead to complications. Presently, it was asserted that Zhou Yun's conduct during the case was lacking. You met my demands, and I am satisfied with your attitude. Thus the equation would resolve itself. It was evident to all that once the deadline passed, Zhou Yun might seek a transfer to another firm, or even, with a more ruthless approach, change cities entirely. Previously, such transfers were unfeasible, but now, Zhou Yun had become somewhat of a celebrity lawyer, undoubtedly appealing to firms willing to accept him. Should they refuse to release him, complaints or labor arbitration would be justified. Lawyers, while unique in their profession, are still considered laborers and thus subject to labor contract laws. For instance, they must apply for a transfer or resignation a month in advance. Furthermore, if there are unresolved complaints, a lawyer cannot transfer to another firm. In other words, the Bar Association can undoubtedly drag this matter out until the annual review. As discussions unfolded among the crowd, a voice suddenly resonated from the corridor. Sir, please do not be anxious. Lawyer Zhou is occupied. It was the voice of Xian Yinqin, and the assembly turned their gazes toward her. Soon, they beheld a middle-aged man approaching with a flushed visage, his expression devoid of emotion. Was Lawyer Zhou once again seeking out Zhou Yun? By this point, everyone had grown accustomed to it, as clients frequently came to consult Zhou Yun on a daily basis. However, the man's strong scent of alcohol was unmistakable. One could only wonder how much he had consumed. Xian Yinqin merely offered a few words from a distance, hesitant to approach. Aware that her modest earnings were hardly worth the risk, it was wise to maintain a safe distance from a seemingly irate drunkard. The man rushing forward was none other than Ma Qihua, consumed by a singular, vengeful thought, to confront the despicable Zhou Yun. He envisioned ending that lawyer's life and then taking his own. After all, with the troubles he faced, he felt he had nothing left to live for. If it came to it, they might as well perish together. At this moment, Ma Qihua yearned to witness Zhou Yun pleading for mercy after being stabbed, a scene he had seen online. Those who had once boasted their bravado would beg for forgiveness once the blade pierced their flesh. He longed to witness Zhou Yun in such a state. Aren't you invincible? Don't you preach about legal justice? Let's see if your law can save you now. With this thought, Ma Qihua glanced around, but failed to spot Zhou Yun. He then turned and bellowed at Xian Yinqin. Where's Zhou Yun? Where's he? Xian Yinqin, taken aback by his fury, quickly pointed ahead, having noticed that the man appeared to be concealing a knife. Kong Xiaoyu, initially uninterested, lifted her head at the commotion, her face reflecting a flicker of confusion. This man exuded an aggressive demeanor, more akin to a troublemaker than a mere consultant. Old Tian remarked, "Hey, look at this fellow. He does not appear to come in peace." Others nodded in agreement, and soon, Old Wu rose and proceeded to follow, retrieving his phone. It is not surprising. In this day and age, regardless of nationality, the first instinct when confronted with a situation is to whip out a phone and start recording. Having perused various magazines, one might have thought that such behavior was unique to certain cultures. However, traversing the globe reveals that humanity, in its essence, remains the same. Meanwhile, Ma Jingyi continued. Zhou Yun, I still advise you to cooperate with our investigation, if it is truly discovered that you have not fulfilled your duties. She had barely uttered those words when an enraged roar interrupted her. Zhou Yun. Upon looking up, she recognized a middle-aged man approaching with clenched teeth, unmistakably on the warpath. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Jingyi quickly fled the scene. Entering was Ma Qihua, intent on confronting Zhou Yun and disregarding everyone else. He stood there, shouting, Zhou Yun, it's all because of you that all my funds are frozen, my house is seized, and my wife is filing for divorce. Without you, I was living quite well, and now my situation has devolved into this chaos. All because of you. This is clearly instigating trouble. Ma Jingyi, too, took out her phone to capture evidence, observing how many people Zhou Yun had offended with his actions. The commotion attracted the attention of others in the law firm. while Kang Xiaoyu remained expressionless at the side. In contrast, Jiang Qiming had already begun to smile, relishing the trouble Zhou Yun had gotten himself into. If this could be substantiated, the implications would be significant. Opinions varied among the onlookers, and Old Wu, accompanying Old Tian, had already pulled out his phone to call the police. "Hello, officer, there's a drunken man causing a disturbance at Tianhe Law Firm." Amidst this charged atmosphere, Zhou Yun displayed no fear. He had quietly activated his skill of death avoidance. With this ability, as long as he wasn't dealt a fatal blow, he could generally escape with his life. "Don't ask, for it is simply a miracle." "Ma Qihua, how dare you still speak?" Zhou Yun retorted. "You claim to be a professional at closing shops. How many people have you cheated over the years? How much money have you swindled? Speak up. Why didn't you voice your grievances when you were dragging others down? Now that you face imprisonment, you come to blame me?" He declared defiantly. "Let me tell you, even if it happens 100 more times, I would still act the same. I cannot stand your kind of trash. I want to see you behind bars." Before Zhou Yun could finish, Ma Qihua shouted back, "You bastard." Following that, he drew a knife, pointing it menacingly at Zhou Yun. "Say that again." The lawyers, who had initially gathered to observe the commotion, were left stunned. They had only anticipated a mere scuffle, perhaps a beating for Zhou Yun. They did not expect the opposing party to be armed. Such a situation could easily escalate into danger. Someone immediately began to call the police again. Ma Jingyi's expression shifted. She had assumed that someone was merely confronting Zhou Yun, but it now seemed otherwise. While she pondered this, Zhou Yun shouted back, "Say what again?" "Fine, listen closely. I can't stand your kind of garbage, and I want to see you locked up." "What's wrong with that? You think brandishing a knife intimidates me? If I were afraid, I wouldn't take this case. A deceitful scoundrel like you deserves to be imprisoned for life." "Fear? What fear? With skills to protect my life and a fortified body, I have no reason to be afraid." Such individuals may seem to commit lesser evils on the surface, but one must recognize that they have turned shop closures into an industry. Just imagine how many people have fallen victim to their schemes. What? Not only was Ma Qihua taken aback, but even the onlookers were astonished. Is Zhou Yun out of his mind? Why is he being so obstinate at this moment? Hasn't he heard the saying that a blade cannot return to its sheath once drawn? Why provoke him further now? Kang Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. She truly did not expect Zhou Yun to be so resolute. Ma Qihua, now fully enraged, rushed forward with the knife, determined to end Zhou Yun's life. He initially believed that brandishing a knife would compel his opponent to beg for mercy. To his astonishment, the adversary remained defiant. "Very well. Let's see which is more resilient, your head or this blade." Although Zhou Yun had not extensively trained in combat techniques, he had consumed physical enhancement serums. Thus, if he truly wished to resist, he might sustain some injuries, but they would undoubtedly be manageable. However, he understood that he could not afford to resist in this manner, as he had anticipated this very scenario. For a lawyer aspiring to fame, the most effective route is precisely this predicament. Without a reputation, one could easily be manipulated by various officials in wrongful convictions. Yet, if he were to endure a few stabs today, the circumstances would shift dramatically. Why would he suffer such wounds? It was for the sake of justice, defending nearly 200 clients and ensuring that a fraudster was incarcerated. Under these circumstances, if he managed to survive, Zhou Yun would emerge with an indomitable spirit. At that point, the legal association and Jiang Qiming would be of no consequence. They could try to challenge him if they dared. With his skills intact, death was not an option. He could withstand mere injuries. Thus, Zhou Yun promptly grabbed a nearby chair to defend himself. After a few parries, he was ultimately stabbed. Those familiar with knife fighting understand that when wielding a knife, it is better to slash than to stab. Slashing rarely results in fatality, while stabbing poses a much greater risk of death. Although slashing may appear severe, it often only inflicts superficial wounds, whereas a well-placed stab can swiftly prove fatal. At this moment, it is essential to recall the example of Brother Long. In the video from that incident, he wielded the knife's back, swinging wildly without ever stabbing. This illustrates that Brother Long was a quintessential thug. Unexpectedly, the knife slipped from his grip. The victim, Brother Yu, lacked such experience. Witnessing the wild swings of the blade, he realized his life was in jeopardy. Consequently, he thrust the knife twice, and those 2 stabs proved lethal, leading to his infamous declaration, "In this society, I am Brother Long, fierce and ruthless." In summary, Zhou Yun had indeed been stabbed, yet he felt relatively unscathed, for the skill's description indicated that once activated, It rendered the individual impervious to pain. This was to prevent complications arising from discomfort. Thus, he merely sensed a chill in his chest and an unsettling foreign sensation, devoid of any further discomfort. To the onlookers, however, the scene was utterly terrifying. The intoxicated assailant had plunged the knife into him, and blood began to pour forth uncontrollably, creating a grotesque spectacle. Ma Qihua shouted, "Zhou, if you have the guts, say that again." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun felt inclined to award him a prize. Look at Manager Ma. His cooperation was impeccable. A perfect meeting of minds. Initially contemplating how to further feign distress, the opponent had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity. With this thought, Zhou Yun laughed heartily. You want me to repeat it? Very well. I am compelled to send such detritus away, having said my piece. Ma Qihua gripped the knife, its blade buried deep within Zhou Yun's chest, blood oozing forth. The onlookers were rendered speechless, engulfed in fear, yet harboring an inexplicable admiration for Zhou Yun, who stood resolute in the face of death. Who would have anticipated Zhou Yun's audacity? Did he not fear for his life? Prior to the stabbing, one might excuse his bravado, but now, having been pierced, he still spoke defiantly. Kong Xiaoyu stood transfixed, unable to articulate her thoughts, while Ma Jingyi gaped in shock, her face flushing with embarrassment as she recalled her earlier words. At that moment, the wail of police sirens echoed outside. After all, a knife had been drawn, and lives were at stake, prompting the swift arrival of law enforcement. Of course, a more immediate threat would arise if firearms were involved. Ma Qihua heard the sirens and felt a wave of fear wash over him. His aggression had been fueled by intoxication, but now, confronted with the gravity of the situation, he sobered. He had anticipated Zhou Yun to beg for mercy, yet the latter behaved like a maniac, refusing to capitulate even with the blade embedded in his flesh. Instinctively, Ma Qihua attempted to withdraw the knife. However, Zhou Yun reached out, gripping the blade firmly, even as his hand bled profusely. He held on tenaciously, staring into Ma Qihua's shifting gaze with a wry smile. What's this? Aren't you the tough guy? Weren't you going to kill me? Before Ma Qihua could react, Zhou Yun delivered a swift kick to his groin. It was not that he lacked the desire to strike elsewhere, but this area guaranteed the most effective result. The criteria for self-defense are stringent, typically allowing for but a single opportunity to retaliate. With that kick, Ma Qihua doubled over, clutching his groin, the pain unbearable for any man. Even the surrounding male lawyers and Jiang Qiming felt a chill in their nether regions. A few young lawyers rushed to restrain Ma Qihua, and soon, police officers arrived on the scene. What is happening? Don't move. That knife is dangerous. Call for an ambulance. They were greeted by the sight of blood pooling on the ground and a young man with a knife protruding from his chest, his complexion ashen. The officers were unified in their concern. They could not afford a fatality. Zhou Yun slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. His skills ensured his survival. Yet he needed to feign unconsciousness at this moment. The ambulance arrived, transporting him to the nearest hospital, while the police began to gather accounts from the lawyers present. Upon learning the details of the incident, even the officers were left astonished. Within a mere 20 minutes, news of the event exploded across the internet. A lawyer named Zhou has been grievously injured in Jinghai City, with the suspect believed to be a professional assailant seeking revenge for the lawyer's role in his incarceration. Chapter 48. This lawyer is remarkably brave. In Donghai City, Jiangnan Province, 41-year-old fitness enthusiast Dong Chuan had just finished his workout, scrolling through his phone while waiting for his protein shake. At that moment, he unexpectedly came across a piece of news. A lawyer with the surname Zhou from Jinghai City had been brutally stabbed, leaving him severely injured. As an avid fitness enthusiast, Dong Chuan had long been aware of the existence of professional gym closers. He had encountered a similar situation in the past, where after purchasing a membership, the gym vanished, leaving him with no recourse but to resort to legal action, only to discover that the gym owner was an elderly man of 80 with little to no funds. Through extensive online research, he learned that this was the notorious phenomenon of professional gym closers. Upon reading the news, he hastily clicked to delve deeper. The article revealed that this lawyer Zhou had taken on a case involving a gym that had absconded, with nearly 200 individuals seeking justice. After futile attempts at mediation, Zhou diligently gathered evidence and reported the case, ultimately leading to the arrest of the gang of professional gym closers. This, however, incited discontent in one individual, who sought revenge on the lawyer while out on bail. The news report was rather mundane, as it was rushed to publication. And the media was unaware that Zhou Yun had subsequently opened his own gym. What truly moved Dong Qiwen was the video that accompanied the report. Indeed, the footage captured the moment Zhou Yun was attacked. Initially, as he watched the beginning of the video, Dong Qiwen presumed it was akin to other online clips where a lawyer, facing provocation, feigned bravado. After all, the assailant had brandished a knife. Yet the lawyer continued to assert his intent to have the attacker incarcerated. However, as the video progressed, Dong Qiwen was left astounded. The knife had already plunged into Zhou. Yet he remained defiant. Was this man not afraid of death? Witnessing the lawyer's unyielding fury even after being stabbed, Dong Qiwen felt a profound sense of admiration. Any ordinary person would be moved by such a scene. It was a testament to the lawyer's indomitable spirit. Throughout history, those who sacrifice themselves for justice are often celebrated. And this lawyer in the video was a living embodiment of such valor. In that moment, he could have faced fatal consequences, yet he stood resolute. Once the video concluded, Dong Qiwen did not hesitate to share it, adding his own commentary. This lawyer is truly remarkable. The final exclamation was merely an emphatic expression, as if no other words could adequately convey his feelings. Many others shared Dong Qiwen's sentiments. The impact of Zhou Yun's performance in the video was undeniably profound. In the face of death, most individuals would plead for mercy, yet the likes of Zhou Yun, who could confront danger with such righteous indignation, are exceedingly rare. The video's popularity began to soar, and the comments section exploded with reactions. After watching the video, I have never felt this exhilarated. This lawyer Zhou is incredibly brave. Another commenter exclaimed, "What this lawyer said resonated deeply with me. This suspect has the audacity to blame the lawyer for his predicament. Wasn't it he who chose this path? Why did he not consider the consequences while enjoying the wealth he earned? How intriguing." There are numerous similar comments, the vast majority praising the lawyer featured in the video. Meanwhile, the name Zhou Yun has become widely recognized among netizens. It is common knowledge that a lawyer has emerged in Shanghai, one who is willing to risk his life for the sake of fairness and justice. However, with a large crowd comes a variety of peculiarities. For instance, some individuals have begun to voice their skepticism. After watching the video, it is evident that this lawyer possesses great courage. However, I believe there was no need for him to utter those words at that moment. What purpose did they serve? They were utterly meaningless and would only serve to further provoke the opposing party. I can't help but feel this resembles a publicity stunt. Yet, this so-called intelligent comment was swiftly met with a flood of backlash from countless netizens. "Oh, dear genius, do you truly believe someone would risk their life for mere publicity? Come now. If you dare to do so, I assure you that you too could achieve fame. What holds you back? Fear, perhaps?" Amidst such an atmosphere, at Tianhe law firm, Jiang Qiming sat in his office, his expression ominously dark. Zhou Yun had been taken to the hospital, and the bloodstains in the office area were being cleaned up after the police collected evidence. Online, Zhou Yun was being lauded to the heavens. Yet, the more popular Zhou Yun became, the more discontent Jiang felt, for in this narrative, he was cast as a mere fool. Although there have been no reports about him online yet, as the heat intensifies, it is inevitable that someone will unearth past events. Jiang Qiming never anticipated that the opposing party would possess such audacity. What was he aiming for? Truly astonishing. Jiang Qiming had witnessed that previous scene firsthand, and now he felt he could no longer confront Zhou Yun. That individual was utterly deranged, valuing his life as if it were inconsequential. He secretly wished for Zhou Yun to perish in the hospital, after sustaining such a grievous stab wound to the chest and losing so much blood. The hope for survival seemed grim. Meanwhile, in another section of the office, Lao Tian and Lao Wu had been engaged in conversation for quite some time, discussing Zhou Yun. Previously, Zhou Yun was the subject of ridicule at the firm, but now, that jest has transformed into something that everyone admires. Kong Xiaoyu sat at her workstation, her expression equally grim. How did the situation devolve into this? Why was Zhou Yun so resolute? I am not wrong. Zhou Yun is likely to die. If he does, what does it matter how famous he becomes? Kong Xiaoyu may not even realize that since Zhou Yun began to rise, she has been frantically seeking justifications for herself, as she is unwilling to admit her choices were misguided. The online fervor has reached a fever pitch, with netizens collectively demanding severe punishment. This situation differs from previous cases of lawyers being murdered, as there exists an exceptionally detailed video, and Zhou Yun's performance has been profoundly compelling. Consequently, the official account of the Jinghai Municipal Police Ping and Jinghai, promptly issued a statement. The suspect, identified as a certain Ma Qihua, is believed to be a professional closure perpetrator who committed the violent act while on bail. He has since been apprehended, and the investigation is ongoing. The police's official report has confirmed this situation, yet it has also raised more significant concerns. How could such a dangerous individual be granted bail? Meanwhile, some officials at the Jingnan branch are already sweating profusely. No one anticipated that Ma Qihua would resort to such revenge. Typically, economic offenders, especially those who cooperate well, are granted bail, as the primary concern revolves around the money they have defrauded. Ma Qihua's assault not only pushed Zhou Yun to the brink, but also jeopardized the positions of several individuals at the Jingnan branch. The occurrence of such a severe incident during the bail period will undoubtedly lead to the dismissal of numerous personnel. On the other side, in a gym, Luo Zibin watched the video and was instantly taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, he posted in the previous rights protection group. Did everyone see the video? Lawyer Zhou has been stabbed, and it was that scoundrel Ma Qihua who did it. Shortly after sending the message, a flurry of responses erupted in the group. Is it true? I saw it too. That bastard deserves it. Where is Lawyer Zhou? I think he's at the Provincial People's Hospital. Their thoracic surgery department is the best. I must go see Lawyer Zhou. Let us all go together. Lawyer Zhou was injured for the sake of everyone. Meanwhile, in another part of Jinghai City, Xiao Qinya was working as a cashier in a supermarket. Ever since that incident, she had come to Jinghai for work. At that moment, she overheard a discussion among the customers in line. This Lawyer Zhou Yun is really tough. He is a man of integrity. I hope he survives. He is a good person. Without thinking, Xiao Qinya interjected. Are you talking about the Zhou Yun from Tianhe law firm? What happened to him? The customers, slightly puzzled, responded. Oh, that Lawyer Zhou Yun was helping a group of people defend their rights, but it seems he angered someone. Today, he was stabbed at his firm and is currently receiving emergency treatment at the Provincial People's Hospital. What? Lawyer Zhou was stabbed? He is in critical care? Xiao Qinya was momentarily stunned, then rushed to the side, shouting, Store manager, I need to step out for an urgent matter. I need to take a leave. The store manager responded firmly. No, this is your shift. Who will do the work if you leave? I don't care. I quit. I want to accept my salary. With that, Xiao Qinya threw her uniform to the ground and stormed out. Meanwhile, in Ning City, Sun Jianxi was sweeping the streets as part of his recent job as a temporary sanitation worker. At over 70 years old, he found it difficult to secure other employment. After finishing his section, he took a break, listening to his phone, as he could not read. Suddenly, a news report left Sun Jianxi in shock. Lawyer Zhou Yun was stabbed. Sun Jianxi, initially doubting his ears, listened again and confirmed it was indeed Zhou Yun from the Tianhe law firm. Without hesitation, he stood up and called his son. Hello, son. The lawyer who helped us, Zhou, has been attacked. Quickly check how much money we have left. Bring the compensation from last time, and hurry to pick me up. We are going to Jinghai. As a semi-literate elder who had toiled through life in manual labor, he may not grasp profound principles, yet he understood one crucial fact, that Lawyer Zhou had rendered tremendous assistance to his family. It could even be said that without Zhou Yun's help, his family would have ceased to exist as such. In a certain sense, that lawyer had saved the three of them. Now, with Zhou in critical condition, he felt compelled to visit him. Zhou had previously mentioned being an orphan, unafraid of anything due to his lack of family. Now hospitalized, how could he be alone? Similar to Sun Jianxi, Lu Fuxing from Fengxian County was also rushing to Jinghai. At the Provincial People's Hospital, Zhou Yun was undergoing emergency treatment. Normally, a family member would need to sign documents, but Zhou's situation was too unique. He had no relatives. Fortunately, the hospital had procedures in place for such circumstances. Unbeknownst to them, the area outside the operating room was already crowded. Luo Zibin paced anxiously, while Cheng Jingshu inquired about the situation from a nearby nurse. Xiao Qinya sat beside them, her face etched with worry. Wang Shenggang had initially hesitated to come, but his body had other ideas. Everyone shared a singular thought. Zhou Yun must not suffer any ill fate. Doctors and nurses who emerged from the operating room were taken aback by the scene. Wasn't it said that this lawyer was an orphan? When he had been in critical condition, there was no one assigned for him. Who were all these people? A young nurse, her curiosity piqued, remarked, Indeed, so many people gathered here. This is a greater turnout than that of officials' family members during hospital stays. A nurse, who had been conversing with Cheng Jingshu, approached with a look of admiration and said, These individuals are all people whom lawyer Zhou had previously assisted. Upon hearing of his stabbing, they rushed over to support him. Some traveled for hours from the counties below, and many even brought money upon arrival, fearing he would lack funds for his hospital stay. What? Other doctors and nurses, observing the anxious crowd before them, were astonished. These people had been helped and had all come? Strangely, the doctors felt a sense of appreciation. To be awaited by so many in a moment of near death made it seem as though their lives had been worthwhile. The Chinese people are often characterized by their inclination towards martyrdom, as noted by foreigners. In daily life, they may fear death. But when it comes to matters of familial legacy or significant personal affairs, they are invariably eager to step forward. Now, as the rescue efforts continued inside, a sea of people stood outside, creating a profoundly moving scene. Online, the Jinghai City Bar Association had already issued a statement, vehemently condemning the assault on lawyers. Meanwhile, the Bar Association has dispatched personnel to the hospital. The president of the Bar Association, Zhou Yun, is in exceptionally high spirits. For their association in Jinghai City has garnered quite a reputation. What? You mentioned Jiang Qiming? Who is that? I hardly recognize him. It is important to note that, following this incident, Zhou Yun will undoubtedly become a prominent figure representing the Jinghai City Bar Association. The Judicial Bureau, along with the Judicial Department, has already made calls, eager to promote this event. It can be said that this is a significant trend. In the face of such momentum, a mere Jiang Qiming pales in comparison. An assistant interjected, "President, how shall we proceed with the promotion?" Zhuang Jinrui chuckled. "Next, let us publish all the matters previously handled by Director Jiang online. Given the current circumstances, those actions will undoubtedly gain considerable attention." Although both individuals are members of the Bar Association, one is a director while the other serves as deputy director, they are also founders of two rival law firms. This implies a certain degree of competition between them. However, having both achieved a certain standing, they generally maintain a cooperative relationship. Even if those matters were to be published online, they would not generate much buzz. Once the excitement subsides, the other party remains the head of their law firm. Yet now, the situation has changed entirely. Thus, Zhuang Jinrui hesitated not for a moment, ready to take advantage of the situation. Workplace rivalries are omnipresent. Typically, one would not initiate conflict unless aiming to decisively eliminate the opponent, which fosters an appearance of harmony. The assistant nodded in agreement. "Understood, President. I will arrange it immediately." Observing the assistant busily at work, Zhuang Jinrui felt no concern. This assistant has been with him for many years and possesses formidable skills. This task is trivial. Now, there is no need to hire online promoters. The connection to Zhou Yun will generate instant traction. After tidying up, Zhuang Jinrui prepared to head to the hospital. Indeed, the Bar Association mentioned they would send someone, but he intended to go himself. His aim is to recruit talent like lawyer Zhou, who is truly wasted in a place like Tianhe. It would be far better for him to join his firm. This is also in service of the greater public, and surely, old Jiang would understand. Oh, but who knows what old Jiang will be like then? Some matters are typically not investigated. One cannot scrutinize everything, lest something undesirable be uncovered. However, following this incident, the narrative may shift. When the walls crumble, the crowd will push. Having made his preparations, Zhuang Jinrui descended to his car, heading straight for the hospital. Meanwhile, a local media outlet in Jinghai, named Jinghai Matters, suddenly released a video. Breaking news. Many may not be aware that the injured lawyer Zhou had his girlfriend, with whom he had been in a relationship for 2 years during his internship, betray him by running off with that law firm director. Yet, everyone knows lawyer Zhou's temper. He gave that director a good thrashing. Following that incident, lawyer Zhou faced relentless targeting from the director, who also holds a leadership position in the Bar Association. Truly despicable. Is a man who can betray even his own intern lawyer girlfriend truly worthy of being a lawyer? Once this video was released, the outrage directed at Ma Qihua was swiftly redirected towards this startling revelation. Chapter 49. A knife that cuts through to a bright future. Within less than half a day, this video soared to trending status. Such is the fervor surrounding Zhou Yun. The footage of him defiantly confronting his opponent, despite the knife embedded in his chest, evokes a profound emotional response from all who witness it. While lawyers are indeed compensated for their services, can any fee truly equate to a human life? The audacity of that law firm's director to engage in such behavior has incited a furious backlash from netizens. How brazen to steal a young man's girlfriend, and then resort to underhanded tactics after being bested in a confrontation. Is such a person truly fit to practice law? It must be said, lawyer Zhou is undeniably resolute. He did not hesitate to confront the issue head-on, a testament to his unwavering character. Is it the current generation of netizens who falter? Swiftly, the question arises, who is this law firm director, and why has he not yet been identified? The capabilities of today's netizens are, in fact, commendable. Particularly in the legal profession, where law firms typically engage in advertising, it is relatively straightforward to ascertain one's affiliation. Compared to other industries, the legal field is quite transparent. However, as many firms have transitioned to corporate structures, the individuals you interact with are often legal sales representatives. This can create a sense of confusion, compounded by the presence of legal consultants from various firms. It is essential to remember that a lawyer cannot guarantee any outcome in a case, much like a physician cannot assure the success of a surgery. A legitimate lawyer will only inform you of the potential risks associated with your case. Conversely, it is the legal salespeople or consultants who may make various promises to secure clients, claiming they can ensure victory. This is especially true for legal consulting firms, which often delegate cases to actual lawyers, leaving the latter with plausible deniability when clients seek recourse. To verify the legitimacy of a lawyer, one need only consult the National Lawyer Practicing Integrity Information Platform. Any bona fide practicing lawyer will be listed there. In summary, through the diligent efforts of netizens, the information regarding Jiang Qiming was quickly uncovered. Let us take a look at this individual, who seems to be of considerable age. If he has children, they would likely be of similar age to lawyer Zhou's former girlfriend. How could he even contemplate such actions? Is it not astonishing? This man's appearance is rather unremarkable. Yet he holds the position of vice president of the Bar Association? Is this truly the caliber of leadership within the bar? Let us refrain from idle chatter and unite in our complaints. But is there any efficacy in such complaints? Pursuing a mistress seems to tread into the realm of moral dilemmas, does it not? The legal profession is indeed a close-knit community. The salacious rumors that occasionally escape into the public eye are merely the tip of the iceberg, as the true scandals within the circle are far more abundant. In the office, interactions between men and women are commonplace, and the existence of mistresses is hardly surprising. Those in positions of power who frequently engage with mistresses are well aware that such matters are often tacitly understood among colleagues. Even if these affairs come to light, the male superiors' careers and families typically remain unscathed, while female subordinates are often encouraged to leave. Yet, many women mistakenly believe they can ascend the ranks. Amidst this atmosphere, a netizen who claims to be a lawyer has stepped forward to provide insights. Attorney Zhu Qianghua stated, "Such reports are largely ineffective. As a previous user pointed out, engaging with a mistress is a moral issue rather than a violation of regulations. Therefore, when making a report, do not cite the presence of a mistress as the reason. Instead, focus on the abuse of power by the law firm director, who leverages their position as vice president of the legal association for personal vendettas. Trust me, such reports are what lawyers dread most." Within the Qingmao law firm in Jinghai City, Zhu Qianghua diligently typed on her phone. She was the very lawyer who initially invited Zhou Yun to a live stream, intending to create a sensational effect. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yun's ingenious actions during the broadcast turned the situation on its head. However, in a certain sense, Zhu Qianghua can be considered the first catalyst in Zhou Yun's rise to fame. Since then, she has not participated in any further live streams. The reason for her engagement this time is the hope she perceives. It is evident that following this incident, the Jinghai authorities will undoubtedly elevate Zhou Yun as a symbol. Now is the time to seek alliances. Enhancing a situation is less valuable than providing support in times of need. Consequently, she analyzed how to report effectively from a legal perspective, while also educating netizens on the distinction between reporting and complaining. For instance, in the current context, a report is warranted. Complaints, on the other hand, pertain to specific grievances, such as a lawyer displaying a poor attitude or lack of commitment during a case. The legal community can be both expansive and insular. As a local lawyer in Jinghai City, Zhu Qianghua is acutely aware that Jiang Qiming is undoubtedly engaging in personal retaliation. This is beyond question. Everyone in the circle knows that Jiang Qiming harbors a vindictive spirit, and after being bested by Zhou Yun, he will surely seek retribution. Previously, no one bothered to investigate, and many matters remained calm and seemingly peaceful. However, once an inquiry is initiated, it becomes apparent that issues abound. Now, as the authorities seek to establish a precedent, they will inevitably address other problems associated with this case. In such circumstances, even if no issues exist, an investigation will likely uncover complications. What? Are you dissatisfied? Keep it to yourself. After Zhu Qianghua concluded her remarks, netizens appeared to have found a method and began engaging in various creative forms of reporting. Similarly, the personal information of Kang Xiaoyu was also unearthed, and one can only imagine the venomous remarks that ensued regarding such an affair. It was the kind of toxicity that could leave one feeling faint. At Tianhe Law Firm, Jiang Qiming smashed his phone in frustration. Though it was anticipated that someone would take the matter online, he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Hesitating for a moment, Jiang Qiming intended to send a message to Kang Xiaoyu, only to discover that his phone was shattered. Left with no other option, he decided to summon Kang Xiaoyu in person. Upon entering the office, Kang Xiaoyu immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "Director, the internet is filled with insults calling me a mistress. What should I do?" She was too afraid to even look at her phone, as the vitriol from netizens was unbearable. By now, even her family was aware of the situation. Her mother had called to inquire about its veracity, lamenting that she had brought shame upon the entire family. Kang Xiaoyu truly did not foresee the situation escalating to this extent. It was all Zhou Yun's fault, had it not been for Zhou Yun. How could she have ended up in such a predicament? At this moment, the only person she could rely on was Jiang Qiming. Do not panic. Let those people online say what they wish. No matter what they say, it cannot touch a single hair on our heads. What matters most now is that I remain unaffected. Do you understand, Xiaoyu? Jiang Qiming reassured her. This was the only course of action he could contemplate. If Kang Xiaoyu could publicly declare that she had no connection with him and that the video circulating online was a mere fabrication, having already reported it to the authorities, then the situation would be manageable. However, that was merely a preliminary step. The optimal solution would be for Kang Xiaoyu to record a video asserting that she currently had a boyfriend and that the online harassment had driven her into a state of depression, contemplating suicide. Essentially, all efforts should be directed towards involving Kang Xiaoyu in the matter, allowing time to pass until the fervor subsided and everything would eventually settle. Kang Xiaoyu, of course, was oblivious to these machinations. She merely sensed an unease in the air. Observing her hesitation, Jiang Qiming hastily added, "Rest assured, Xiaoyu, once this matter is resolved, I will divorce my wife and marry you, I promise." Upon hearing this, Kang Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Every mistress harbored ambitions of becoming the legitimate partner, and any mistress who did not wish for such was not worthy of the title. Seeing her agreement, Jiang Qiming felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, just then, an assistant rushed in, anxiety etched across their face. "Director, look, the legal association has just issued a statement stating that your vice presidency has been suspended, and an investigation is to be launched against you." "What?" Jiang Qiming snatched the phone to examine the news, disbelief etched on his features. "This is impossible. It cannot happen so quickly. What on earth is going on?" The legal association, or rather the judicial bureau behind it, had never acted with such efficiency. It had barely been half an hour. How could they have moved to address his case so swiftly? The crux of the matter was that he was entirely in the dark, having learned of the news online without any prior notification. At that moment, panic seized Jiang Qiming, for it signified that someone powerful was aiming to take action against him. Kang Xiaoyu spoke up, "Director, should I just leave? Everyone get out." "Scram!" Jiang Qiming shouted. Kang Xiaoyu was taken aback. How could he possibly yell at her? Although she played the role of a mistress, she had always been pampered. She never expected to be treated this way. She wanted to say something, yet Jiang Qiming's icy glare silenced her. "Is my authority ineffective? Get out now." Jiang Qiming's composure shattered. He could scarcely fathom that he had arrived at this juncture due to Zhou Yun. Kang Xiaoyu exited the office, her face awash with tears, bewildered by the swift transformation of this man into a stranger. Just recently, he had expressed intentions to divorce and marry her, yet now, circumstances had taken such a turn. As night descended, auspicious news emanated from the People's Hospital. The surgery had been a resounding success, and Zhou Yun had regained consciousness. Fortunately, it was not a life-threatening injury. Although it appeared perilous, prompt medical attention and Zhou Yun's robust health facilitated his swift recovery. The online community erupted in fervor, with many netizens expressing their gratitude. Though they often engaged in vitriol, they held a collective hope for the survival of such a lawyer of unwavering resolve. because everyone encounters difficulties at some point. When challenges arise, having a lawyer willing to fight tenaciously for your rights is immensely reassuring. Outside the operating room at the Provincial People's Hospital, the crowd gradually dispersed. Everyone yearned to see Zhou Yun, but understanding the need for rest, they complied. Sun Jianxi, the eldest among them, beamed with joy, exclaiming that everything was all right. However, he lamented that he arrived too late from Ning City. The hospital informed him that they had already collected sufficient deposits and could not accept further payments. He could only contemplate sending Zhou Yun some nourishment later. Meanwhile, the hospital found itself in a state of bewilderment. Although Zhou Yun had been rushed through the Green Channel after the stabbing, the costs could not be borne by the hospital itself. Just as they pondered the next steps, a multitude of people began to offer financial assistance. They sought to register their names and amounts, intending to refund the money once Zhou Yun was discharged. Yet those individuals insisted that refunds were unnecessary. They wished for the funds to go directly to Zhou Yun. Truthfully, the hospital had not encountered such a situation in many years. This wave of generosity persisted into the night, with even leaders from the Bar Association volunteering to cover the medical expenses. An elderly gentleman even attempted to contribute, only to be gently dissuaded. In truth, Zhuang Zhenrui felt rather helpless. Despite his efforts to rush to the scene, he had still missed the opportunity. He had initially intended to contribute to curry favor, only to be astounded by the number of people eager to outdo him. It was perplexing that, in a situation involving theft, so many were competing to offer financial support. He could only bide his time for future opportunities to improve his standing. Jiang Qiming had orchestrated the media coverage, and thus subsequent actions were swift. He did not act unilaterally, but consulted with the leadership of the Judicial Bureau before proceeding. The officials were unequivocal. Jiang Qiming warranted a thorough investigation. Such a statement was sufficient. The directive for a serious inquiry signified that a resolution must be reached. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Zhou Yun gazed at the system panel before him. Though his complexion was pale, his spirit remained remarkably resilient. With this experience, as long as I refrain from committing acts that provoke public outrage in the future, I need not worry about being targeted. Now that I possess the system, I am undoubtedly inclined to take action. Nonetheless, in this era, striving to accomplish tasks often results in offending others. It is one thing to upset ordinary individuals, but angering certain influential figures can lead to repercussions from various directions. For instance, one might find their account suspended or pressure applied by the local judicial bureau. As there are numerous subtle methods to create obstacles, the reason some cases remain untouched by lawyers is precisely this apprehension. However, with this decisive move, the entire situation has been transformed. To speak frankly, future inconveniences should be considerably diminished. I must express my gratitude to Manager Ma, for this pivotal action has illuminated a promising future. This endeavor should have created sufficient impact. Upon reviewing the task, it shows as completed. System, claim the task rewards. Detection indicates that the task has been exceeded, and thus, the rewards are doubled. 1 million in cash and 30 exchange points have been dispersed. Wow! Is it truly this generous? While I am aware that the larger the undertaking, the greater the rewards, this bonus still surpasses Zhou Yun's expectations. Incredible! This effort was not in vain. It seems this skill must be kept primed for action. Engaging in such cases is indeed preferable. Otherwise, I would be saving exchange points for an eternity. Upon checking the panel, a new task has emerged, this time involving the completion of an administrative case. Chapter 50. I merely spoke a truth, and he became enraged, intent on attacking me. As anticipated, this so-called elite lawyer system could more aptly be titled the elite lawyer cultivation system, designed to nurture one from a novice. It begins with the simplest legal consultations, advancing through labor disputes, criminal law, civil law, and ultimately to the current administrative litigation. It appears that only after completing 4 tasks can one truly be considered initiated into this field. It does feel somewhat ironic. I have become a distinguished lawyer, yet the cultivation system has only just arrived. With this newfound wealth, I can purchase a residence in Jinghai. While a full cash payment may be unattainable, securing a loan is certainly feasible. Many online seem to dismiss $1 million, as everyone claims to earn that much yearly, often referring to luxurious properties like Tangshan Yiping. However, in reality, $1 million is a substantial sum, particularly for laborers. It may take them a considerable time to amass such an amount. There are many wealthy individuals but the impoverished vastly outnumber them. As for the exchange points, Zhou Yun opted to redeem a death evasion option. Although it is uncertain whether anyone would resort to physical means against him in the future, having a resurrection mechanism is undoubtedly prudent in case of unforeseen circumstances. The remaining 10 exchange points will be conserved for now, as there is currently nothing pressing to redeem. With the system panel closed, Zhou Yun began contemplating what type of administrative litigation to undertake next. Ideally, it should be something of considerable magnitude, as that would be exhilarating. However, I wonder how many days I must remain in the hospital. I am unsure when I will be discharged, and it is rather dull. Thus, time gradually progressed to the following morning. Has lawyer Zhou's condition improved? Is he available for visitation? Sun Jianxi gazed at the doctor before him with sheer excitement. The doctor chuckled, affirming, "Indeed, it seems that lawyer Zhou's robust constitution has facilitated a commendable recovery. You may visit him now, but please limit your time to no more than half an hour." Following the events of the previous day, the doctors were well aware that the elderly gentleman before them genuinely hoped for Zhou Yun's safety. Remarkably, he had refrained from spending on accommodation, intending to endure the night on a chair in the hospital's first floor. Yet, when it came to settling the medical fees, he had readily prepared to pay 100,000 without a moment's hesitation. Thus, the doctors treated Sun Jianxi with utmost respect. Sun Jianxi nodded appreciatively and followed the doctor to the hospital room. Lawyer Zhou. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Yun strained to lift his head and smiled. "Mr. Sun, what brings you here? It must be quite a journey from Ningxing." Sun Jianxi replied with a smile. "Lawyer Zhou, upon learning of your injury, I couldn't remain idle. I simply had to come, as my concerns weighed heavily on my mind. However, the hospital insists I cannot pay for your treatment." Zhou Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Sun, your kind intentions are more than sufficient. There's no need for monetary contributions. Given your family's circumstances, it is wiser to keep the funds for yourselves." Indeed, at his age, making such a long journey from Ningxing demonstrated a heartfelt sentiment that spoke volumes. Zhou Yun was not pursuing this case for financial gain. The system's compensation was already ample. After some persuasion, the elderly gentleman reluctantly acquiesced. As the two engaged in pleasant conversation, outside the room, Zhuang Zhenrui expressed his dissatisfaction to his assistant. "Did I not instruct you to arrive earlier? What are you doing? Now someone has already entered. What if others precede us?" The assistant dared not utter a word, having risen early enough, yet who could have anticipated that someone would remain here all night? Zhuang Zhenrui was genuinely anxious. Having such a lawyer in his firm would be immensely beneficial. Fortunately, a passing doctor clarified that the visitor was not a lawyer, but rather a former client of Zhou Yun. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Zhenrui finally relaxed and settled in to wait. Before long, officials from the city's judicial bureau arrived, accompanied by journalists. "President Zhuang? Oh, so you are also here to visit lawyer Zhou? Please wait a moment. The leaders are here, and today's visit will be broadcasted," a middle-aged man remarked with a smile. What could Zhuang Zhenrui say in response? After all, these were leaders, the Judicial Association being the progenitor of lawyers, and the Judicial Bureau serving as the patriarch to both. With such high-ranking officials present, he, as the association president, felt insignificant and could only step aside. Inside the hospital room, Zhou Yun regarded the man before him with some surprise, not expecting the leader from the Judicial Bureau to visit him personally. However, he was adept at navigating such superficial matters. In front of the cameras, Zhou Yun donned a grateful expression, shaking hands with the officials and articulating his sentiments. "I believe that the law must not yield to lawlessness," he recited like a political textbook. Yet, curiously, juxtaposed with his current state of injury and his prior actions, the attendees found an unexpected authenticity in his words. Some individuals regard these words as mere platitudes. However, this lawyer, Zhou, has genuinely put them into practice, rendering his statements particularly authentic. After all, he could have easily pursued the case in a conventional manner like any other lawyer, certain of a victory in court, with the eventual execution of the judgment being of no concern to him. Yet, he chose a perilous path instead. The higher-ups are genuinely pleased. Initially, they perceived Zhou Yun as an impetuous youth, a brash novice who had the audacity to physically confront the director of the law firm shortly after his internship. It seems he stands alone in this regard over the years. To their surprise, however, this young man speaks with remarkable maturity and presents himself exceptionally well before the camera. Indeed, he is a talent worthy of cultivation. Yet, There are those who believe Zhou Yun's approach is overly unconventional and lacking in experience, suggesting a need for a unified perspective in the future. Zhou Yun, naturally disinclined towards such superficiality, finds himself constrained in the current circumstances. In the future, his cases will undoubtedly offend numerous individuals, leading to an abundance of complaints and reports against him. Thus, it becomes imperative to have the Judicial Bureau and the Bar Association to withstand the pressure. Ultimately, the leaders of the Judicial Bureau advised Zhou Yun to focus on his recovery before departing. Outside the hospital room, Zhuang Zhenrui, upon seeing the leaders leave, hastily prepared to enter, only to be met with the doctor's admonition. The morning visitation had already exceeded the allotted time. It was advised to return in the afternoon to ensure the patient's recovery was not hindered. What? Zhuang Zhenrui was taken aback, feeling as though they were bullying the honest. Glancing around, he noticed his assistant had already retreated to a distance. This indignation could not be left unaddressed. Zhuang shouted, "Come here quickly. Retrieve all the previous complaints and reports regarding Jiang Qiming from the Bar Association and examine them one by one." His discontent led him to discover that Jiang Qiming was indeed a commendable target. Thus, President Zhuang resolved to unleash all his pent-up frustration upon him. Jiang Qiming had handled numerous cases, and the complaints against him were equally plentiful, though previously suppressed. At Tianhe Law Firm, Jiang Qiming suddenly sneezed, puzzled as to who might be targeting him. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Ma Jingyi. "Hello? What? You want to dig up my past? Whose order is this? The president?" Jiang Qiming seethed inwardly, realizing that Zhuang Zhenrui was indeed seeking to undermine him. Yet, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Thus, in the afternoon, Zhuang Zhenrui finally met with Zhou Yun. After exchanging pleasantries, he made his proposal. "So, President Zhuang, your intention is for me to transfer firms, correct?" Zhou Yun inquired. Zhuang nodded. "You are well aware of the current situation. There is no longer a need for you to remain at Tianhe. Rather than endure the stress there, it would be wiser to join us directly. As for Jiang Qiming, you should understand the uncertainty of bringing him down. The sole issue now is time. You have not practiced at Tianhe for 6 months yet, so you must wait a little longer. Rest assured regarding the remuneration. The profit sharing will adhere to the highest standards." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun interjected, "Chairman Zhuang, there's no need for further assurances. I agree. However, I am somewhat concerned about what will happen if Jiang Qiming is unwilling to permit my transfer." Zhou Yun was not genuinely worried. Rather, he was merely clarifying potential issues in advance. In his previous life, during the peak of live streaming, some broadcasters faced severe repercussions when switching jobs. Many disregarded their contracts, naively believing promises made by others to resolve any complications, only to find themselves embroiled in lawsuits from their former employers, burdened by enormous debts. Although he currently enjoys considerable fame, certain matters warrant caution. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Zhenrui laughed heartily. "Lawyer Zhou, rest assured. Jiang Qiming will actively seek your transfer when the time comes. Then there are no issues, Director Zhuang. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Zhou Yun replied, smiling. The term Director Zhuang brought a sense of satisfaction to Zhuang Zhenrui. After waiting so long, this affirmation was precisely what he sought. The Zhentian law firm would undoubtedly ascend to be the foremost in the industry. As time leisurely passed, Zhou Yun found his stay in the hospital rather dull. He decided to engage a studio to assist in editing his previous materials into a video. Although his previous endeavors had gained significant attention online, many individuals were still only privy to fragmented information regarding how to gather evidence and file complaints. Thus, he aimed to undertake a public legal education initiative. While others might not encounter professional scammers as he had, at the very least, they would be able to discern whether they were dealing with such individuals, and subsequently, they could seek his guidance. A week later, the corresponding video was completed, although Zhou Yun did not provide the voiceover himself. After much contemplation, he determined the title of the video. "I merely spoke a few truths, and he sought to attack me?" This video emphasized the earlier confrontation outside the gym with Ma Qihua. "Look, all I stated were facts. My intention was indeed to uphold fairness and justice, which is why I opened a gym to expose wrongdoings, orchestrating the situation to ensnare them. Yet, due to such trivialities, the other party became enraged and attempted to assault me at my law firm. Tell me, is this person not deranged? They acted wrongfully and cannot bear to have the truth spoken. Why such haste over a mere statement of fact?" Satisfied with the video, he clicked to upload it. Chapter 51. A Shoddy Building? I adore it though Zhou Yun's initial video had moved many. A week later, the matter had waned in public interest. The internet is a relentless torrent of fresh stories, and individuals cannot remain fixated on a single topic indefinitely. Audiences are perpetually in pursuit of novelty, eagerly seeking the latest trending news. However, once Zhou Yun's video was released, it reignited the flames of interest across the internet. In Donghai City, Dong Kaiwan returned home after his regular workout, only to discover a new trending topic on Douyin. I merely spoke a few truths, and he sought to attack me? What kind of video is this? Wait, is it uploaded by that lawyer Zhou? Without hesitation, Dong Kaiwan eagerly clicked to watch. Now considering himself a devoted admirer of lawyer Zhou, as he observed the unfolding events, Dong Kaiwan found himself utterly astonished. He had been eager to uncover how lawyer Zhou had managed to gather evidence, especially given the rampant likelihood of gyms and similar establishments vanishing without a trace these days. Initially, they may launch with great fanfare, only to suddenly disappear, leaving behind a multitude of unresolved issues. Prior to this, there was a notable lack of detailed online reports, and even the previous video merely indicated that lawyer Zhou had gone to great lengths to procure the evidence. What methods had been employed to obtain such evidence? And what kind of evidence could possibly be deemed useful? This inquiry is, in fact, one of the most crucial aspects of many rights protection cases. While the legal basis is undeniably significant, the law itself is readily accessible for anyone to peruse. What truly matters is the nature of the evidence required, the methods of collecting and organizing it, how to construct a cohesive chain of evidence, and how to integrate this with legal principles to substantiate the relevant facts. These are the very skills upon which lawyers rely for their livelihoods. Moreover, such knowledge is rarely imparted in academic settings. It must be gleaned through years of experience in handling cases. The information available online, laden with references to various laws and rights, may sound appealing. But those who attempt to navigate the legal system based solely on that will soon discover the myriad challenges that lie ahead. It was precisely this aspect that intrigued Dong Kaiwan the most. Yet, he soon realized that he could not emulate lawyer Zhou's approach to advocate for rights. Zhou had even opened a gym himself. Dong Kaiwan found himself at a loss for words, particularly after hearing the remarks from lawyer Zhou at the gym's entrance, which illuminated why Ma Chihua had resorted to bringing a knife to the law firm. In a certain sense, he had indeed been orchestrated into that predicament by Zhou Yun. Moreover, Zhou had made it abundantly clear that his actions were purely personal. They stemmed from his own disdain for Dong Kaiwan, and he had sought to arrange matters accordingly. Had it not been for the subsequent events, Dong Kaiwan might have dismissed Zhou as a mere provocateur. However, this was a lawyer who, even with a knife embedded in his chest, would not utter a word of concession. All the myriad sentiments could be encapsulated in a single statement. Lawyer Zhou is formidable. Of course, the other content within the video also imparted valuable lessons to Dong Kaiwan, albeit ones that proved difficult to translate into practice. In the comment section, netizens were effusive in their praise. I have a deep respect for lawyer Zhou's methods. Just when I thought his tactics were already remarkable, he unveiled even more astonishing maneuvers. Who could possibly think to open a gym as bait? Truly, the genius lawyer lived up to his reputation, albeit at considerable expense. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun, observing the online comments from his hospital bed, was thoroughly amused, pleased that the meticulously prepared spectacle had not been in vain. The scene at the gym's entrance had been executed flawlessly. However, due to the prior video showcasing an assault, the intensity of the confrontation at the gym's entrance fell somewhat short, a miscalculation indeed. Thus, Zhou Yun enjoyed a carefree existence in the hospital, receiving exceptional care from the nurses, relishing each day. Nevertheless, no matter how comfortable, the time for discharge was inevitable. One afternoon, Zhou Yun leisurely exited the hospital, feeling emboldened to tackle his cases with greater audacity. The deep autumn had finally ushered in a hint of coolness in Jinghai, a welcome respite compared to some of the warmer southern regions. Grateful for the care provided by the doctors and nurses, Zhou Yun hailed a taxi and returned home. With his lease nearing its end, he had no intention of renewing it. Instead, he planned to purchase a second-hand apartment. This endeavor proved quite straightforward. As with the assistance of Zhuang Zhenrui, he secured a new residence in just a few days. Located adjacent to the Zhentian law firm, the apartment complex, named Tianyue Community, boasted a splendid environment albeit at a steep price, prompting Zhou Yun to take out a substantial loan. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, He stood beaming before his new home at Unit 1601, Building 10 of Tianyue Community. After nearly 6 months of traversing this new world, he finally had a place to call home. In our country, the sentiment towards housing is profound. Despite the complexities stemming from skyrocketing prices and unfinished properties, for many, a house symbolizes a home. Nearby, a young man smiled and inquired, "Lawyer Zhou, is there anything else you require?" The young man, Wan Baiyu, was Zhuang Junrui's assistant, specifically sent to assist Zhou Yun. Responding with a smile, Zhou Yun replied, "No issues at all, thank you, Wan. Your help these past few days has been invaluable." Wan Baiyu quickly waved his hand, saying, "What are you saying, Lawyer Zhou? It is my honor to assist you. Many would wish for such an opportunity." Although his flattery felt somewhat exaggerated, Zhou Yun found a certain pleasure in it, experiencing the allure of the sycophantic praise often enjoyed by those in power. "Very well, Wan. You may head back now. Once I transfer to a new firm, I shall treat you and the director to dinner." Watching Wan Baiyu depart, Zhou Yun surveyed his surroundings. The 140 square meter apartment felt somewhat spacious for just himself. Yet, he had no inclination to share it with anyone else. In this world, he was alone, devoid of a girlfriend or any attachments, which he considered a blessing. After all, given his current circumstances, it was prudent to remain unencumbered by vulnerabilities. Reclining on the sofa, Zhou Yun retrieved his phone and posted a status update. "Hello everyone. I have been discharged from the hospital and will be live streaming tonight. Don't miss it." With his release, it was time to commence work on his cases. Quality administrative cases were rare and required a careful approach. Shortly after posting, thousands of comments flooded in beneath his update. By now, the public was well aware of Zhou Yun's capabilities. If he decided to take on a case, he would undoubtedly strive to secure the best possible outcome, emphasizing excellence over mere completion. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, Zhou Xinyao had not been paying much attention to online affairs lately, as she was preoccupied with writing her thesis. As for her proposal to intern in Jinghai, it had been promptly dismissed by her parents. In their words, Zhou Yun was currently straying from the conventional path, exhibiting an extreme approach. There were certain remarks he had made, such as those directed at Ma Qihua, which were entirely unnecessary. He did not need to shoulder every burden alone. If this continues, it may lead to further complications. Consequently, her parents disapproved of her assisting him. Thus, Zhou Xinyao had no choice but to focus on her online endeavors as the top supporter. Regardless, as long as Zhou Yun was live streaming, she would undoubtedly lend her support. Time swiftly passed to the evening when Zhou Yun began his live broadcast, and the room's popularity surged explosively. The comments flew by so rapidly that Zhou Yun struggled to keep up. In such circumstances, he could only select a few to interact with. "Currently, I have no significant issues. My wound has not fully healed and requires regular dressing changes. If there is a next time, I will certainly act similarly. If I cannot tolerate someone, I will confront them. Well then, let us commence today's consultation. Let me see. This individual named Honey Pomelo Tea. You are the one." "Yes, it's you. This consultation is entirely free. Come, share your concerns." Meanwhile, in a rental apartment in Hudong Province, Linwu City, a young girl lying on her bed, engrossed in her phone, was suddenly taken aback. "I was actually chosen." The girl's name was Xiyeye, and she was 12 years old, staring at her phone with an excited expression. Although she did not understand why she was selected, she recognized that this was the best opportunity. If this lawyer Zhou could not help, then no one could solve her family's problem. Quickly, she spoke up. "Hello, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Yun, upon hearing her voice, was momentarily startled and instinctively asked, "Little girl, how old are you?" That voice sounded incredibly youthful. The other viewers in the live stream were also curiously watching, wondering what kind of case this would be. Soon, a voice responded, "My name is Xiyeye, and I am 12 years old." "Oh, 12 years old." Zhou Yun smiled and replied, "Well, Xiyeye, at your age, you cannot appoint a lawyer without your guardian's consent. I must inform you of that beforehand, but the consultation is certainly fine. Please, tell me what the matter is." Xiyeye then began, "Uncle Zhou, I must say, my family's issue is quite troublesome, particularly so, as we have been seeking our rights for 2 years without resolution." 2 years without resolution? Zhou Yun's interest was piqued. "Go on, little girl. I'm not one to shy away from complications." Or rather, he was not afraid of trouble, but rather, he craved more substantial dilemmas. For Zhou Yun, the larger the issue, the better. Hearing phrases like particularly large trouble or no hope thrilled him. If it could involve administrative bodies, that would be even more exhilarating. After all, every time he completed a case for these people, the sensation was immensely satisfying, compounded by the system's rewards, akin to unboxing a mystery gift, which elevated his delight to new heights. Xie was uncertain why lawyer Zhou sounded so excited, but now was not the time to ponder that. She quickly articulated her family's predicament in the live stream. It was about 4 years ago when my family purchased a house, promised to be delivered after a year. Suddenly, the project came to a halt. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun remained silent, while the viewers in the live stream became quite animated. Goodness, a stalled development. Zhou the lawyer is dealing with a half-finished building. That's exhilarating to think about. Such a predicament is indeed a considerable burden. It's no wonder it has remained unresolved for 2 years. It may take another 2 decades, if not longer, to find a solution. I truly wish to see how those individuals dare to confront lawyer Zhou. Xie continued her tale, explaining how her parents had saved for many years, pooling their resources along with the contributions from her grandparents to cover a down payment of approximately 500,000. They secured a loan for the remaining amount, and everything seemed to progress smoothly. Yet, the house was left unfinished, and after the project ceased operations, there was no further communication. The sales office was deserted. Uncle, my parents are arguing every day over this apartment. They're on the brink of divorce. What should I do? I don't want them to fight. I don't want them to separate. By this point, the young girl was in tears, visibly struggling to maintain her composure until she could no longer hold back her sorrow. Zhou Yun listened quietly. An unfinished building can devastate many lives. In his past life, he encountered an elderly man who worked tirelessly, despite his age. Why? Because he had spent a lifetime saving to purchase a home, only for it to become a derelict project. Originally intended as a marital abode, it was now lost, and the son and daughter-in-law were constantly arguing about divorce. Though the building was incomplete, the mortgage still needed to be paid. It was heart-wrenching to see the elderly man, at his age, still laboring hard. Breaking down in tears during an interview, it was truly tragic. Hearing the young girl's anguished sobs, Zhou Yun spoke gently. Xie, is it? Please, do not cry. You mentioned that your family has been seeking justice for over 2 years without any results. How exactly have you been trying to assert your rights? Xie managed to stifle her tears enough to utter a few sentences, though her explanation remained unclear. Zhou Yun continued. Let us do this. See if your parents are available. I need them to speak with me directly, for I can only attempt to find a resolution once I understand the specifics of the situation. Upon hearing this, some viewers in the live stream could no longer contain themselves. Resolve? Although lawyer Zhou is impressive, let us be honest. How can such matters be resolved? Indeed, it's a practical issue. There's no money, and the developer is unreachable. What can be done? Zhou Yun chose to disregard such comments. In his previous life, that might have been the case, but in this new existence equipped with a system, he was determined to explore the possibilities. Meanwhile, Xie hurriedly grabbed her phone to call her parents. Mom, come quickly. This lawyer Zhou online says he can help us. Her mother, a woman in her early 30s, appeared visibly worn. When one is burdened with unresolved issues, it can take a toll on their health. Upon hearing her daughter's words, her mother, Wen Yuha, immediately retorted. Help? What help? Don't you know these lawyers just want to make money? Didn't we hire a lawyer before? We spent that fortune to no avail. Help us? Go to sleep. If you keep playing on your phone, I'll ground you. Do you hear me? Wen Yuha's current mindset is quite straightforward. She no longer wishes to endure any more turmoil. After more than 2 years of advocating for her rights, she has gone through countless struggles, spending a considerable amount of money, yet to no avail. Upon seeing her child searching online for a lawyer, her immediate reaction is one of skepticism, deeming it a scam and unreliable. Xie, feeling somewhat aggrieved, interjects, but this lawyer Zhou Yun is quite renowned online. What? When Yuha pauses, as she frequently scrolls through Douyin and has indeed come across Zhou Yun. After all, that video was immensely viral, prompting the platform to promote it widely. Who? Zhou Yun? The lawyer who was recently stabbed? Xie nods enthusiastically. Yes, that lawyer. He is hosting a live consultation, free of charge. Mom, you should talk to him. However, before Xie could finish her sentence, she notices her mother has already snatched the phone and started conversing. But Mom, didn't you say all lawyers are scammers? Chapter 52. The Return of the Fine Dad Theory. At this moment, when Yuha is too preoccupied to concern herself with her daughter. Before the stabbing incident, Zhou Yun was merely a minor internet celebrity, gaining a bit of fame through his unconventional methods of advocacy, but only to a limited extent. The current internet landscape is fiercely competitive. To put it differently, the cost of attention is exorbitant. However, everything changed after that incident. Many ordinary viewers, even those unfamiliar with Zhou Yun, have at least seen that viral video. They know one thing. This lawyer possesses remarkable courage, willing to risk his life for his cases. When Yuha has also viewed that video and had attempted to reach out to Zhou Yun previously by sending a private message through the platform, but to no avail, as Zhou Yun's inbox was inundated with messages, with no other options. And considering the distance separating them, she in Hudong province and he in Jiangdong province, when she hears her daughter mention a free consultation with lawyer Zhou, she eagerly seizes the phone. She understands the rarity of such an opportunity. After the stabbing, countless individuals have sought to engage Zhou Yun for their cases. In that moment, the audience in the live stream hears Wen Yuha's voice, leading to a flurry of comments. Does she not believe in lawyer Zhou? Some express disbelief, claiming her words are rather harsh. Others chime in, what nonsense is being spouted? After all, with a half-finished building, there is hardly any good solution. If you don't believe it, just hang up. I have pressing matters to discuss with lawyer Zhou. This is a golden opportunity. The comments vary widely, and Zhou Yun, upon reading them, jokes, everyone, let us refrain from divisive remarks, lest I decide to ban your accounts. I, Zhou Yun, am not a currency to be adored by all. Let us wait a moment. If anyone truly wishes not to consult, we'll move on to the next. He is indeed intrigued by this case. Yet in this day and age, securing a case involving a half-finished building is remarkably effortless. There is no need to search far and wide. There are plenty in Jinghai City alone. Moreover, Zhou Yun does not harbor an eagerness to assist anyone without regard for their circumstances. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated. Lawyer Zhou, is that you? I sincerely apologize. I did not realize it was you earlier, and my words may have come off harshly. I am truly sorry. Do you think this consultation can still proceed? The transition was rather abrupt. However, to the audience in the live stream, this was merely a typical response. After all, it was lawyer Zhou. There were many individuals eager to seek his counsel, some even willing to purchase the opportunity. Lawyer Zhou particularly relished the prospect of discovering cases during live broadcasts. Once he took an interest, he would go to great lengths to assist, even at his own expense, which seemed outrageous. With this acknowledgement, Zhou Yun remained unperturbed and smiled, saying, it's quite all right. That must have been your daughter earlier. She is likely unaware of many details. Please, do share. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuhua, seated before her phone, finally felt a sense of relief. The thought of missing this opportunity had made her feel as though she might leap from a height. Firstly, how have you been advocating for your rights over the past 2 years? What results have you achieved? Wen Yuhua replied, lawyer Zhou, we have essentially exhausted all avenues for rights protection. We have left messages on the leadership message board, contacted the citizen hotline, engaged in petitioning, and approached various departments. Yet all to no avail. Responses have either been vague or indicated that the matter was outside their jurisdiction. Hearing this, Zhou Yun inquired, have you reached out to the housing construction department? Wen Yuhua quickly responded, we have contacted them as well. They stated that this is merely a civil dispute, outside of their purview, and advised us to pursue legal avenues. She continued, we even reported it to the police, who echoed the same sentiment. It's a civil dispute, and we must seek legal recourse. Zhou Yun took a sip of water and remarked, a civil dispute. Have you pursued legal action? Indeed, we have, lawyer Zhou. Wen Yuhua continued, at that time, we hired a local lawyer who analyzed our situation and suggested we could sue for the penalty due to delayed delivery of the property. The penalty amounts to over 70,000. We won the case and applied for enforcement, but the court stated that enforcement was not feasible. The other party has no funds and is already in significant debt. Lawyer Zhou, consider this. After our first and second trials, along with the enforcement process, our legal and litigation fees totaled over 10,000. In the end, we received nothing. We are still burdened with our mortgage. When will this ordeal come to an end? At this point, Wen Yuhua began to shed tears, encapsulating one of the most tragic scenes in rights protection cases. Indeed, you have won. The court supports you and has issued a judgment. Yet, it remains unenforceable. You have expended so much effort and financial resources in your pursuit of justice, only to emerge with a judgment that is marginally more valuable than scrap paper. Furthermore, your circumstances remain unchanged, your property languishes unfinished, and your mortgage obligations persist. To be fair, the banks have slightly improved their tactics. A few years ago, if you fell behind on your mortgage, the bank would immediately file a lawsuit to reclaim and auction the property. Due to the soaring housing prices, many properties are being auctioned off at prices lower than their original purchase costs, resulting in situations where individuals remain unable to settle their debts even after the auction. Consequently, the residual debts must still be repaid by the new homeowners. In essence, after spending a considerable sum to acquire a property, one might find themselves not only losing the house, but also burdened with substantial debt. While this situation is indeed legal, it has faced widespread criticism over the years. Presently, unless dealing with properties in high-demand areas, banks are reluctant to initiate auctions. In fact, in certain regions, banks may even proactively reduce repayment amounts or suspend payments for 6 months. In some extreme cases, banks go so far as to assist unemployed homeowners in finding work. The unfortunate reality is that once a property is reclaimed, it may be unsellable, leading to further financial losses. The once vibrant atmosphere in the live broadcast has dissipated, and the circumstances sound truly pitiable. Zhou Yun finally spoke up. "This is Lawyer Zhou. My name is Wen Yuha." "All right, Ms. Wen, please remain calm. It is indeed challenging to assert rights regarding unfinished buildings, but given the circumstances, you have no choice but to pursue your rights. We will proceed step by step. First, regarding your lawsuit, if you win, the litigation fees should be refunded as per regulations. With a claim amount exceeding 70,000, the litigation fee should be around 1,700. When Yuha paused momentarily at this information but replied, "Lawyer Zhou, I have not received any refund for the litigation fees." The audience in the live stream was intrigued, questioning why Lawyer Zhou was emphasizing the litigation fees in a case involving an unfinished building. Zhou Yun responded, "It is likely that the court included the litigation fees directly in the compensation awarded to the defendant during the judgment. Many people who have not engaged in lawsuits may not be aware that if you initiate a lawsuit, the litigation fees are paid in advance by you. Ideally, if you win, the defendant should bear these costs, and the court should refund you the fees while collecting from the defendant. However, many local courts now include these fees in the compensation amount, compelling you to seek them from the defendant. This creates a significant issue. If the defendant is financially incapable, it means you may not even recover your litigation fees, effectively transferring the risk of the court onto you. This is a reality that many, including lawyers, often overlook or intentionally disregard. Many viewers in the live broadcast were perplexed, prompting Zhou Yun to provide an illustrative example. "If Zhang Sen owes me 1 million and fails to repay, I would sue him, necessitating an advance payment of over 10,000 in litigation fees. If I win the case, the court should refund my advance payment and then collect from Zhang San, right? However, the court does not operate this way. They include the 10,000 in the 1 million, which means Zhang San is liable for 1 million and an additional 10,000. If Zhang San defaults, I would lose both the compensation and the litigation fees. Do you understand?" Zhou Yun elaborated on this issue, and finally, when Yuha grasped the concept, the audience in the live stream also began to comprehend the situation, yet new questions arose. What is the significance of this? Merely over 1,000 yuan. Indeed, Attorney Zhou, just over 1,000 yuan. Can it possibly be of any use if we were to quibble? Zhou Yun, upon reading such remarks, chuckled softly and replied, "It is certainly premature to ascertain its utility. I merely had a sudden thought on the matter. In truth, it is not without merit. The straightforward fact is that the court rarely refunds such funds directly. What a jest! Once the money is accounted for within the system, retrieving it becomes a convoluted affair. The court's financial personnel are diligent in their duties. The developers are evidently acting as recalcitrant debtors, making it highly improbable that they will repay the sum, which would leave the court in a quandary, especially considering this case has lingered for over a year. Hence, this situation can be leveraged in negotiations with the court. Typically, many lawyers acquiesce, as it is unwise to offend the court over such a trifling amount. Yet Zhou Yun is not one to succumb to such complacency. Ignoring the comments in the live stream, Zhou Yun continued, returning to the case. The existence of abandoned developments is an undeniable reality. There are essentially two avenues for safeguarding one's rights, either securing financial compensation or advocating for the resumption of the project. Given that the developers are blatantly shirking their responsibilities, we must not allow ourselves to be led by their pace. This is a fundamental principle in Zhou Yun's approach to cases. One must take the initiative, compelling the opposing party to seek you out rather than the reverse. So, what shall we do? We shall seek the developer's superiors. The audience was momentarily taken aback, even when Yuha appeared perplexed by this strategy. However, it wasn't long before someone remarked, I recall that attorney Zhou mentioned a theory in a previous video, known as the theory of superiors. Instead of approaching the party directly, we should engage their higher-ups, ensuring they feel the urgency to correct their subordinate's behavior. Upon hearing this, other viewers who had watched Zhou Yun's videos also recalled this notion. Yet, who exactly are the developer's superiors? Zhou Yun began to elucidate. The concept of superiors is not static. It does not necessarily refer to those who exert direct control over the developers. Those who possess significant legal ties to the matter also qualify as superiors. However, these individuals have skillfully concealed themselves amidst the tangled web of abandoned developments, making it appear as though they bear no relation to the situation. Our objective is to draw these lofty figures down into the mire with us. Only then will they feel the urgency to act. When they are compelled to respond, they will seek resolutions to the issues at hand. Do you understand? The previous attempts at safeguarding rights were ineffective. They posed no discomfort to the developers and were not perceived as threats by their superiors. Why would they exert any effort under such circumstances? It is imperative to seize the initiative. Zhou Yun's words cut through the obfuscation like a sharp blade, exposing the grim realities beneath. He continued, the existence of abandoned developments is certainly problematic, but is it solely the developer's fault? The viewers in the live stream were left in stunned silence, and finally, one exclaimed, Attorney Zhou, please refrain from saying more. I genuinely fear for the future of this live stream. A sense of trepidation enveloped me. It seemed that lawyer Zhou was inclined to take on this case. Frightening, indeed. What could possibly be so terrifying? Lawyer Zhou exhibits no fear of death. What else could daunt him? How mundane. I yearn to witness a river of blood. It is evident that the online community thrives on amusement, particularly the entertainment spawned by Zhou Yun. Does the gravity of the situation intimidate them? It appears that the spectators are more concerned about the trivialities of the matter than its severity. Ideally, a deluge of blood would be most exhilarating. When Yuha was equally taken aback, she had previously consulted more than one lawyer, yet none had proposed a theory as audacious as Zhou Yun's. Those other lawyers merely spoke of litigation and the substantial risks involved. However, after a moment's contemplation, when Yuha posed the pivotal question, Lawyer Zhou, how do we proceed? Who should we approach specifically? Zhou Yun promptly replied, the crux of the case lies within the regulatory accounts. This is a concept familiar to all. Yet the specifics of who oversees these accounts, the manner of oversight, and the disappearance of funds constitute the real issues at hand. Indeed, when confronted with the issue of unfinished buildings, Zhou Yun's immediate thought was the regulatory accounts, which can be deemed the linchpin of every incomplete project. Theoretically, if stringent regulation were in place, unfinished buildings would be non-existent. Yet, the reality presents a plethora of such edifices. What, then, is the cause? The system is sound, yet its execution has faltered. Thus, we must first identify the two entities overseeing the regulatory accounts, your local housing construction bureau and the bank managing these accounts. We shall ascertain whose responsibility it truly is. However, we cannot delve too deeply into this case during our live broadcast. I find this matter particularly intriguing. If you wish, reach out to me after I conclude the broadcast. Upon hearing this, when Yuha was filled with exhilaration, absolutely, Lawyer Zhou, please proceed with your work. Once the connection was severed, she felt as though she had been rejuvenated. Though uncertain of the outcome of her pursuit of rights, at least Lawyer Zhou had illuminated a path forward. She sought nothing but the cessation of her loan repayments. The down payment could be considered a lost cause. Otherwise, life would become truly unbearable. In the live stream, Zhou Yun had commenced consultations with a second viewer. In truth, many individuals contemplating unfinished buildings could envision this course of action, yet few dare to pursue it. The rationale is straightforward. One may encounter numerous challenges and obstructions, even resistance. Many unfinished buildings are entangled in stability maintenance. The imperative of stability supersedes all else. Lawyers must weigh numerous factors, as their livelihoods are at stake. Should a case jeopardize their sustenance, the consequences would be dire. Yet Zhou Yun remained unfazed. In his current circumstances, there was little to fear. The mere thought of it stirred excitement within him. Chapter 53. Lawyer Zhou has arrived. It was already the following day in Linwu City, Hedong Province, where when Yuha rose to prepare breakfast. The night prior, she had sent the pertinent materials to lawyer Zhou, who indicated he would study them and provide her with a response. In truth, when Yuha had little hope left in her heart. After all, she was acutely aware of her financial predicament, making it impossible to afford substantial legal fees. In cases of unfinished buildings, who would be willing to take on a low-paying case? Most tellingly, the lawyer, Mr. Zhou, had not responded to her inquiries after receiving the materials yesterday, which clearly indicated his stance. As dinner was prepared, her husband, Shi Wei-cheng, emerged from the bedroom with an impassive expression, remaining silent as he sat down to eat. The atmosphere at home was so suffocating that even Shi Yu, dining nearby, could feel it, a condition that had become the norm over the past 2 years. It is often said that poverty can strain even the strongest of marriages, and this was undeniably the case. The couple had saved for a long time, supplemented by contributions from their parents, effectively exhausting their financial resources as previously noted by an expert. Now, however, they found themselves bereft of a home and money, while the mortgage and rent obligations persisted. As they ate in silence, when Yuhi suddenly spoke up, suggesting that she would take their daughter to the unfinished building again that day. She had already resolved to move into that very structure, as their current rental was also nearing its end. This decision was born out of desperation. She had seen homeowners on social media fighting back in similar situations. By occupying the premises, climbing the stairs, and finding ways to address utilities, they aimed to compel the relevant authorities to take action, at the very least to restore their access to water and electricity. Shi Wei-cheng did not even lift his head in response, merely uttering a nonchalant "oh." The crux of their marital discord lay in the fact that it was when Yu-he who had insisted on purchasing a property in that particular development. Shi Wei-cheng felt powerless to blame the developer or the authorities. Instead, he directed all his grievances towards his wife. Thus, in the heat of arguments, he often reminded her that had she chosen differently, they might not have faced such dire straits. From his perspective, this was indeed a valid point. Beyond the financial sacrifice of their savings, they were also burdened by a mortgage, with no place to live and the necessity of renting. Consequently, he felt trapped, working tirelessly merely to make ends meet, unable to afford anything for their daughter. Faced with such remarks, when Yuhi found herself at a loss for rebuttal. Many times, she contemplated ending it all by jumping from that unfinished building, believing that life had lost its meaning. While she recognized her own fault in selecting that development, she had never anticipated its collapse. It was supposed to be a legitimate purchase with all necessary documentation. Yet, her love for her child made it impossible to give up. Thus, when confronted by her husband's words, when Yuhi hesitated, ultimately deciding not to disclose her consultation with Mr. Zhou the previous night, she had resolved that if living there proved untenable, she would have no choice but to take drastic measures. As for seeking retribution against the developer, she knew not even where to find them. In silence, they finished their meal and tidied up the house. When Yuhi first took her daughter to school before carrying a load of belongings to the unfinished building, the community was in disarray, still awaiting backfilling, and the entrance was locked, though someone had already cut the lock open. Before when Yuha's arrival, others had already moved in. Upon reaching the location, she managed to locate her residence, having made multiple trips to bring her belongings upstairs. These items consisted of everyday necessities, including tents and cookware. The struggles faced by impoverished families often stem from their limited capacity to withstand adversity. Online, it seems as though wealth abounds, with even a dilapidated building appearing inconsequential. However, in reality, such a structure can spell disaster for a family. The majority of people in this world remain ordinary. After tidying up a bit, when Yuha made her way to the home of her downstairs neighbor, Mr. Li, upon hearing her voice, an elderly man, who was tending to a small stove, turned around and smiled. "Ah, you've moved in?" When Yuha nodded, "Yes, there was no other option. The rent is about to expire, and I have very little money left. The mortgage is also pressing, so I had to come here." Mr. Li is an active participant in their collective advocacy, aged 61. Yet he appears to be in his 70s due to years of hard labor. His face is deeply wrinkled, and he has a slight hunch. But he is a kind-hearted man. During their advocacy efforts, he would often bring water for his fellow advocates, and both he and his wife are genuinely benevolent. However, in matters of advocacy, kindness alone does not resolve issues. Your goodwill does not guarantee understanding from others, and may even make you seem vulnerable. Upon hearing when Yuha's words, Mr. Li sighed. "Ah, My situation is even worse. Just make do with living here. It's quite inconvenient, but you'll get used to it over time. When Yuha nodded, knowing that Mr. Lee's circumstances were far more complicated. The couple had invested their lifetime savings into what was intended to be a marital home for their son, only to see it left unfinished. His girlfriend had broken up with him, citing the lack of a house as the reason. Although their son did not voice his grievances, he occasionally expressed frustration. Remaining single and having gone to work in another city. After some conversation, when Yuha returned to continue organizing her belongings and preparing to record a video, she had observed that those who persisted in residing in unfinished buildings had garnered some attention online by documenting their experiences daily, which had at least prompted a response from the relevant authorities. Time swiftly passed until it was afternoon. At Linwu City Airport, a young man stepped out. It was Zhou Yun. He had refrained from discussing the case online the previous day, recognizing that such matters could not be succinctly explained in a few words. It was far more effective to address them in person. Just then, his phone rang, revealing a call from Zhuang Junrui. Hello, Director. Yes, I've arrived. There was a direct flight. On the other end, Zhuang Junrui's voice resonated. You didn't think to inform me about taking on a case involving an unfinished building? Such cases are the most troublesome, you know. There are numerous complexities involved, not merely legal issues. Zhou Yun chuckled in response. Director, if I were afraid of trouble, I wouldn't be Zhou Yun. It is precisely because this case is intricate that I chose to come. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Junrui fell silent. However, it was not long before she remarked, So, you haven't transferred yet. Should you proceed under the name of Tiana for now? Indeed, time waits for no one. It will take over a month to transfer, so I must begin immediately, Zhou Yun replied as he walked. Zhuang Junrui, somewhat resigned, responded, Very well then. Please take care and do not hesitate to ask for assistance if needed. After ending the call, Zhou Yun smiled and shook his head. Although Director Zhuang was quite pragmatic, one could not deny that his social skills far surpassed those of Jiang Qiming. All right, I should contact the concerned party, he resolved. Locating the materials sent by the other party yesterday, Zhou Yun dialed the number provided. Meanwhile, inside the unfinished building, when Yuha was preparing to fetch some water, living in such a dilapidated structure, the most inconvenient aspects were the water and electricity. While she could find a way to purchase a generator for electricity, water had to be carried up from downstairs, bucket by bucket. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? She answered. A young yet familiar voice came through. Greetings, is this Ms. Wenyua? I am Zhou Yun from Tiana Law Firm in Jinghai City. Zhou Yun? The lawyer Zhou is calling me. Wenyua quickly responded. Hello, lawyer Zhou. It's Wenyua. The voice on the phone continued. Ms. Wan, I have just arrived at your location, fresh from the airport. Let us connect on WeChat so you can share your address, and we can meet. When Yuha hardly registered the latter part of his message, her mind consumed with the thought that this lawyer had come directly to her. Wait, she hadn't even discussed the fee or any details yet, and he had come all this way? After sending her address, her spirits began to lift. Although Zhou Yun's presence did not guarantee success, the fact that a lawyer was willing to come specifically to assist her filled her with excitement. Once she sent the message, when Yuha headed downstairs, intending to ask Grandpa Li's family if they wanted to join her in seeking justice. Upon hearing her proposal, Grandpa Li fell silent before finally saying, Xiaowen, you're saying this Zhou lawyer is quite renowned, correct? When Yuha nodded affirmatively, yes. He is exceptionally dedicated to helping others fight for their rights. Last time, he even opened a gym to assist someone, and he ended up getting stabbed. If he can help us, I believe it's worth a try, she added. Hearing this, Grandpa Li smiled wryly. Xiaowen, I wish it were that easy. But look at my earnings this year. Your aunt and I are of an age that construction sites hardly want us. Jobs are scarce. And a lawyer of his caliber, how could I possibly afford him? Though the exact lawyer's fees were unknown, it was evident that such a lawyer would not come cheap. When Yuha fell silent, realizing that the few thousand yuan she had on hand would be needed for emergencies. At that moment of silence, footsteps suddenly echoed from the entrance. They turned to see two police officers approaching. What could this situation be? Why were the police here? Young Officer Lu glanced around and inquired, Are you all residing here? When Yuha nodded, Yes, we live here. Xiao Lu promptly entered the premises and inquired, Was it you who damaged the lock at the entrance? The developer has already reported the matter, alleging that you vandalized public property. Before Xiao Lu could finish his statement, when Yuha interjected with indignation, How can we be accused of vandalism? This house belongs to us. We were promised it would be delivered years ago, yet we are still waiting. Are we not allowed to move in? Just as Xiao Lu was about to respond, the silent officer, Old Guo, waved his hand with a smile and said, "That's not the point. It's about safety. You are aware of the hazards, aren't you? Moving in without water or electricity means you would have to make fire yourself, which poses a significant fire risk. It would be best not to reside here." When Yuha frowned and retorted, "If we don't stay here, then where else can we go? We are currently paying a mortgage and cannot afford to rent elsewhere, so this is our only option." Old Guo replied, "However, this place is not ready for occupancy. You cannot stay here. Then where should I go? Tell me where." When Yuha's frustration boiled over, and she shouted, the two parties began to argue. With Wen Yuha's position clear, she was not willing to leave. Amidst the heated exchange, her phone rang. "Hello, Lawyer Zhou. Oh, you've arrived?" "Yes, I'm on the 3rd floor. I just moved in today. Other neighbors have already come. And now the developer has called the police to make us leave." On the other end of the line, Zhou Yun advised, "Do not argue with the police. They are merely doing their job. Even if you win the argument, it won't resolve the situation. Wait for me." He then hurried through the community and soon reached the 3rd floor. At the entrance stood 2 officers, while inside were a middle-aged woman and 2 elderly individuals. It appeared this was the right location, and Zhou Yun stepped inside. Just then, Old Guo furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you, and who permitted you to enter?" When Yuha, glancing at Zhou Yun, though unfamiliar with his appearance, presumed his identity and stated, "This is my lawyer whom I found online." Zhou Yun, smiling, produced his credentials and said, "Good day, officers. Here are my identification documents." After assessing the situation, he added, "I haven't been officially retained yet. I'm merely here to observe the circumstances." Old Guo examined the credentials, confirming that Zhou Yun was indeed a lawyer. However, the name sounded familiar, prompting Old Guo to hand the documents to Xiao Lu. Upon inspection, Xiao Lu exclaimed, "Jinghai Tianhe Law Firm, Zhou Yun. Wait, you are that lawyer from the internet. The one who was stabbed." Old Guo immediately recalled the incident. Zhou Yun chuckled, "If you refer to the one who was indeed stabbed, then that would be me." The 2 officers exchanged glances, their demeanor softening. "Lawyer Zhou, what brings you here?" Old Guo inquired. "Yes, I am here to take on the case regarding this unfinished building. After all, it's troubling to pay for a home only to find oneself unable to inhabit it. There must be an issue at hand," Zhou Yun responded, maintaining his genial demeanor. Old Guo hesitated for a moment before responding. "Could you perhaps persuade the concerned party? They truly cannot move in at the moment." Zhou Yun nodded, acknowledging, "I am aware of that. The house has not yet been handed over, and the ownership remains with the developer. Their unauthorized entry is indeed an infringement. However, comrades, you must understand the predicament. Where can they go now that they are displaced?" Little Lu interjected, unable to restrain himself. "That is their own issue, is it not? They cannot reside here, and their dispute with the developer is an entirely different matter. As a lawyer, you should comprehend this." Within the house, when Yuha and elderly listened, their expressions growing increasingly somber. They had heard such remarks countless times during their quest for rights. Zhou Yun's smile faded. "The reason they cannot reside here is indeed due to infringement, correct? Before the handover, ownership belongs to the developer. If this is infringement, why does the developer not pursue legal recourse? The damage to public facilities is merely a door lock. Surely that does not meet the criteria for your case filing. Therefore, let the developer file a lawsuit, right? The developer has defaulted on the project, which constitutes a breach of contract. But does it not simultaneously infringe upon the legitimate rights of the owners as consumers? Yet, in similar infringement cases, certain entities readily suggest that owners pursue legal avenues. Why? Now that the owners infringe upon the developer, do you come to enforce the law? May I be so bold as to inquire why that is? It is a straightforward question. If all parties are infringing, why must you come and evict us? Why do you not intervene when the other party infringes?" Upon hearing this, Old Guo was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the other party was engaging in sophistry, but found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Consequently, the atmosphere grew tense. However, Zhou Yun soon smiled and spoke again. "Comrades, I understand you are merely following regulations. Lighting a fire here does pose safety hazards. Therefore, they may cook in the vacant area downstairs each day." Zhou Yun cleverly reframed the issue of infringement as a safety concern, suggesting that once the safety hazard was addressed, there would be no problem. As for the developer's claims of infringement, they could simply file a lawsuit and see which court would dare to accept the case. With an avenue for resolution presented, Old Gua could only nod in agreement, offering a few words of caution before departing with little Lu. Indeed, there was little choice in the matter, given Zhou Yun's unique position. Zhou Yun then turned to Wen Yuha with a smile, saying, "All right, everything is fine for now. Let us discuss the case." Chapter 54. So, where has the money gone? Wen Yuha was still in a daze when she heard Zhou Yun's words and quickly replied, Oh, all right. However, this lawyer Zhou truly exhibited a high level of professionalism. Elderly, sitting nearby, gestured for Zhou Yun to take a seat, smiling as he said, "Lawyer Zhou, my conditions are rather poor. Please sit here, and I shall get you a glass of water." The so-called seating arrangement consisted of a few small stools. Zhou Yun nodded with a smile and sat down. If she did not take a seat, it might provoke unnecessary thoughts in the two elderly individuals. Once seated, Wen Yuha spoke up, "Lawyer Zhou, is there anything else you wish to inquire about regarding the case? Also, how will the fees be structured?" Zhou Yun pondered for a moment before saying, "Indeed, there are still some issues with the case. You need not worry about the fees. I understand that you may not have the means to pay at this moment. Therefore, for your case, we can initially sign a full-risk contingency agreement." Noticing that the other party seemed somewhat perplexed, Zhou Yun elaborated, "In simpler terms, you won't need to pay me anything up front. Once the case concludes, if I successfully recover your funds, you would compensate me based on a predetermined percentage. If I am unable to retrieve any funds, you owe me nothing, as I will bear the risk. If this arrangement is agreeable to you, we can proceed with signing the contract." Contingency agreements are categorized into full-risk and semi-risk arrangements. The former involves no upfront payment, with all risks assumed by the attorney. The latter requires a partial payment alongside an agreed-upon percentage of the winnings, thus sharing the risk between both parties. Zhou Yun was indifferent to the attorney fees and, observing Wen Yuha's circumstances, recognized that she likely could not afford legal fees. After all, he had systematic compensation. As long as the case was handled well, the financial aspect was trivial. Wen Yuha was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Attorney Zhou would propose such a solution. "So, Attorney Zhou, I don't need to pay a single cent right now?" Zhou Yun patiently nodded. "Exactly, not a penny. I have also researched your community, and given the current situation, even guaranteeing the completion of the buildings seems quite challenging. Therefore, we must assess the circumstances. If there truly is no hope for delivery, I will endeavor to recover your funds. Do you understand? Hence, you won't need to pay anything until we secure the money. How does 10% sound?" Previously, the highest percentage for risk sharing could reach 30%, but it had since been capped. Now, the maximum is 18%. This is contingent on your claim amount. For example, if it is within 1 million, the highest possible percentage is 18. For amounts between 1 million and 5 million, it is capped at 15%. In any case, we can review the specifics. If any attorney demands over 18% from the outset for a risk arrangement, that is undoubtedly a violation. Without hesitation, Wen Yuha quickly nodded. "No problem, Attorney Zhou. I will sign right now." Zhou Yun promptly took out his phone. Nowadays, many contracts can be signed electronically, complete with an electronic signature and a brief video recording. He guided Wen Yuha through signing the electronic contract and recording the video, after which the law firm could affix their seal, and the entire electronic contract would be sent to Wen Yuha, holding the same legal validity as a paper contract. Seeing Zhou Yun pull out his phone, Grandpa Li, who had been anxiously awaiting, felt a sense of urgency. Previously hesitant due to concerns over high legal fees, he now realized that no payment was necessary and was eager to assert his rights as well. However, being a straightforward person, he was overwhelmed with thoughts, worrying that if he expressed his desire to pursue his rights, it might be perceived as taking advantage of the situation. Yet he yearned to speak, standing there with a flushed face. Finally, Wen Yuha broke the silence. Attorney Zhou, regarding my neighbor, Grandpa Li, his situation is also dire. He is being sued by the bank due to an inability to repay his loan. At present, the payment is overdue, and it has affected the credit report." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun smiled and said, "All right, it's no problem. Whether it's 1 or 2, the effort remains the same. Mr. Li, if you wish to assert your rights, you must prepare some documentation. Perhaps Ms. Wen can discuss this with you. Let us expedite the process." Mr. Li was overjoyed at this and quickly replied, "Thank you, Lawyer Zhou. I truly appreciate your assistance." Zhou Yun waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing, but then reminded him, "Additionally, I can offer you a risk-based representation, but it must not exceed 10 individuals. If it surpasses that number, you will need to pay the standard attorney fees. I mention this because the success of your rights protection is uncertain. Regarding the regulations governing attorney service fees, there are numerous restrictions on risk-based representation. Collective lawsuits are strictly prohibited from such arrangements. The rationale behind this prohibition is well understood. As for what constitutes a collective lawsuit, there are no definitive legal stipulations. Only a guideline from the National Bar Association states that joint litigation involving more than 10 parties is considered collective. Zhou Yun was cautious not to tread into dangerous territory. He was currently safeguarded by manager Ma's support, yet many were watching him closely, eager to see him falter. This was an undeniable reality, and among those observing, his peers constituted the greatest threat, as they are often the fiercest rivals. A classic example of this phenomenon is the mass resignation of doctors in South Korea, prompted by an increase in medical school admissions. The rationale was straightforward. More doctors would lead to diminished incomes for the existing practitioners. This issue is purely self-serving, highlighting that fellow professionals can be the most formidable adversaries. In summary, Zhou Yun needed to clarify the situation. If more individuals joined their cause, asserting their rights would become increasingly difficult. Should it reach the point of a collective lawsuit, the court might consider additional factors. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment and then inquired, "How many households are currently residing in this building?" When Yuha reflected briefly and replied, "There are 5 more. I've previously called out to them in the group." But few were willing to respond. Although they spoke of collective action, it seemed that many had lost their motivation. For instance, when it came to breaking into the building. When Yuha had rallied the group, inspired by the success of an individual who had previously occupied a derelict building with her daughter, she believed that a larger turnout might exert pressure on the situation. Regrettably, no one was willing to join. Zhou Yun nodded, "All right. Then please reach out to those 5 households as well." This was the limit of his current capabilities. After all, to endure under such dire circumstances indicated that they had indeed been cornered. It would be prudent to extend a helping hand at this juncture. In a previous life, he may not have cared, but with the system in this life, Zhou Yun was inclined to take action. When Yuha appeared somewhat taken aback, yet she nodded in agreement, then moved aside to begin calling others in the group. The 7 households that had sought refuge in the unfinished building had formed a small network, agreeing to support one another. "Everyone, is anyone interested in safeguarding their rights? The lawyer I engaged has arrived, and we are now preparing for a risk-sharing agreement, meaning no upfront payment is required. You only pay if we win the case. I perceive this as a golden opportunity, and I encourage you all to consider it." Soon, several other families became aware of this news. They were largely skeptical, yet since there was no financial commitment involved, they were willing to give it a try. After spending an afternoon, Zhou Yun successfully finalized the contracts and gathered the pertinent evidence. The families, still uncertain, approached us. Initially, they questioned whether this lawyer was too young. However, upon realizing that he was the same lawyer who had previously been disparaged online, their enthusiasm surged. Amidst the animated discussions, Zhou Yun raised his hand and said, "Please, everyone, let us not rush. I need to ask if any of you have previously set up a regulatory account." The group exchanged glances, and a middle-aged man spoke up. "Lawyer Zhou, we approached the bank before, but they informed us that the regulatory accounts are managed by the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, and they were merely following instructions. We then sought out the bureau but could not locate the responsible personnel. After waiting for a considerable time, we were ultimately told that they could not assist us with this matter." Zhou Yun responded, "It appears you have been passed around without resolution. Your approach is flawed. If you wish to safeguard your rights, we must follow proper procedures, step by step, to ascertain who is responsible for the regulatory account. You need not inquire in such a manner. Simply submit a request for information disclosure. The regulatory account is closely tied to your interests, making you stakeholders in this matter. Thus, when you apply for the disclosure of information regarding the regulatory account, the Bureau is obliged to respond to you accordingly. This is a common pitfall that many encounter while asserting their rights. Directly asking often results in no one taking responsibility. However, following the established procedures changes the dynamic. If you adhere to the protocol, the other party is compelled to respond in kind, even if they are reluctant to provide information. You can initiate administrative reconsideration or litigation once the time has elapsed. At the litigation stage, regardless of the circumstances, the opposing party must provide an explanation. This is a significant advantage of legal recourse. After elaborating on these points, Zhou Yun began to inquire about other matters. An hour later, Zhou Yun concluded, I have gathered your thoughts, and I am prepared to commence our efforts to uphold your rights tomorrow. I have previously advised you that if anyone from the developer contacts you, do not agree to anything they propose, no matter what they say. Understood? Everything must go through me. This is not about me wanting to control matters. It is simply that the developer's credibility has been irreparably damaged at this point. I have documented this in the contract, so you are all aware. After years of practicing law, I have witnessed numerous scenarios. Some individuals are too trusting. When faced with a breach of contract, they consider litigation. Midway through the proceedings, they receive a call filled with flattering words and promises, or perhaps gifts or agreements. And they perceive sincerity, leading them to withdraw their lawsuit. It may sound absurd, but there are indeed many such individuals. However, upon careful consideration, one must ponder, what distinguishes this so-called agreement, devoid of court validation, from previous contracts? Should the opposing party fail to fulfill their obligations, one would still be compelled to initiate litigation anew. Their intent is merely to prolong the process. Either one abstains from action entirely or commits wholeheartedly to the cause. Having resolved to defend one's rights, one must be unwavering in their determination to see it through to the end. At this juncture, promises hold no weight. Only the funds in your possession and the property in your hands bear any truth. Everyone nodded in agreement. With all matters clarified, Zhou Yun promptly departed from the unfinished building and made his way to the hotel he had reserved. Tomorrow marks the commencement of his quest for justice. Firstly, Zhou Yun intends to verify whether the payments from the 7 households were indeed deposited into the bank's escrow account. This step is pivotal, as it will delineate the responsibilities involved. Many prospective homeowners neglect to scrutinize such details, particularly where their funds are directed. Generally, as long as a property possesses the 5 requisite certificates, the pre-sale permit at the sales office should indicate that the funds must enter this designated account to be considered as deposited in escrow. However, numerous real estate companies employ cunning tactics at this stage, urging buyers to transfer their funds into alternative accounts. Clearly, any funds directed to such accounts may be misappropriated by the company. If this money is deposited elsewhere, the housing authority bears no responsibility, as their duty is to monitor the funds within the escrow account. They are powerless regarding funds that do not reside there. Zhou Yun accessed the local housing authority's website and swiftly located the entry point for pre-sale permit inquiries. Following the records on the purchase agreement, he inputted the corresponding project name. The project that Wen Yuha invested in is known as Zhu Mountain City. Although the developer is not a nationally recognized entity, it holds a reputable standing locally, operating under the name of Xinguang Real Estate Development Company, Limited. Soon, Zhou Yun discovered the pre-sale permit and identified the associated escrow account. He then retrieved the receipts from the 7 households for a meticulous comparison. This task is within anyone's grasp. However, many remain oblivious to the intricacies involved, which are not typically taught in school, but rather constitute practical life experience. The results of the comparison revealed that only Wen Yuha and another household with the surname Liu had their funds deposited into the escrow account. The remaining 5 households, including that of elderly, had their money transferred to other accounts. This situation introduces a layer of complexity, necessitating a bifurcation of the approach. Throughout the night, Zhou Yun pondered and prepared, aware that being young, he could easily resort to a quick remedy if overwhelmed. As dawn broke the following day, Zhou Yun completed his morning routine, shouldering his bag as he stepped outside. He had 2 tasks to accomplish that day. The first was to visit the local housing authority to submit a request for the disclosure of escrow account information. Although this application may appear straightforward, it is not easily navigable for those lacking expertise. One must articulate specific reasons for the request and clearly delineate the information sought for disclosure, which in this case is quite extensive. For instance, the pre-sale fund supervision agreement undoubtedly exists. Without it, the supervisory account cannot even be established. This agreement is of paramount importance, as it explicitly delineates the parties involved in the oversight. Although the government has mandated the existence of supervisory accounts, there remains a lack of specific legal regulations governing them. Indeed, while the real estate market has been in decline since its initial boom, there is still no clear and concrete law pertaining to supervisory accounts. The only existing regulation is the management measures for pre-sale of urban commercial housing, which states in Article 4 that the Construction Administrative Department or Real Estate Administrative Department of the municipal or county government is responsible for the management of urban commercial housing pre-sales within its jurisdiction. Beyond this, the regulations vary significantly by locality, resulting in a complex web of rules, with each region having its own stipulations. Therefore, this agreement is essential and will undoubtedly be utilized for future rights protection. Furthermore, there is the funding plan and its revisions, though the nomenclature may differ. They refer to the same concept, indicating the current stage of construction and the amount of funds that can be disbursed. Most crucially, there is the detailed record of pre-sale fund supervision. This is the most significant and direct content. How much money is in the supervisory account? How much has been withdrawn by the developer under what pretext and for what purpose? In addition to seeking public disclosure, Zhou Yun is also preparing to sue the bank. The lawsuit against the bank primarily aims to obtain the relevant investigative order to ascertain which account the bank's loan was initially credited to the developer. The funds for purchasing a property are divided into two parts, the down payment and the bank loan. If the down payment is misdirected, it is difficult for the average person to comprehend. But what about the loan? To which account was it transferred? Is it the supervisory account? Zhou Yun is confident that the bank typically transfers the loan to the same account where the down payment is made. Historical precedents have shown numerous similar cases. Chapter 55. Zhou Yun, don't misunderstand. I am here to sue you. Linwu City, as a county-level city, ranks moderately in economic development within the province. However, on a national scale, it is rather unremarkable, especially when compared to the Jiangdong province where Zhou Yun previously resided. Carrying his bag, Zhou Yun took a taxi to the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau of Linwu City, initially intending to mail his application, but after some consideration, he opted for an in-person submission. Despite the advanced state of the internet today, where one can apply online with just a few clicks, some matters are best handled face-to-face. Upon arriving at the bureau, he waited briefly, primarily for Wan Yuha, in order to mitigate potential complications. Although he is a licensed attorney with a formal power of attorney and requisite credentials, Zhou Yun had witnessed in his previous life that certain places are accustomed to creating obstacles, particularly among some grassroots leaders. There is a tendency to complicate matters whenever someone comes to conduct business. Consequently, in some provinces from his past, it could be said that regardless of the nature of the task, be it significant or trivial, people are inclined to seek connections or acquaintances. This has reached a point where it feels impossible to navigate normal procedures without leveraging relationships. Establishing connections simplifies matters considerably, yet without such connections, one inevitably encounters a myriad of complications. Thus, although the law permits delegation in certain circumstances, when one arrives to address the issue, they may be met with the insistence that personal presence is required. What then can one do? To circumvent unnecessary inconveniences, it is prudent to bring along the relevant individuals in advance. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, when Yuha arrived, "Apologies, Mr. Zhou, the bus was quite difficult to catch," she said, breathless from her hurried dash to the entrance, her expression betraying her regret. Zhou Yun replied with a smile, "No worries, I just arrived as well. Let us proceed." Nodding, when Yuha gazed at the imposing door, a hint of nostalgia gracing her features as she remarked, "I never anticipated we would return here. Mr. Zhou, you have no idea how many times we have come here before. As you know, we could never locate anyone, and when we finally did, they claimed the matter was beyond their purview." Zhou Yun chuckled softly. "This illustrates that you have not approached the issue correctly. The reason we must adhere to procedures in safeguarding our rights is that you have not contemplated their importance. Procedures, in certain situations, serve to protect ordinary citizens. As long as we follow the established protocols, the other party is obligated to respond, even if their reply is nonsensical. However, if we neglect these procedures, the opposing side may entirely disregard us. Do you understand? Moreover, for the relevant authorities, while procedural regulations may prolong many matters, they also necessitate thorough compliance with each step. With numerous procedures in place, even those with malicious intent may find it challenging to fabricate outcomes. Once an administrative lawsuit is filed, the administrative body must prove its innocence. And as for your current predicament, many individuals envision the protection of their rights as a collective appeal to leadership, believing that such an encounter will resolve their issues. However, this is a misconception. Leadership may not even be present, and when they do engage, their first inquiry is about your concerns, often expressing unfamiliarity with the situation. They may promise to investigate further and provide a response in due time. When you return later, you may be met with a plethora of complications, leading to vague assurances about future coordination without a definite timeline. As you persistently seek resolution, the leadership may eventually offer an approximate date, perhaps indicating a time frame of the following year. Such engagements can swiftly consume a year or two, as ordinary individuals cannot dedicate their lives to relentless advocacy, who would attend to work, earn a living, or care for their families. When you finally resolve to press forward with your claims, you may discover that the leadership has changed, with newcomers unfamiliar with the circumstances, requiring time to familiarize themselves before providing any resolution. And what of the promises made by their predecessors? Those are no longer relevant. I am unaware of the situation. How can I resolve what I do not understand? Listening to Zhou Yun's narrative, when Yuha felt bewildered. For someone with her limited experience in advocating for rights, had yet to encounter such complexities. Those enduring unresolved issues for 8 or even 10 years truly experienced despair. As they conversed, the two soon arrived at the 5th floor. Typically, various departments publish the address and procedures for information disclosure applications online. When Yuha felt somewhat anxious, as she habitually did in such places. Conversely, Zhou Yun appeared relaxed, searching the area as though she were at home. After a thorough search, they finally located the right office. Zhou Yun approached and knocked on the door. Inside, several staff members were diligently working. Upon hearing the knock, Huang Xiaoli casually said, "Come in." When the door opened, the occupants of the office noticed a young man accompanied by a middle-aged woman entering. Huang Xiaoli assessed the newcomers and inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Zhou Yun stepped forward and replied, "Hello, we are here to apply for information disclosure." "Inquiry for information disclosure?" Huang Xiaoli frowned. "You can apply online now. Why come here in person?" Zhou Yun smiled and responded, "Applying on-site is quicker, and it is also an officially sanctioned method of application. I believe adhering to the regulations is acceptable, is it not? Due to these regulations, if the administrative agency can provide an immediate response, they are obliged to do so." "All right, go ahead and tell me what you wish to apply for," Huang Xiaoli said flatly. Zhou Yun promptly produced the relevant application form, which she had downloaded from the official website of the various departments. Both on-site and written applications required completion of this form. Huang Xiaoli took the form, glanced at it, and then beckoned to a nearby colleague. A slightly older staff member approached, took a look at the application, and remarked, "For Zhu Mountain City? Why are you here again? We already stated that this matter is beyond our purview. It is not that we refuse to hand over the property. It is the developer who has not delivered. You should address your concerns to the developer, right?" Zhou Yun patiently waited for the individual to finish speaking before responding, "I apologize, but we are not here today to debate your authority over property delivery. We are here to request the disclosure of supervisory account information. Of course, if you assert that you cannot manage the supervisory account, I will take my leave without further disturbance. How does that sound?" The older staff member was momentarily taken aback, as he could not dare to say such a thing. Huang Xiaoli intervened, stating, "So, regarding the supervisory account, let me take a look." She retrieved the application form again and began to review it. After a brief examination, she remarked, "This information cannot be disclosed, can it? You see, while this supervisory account is under our oversight, it ultimately belongs to the developer's company, and thus, it should remain confidential." Zhou Yun promptly replied, "According to Article 30 of the Regulations on the Management of Pre-Sale of Commercial Housing in Hedong Province, the funds in the specialized account for pre-sale funds established by the seller at a bank in the location of the commercial housing project may only be used for purchasing essential construction materials, equipment, and paying for construction progress and statutory taxes and fees prior to project completion, and must not be diverted for other purposes. The project has now come to a standstill, and as it stands, the funds allocated can solely be used for construction purposes. In such circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for my client, as a stakeholder, to request public disclosure. Is it plausible that funds intended exclusively for construction could be entangled with commercial secrets? One can only conclude that the matter of the pre-sale supervision account is indeed fraught with issues. Some provinces have already adopted complete transparency regarding this matter, providing a corresponding system. Homeowners can log in using their registration contract numbers after purchasing a property, allowing them to view the balance and expenditures of the supervision account at any time. If any expenditures raise concerns, they can inquire at their discretion. In essence, this decentralizes some supervisory authority to the homeowners, who are the most invested in preventing project stagnation. Yet here, they are reluctant to disclose even the details of the account. In a previous case involving Zhou Yun, during an investigation, it was revealed that an entire development sold numerous units. Yet only 5 homeowners' presale funds were deposited into the supervision account. One can only imagine the implications. Ultimately, the project is likely to falter, as the developer simply diverted the funds. Huang Xiaoli found herself at a loss, looking at Zhou Yun and stating, "She is the party involved," to which Zhou Yun replied, "I am her attorney. Here is my identification." Another staff member took the identification, glanced at it, and suddenly exclaimed, "You are Zhou Yun? The one from the internet?" "Yes, that's me." "It's not a big deal," Zhou Yun chuckled. They exchanged glances, and Huang Xiaoli hastily said, "You are attorney Zhou, correct? Very well. We will process your application here and notify you once we have a response. How does that sound?" Zhou Yun nodded affirmatively. "No problem. Please provide me with a receipt." Just as one would for filing a report, initiating a court case, or making an on-site application, obtaining the appropriate receipt is essential. This receipt will bear a timestamp, and there are regulations governing these procedures, specifying the timeline for responses. Should there be a failure to respond within the designated period, one may pursue administrative litigation. With the receipt in hand, Zhou Yun departed with Wen Yuha. Back in the office, Huang Xiaoli gazed at the application form in her hand with a hint of resignation. Well, here comes the trouble. The staff member beside her shook his head, although they were not responsible for the supervision accounts. It was evident that if the oversight were indeed sound, the project would not be in jeopardy. Had this been a matter concerning the party involved directly, they might have found a way to navigate it. However, they had not anticipated that it would involve the esteemed attorney Zhou Yun. While it cannot be said that this lawyer is nationally renowned, he is certainly well known enough that anyone with a modicum of interest in the news would recognize his name. Resigned, she thought, though they belong to the same department, this issue does not pertain to them. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Wen Yuha, Zhou Yun had arrived at the Linwu City People's Court. After waiting in line at the filing hall, he finally reached the window and submitted the case materials. He then presented an additional application. Some evidence remains unclear, and he requires an investigative order to examine certain matters pertaining to the Hudong Bank Linwu branch. The staff member reviewed the complaint and flipped through the evidence, inquiring, "A stalled project? You are suing the bank?" Zhou Yun nodded in agreement. "Indeed. There should be no issues, right?" The staff member, appearing perplexed, responded, "What do you mean there are no issues? On what grounds are you filing a lawsuit? If there is no legitimate reason, we cannot accept your case." While it is customary for the case registration system to conduct a formal review of the materials rather than a substantive examination, this particular regulation is merely for your perusal. In practice, typical cases indeed undergo formal reviews. However, when it comes to certain specific issues, you will soon realize that this initial step can become an insurmountable obstacle. Zhou Yun promptly replied, "Legitimate reason? Haven't I already detailed it in my complaint? The bank, as a financial institution and the regulator of account establishments, ought to be aware of the risks associated with depositing loans into non-regulated accounts. Yet, they failed to provide any warnings, which constitutes a dereliction of their supervisory duties. In light of this negligence, I believe they should bear supplementary responsibility." The staff member glanced at the evidence list and remarked, "However, you currently lack evidence to prove that the other party deposited the loan into a non-regulated account." Zhou Yun chuckled at this. "That is precisely why I requested a pre-litigation investigation order." The staff member remained silent, scrutinizing the documents for some time before stating, "I will process your application. But I must inform you that we are currently stringent regarding unfinished building cases. You are likely aware of this." Zhou Yun nodded in understanding. He had no intention of debating the matter further, as it was unnecessary. Cases like this invariably require a decision from the leadership. After leaving the courthouse, Zhou Yun returned to his hotel, where he would now await developments. Given the considerable distance, it was inconvenient for him to return to Jinghai. It was more practical to remain in the area. He could also attend to some cases while he waited. The following day, the pertinent application reached the hands of the head of the case registration division. As he reviewed the materials, Chief Huang instinctively rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He was reluctant to approve cases involving unfinished buildings, but the lawyer's identity was quite exceptional. This individual had garnered national recognition, known for being particularly tenacious. Undeterred by threats, he was not one to be trifled with. After considerable deliberation, Chief Huang decided to consult with his superiors regarding the issuance of the investigation order. On the morning of the third day, Zhou Yun received a phone call informing him that the investigation order had been granted. This news took him by surprise, as his experience suggested that such cases rarely found resolution at the local level. Grassroots courts typically shun complications, so he had prepared himself for the likelihood of escalating the matter to the municipal intermediate court. The fact that the order had been issued indicated a significant stance from the court. If they genuinely wished to prevent him from pursuing the lawsuit, they could have easily found numerous reasons to deny the investigation order. Without it, Zhou Yun would have been at an impasse. However, this outcome proved advantageous, simplifying the process. Upon entering the Linwu sub-branch, Zhou Yun was promptly approached by a young employee who greeted him with a smile. "Hello. How may I assist you today?" Zhou Yun, returning the smile, produced the investigation order. "Hello. Could you please summon your manager? I have some matters to discuss." A young employee approached to examine the investigative order. Suffice it to say, the court's header, coupled with the imposing official seal, could not be counterfeited. Of course, one could attempt forgery. However, it is customary for many institutions to verify such orders with the court upon receipt. Once verified, one could confidently proceed with their inquiries. After a brief wait, an individual claiming to be the lobby manager approached to confirm the materials once more. Attorney Zhou Yun, from Jinghai, I presume?" Zhou Yun smiled and nodded. "Indeed. I hail from Jinghai." The lobby manager took the documents from Zhou Yun and began to cross-reference the information, primarily to ascertain whether the details matched those on the investigative order. After a moment of scrutiny, the lobby manager, appearing somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Is this investigative order regarding the loans previously issued by our bank? What prompted such an inquiry? Is there an issue?" Zhou Yun, maintaining his composure, replied with a smile. "Do not misconstrue. There is no issue. I am suing your bank and discovered that gathering evidence has proven challenging, hence my request to access your records." The lobby manager's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you just openly state that you lack evidence to sue us, and thus you are here to investigate?" Zhou Yun remained unfazed. Knowing they would eventually learn the truth, if they had the audacity, they could simply reject the investigative order. After a moment of confusion, the lobby manager asked, "Attorney Zhou, may I inquire as to the reason behind your lawsuit?" Zhou Yun responded, "It pertains to a stalled development project. I believe there are regulatory issues on your part, and I am suing you for supplementary liability. Rest assured, a summons should arrive shortly, so there is no need for concern." The lobby manager replied, "Please hold on. I need to consult with my superior." Ordinarily, she could grant approval, but given the circumstances, it was essential to involve a higher authority. Zhou Yun remained indifferent. In his line of work, confidentiality was a non-issue, and he openly communicated his intentions. If they dared to forge documents, that would be an arduous task within the banking system. As for rejecting the investigative order, he secretly hoped they would do just that. In previous years, many banks disregarded investigative orders altogether, refusing entry to anyone who was not a court representative. The rationale stemmed from the commercial banking law, which stipulates that banks must ensure financial security. The essence of an investigative order arises from the courts being understaffed. Thus, when certain facts cannot be independently verified, attorneys are authorized to conduct inquiries. Notably, relevant laws lack explicit provisions regarding investigative orders. Rather, various provinces have established their own regulations. Consequently, banks possess justification. Their basis is the commercial banking law, formulated by the National People's Congress, the highest legislative authority. The internal regulations of banks, which do not hold the weight of law, cannot contend with the commercial banking law. The subsequent allowance of such orders was straightforward. The courts exerted significant pressure. Upon observing the situation, the court was taken aback, questioning the implications of their insignia being disregarded. They issued an investigative order, yet the banks obstinately refused compliance. What was this supposed to mean? Was it a lack of respect? It would be one thing for other entities to decline, but for a bank, a supposed pillar of the community, to do the same was perplexing. The neighboring institution collaborated seamlessly in anti-fraud initiatives, yet here they were met with refusal. Consequently, courts across various regions began imposing fines on those who neglected investigation orders. The interpretation of legal authority, as articulated by an erudite judge fond of languages, was unequivocal. Who possesses a better understanding of the law, the bank or the court? Ultimately, after incurring substantial penalties, the banks began to cooperate. The lobby manager ascended directly to the second floor, knocking on the office door of the vice president. Mr. Fong, this is the situation. There is a lawsuit against our bank regarding an unfinished project, and the attorney seeks to investigate prior loan details. Chapter 56, Lawyer Zhou. It hasn't reached that level. Is it really necessary? What did you say? The vice president's expression was one of bewilderment, struggling to grasp the implications of the situation. The notion of suing a bank while relying on critical evidence held by the bank was indeed rare. In cases of labor or administrative disputes, the burden of proof often lies with the company or administrative body, absolving the parties involved from the need to investigate themselves. However, the scenario surrounding a bank lawsuit was markedly intriguing. Banks possess the prerogative to issue loans as financial institutions. Yet they also act as regulatory entities when accounts are opened with them, creating a complex dynamic. At the very least, Mr. Fong had never encountered such a circumstance before. The lobby manager, speaking slowly, clarified, it pertains to the Zhou Yun project from several years ago, which indeed fell into disarray. Currently, an owner is suing our bank, and their lawyer has come with an investigation order to scrutinize the loans we previously extended for this project. Finally, Mr. Fong comprehended the gravity of the situation and stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "What is this? They are coming with an investigation order? Has the court lost its senses to issue such a thing?" The lobby manager remained silent, unable to respond to the incredulity. Mr. Fong paced back and forth before turning. "Are you certain that the investigation order is legitimate?" The lobby manager replied, "I examined it thoroughly. It appears to be valid. The lawyer hails from Jinghai and is surnamed Zhou, but I am unaware of his background." Mr. Fong felt a surge of discontent. There is an adage stating that those who wrong you are often more aware of your grievances than you are yourself. Likewise, having served at this branch for a decade, Mr. Fong understood well the issues that had plagued the initial project. Scrutinizing the loans was out of the question. Any inquiry would undoubtedly reveal complications. In the previous years of a booming real estate market, regulatory violations had proliferated. Developers needed swift financial transactions to acquire new land. Without such fluidity, governmental bodies could not secure revenue from land sales. How can one secure new loans without the new land bank? Hence, many matters remain buried beneath the surface, rarely scrutinized, and generally inaccessible to the average individual. There was once a notorious stalled construction project, where a resourceful owner uncovered circumstances that left everyone speechless. The pre-sale funds amounted to $300 million, while the total construction cost for the project was merely $80 million. Of course, that was a decade ago. Yet such situations inevitably lead to abandonment. Why is it that despite receiving pre-sale funds, they were diverted under various pretenses, leading to a scenario where funds sufficient for 3 developments could simply vanish? The real estate sector is indeed profitable. After all, there are those who engage in high-risk ventures, while no one willingly undertakes a losing business. It was well known back then that those capable of engaging in real estate amassed considerable wealth. However, now we witness a multitude of real estate companies facing demise. A closer inspection reveals that the bankruptcies of these firms bear little relation to their owners. Do you comprehend the concept of limited liability? The pressing question now is, how could the court possibly issue an investigation order for this matter? President Fong then turned. Finally speaking, let us first meet with that lawyer. This matter absolutely must not be investigated. Shortly thereafter, President Fong, accompanied by the lobby manager, left the office and proceeded to the lounge on the second floor. From a distance, President Fong called out with a smile, "You must be Lawyer Zhou, hello." Extending his hand, he maintained an impeccable demeanor. Zhou Yun, seated leisurely with a cup of tea, rose with a smile and reciprocated the handshake. "Hello. May I ask if you are?" The lobby manager promptly interjected, "Lawyer Zhou, this is our branch's President Fong." One of the cardinal rules for employees is that although a leader may hold a subordinate position, one must never refer to them as such. Of course, if the superior were present, it would be an entirely different matter. Zhou Yun's smile widened. "President Fong, greetings." President Fong hastily gestured. Just a deputy, please. Have a seat, Lawyer Zhou. I heard from Manager Wu that you have come with an investigation order regarding a previous loan situation." Zhou Yun nodded and handed over the documents. "President Fong, please take a look. We are investigating your bank's loan disbursement for the Zhou Yun project." President Fong took the materials and began to peruse them closely, smiling as he did so. "Oh, Lawyer Zhou, from the Jinghai Tianhe law firm. Making the long journey to handle a case for us?" Zhou Yun maintained his smile. Life's necessities compel one to earn a living. As President Fong continued to read, he found the name Zhou Yun somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. After reviewing the documents, President Fong continued, "Lawyer Zhou, I've heard you intend to sue our bank." Despite the smile on President Fong's face, it was evident to any discerning observer that he was less than pleased. Yet Zhou Yun seemed unfazed, responding, "Indeed, I plan to sue your bank. After all, your bank possesses wealth." The smile on President Fong's face vanished. After several exchanges, he felt that the young man opposite him was not truly youthful. Rather, he resembled a seasoned veteran. However, a seasoned veteran could be acceptable as long as he understood boundaries and knew when to advance or retreat. With this thought in mind, President Fong spoke again, "Lawyer Zhou, I must inform you that although the court has issued an investigation order, we have objections to it. The loan we provided to the Zhu Banshan developer is a matter strictly between our bank and the developer. You, as the homeowners, are merely third parties and thus lack the authority to investigate our loan disbursement. Therefore, you must understand that according to the regulations of commercial banking law, our bank bears a financial security obligation. Given the prevalence of fraud these days, we hope for your understanding. If the court deems it necessary, let them conduct the investigation themselves. We will absolutely cooperate." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun nodded. "Oh, I see, President Fong. So what you mean to say is that you do not acknowledge the investigation order and will not cooperate with the inquiry, correct?" Zhou Yun's summary left President Fong momentarily dumbfounded. "No, Lawyer Zhou, I just elaborated on that extensively. As a professional lawyer, your interpretation is quite perplexing. We do not deny the investigation order. We merely have objections and believe you are a third party." Zhou Yun directly interrupted his explanation. "Well, that means you do not acknowledge the investigation order. My summary is entirely accurate. You see, President Fong, the fact that I can issue this investigation order means the court has already considered my position as a third party. Are you implying that the court's personnel do not understand the law as well as you do?" "My interpretation is indeed correct, President Fong. What nonsense is this understanding?" But he found himself unable to rebut, because according to Zhou Yun's logic, he was indeed conveying that meaning. It is quite normal to disagree with a court's perspective. The most common recourse is to appeal. If I believe the first instance verdict is flawed, I will appeal, and the first instance court certainly cannot object. However, the situation with the investigation order is different. There is no formal legal provision governing it, and its efficacy is inherently questionable. Consequently, in the past, not only banks but even large state-owned or private enterprises have been known to take a stand on such matters. Thus, at times, it reflects upon the court's reputation. To now express objections and deny acknowledgement would essentially be a slap in the face to the court. President Fong fell silent, and Zhou Yun spoke again. "Let us do this, President Fong. Since you are unable to investigate, please annotate the reason on the receipt so that I have something to report, correct?" A lawyer's investigation order is not merely a single piece of paper. Normally, there are 4 copies. The first is the application for the investigation order, and in addition, there must be a letter of introduction from the law firm. After submission to the court, if the court deems it appropriate, it will issue 2 investigation orders, which will specify the parties involved, the applicant, the subject of the investigation, and the facts and reasons, among other details. Additionally, there will be records of the time and location. The investigation cannot cover the entire nation, as that is beyond your authority. Of these 2 investigation orders, one is archived while the other is retained by the lawyer to conduct the investigation at the relevant institutions. The 4th document is the lawyer's investigation order, receipt, which must clearly state what evidence has been examined, what evidence cannot be provided, and the reasons for its unavailability, followed by an official stamp. This receipt must be returned to the court for filing. If the court perceives that you are uncooperative in providing evidence, the next step will involve contacting the relevant unit. Should they remain uncooperative, a preliminary fine notice will be issued. This serves as a deterrent, indicating that failure to cooperate may result in financial penalties. At this juncture, if there is still noncompliance, actual fines will be imposed. To put it plainly, the court does not levy fines indiscriminately. Despite your unique position, collaboration with other entities remains essential. Zhou Yun's current request is for the other party to specify their reasons on the receipt. President Fong hesitated briefly before responding. "Very well, Manager Wu. Please draft a note and then affix the stamp." Once everything was in order, Zhou Yun beamed and said, "President Fong, I shall take my leave now. Thank you once again." "Not at all. It's It's a trivial matter. Lawyer Zhou, please proceed with your work. Zhou Yun departed with her bag, while President Fong breathed a sigh of relief, having initially thought that this lawyer lacked discernment. However, it now appeared that Zhou Yun was indeed a person of considerable prudence. I do enjoy working with such lawyers, he mused. They never create unnecessary noise. After all, it is merely a means to earn a living. Who would wish to engage in disputes over others' affairs? It is simply unnecessary. The lobby manager interjected, President Fong, regarding this matter. After a moment of contemplation, President Fong replied, I will inform the president and raise an objection with the court. Proper procedures must be followed. We absolutely cannot allow them to conduct an investigation. Today, they were caught off guard by the other party, but they would certainly devise a strategy moving forward. Having exited the bank, Zhou Yun returned to the court to inform the staff at the window of the situation. If previously there were only suspicions, it is now evident that the bank has significant issues with its prior loans. There are substantial irregularities at play. The attitude of the opposing party speaks volumes. Although she possesses a solid reputation, it is not infallible. Thus, if the court is supportive, that would be beneficial, but if not, it may lead to delays. After submitting the materials, Zhou Yun feigned a look of resignation and remarked, the other party is completely uncooperative, claiming we lack the authority to investigate. The staff responded, Lawyer Zhou, we will need to review this objection, so please return and await the results. For now, that is the only course of action. She cannot press the court for a resolution. However, after some contemplation, Zhou Yun spoke up. Colleague, I understand this is indeed quite troublesome, but the owners of the unfinished buildings face even greater difficulties. I have taken on this case, and yet I am unable to gather any evidence. Ultimately, I may have no choice but to take the matter online. Zhou Yun would refrain from resorting to public opinion tactics unless absolutely necessary, as it is a double-edged sword that can easily backfire. Yet currently, she must employ this strategy, if only to ensure the opposing party is aware. The staff was taken aback, as she was well aware of Zhou Yun's circumstances. Hasten to clarify, there is truly no need for Attorney Zhou, not at this juncture. The leaders must deliberate further. We shall expedite a response from our side. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun extracted another application from his bag. If this does not suffice, I shall petition the court for an investigation, for they have stated that they will certainly cooperate with such an inquiry. Pardon? The staff member was once again taken aback. Had you prepared this in advance? With no grounds to refuse, they could only accept the application. Now, they were at a loss. If the investigation order is deemed unacceptable, then surely the court's inquiry must be permissible. It is inconceivable that such crucial evidence would be overlooked by the court itself. What, then, is the essence of justice? The absence of vital evidence rendered the case untenable, and Zhou Yun exited the courthouse. The situation was swiftly relayed to Chief Huang. Once more, he found himself in a predicament, having already received several phone calls. The concern was that if this lawyer were to take action, perhaps by posting online or otherwise, the blame would ultimately fall upon him, as the primary responsible party. The opposing party was currently generating significant media attention, displaying an audacity that, combined with the issue of unfinished buildings, escalated the stakes considerably. Had it been an ordinary individual posting online, the likelihood of any repercussions would be negligible. However, Zhou Yun was a different matter entirely, especially since he had yet to release any video following the incident. After some contemplation, Huang retrieved his phone. Approximately 10 minutes later, he set it down, visibly perturbed. He had just communicated with a leader from the bank, clarifying the circumstances regarding the lawyer who had been stabbed. The bank representative indicated that should an investigation not be conducted, the matter would be publicized online. Astonishingly, they insisted that the court refrain from investigating, requesting that he understand their position, assuring him that no issues would arise. How frustrating. I understand your predicament, but who comprehends mine? We are not operating within the same system. While minor matters can be overlooked, cooperation is essential at this critical juncture. With this in mind, Huang called out, Xiao Lu. Yes, prepare a notice of potential fines for the Linwu branch, citing their refusal to comply with the investigation order. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun was contemplating alternative strategies. The oversight account details from the housing authority could also reflect the loan disbursement situation. Indeed, if the loan had been deposited into the oversight account, there would inevitably be a trace left behind. Such records cannot simply be erased. Conversely, if there are no relevant loan transfer records within the oversight account, It implies that the Linwu branch did not remit the funds to that account. Bank loans are not simply credited in a lump sum. They are disbursed based on the individual loan application amount, contingent upon the buyer making a down payment. These accounts correspond meticulously. Although the application was made on behalf of Wen Yuha, the financial records are not limited to those pertaining solely to her. That is not feasible. The funds transferred into the account accumulate, and the developer's misappropriation occurs on a significant scale. Can you assert that the 20 million they withdrew has no connection to the funds previously deposited by Wen Yuha? Based on previous circumstances, there is a 90% likelihood that the Housing and Urban-Rural Development Bureau will not disclose the information. There have been similar cases in the past where many individuals applying for public disclosure were not supported. He has mentally prepared himself for this, knowing that an administrative lawsuit is necessary, for only in court can he engage in a thorough discourse with the opposing party. Zhou Yun stayed with Lin Wu for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, a call came from the housing department. Was there a result for the previous application? Good. I will head over now. A site application can also yield immediate responses. Upon arriving at the 5th floor of the Housing Bureau, in the same office, Zhou Yun received the relevant materials. The tripartite supervision agreement for pre-sale funds was disclosed without issue, and the project plan was also available. These documents should generally pose no problems. However, upon review, Zhou Yun discovered an issue. The details of the supervisory account were deemed a commercial secret of the developer and could not be disclosed. Huang Xiaoli nodded. Lawyer Zhou, we have made this very clear. According to Article 35 of the Government Information Disclosure Regulations, we inquired with the developer, who responded that they do not agree to disclose the information. Therefore, we decided not to disclose it. Although the supervisory account is under our oversight, it still belongs to the developer, and we cannot rule out the presence of other financial information belonging to the developer within it. Article 35 states that government information involving commercial secrets or personal privacy, the disclosure of which would harm the lawful rights and interests of third parties, shall not be made public. However, if the third party consents to disclosure or if the administrative agency believes that non-disclosure would significantly impact public interest, it may be disclosed. From a procedural and regulatory standpoint, there are no issues. Zhou Yun smiled again. I see. So you believe that non-disclosure will not significantly affect public interest, correct? Huang Xiaoli shook her head. Lawyer Zhou, discussing this with us is futile. We are merely the executors and do not possess the authority to make decisions. Zhou Yun nodded. Indeed, this situation was fraught with issues. Yet this was the norm. Knowing there were problems, it would be nonsensical for the other party to disclose upon mere application. It seems that an administrative lawsuit is absolutely necessary. The disclosure of the financial details is paramount. Even if the matter escalates to the Supreme Court, it must be clarified. Since there is no railway transport court in Lin Wu's jurisdiction, all administrative lawsuits are subject to centralized jurisdiction. However, just as Zhou Yun was preparing to head to Yinshan County, the court called. Lawyer Zhou, you should go directly to the bank for an investigation. Yes. It has been coordinated. They will cooperate with you. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Chapter 57. Shall we discuss the law? Then let us indeed discuss the law. Zhou Yun was not overly surprised by this outcome. After all, the court and the bank are ultimately two separate systems. For the sake of stability, they may cooperate at times. For instance, in some regions, collective lawsuits concerning unfinished buildings may be uniformly dismissed on the grounds that the properties have already been taken over by the relevant authorities. If a ruling is forced, it may lead to a series of risks. Hence, a unanimous dismissal is warranted. Should the relevant authorities fail to resolve the matter, then a separate lawsuit may be initiated. Such judgments are not uncommon, yet they provoke contemplation. For instance, under what circumstances can it be deemed that the relevant authorities are unable to address the issue? What is the duration of this time frame? No one knows. However, the circumstances here differ significantly, regardless of perspective. Stakeholders seeking an investigation into mortgage disbursement information must have their inquiries addressed. As for the video, Zhou Yun is indeed prepared. Aspiring to be an exemplary lawyer necessitates strategic foresight. While instances of impromptu performance during court hearings do exist, they are rare. A diligent lawyer primarily conducts their work outside the courtroom, with the actual court proceedings often being a mere formality. Success relies on the confluence of factual evidence and legal principles, grounded in meticulous preparation rather than the so-called spontaneity. Some lawyers, despite their stammering speech, manage to triumph in court, while those who are often loquacious may find themselves repeatedly defeated. For Zhou Yun, since the bank has consented to the investigation, it shall proceed. After the administrative litigation concludes, the matter will unfold step by step, ensuring that every piece of evidence is solidly established. Soon, Zhou Yun arrived at the Linwu branch. And serendipitously, it was once again the same Manager Wu from that day. Manager Wu noticed Zhou Yun and hurried over. "Lawyer Zhou, you have arrived." Zhou Yun nodded. "Yes." "Manager Wu, I have brought the materials. Do you need to verify anything else? Let us expedite this, as I have to visit Yunshan County this afternoon." Manager Wu forced a smile. "Lawyer Zhou, we will certainly cooperate with this investigation, but we must adhere to the procedure. Please, let us proceed to the second floor, as it is rather crowded on the first." Zhou Yun had no objections. He was keen to observe what tricks the bank might employ. Not long after reaching the second floor, that familiar Vice President Fong emerged once again. This time, Vice President Fong wore a grim expression and simply remarked, "Lawyer Zhou, you are here again." Zhou Yun nodded. "Vice President Fong, I have inquired. If we need to verify the materials, please expedite the process as I have other commitments this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Vice President Fong waved his hand. "Lawyer Zhou, there is no need to rush. The court is compelling us to accept this investigation, and we are cooperating. However, you have indicated that if it does not proceed as you wish, you will resort to publicizing this matter online. Is that not a misstep on your part? As a financial institution, we have an obligation to safeguard financial security. Yet you leverage public opinion to coerce us into compliance. Lawyer Zhou, it is said that you are reasonable. Is this truly your interpretation of reason? Furthermore, I must remind you, our surveillance is comprehensive, and audio can also be recorded." Vice President Fong was genuinely displeased, his irritation mingling with apprehension. "Aren't you known for your legal prowess, Zhou Yun? Very well, I shall document your conduct for all to see how you handle your cases. You are utilizing your reputation to intimidate the court, thereby pressuring it to issue a directive for investigation." This was the only approach he could conceive, a desperate measure born of necessity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter filled with mirth. "Director Fong, are you certain the surveillance is intact? If so, I shall rest easy." As he spoke, Zhou Yun produced his phone and directly initiated a live broadcast. "Director Fong, you need not intervene. I shall take the lead. You needn't even send a video, I will go live. And let us engage in a thorough debate to ascertain whether you ought to comply with the investigation order." "What?" Director Fong was momentarily taken aback. Is this Zhou fellow out of his mind? This is akin to playing cards, where one side lays down a card while claiming to have a strategy, only for the opponent to play a trump card without leaving any room for maneuver. Did he not concern himself with the possibility of facing public disgrace should things go awry? However, it was too late to intervene, for Zhou Yun had already begun addressing the live audience. "I never anticipated that so many would tune in to my live broadcast at this hour. Welcome, everyone. There is a matter at hand regarding a routine housing loan case. I have applied to the court for an investigation order to ascertain to which account the bank has transferred the loan intended for the developer. Yet the bank now refuses to disclose this information, asserting that my client, the homeowner, is merely a third party, and that the loan disbursement constitutes a commercial secret of the developer. Now, let us engage in a debate. Director Fong, do not leave. You just stated something quite accurate. I, Zhou Yun, am most reasonable. What? Now that I wish to reason, you choose to flee? If we are to discuss the law, let us indeed discuss it." After a few retorts, Director Fong resumed his seat, now inextricably bound to the situation. Nevertheless, it was rather intriguing. Zhou Yun had not divulged the entire case details nor directly accused him of overseeing a defunct project. That was a relief. Meanwhile, within the live chat, many viewers found themselves bewildered. Wow, did Lawyer Zhou just initiate a live broadcast? And at a bank? A live debate? How fascinating. Let's get this started. I didn't catch that clearly. Was it about a loan? Since Zhou Yun had placed his phone on the table for the broadcast, Director Fong caught sight of some comments scrolling by, seizing the opportunity to respond. Very well, since Lawyer Zhou is inclined towards this diversion, I shall accompany him in this endeavor. As a financial institution, our bank possesses both the right and the duty to safeguard our clients' financial security, and the disbursement of loans is entirely unrelated to the homeowners. Yet, this Lawyer Zhou threatens the court, claiming he will broadcast online if the investigation is not permitted. I perceive this as a rather unreasonable stance. What say you, am I in the wrong? On the side, Manager Wu wiped the sweat from his brow. Sensing that this situation was escalating beyond control, this lawyer, Zhou, demonstrated astonishing audacity. Indeed, Director Fong's willingness to debate live was somewhat unexpected. The live chat erupted into chaos as numerous netizens began voicing their opinions. I actually agree with the bank leader. How loans are disbursed is a matter that does not concern the average person. It is a matter of personal privacy. Lawyer Zhou's threats do seem somewhat lacking in decorum. As a lawyer, one ought to uphold reason. No, what are you saying? Attorney Zhou has applied for an investigation order, and since the court has approved it, it indicates there are no issues. President Fong glanced over and immediately felt reassured upon seeing the barrage of comments. Of course, it was primarily because he subconsciously noticed the favorable comments directed towards him. He paid little attention to the others as they scrolled by too quickly. Zhou Yun, however, remained composed and spoke. President Fong, have you finished your statement? President Fong nodded. I have finished. Now, Attorney Zhou, it is your turn to speak. Zhou Yun glanced at his phone and then said, President Fong, I admit that suggesting to publish the matter online was indeed my fault, as I wanted to expedite the case. However, since you wish to discuss the law, let us do so. I can even refrain from conducting the investigation today. Let us follow the legal procedures diligently. All right, you claim my client is a third party and thus has no right to inquire, correct? President Fong leaned back. Indeed. The loan is directed to a specific account, which pertains to the developer's commercial secrets and bears no relation to the homeowner. He felt a sense of relaxation as Zhou Yun had taken the bait. The live broadcast was still ongoing. If this gained traction, it would severely damage Zhou Yun's reputation, at least in this case, alleviating concerns about the opposition. Zhou Yun remained unfazed, casually crossing his legs. Very well, President Fong. May I pose a question to you? Of course, Attorney Zhou, feel free to ask, President Fong quickly replied. Zhou Yun looked up at the surveillance camera and inquired. All right, tell me, whose loan is this? Chapter 58. Does this person have a problem? Upon hearing Zhou Yun's question, President Fong replied nonchalantly. Of course, it is the developer's loan. I believe this question is unnecessary. A loan granted to the developer is naturally the developer's loan. What is there to question? The audience in the live stream was curious, wondering why Attorney Zhou would pose such a question. Zhou Yun smiled and said, The developer's loan? Are you certain? Let me ask you, who is repaying this loan every month? Who signed the loan contract? And who was sued by you for failing to repay? Come on, tell us. Who is it? Upon hearing this, President Fong's expression changed dramatically, his mouth agape, but unable to articulate a response. Zhou Yun chuckled. What is the matter, President Fong? Are you unaware of such basic knowledge? Or are you simply unwilling to answer? Since you are reluctant to respond, I will inform you. The loan belongs to my client. Legally speaking, this sum was borrowed by him from your bank, correct? This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving President Fong utterly stunned. Zhou Yun continued. Designated as a mortgage for purchasing a property, it merely restricts its usage, and due to the unique circumstances surrounding commercial housing, the funds were directly disbursed to the developer. Nonetheless, regardless of the situation, this money rightfully belongs to my client. Would you not agree, President Fong? Originally, Zhou Yun was disinclined to delve into such details, but upon President Fong's insistence on discussing the law, he was more than willing to engage in a thorough legal discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, do you not concur with this reasoning? The matter of loan seems rather straightforward to me. The individual who signs the loan agreement and repays the monthly installments is the rightful owner of the loan. One cannot simply attribute the loan to the developer merely because they facilitated certain processes, correct? At this juncture, the audience in the live stream began to resonate with this notion, as it indeed appeared to be so. I must confess, I had not considered this perspective previously. I had assumed that since the funds were directly disbursed to the developer, they belonged to them. However, upon reflection, this is fundamentally my borrowed money. It is astonishing to realize that the bank has been misleading us. To have the audacity to mention a third party, someone who is ostensibly a professional, suggests they are fully aware of these implications yet choose to misrepresent the facts intentionally. Zhou Yun continued, stating, Now that we recognize this as our own loan, we undoubtedly possess the right to know into which account these funds have been deposited by the developer. This is our most basic right to information. Is there anything wrong with my assertion? Indeed, it is the right to know, a frequently overlooked yet profoundly significant entitlement in our daily lives. The principle is quite simple. Rights must be fought for. If one does not engage in this struggle, the the advantageous position will inevitably be seized by the opposing party. For instance, the bank could easily claim that such matters pertain to financial security, thus justifying their refusal to disclose information. Can the concept of financial security truly overshadow all personal rights? Zhou Yun did not share this belief. Although he does not endorse the rhetoric of unfettered freedom, he equally opposes the exploitation disguised under such pretenses. What is to be done? Each issue must be analyzed individually. This is the fundamental methodology found within political textbooks. Can the trajectory of a single loan jeopardize the entirety of financial security? As Zhou Yun articulated his arguments, even those in the audience who were initially indifferent began to engage with the discourse. Meanwhile, President Fong sat slumped, resembling a fish that had lost its aspirations. Thus, I could forego an investigative order and directly file a lawsuit based on the right to information, but that would be a protracted process. Time is one of the most precious resources for anyone seeking to assert their rights, and I aim to save my client's time. Having concluded my remarks, I turned to President Fong and inquired, "What is your perspective?" President Fong, struggling to articulate a coherent response, stammered, I believe, but could not form a complete thought. He was thoroughly defeated in this debate. Manager Wu shook his head in disbelief. President Fong was no match for Zhou Yun and should have retreated earlier. The live-stream chat erupted with commentary, with numerous seasoned netizens beginning to mock the situation. Regardless of whether President Fong was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance, at that moment, he certainly appeared uninformed. Observing President Fong begin to wipe the sweat from his brow, Zhou Yun shook his head and declared, "All right, everyone, today's debate will conclude here. We will have more spontaneous live streams in the future. Thank you all." After ending the broadcast, he turned to President Fong. "So, can we proceed with the investigation?" President Fong grimaced and nodded. "I will inform the president." Initially, he had hoped to present himself well, yet ended up revealing his own shortcomings. Zhou Yun sat leisurely, sipping water, and after about an hour, Manager Wu emerged with the documents. "Lawyer Zhou, take a look. This is the record of the loans we issued back then." The materials gathered from the investigation varied. In some instances, they were handed directly to the lawyer for safekeeping, while in others, they were mailed to the court without passing through the lawyer's hands. Ultimately, however, the lawyer must review the documents to proceed with the case. Both lawyers and doctors, as the ultimate practitioners of their respective services, undoubtedly encounter the most confidential matters. After all, when faced with sensitive issues or ailments, one naturally seeks the assistance of a professional. Zhou Yun took the materials and opened them, and as expected, the account into which the loan was deposited was the same as the one used by Elder Lee for his down payment. It could be said that the bank was still the same as before, with no significant differences from previous experiences. As Zhou Yun prepared to leave, President Fong, who had returned with him, spoke up. "Lawyer Zhou, we can still discuss this. There's no need for it to escalate like this." "Discuss?" Zhou Yun chuckled. "President Fong, at this point, what else is there to discuss? My client initially sought to apply for a loan suspension due to the unfinished building and financial difficulties. Can you guess how you responded?" President Fong fell silent again. In this world, there had not yet been the collective loan suspension crisis that had emerged in a previous era. Thus, the bank's usual response to clients seeking loan suspensions was generally to initiate lawsuits and affect their credit ratings. Why did Elder Lee end up living in an unfinished building? It was truly a last resort. All his cards and accounts were frozen, leaving him with no choice but to accept cash-only jobs that paid daily. It was precisely because he understood their methods that President Fong found himself at a loss for words. Manager Wu interjected, "Lawyer Zhou, you wish to resolve this issue, so it would be unnecessary to involve the courts." "Resolve?" Zhou Yun smiled again. "If the down payment is refunded and the loan suspended, can we negotiate?" Manager Wu was left speechless. "That's impossible." "Then so be it." Zhou Yun turned to leave, but Manager Wu continued to call after him. "Lawyer Zhou." Zhou Yun paused once more. "Stop calling. I am quite busy. I still need to report your illegal lending practices to the Financial Regulatory Bureau. If I am delayed, you will be held accountable." "What?" Manager Wu was bewildered. "You intend to report us? And we are to take responsibility for your delay?" Nevertheless, he quickly added, "Lawyer Zhou, why is that? Although we haven't reached an agreement, you have already filed a lawsuit, haven't you?" Zhou Yun casually replied, "No reason. I simply find you displeasing and wish to report you, hoping to see you penalized. Is there a problem with that?" The issues at hand extended beyond merely depositing loans into non-regulated accounts. There was also the matter of issuing loans before the construction reached its peak. In July 2024, individuals in certain regions of Guangdong province found it challenging to secure loans for home purchases, as they were required to reach the peak of construction before qualifying for loans. Many voiced their concerns regarding this regulation, yet the stipulation that loans should only be issued after the peak had long been established. The central bank had issued a notice in 2003 stating that personal home loans could not be disbursed prior to the completion of construction. However, the circumstances of those years are well known. Widespread violations occurred as banks, in their quest for market share, disregarded regulations. In a sense, this contributed to the emergence of unfinished buildings. Now, Zhou Yun is poised to address this issue, questioning why the central bank's directives were ignored and whether there will be penalties for such disregard. By the way, if there are any issues, feel free to direct them my way. I am the one responsible. Manager Wu was taken aback, muttering to himself, "Madman, is there something wrong with this person?" Chapter 59, Evidence? They provided it themselves, just moments ago. With that statement, Zhou Yun left with a sense of satisfaction. He now adheres to a singular philosophy. As long as one can endure, one should seize every opportunity to assert oneself. I will openly declare my intentions to you and see what you can do about it. If you have the capability, then act against me. If not, remain silent. It is as simple as that. Meanwhile, at the bank, after calling Zhou Yun a madman, Manager Wu could only return to inform President Fong of the situation. President Fong's reaction was similarly astonished. What did you say? He intends to report us for violations? What on earth is going on? He has already filed a lawsuit. Manager Wu, exasperated, replied, I asked him the same question, and he said he simply disdains our bullying and wishes to see us punished. President Fong found himself at a loss for words, ultimately muttering, damn. He had never encountered such a person in his life. Zhou Yun seemed to be purely malicious, seemingly without any self-interest in his accusations, which would only serve to alienate him. Why? Well, never mind that. Let's focus on how to address this issue instead. What a troublesome situation. There are countless unfinished buildings nationwide, yet they happen to encounter such a lunatic. On the other side, Zhou Yun had already taken a cab to the Financial Supervision Administration Bureau of Linwu City. This was the result of the new round of reforms in 2023, where personnel from the county-level People's Bank branches were largely reassigned to the Financial Supervision Bureau. Thus, although it was originally a directive from the People's Bank, reports must now be submitted to the Financial Supervision Bureau. After inquiring around the office building, Zhou Yun quickly located the staff member responsible for receiving reports. You wish to file a real-name report against Hedong Bank's Linwu branch for violations in loan disbursement? The staff member asked, looking at the young man with a puzzled expression. Such a report cannot be made on mere words. Do you have evidence? Complaints about poor attitudes from bank staff or minor issues might be addressed with a simple phone call. However, for serious allegations like improper loan disbursement that could lead to penalties for the bank, evidence is absolutely necessary. Let me remind you, the staff member reiterated, without evidence, we cannot initiate an investigation. Then, to the astonishment of the staff member, the young man casually produced several documents from his bag. Of course I have evidence. Look at this. This is the loan disbursement situation for the Linwu branch regarding the Zhu Banshan project. And you can see that this loan was never deposited into the regulatory account. Moreover, regarding this matter, the loan was disbursed 2 years ago. Yet it is evident that the property was far from completion at that time. It is equally apparent that the bank's disbursement of this loan to the developer was in violation of regulations. The staff, taken aback, scrutinized the documents closely, exclaiming in disbelief. Goodness, this evidence appears to be authentic. The bank's vibrant red seal could not possibly be forged. Producing such a counterfeit would require considerable effort. After a moment of astonishment, the staff instinctively inquired, how do you know the property was not completed at that time? Zhou Yun responded with a smile. That is simply because the property remains unfinished even now, my friend. Look at this photograph. It is quite apparent that the construction is still incomplete. After examining the image, the staff fell silent. This evidence was indeed compelling. It was implausible that the developer had completed the construction only to dismantle it afterward. After a thorough review of the evidence, the staff finally asked, may I inquire where you obtained these documents? Zhou Yun replied with a grin, of course. They were provided to me by the Linwu branch itself. See the seal? It must have been issued by them. He paused momentarily before adding, oh, it was given to me roughly 20 minutes ago, and it's still warm. What? The Linwu branch provided this to you? The staff were left dumbfounded, attempting to refute the claim, yet unable to formulate a counterargument, as this was the only plausible scenario. Zhou Yun continued, in any case, I assure you that this evidence is genuine. However, I have additional uses for it, so please make a copy after verifying its accuracy. This was a standard procedure. A report need not necessarily be filed with the original documents. The staff, left without further argument, made the copies and issued a receipt to Zhou Yun. With the receipt in hand, Zhou Yun exited the Financial Supervision Bureau, confident that this report would be substantial enough to cause the bank considerable distress. Next, he intended to submit the evidence to the court and await the initiation of the case. At the Linwu City Court, he approached the familiar filing window. Greeted by the same staff member, Zhou Yun presented his materials, which the staff examined carefully before stating, Attorney Zhou, you have gathered all the necessary evidence, and you still wish to proceed with filing the case, correct? I must caution you that there are currently no precedents for this type of case nationwide. Banks have never been held liable in such matters. The staff spoke the truth, as there had been no prior instances of banks accepting liability for damages. Zhou Yun responded with a stoic expression, Yes, I insist on proceeding with the filing. You are well aware of the situation. I approached the housing authority, and they informed me that this constitutes a civil dispute, advising me to pursue legal channels. My client attempted to file a report, yet the police declared it a civil matter and suggested legal recourse. So, tell me, what else can we do? Everyone recommends pursuing legal action. Therefore, we have no choice but to follow that path, correct? How else could we proceed? Jump off the building. The staff let out a bitter laugh and replied, Attorney Zhou, please, I will escalate this. Your case will likely need approval from the court leadership. Zhou Yun responded, Then I will await the filing, leaving with a single remark. Zhou Yun departed from the Linwu City Court, and now, the situation regarding the bank has shifted slightly. It is not merely the few individuals, such as Wen Yuha, who can make a significant impact. The aggregate of their penalties is negligible in the eyes of the bank. The crux of the matter lies in the number of individuals who have secured loans from the Linwu branch to purchase unfinished buildings. Furthermore, how many instances of illicit lending have occurred within the Linwu branch? While individual cases may not provide substantial evidence, our nation does not operate on precedent-based law. Nevertheless, under certain circumstances, individual cases can serve as the piercing bullet that shatters the impasse. If the same court can rule in favor of compensation in an individual case, even without complete affirmation, Zhou Yun could rally other owners of unfinished properties to join in a lawsuit. This step is the most daunting for other lawyers, as they are filled with trepidation, yet for Zhou Yun, it is the simplest of actions. What is there to fear? If one is unafraid of death, what else is there to dread? Contemplating this, Zhou Yun set off. The journey from Linwu City to Yunshan County would take over an hour. Upon arrival, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Without pausing for a meal or rest, Zhou Yun proceeded directly to the Yunshan County Court, retrieving the administrative litigation complaint that had long been prepared. Is this to confirm the lawsuit against the Linwu City Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau for administrative misconduct?